Immediately after Gu Changa realized he had transgressed into a fantasy world, the world's protagonist, and Fortune's chosen, vowed to take revenge on him. Envied by all, he not only has the female lead head over heels for him, but he's also treated as a distinguished guest wherever he goes. Fortunately, Gu Changa's prestige and power are superior to everyone else's, so shouldn't it be easy to trample on a mere Fortune's chosen? Hold on. There's a system dedicated to milking and harvesting from the protagonist? Gu Change smirked. Seems like even fate wants me to fulfill my destiny as the villain of this world. Chapter 1, Young Lord, Gu Changa, is this the true face of the Taishan Holy Land, one of the 6 sacred lands of the Eastern Desolate? You bully the weak to curry favor with the strong, and don't even feel ashamed for pushing your daughter into a pit of fire? From the beginning to the end, not once did you consider asking the Taishan Holy Maiden for her opinion? Today, I will ask for justice on her behalf. If staying quiet in the face of power is what it means to be a disciple of the Taishan Holy Land, then I don't want this discipleship. But please keep this in mind, Taishan Holy Lord, that I, Yi Chen, will surely return today's shame in the near future. Many people stood inside a glorious hall and listened to the angry roars of a young disciple. A sturdy-looking youth with a handsome face, an unyielding aura, and clenched fists stood in the center of the hall and indignantly roared towards a platform in front of him. He was Yi Chen, an inner sect disciple of the Taishan Holy Land. What audacity! How dare a mere inner sect disciple dare confront the Holy Lord? You must be tired of living. Next to the youth stood an inner sect elder with a terrifying aura. The elder's complexion had long turned ugly as he fumed with rage and wanted to shut this disciple's trap with a single slap. How could they allow a measly inner sect disciple to run wild in the Holy Lord's hall of their Taishan Holy Land? After all, they were one of the 6 major forces of the Eastern Desolate. Worse still, today was the day of the Taishan Holy Sun's coronation, and they had invited many small and large forces to witness the event. Everyone stood and watched the farce inside the hall. Had it not been for him trying to save face for the Holy Land, the elder would have already slapped this ignorant chump of a disciple to death with a single slap. In the Holy Lord's hall, a group of inner sect disciples and guests from afar pointed towards Yi Chen and whispered about the show he put up in front of them. The look in their eyes, as they watched his determined expression, was similar to what one would have when they watched a monkey show. Did this Yi Chen lose his mind? Where did he get the guts to spew all that nonsense in the Holy Lord's face? What a fool! His strength is among the better inner sect disciples, and I had heard that an elder wished to take him in as their true disciple, but it seems that's going to be out of the question now. Some of the onlookers couldn't help but sneer. I think he really wants to die today. Once that young lord is angered by him, I worry that our entire Taishan Holy Land might get implicated. The true disciple who said this was enraged and worried. If this Yi Chen somehow angered that mysterious young lord, he estimated that the Holy Land wouldn't suffer his wrath alone. The entire Eastern Desolate might get swept up in the storm. It was because of these thoughts that the disciples' desire to personally stomp Yi Chen had soared. The elders of the major powers who had come for the coronation ceremony were all looking forward to the situation's escalation. Of course, almost everyone regarded the inner sect disciple named Yi Chen as a monkey performing a good show. What else could a mere inner sect disciple be, if not a monkey, when he tried to confront the Taishan Holy Lord himself? You are Yi Chen, right? I remember you. You are from a small place in the Azure territory. After crossing through 100 dynasties, you finally became a disciple of my Taishan Holy Land. Now you are telling me that you want to renounce your identity as a disciple of my Taishan Holy Land? At this time, a middle-aged man quietly sitting at the main seat on the platform spoke up. His deep as the sea eyes opened and one could see breathtaking divine rays of golden light flickering through them. The golden light changed into an aura and flowed around his figure as a terrifying pressure descended upon all those standing in the hall, showing his anger and majesty. It was obvious that the person was a supreme master. He was none other than the Taishan Holy Lord, and as soon as he spoke up, the entire hall fell silent. The guests who came to observe the ceremony also quietened down. Yi Chen felt a powerful aura suppress his being, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. But even then, he wasn't going to be subdued. His confidence at this time couldn't be shaken. Holy Lord, I merely want to ask for justice for the Holy Maiden. I can't watch her fall into a pit of fire like this. Yi Chen's words were full of confidence and righteousness, backed by his dauntless spirit. While speaking, Yi Chen's gaze unconsciously fell upon a woman in front of him. The woman had graceful and gorgeous features. With eyes that rippled like autumn water, and willow-like eyebrows, she was garbed in a green dress made of exquisite silk. Her bright, lovely face shimmered under the light, not a single speck of dust could be seen on her fluttering dress. Her ethereal and calm temperament was difficult to put into words. She was like a fairy who had accidentally descended from the ninth heaven from beginning to end. Her expression hadn't changed no matter what transpired in the hall. Pit of fire? What bold words! Hearing his words, the Taishan Holy Lord's expression sank. It was at this time that a lot of people came to a realization, and their expressions turned weird. Turned out that all the nonsense Yichen spewed was out of his feelings of dissatisfaction and indignation over another man stealing away the stunning holy maiden he had adored for a long time. Although many other disciples were also jealous and unwilling to watch their holy maiden fall into the hands of an outsider, they didn't have the guts to bark it out in public like Yichen. They weren't retarded like him. After all, the identity of that young lord was so esteemed that not even the Taishan Holy Lord dared to neglect him, nor show disrespect to him. At this moment, the onlookers looked towards the youth who had been quietly sitting next to the Taishan Holy Lord, drinking his tea without a care for anything that went on in front of him. He was Gu Changge. Chapter 2. Thrust into a world of fantasy, the villain of destiny. Gu Changge's deep eyes stared into the cup of tea in his hands as he blew away the vapors rising above it. Not a speck of dust could be seen on his white as snow clothes, and a layer of mist seemed to shroud his handsome and exquisite facial features. But if one looked closer, they could see an indifferent expression that overlooked everything without a shred of interest. With elusive thoughts in his uninterested expression, it was clear he didn't care about the farce that transpired in the hall. He acted like a silent observer, watching the world from above. At least, that's how everyone in the hall saw him. And no matter who it was, they all thought that the identity of the man in front of them wasn't simple. Be it his temperament or his demeanor, one could feel an aura of transcendence. He wasn't immortal, of course. What nobody knew was that Gu Changge's so-called indifference was purely out of a sense of loss, complete loss. It's not that he didn't care about what went on in the hall, but that he couldn't. At this moment, he was lost in a daze as his memories fused with someone else's. He was a transmigrator. A moment ago, he was asleep in his room, and in the next, he found himself in this dangerous fantasy world. As soon as he opened his eyes, here, the mighty can pick the stars and grasp the moon. They can move mountains and overturn the seas. Flying is easy, and escaping through the earth is normal. The weak, however, are crushed beneath the feet of the strong. Their lives are worth no more than the grass and mud under one's feet. Without a shred of respect and dignity, he was a true disciple of an immortal land from the upper realm who had descended to the lower realm to train himself. He was born with prodigious talent and a terrifying background. Although it all felt good to the ears, Gu Changge's experience from reading uncountable online novels in his previous life made his current situation crystal clear to him. He was nothing more than a mob villain, one of those cannon fodders who would get crushed within a few chapters. The realization pained Gu Changge's heart. As he watched the scene before him, he realized that the moment he transmigrated, he ended up in a situation where he would get humiliated by a favored son of heaven. That Yichen's name was clearly one of those generic cookie-cutter names for the protagonists. As for his name, it was Gu Changge, a name that was clearly thought up by the author on the spot to give the protagonist a cannon fodder scum to trample under his feet. He was shown to be some amazing big shot, so wouldn't the protagonist gain a ton of prestige if he successfully crushed a prestigious figure like him? Gu Changge. By now, Yichen had already called out Gu Changge's name multiple times, but failed to elicit any response. Gu Changge didn't even deign to look at him. Why? Yichen's bones creaked as his clenched fists tightened out of frustration and rage after receiving not a scrap of attention from his adversary. In his view, Gu Changge was thoroughly looking down on him. What impudence! How dare you call the young lord's name with such disrespect? At this time, a cold snarl followed by a majestic force of oppression, broke out from Gu Changge's side. The one who spoke was Chu Xian, the newly appointed holy son of the Taishan Holy Land. He strode forward with a frosty expression, and various runes flickered around his palm as his divine aura surged, showing that he was ready to attack Yichen at any moment to teach him a lesson. Right now was his time to perform. Had it not been for Gu Changge's good remarks about him, he wouldn't have ascended to his current position. He wouldn't have so easily overwhelmed the other true disciples of the Taishan Holy Land otherwise. For that reason, he held immense feelings of gratitude towards Gu Changge. After all, he wasn't like Su Changge, who was born to a saint father and was destined to be the holy maiden from the moment she arrived in this world. Yichen, you impudent brat! You have challenged the sect's authority over and over in front of all our guests, and it makes me question your loyalty towards the sect. Guards, Come forward and immediately throw this beast into a dungeon, let him await judgment down there. At this moment, an elder also stood up and yelled at Yi Chen to earn himself some favor points from Gu Changa. There was no way he would pass on such a good opportunity. Agreed. Holy Lord, I suggest we abolish this Yi Chen's cultivation base and throw him out of the sect. Right. We can give young Lord Gu a reasonable explanation this way. The other elders also reacted and stood up one after another to earn points for themselves, cursing Yi Chen for his audacity and disrespect with expressions of righteousness. The show shocked all the guests who had come from afar. Just what was the identity of that mysterious man in white? Yi Chen, on the other hand, turned pale. He could tell the situation wasn't going in his favor. Everyone was trying their best to please the Gu Changa, not even Su Chinga spoke up in his favor. Why was this happening? Everything was completely different from his expectations. Just then, a coldness crept up his hand from his finger, calming Yi Chen's irritable state of mind. Gu Changa still sat in his seat, but a light of interest could be seen in his eyes as he took a sip of his tea. How peculiar! He hadn't even said a word, yet this favored son of heaven named Yi Chen had already ended up in an unfavorable situation? This was quite uncharacteristic considering his status as a favored son of heaven. Following that, Gu Changa's gaze fell upon the ring adorning Yi Chen's finger. Ho! Seems like it was the standard powerful grandpa trope that was popular a few years back in his original world. As expected of a favored son of heaven, they couldn't go without a golden finger. Gu Changa, do you only know how to bully others with your status? Yi Chen roared once more, glaring at Gu Changa's figure. He felt that the entire situation was orchestrated by Gu Changa to deal with him. If not for his existence, how could the Holy Lord personally give away Su Chinga? Much could have happened over last night. Yi Chen felt a bundle of fury unfurling inside his heart as he thought about that fact. He wished to kill Gu Changa by 10,000 cuts, tearing him into millions of pieces right then and there. He had once undergone a tribulation with Su Chinga, yet he could only look at her from afar without a chance to get close, so much so that he hadn't even gotten to touch her dress. Yet, this Gu Changa still maintained his calm as he kept looking down while drinking his tea. His expression hadn't changed at all, showing neither glee nor fury. In his heart, however, he found the entire spectacle to be quite funny. After all, this shitshow had nothing to do with him. Based on the original's memories, the original didn't even know about the existence of a nobody like this Yi Chen before he showed himself and went against him today. As for the Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land giving his daughter to him? That wasn't because Gu Changa desired her, it was because the Holy Lord wanted to rope him in while he still could. To get on his good side it was something normal in every world, let alone in a dog-eat-dog world like this place where the strong preyed upon the weak. Who wouldn't want a terrifying backer here? As for this Yi Chen, he must be a professional mudslinger, seeing how he had no real talent and only spewed crap from his mouth. Chapter 3, Posturing? I can do that too. Young Lord Gu, I hope you don't mind this disciple's actions. This Yi Chen doesn't understand etiquette. Gloom covered the Taishan Holy Lord's face as he spoke. He couldn't help but signal towards the elders of his sect with a subtle wink while apologizing to Gu Changa. All the guests were watching this farce with great excitement. His Taishan Holy Land had never suffered such loss of face before. Holy Lord, please allow me to deal with this Yi Chen to present young Lord Gu with our apology. Xu Xian, the new holy son of the Taishan Holy Land, took the lead in currying favor with Gu Changa. He had started to move before he finished his words. Magical runes flickered and appeared in his palms as he launched a probing attack towards Yi Chen. Boom! A deep explosion thundered in the hall. The runes in Xu Xian's hands merged and transformed into a terrible flash of lightning that resembled a roaring dragon. As the holy son of the Taishan Holy Land, he was naturally a cut above the rest when compared to his peers. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was nothing but a nameless inner sect disciple. The disparity between the two was like a bottomless chasm, so how could Yi Chen be Xu Xian's opponent? Runes flashed around and spectral rays of light blinded the onlookers as they watched the battle. The stronger existences in the hall, including the Taishan Holy Land, didn't care about the outcome of the battle though. In their opinion, Yi Chen's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Thankfully, it wasn't a matter where they would need to take action, or they wouldn't have a place to hide their faces. After all, there were many people from the other Holy Lands and major clans among the guests who came to observe the coronation ceremony. The Taishan Holy Lord didn't want to add on to the humiliation. Good, let's fight it out then. Yi Chen, on the other hand, welcomed the battle with great excitement. He wasn't afraid in the least. His aura surged and he met his adversary's palm with a palm attack of his own. This Yi Chen really doesn't understand the immensity of the heavens. Isn't he just overestimating himself and looking for death? The inner sect disciples in the audience ridiculed with disdain. The Holy Son Chu Xian is half-step into the transcendent realm, while this Yi Chen is merely in the spirit palace realm, and that's without taking into account the Holy Son's Hell Thunder divine physique. The outcome is already set in stone. The disciples concluded one after another. Every single one of them felt that Yi Chen was courting death. In the next moment, flames surged and thunder crackled. Extreme heat met with a brilliant flash to birth a resounding boom. In the aftermath, Chu Xian's body trembled and he felt a numbing sensation throughout his body. Yi Chen, on the other hand, stood still with a confident expression, resembling a young god of fire. What? He's that strong, light flickered in the eyes of various female disciples as they watched Yi Chen's captivating figure. His strength exceeded their expectations. It shocked a lot of the observers. In that palm exchange, it could be seen that the two had rivaled each other without much difference. Yi Chen's cultivation is only at the spirit palace realm, yet he's able to block the Holy Son's blow, who's half-step into the transcendent realm. All the disciples and elders were stunned by the outcome. The result even shook the Taishan Holy Lord, who had watched the exchange with a sullen expression. After all, Chu Xian was born with the Hell Thunder divine physique, and could easily contend against cultivators above his own realm. Few could rival him in his generation. And yet, he failed to finish someone like Yi Chen, who was almost an entire realm below him, in a single blow. Could this Yi Chen's potential be even stronger than Chu Xian's? How come they hadn't discovered his talent until now? Of course, if one asked who among the observers wasn't surprised by this turn of events, then the answer would be Gu Changge. Yi Chen was a favored son of heaven. After all, approving others wrong and slapping their faces was the norm for his kind. After all, Gu Changge slowly took another sip of his tea. Without a hurried tone, he spoke up. You seem to have quite the trust in this Yi Chen's ability? Su Changge turned her head when the words fell into her ears. Her calm figure couldn't help but tremble, spreading a burst of elegant fragrance of orchids in the surroundings. She didn't speak up, but her subtle movements exposed what went through her mind. Gu Changge stared at her with his deep gaze, and smiled. The way you try to act calm, isn't it to make me think you have nothing to do with this Yi Chen? Are you afraid I will deal with him? How cunning you are, woman. With a few words, he had revealed her parlor trick. Su Changge felt that this man right now was more difficult to deal with than she had thought, and this fact made her feel even more uneasy than when he had an indifferent expression. Still, she pursed her lips and made sure not to utter any words. Gu Changge, on the other hand, glanced down at his teacup and said with a flat tone, "It's empty." Su Changge turned to look at him, and then silently picked up the teapot to refill his cup. Interesting, Gu Changge spoke with a mysterious smile. It was as if he was talking to himself, but it also appeared as if his words were directed at Su Changge. Su Changge's hand holding the teacup quivered. For Gu Changge, it was easy to pull out a few hundred examples of such a well-weathered cliché and plot. The reason behind Yi Chen's sudden anxiety today was purely generated by the fact that he overheard that the Taishan Holy Lords personally sent his daughter over to Gu Changge's room last night. What he didn't know was that Gu Changge's original had an indifferent disposition, only focused on his cultivation, so he didn't even bother to touch Su Changge. From the events that lead to now, Gu Changge could easily see that this Su Changge was one of those so-called heroines, and from the perspective of the plot, Yi Chen, someone who had risen up from a backwater place, crossed through hundreds of dynasties, and finally worshipped into the Taishan Holy Land as a disciple, was the protagonist. In fact, the plot should have progressed to the midpoint of his story. After all, Su Changge had prodigious talent, a gorgeous face and figure, and the identity of being the Taishan Holy Land's holy maiden. More than that, she was smart. She knew that if Yi Chen were to face off against Gu Changge, he would be like an egg smashed into a rock. For that reason, she didn't try to ask him for lenience towards Yi Chen. That would only make him, Gu Changge, despise Yi Chen even more. The best way for her, then, would be to act with indifference towards everything that went on to show Gu Changge that she had nothing to do with Yi Chen. Not if such a woman wasn't the heroine, then who was? What a pity for her that Gu Changge had already seen through it all. It was as if he had an omnipotent perspective through which he watched the world. What's more, now that Gu Changge knew he was the villain, he had no intention to let Su Changge get away from his grasp. A melon plucked by force might not be sweet, but it could still quench one's thirst. I underestimated you. Taishan Holy Son, Chu Xian, spoke with a cold tone. His posture showed that he still wanted to continue the battle. After all, he would be an embarrassment if he couldn't take down this Yi Chen when everyone, especially Gu Changa, watched him, but, by now, Gu Changa had already appeared beside them and waved his hand to stop his actions. How dull. As soon as those words left his mouth, Yi Chen froze in stupefaction. However, since this matter is related to me, I won't trouble Holy Sun Chu Xian anymore. Gu Changa added while his gaze landed upon Yi Chen's face. Your fearlessness, is it out of ignorance? Gu Changa muttered, and then his gaze fell. In the next moment, a majestic force descended upon the hall as if the sky had burst open. A terrible tempest swept through everything as runes flashed and spirit energy quivered. Everyone felt deep terror rising from the depths of their souls, to the point that even some elders couldn't help but be shocked. Is this young Lord Gu's true power? The Taishan Holy Lord also turned serious. Bang. As the main target of the force, Yi Chen's complexion drastically changed and his face paled, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground in the next moment. Even with his hands pushing against the ground, he could barely keep his head from touching the floor. That he was squashed. And no matter how he contacted the master in his ring, it made no difference. How is he so strong? Yi Chen used all his might to raise his head and stared at the man dressed in white looking down on him as if he was watching an ant. Yi Chen couldn't believe what happened. He was unwilling to accept such a result. Posturing? I can do that too. Gu Changa had an indifferent, lofty expression, but he sneered in his heart. There wasn't much to think about the result of the previous battle. If he let that go on, Yi Chen would easily defeat Chu Xian and strongly slap everyone in the face. Next, Yi Chen would take the opportunity to challenge him and make some kind of bet on a battle in the future. Won't that be an easy win for him with that powerful grandpa in his ring? It was quite a nice setting, alas. He was a transmigrator, and one that came over with a cheat of his own. Chapter 4, Dark Fortune. Slowly stomp him to death. The entire hall turned dead silent. Wanna play with me? You are still too wet behind the ears. Gu Changa shook his head in silence. With clothes whiter than snow, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked down with indifference. His gaze resembled the gaze of a man staring down at an ant that pranced around. Yi Chen, on the other hand, knelt on all fours in embarrassment. His pale face showed his indignation. Cold sweat dripped down his back and limbs, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift up his head. All the onlookers watched this in shock. The ones who received the greatest jolt were none other than members of the Taishan Holy Land who knew a thing or two about Gu Changa. Judging from his age, they had expected Gu Changa's strength to be not much better than the younger generation of their Taishan Holy Land. But reality proved their thoughts wrong, and his might seemed to rival that of the Taishan Holy Lords. Young Lord Gu is so young, yet his cultivation is unfathomable. Taishan Holy Lord couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he saw the true surface of Gu Changa's strength for the first time. At the same time, he glanced at his daughter's pale face with a mystifying look in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. Had he known this would happen, he would have long crippled that troublemaker Yi Chen's cultivation and kicked him out of his sect. Where would he have the opportunity to offend this young lord then? Right then, he decided Yi Chen's fate in his heart. The Taishan Holy Lord is too generous. This one's strength isn't worth mentioning. Gu Changa smiled when he heard the praise, and replied in a calm tone that resembled the spring breeze. But his continuous indifference couldn't hide his loftiness and solitary attitude. He really didn't care about those remarks. He was someone who had descended upon the lower realm from the upper realm, where he was already a young sovereign whose name resounded from east to west. He was simply that powerful, so how could he be compared to some random strays? If he wanted to stomp Yi Chen, who was trying to slap everyone's face, all he had to do was to terrify the grandpa hiding in his ring from showing his face. Once that happened, would they still have the guts to protect this Yi Chen? After all, there was no way Gu Changa descended upon the lower realm without any protector hiding in the shadows. What's more, he had sent a sound transmission to his protector to subtly intimidate the remnant spirit inside Yi Chen's ring. And it appeared that everything progressed according to his expectation. Stomping a favored son of heaven didn't appear all that hard now. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was still in shock and panic. He couldn't comprehend why his always reliable master wouldn't respond no matter how he tried to contact them. Gu Changa's face showed no change, but his heart was full of laughter. I am ashamed to make young Lord Gu personally deal with this matter. At this time, Taishan Holy Son, Chu Xian, said with an expression of guilt. From one glance, Gu Changa could tell that Chu Xian's fate was to be his minion, so how could he blame him? Hence, he gave him a comforting smile and said, Holy Son Chu Xian needn't take this matter to heart. Since everything started because of this Gu, it's only natural for this Gu to take care of it. Young Lord is generous, this Chu Xian is ashamed. Just as Gu Chang'e expected, his words only increased his status and respect in Chu Xian's heart. It was to the point that Chu Xian resolved himself to hug Gu Chang'e's thigh no matter what. On the other hand, the flowery speech also brought Gu Chang'e another wave of admiration and sighs from the onlookers. This young lord was both tolerant and talented. He truly wasn't a simple man. No, how could he be described as not a simple man? He was both unpredictable and elusive. Young Lord Gu is mighty. He's truly a god who has descended upon our mortal world. Just a breath from him makes my heart tremble. I had thought our Taishan Holy Land was a mighty titan standing above all with its millenniums of heritage and millions of miles of territory, but now that I have seen young Lord, I finally understand what the words heavens beyond heaven, mountains beyond mountain mean. All the elders agreed and started to flatter Gu Chang'e with flowery speeches. Their appearance that resembled obedient dogs licking their master's thighs surprised the elders and disciples who had come from other forces to watch the coronation ceremony. Since they didn't know the insider facts, they were even more curious to find out the identity of this mysterious young lord. It was clear to them that the Taishan Holy Land, one of the 6 sacred lands of the Eastern Desolate, had embraced this young lord's thigh at some point without making a squeak. A situation like this didn't signify fortune for the forces behind them, after all. Being a villain is cool. People fall over themselves and flatter you like obedient pups. And unlike the protagonists, you don't even have to suffer the mockery of the world. Gu Chang'e thought to himself. At the same time, he also opened his system. After all, how is it possible for a transmigrator to not have a golden finger of his own? His golden finger was a status screen similar to those seen in video games. It displayed his various attributes and other information. He could earn destiny points by reversing the fortune of the various favored children of heaven, and the points themselves were the currency used for all kinds of things in the system. Not only could he exchange them for cultivation techniques, but they could also be used to obtain talents, bloodlines, and so on. He could even add those points to upgrade his various mystical abilities that he had cultivated. In short, the system had all the functions Gu Chang'e could think of, and maybe even functions that he couldn't think about right now. System. Gu Chang'e called out to the system in his heart, and a translucent interface appeared in front of him. A host, Gu Chang'e identity, true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline, devil heart, Dao bone cultivation, saint, completion stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao codex, myriad changes, demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art, destiny points, 50 fortune value, 30. Dark system shop. Unopened, it was a concise interface with all kinds of useful information available at a single glance. He had also obtained those 50 destiny points by stomping Yi Chen just now. System, what will happen if I obliterate this Yi Chen right here and now? Gu Chang'e asked in his heart. Host, the system suggests that you do not try that right now. With your current fortune value, there's a high chance you will suffer from a fortune backlash if you killed a favored son of heaven whose fortune value is much higher than your own. Sure enough, it was almost the same as what Gu Chang'e had guessed. He couldn't help but shake his head while secretly cursing the bastard author and his bastard world. What was with this shitty setting? TSK. Tisk. With a talent and background like his, all he received were 30 points in fortune value. To add insult to injury, it was dark as heck that Yi Chen, on the other hand, had hundreds of points in his fortune value. Even in a situation like this where he got stomped. According to the system, the fortune was divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Normal people were generally blessed with a red fortune, while this Yi Chen was blessed with a green fortune. As for dark fortune? Wasn't that just fucking misfortune? It's your fate to be plagued by misfortune if you are pitted against a favored child of heaven. The system explained. As for the backlash suffered due to his misfortune? That could be anything from randomly choking to death while savoring tea, getting struck by lightning while taking a stroll, etc. It seems that to crush a favored child of heaven, you must take your time and exhaust his fortune point by point, and this process, I like it. He, stepping on ants and slowly crushing them to death. Gu Chang'e's face remained the same, but he had already communicated a lot with the system in his heart. Vilfix crib. Favored son of heaven is supposed to be used for a male blessed by heavenly fortune. Favored daughter of heaven is supposed to be used for a woman blessed by heavenly fortune. Favored child of heaven is supposed to be used when the gender is not known/revealed. Chapter 5, Beautiful Moon, easy destiny points. So, I can't kill a favored son of heaven until I exhaust his fortune to a certain extent? He had been talking to the system for a while already, and Gu Changa couldn't help but raise his eyebrow when he heard the system's explanation. That's right, host. Fortune is something elusive and incalculable, so although it's not difficult to kill Yi Chen with your current strength, but that will most certainly bring about a series of unexpected variables and changes. And the greatest variable, host, is you. The system explained. A favored son of heaven was indeed a favored son of heaven, so much so that, probably, Lord God himself protected them, and if one wanted to put the bias in the simplest terms, it would be something like, if Gu Changa tried to kill this Yi Chen right now, a heavenly tribulation might just descend and obliterate him from existence first. But so what if the heavens were protecting him? He could still slowly grind him to death. Gu Changa chuckled in his mind, not really caring about the restrictions. After that, he took a look at the fortune value of everyone else in the hall. Second to Yi Chen's 500 points of fortune value stood out Su Chinga, with 350 points of fortune value to her name, and this fact further strengthened Gu Changa's previous guess. Su Chinga was the heroine, and there was no doubt about that. It's just that he wondered what would happen if he were to devour this Su Chinga right now. Will he suffer from a fortune backlash from her, too? If so, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Be it the present or the past, he wasn't a ravenous man who thought only with his lower half of the concept of fortune value might be imperceptible, but it was a fact that it existed and could affect reality. Wouldn't he be the biggest loser if he played himself to death? Of course, he wasn't completely out of options. As long as he extinguished all of their fortune value, won't they be powerless fish on the chopping block, just like how the system had previously given him a prompt? Ding. Humiliate Yi Chen in front of everyone. Yi Chen will lose 10 points of his fortune value, while the host will receive 50 destiny points. 50 destiny points were neither too much, nor were they too little. There was much Gu Changa could do with the destiny points. He could improve his cultivation or upgrade his talent, compared to others who patiently cultivate step by step over long periods. Wasn't it awesome to simply add points to everything and level up using this cheat? Yi Chen publicly challenged the sex laws and even insulted young Lord Gu Wood guards. Throw him in the dungeon and let young Lord Gu decide his fate. The great elder of the Judgment Hall spoke up at this time. Burly build and a square face, the elder looked mighty and intimidating even when he wasn't enraged. Everyone in the Taishan Holy Land feared and respected him, although he was fair and unbiased during ordinary days, and even had a good impression of Yi Chen. He wasn't someone who couldn't understand the situation at hand and bend his principles. He understood well that Yi Chen had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Between a measly inner sect disciple and a disaster that could wipe them off the face of this earth, it wasn't hard to decide which one they must avoid. Gu Changa slightly nodded as he saw the Judgment Hall's elder's subservient and pleasing gaze. After that, he returned to his original position, and his indifferent and incalculable expression again appeared on his face, letting him dictate. Yi Chen's fate didn't sound all that bad. It was just that he never expected someone with thick eyebrows, bright eyes, and an impartial aura to be the one suggesting something like that. Gu Changa couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, and with that, the majestic force pressing down on everything also disappeared. Yi Chen could finally stand up, but his face still showed his shock, unwillingness, and humiliation. His current mood was no different than what Gu Changa had calculated as Yi Chen wondered why his master hadn't responded to him even once in such a critical moment. Did his master betray him, too? Or was even his master afraid of Gu Changa's background and might? The thoughts chilled Yi Chen's heart as his eyes turned cold. Worst of all was Su Chinga's performance. From the beginning to the end, she hadn't uttered a single word as she watched everything that went down. She even took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Gu Changji. Yi Chen saw it all with his own two eyes. The goddess he adored took the initiative to serve another man, and that reality ripped Yi Chen's heart. Couldn't she see how he had broken out with the Taishan Holy Land for her sake? Yi Chen's heart dropped into a dark and cold abyss. Yi Chen's changing expression wasn't hidden from Su Chinga. She could tell he had misunderstood her. Still, it was impossible for her to put her sect, the place that cared for her and trained her for more than 20 years, into danger for Yi Chen. In the end, she could only lower her head and clench her hands, not daring to meet Yi Chen's eyes. Holy Maiden Chinga, I heard tonight's moon will be wonderful, so would you be willing to give me some face by appreciating the moon's beauty with me tonight? Out of nowhere, Gu Changa spoke those words. The expressions of the two were in full view for him to see, so how would he let go of such a great opportunity? He immediately put on a gentle smile on his handsome and unblemished face as he spoke his words, however, momentarily stunned Su Chinga. Her face reddened, and she felt flattered by his sudden gentleness, but soon, she saw through Gu Changa's real intentions and trembled as her complexion paled. She could see the obvious hint of a crafty playfulness in Gu Changa's eyes. He had purposefully uttered those words with a volume high enough for the others to hear. His words weren't for her, but for Yi Chen. Su Qingge understood that, but the others in the hall didn't see the subtle attack hidden in his words. The people felt envy towards her, while the Taishan Holy Lord's heart burst with glee as he subtly signaled his daughter with a desperate wink. If she could receive this young lord's fancy, then their Taishan Holy Land will receive an unparalleled opportunity. Whether he brought her along to the upper realm or left her behind, they would ascend to heaven with a single leap. Gu Changge, you despicable and shameless bastard! Do you only know how to bully the weak using your status and authority? If you have the guts, then lower your cultivation to my level and let us have a fair duel. I swear I will kill you one day, you scum. By now, Yi Chen's eyes had already turned crimson and he appeared to have lost his mind. Even though Yi Chen spewed such harsh words, Gu Changge didn't respond to him. He simply lowered his gaze and blew away the vapors gathering above his tea, not bothered to even raise a single eyelid for his prey. Puff. Finally, Yi Chen could no longer stand the humiliation and fainted after spewing blood from his mouth. In the next moment, a system prompt appeared. Ding! You damaged Yi Chen's mental state. Yi Chen lost 100 fortune value. Host received 500 destiny points. Ho! Destiny points aren't all that hard to earn. Gu Changge slowly took another sip of his tea. Chapter 6, One Body, Two Souls, Taishan Holy Lord's Considerations. With the favored son of heaven losing 100 fortune value, he received 500 destiny points. It seemed that the exchange ratio was 1-to-5. Gu Changge easily concluded that much from the system's prompt. He planned to use those destiny points to improve his attribute panel later. As for the unconscious Yi Chen, he was taken away to the dungeon by the disciples of the Judgment Hall. With that, the farce finally concluded, and many of the guests sighed. With how unfathomable this young lord's strength is, his background must not be something we can fathom either. Even the Taishan Holy Lord is willing to personally give away his beloved daughter to him. Most of the guests began to speculate Gu Changge's identity with deep eyes. They had all reached the same conclusion: they had to report everything they saw today to the forces behind them, by hook or by crook. If they could get an opportunity, then making friends with this young lord would only be beneficial and not detrimental. Of course, they could also foresee a great storm on its way to sweep everything in the Eastern Desolate in the near future. The coronation ceremony ended soon after. Chu Xian, the new Taishan Holy Son, was quite energetic as he mingled with his sect peers at the banquet afterwards and showed off. After that, he respectfully poured Gu Changge a cup full of wine and said, "Thank you for your aid, young lord. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, do let me know and I will go through a sea of flames and mountain of swords for you." Anyone with a discerning eye could see through Chu Xian's flowery words and realized that he was submitting to Gu Changge. Thinking about how he was a villain and having minions was a must, Gu Changge found that this Chu Xian, who was now the Taishan Holy Son, was quite suitable for the task. He accepted the cup of wine with a smile, and drank it all in a single gulp. It was a trivial matter, brother Chu Xian. You needn't fret over it. Thank you, young lord. Naked glee could be seen on Chu Xian's face. This old man would also like to present a toast to the young lord. The young lord's descent upon the lower realm is a matter of great fortune for our Eastern Desolate. The other elders and disciples on the scene weren't stupid, and understood the etiquette and logic behind his actions, so they also began to praise and toast Gu Changge one after another. At the same time, they cursed Chu Xian in their hearts for his cunning behavior. He had never shown his true face before, so they never imagined his bootlicking abilities were also a cut above the rest. With a few words, he became the young lord's lapdog. Feelings of jealousy and envy plagued many disciples as they watched him. Chingge, Taishan Holy Lord, couldn't help but frown when he saw his daughter's pale face and lost expression. Judging from the previous exchange, it was obvious that young Lord Gu had a good impression of her, so why was she standing to the side without any intention of chatting with him? Father, the blood in her face had long disappeared. Su Qingge couldn't help but shake her head when she realized she had no way of explaining the matter to her father. How could Gu Changge be interested in her? He said those words just to mess with Yi Chen. She couldn't understand what kind of grudge existed between Yi Chen and Gu Changge, for Gu Changge to deliberately humiliate him like that. What she did know, however, was the fact that she would better not offend Gu Changge right now. How could he, with his esteemed status, possibly lack favored daughters of heaven around him? Su Qingge wasn't dumb, she understood her place and worth in the world. Sigh. Taishan Holy Lord wasn't foolish either, and he could guess a thing or two from his daughter's expression. He couldn't help but worry more than ever. Su Chinga felt uncomfortable as she heard her father's sigh. She knew his temperament well, and knew that he wouldn't have done all that if he didn't have some unspoken trouble plaguing his mind. With her eyes watching Gu Changa, she gritted her teeth after a moment of hesitation and decided to put down her pride to accompany him after the banquet ended. After all, everything that happened today could be attributed to her if one analyzed the events. Unfortunately, Gu Changa didn't give her a single glance throughout the banquet, and soon left for his resting palace. While chatting with Chu Xian, the mention of the moon, and his invitation to appreciate it together, appeared to be nothing more than a joke right now. Of course, Gu Changa was joking. He didn't have the time to accompany Su Chinga in watching the moon or whatever together. Although a forcefully plucked melon could quench one's thirst, quenching his thirst with this specific melon meant receiving a fortune backlash. Who could guarantee he won't end up in the belly of some random crab demon from a random dimension? The risk was too great. Su Chinga might be gorgeous, and her fluttering, white dress might make her look like a fairy who descended from the ninth heaven, but she still wasn't worth the loss. And as Su Chinga was stupefied as she watched Gu Changa walk away like that, she hadn't even had the chance to say what she wanted to say. She was left rooted to her spot. Although her personality was on the colder side and she rarely talked more than a few words, this was the first time she met someone who disregarded her so much. One must know that every time Yi Chen got the opportunity to converse with her, he would be left excited and gleeful for a long time. Su Chinga couldn't help but sigh in her heart as she tried to think of other methods to salvage their situation. This Gu Changa is indeed elusive. He's far more interesting than that Yi Chen. A playful female voice sounded in Su Chinga's mind at this time. Although the voice seemed heavenly at first, one would find it laced with a baleful evil if they paid attention. Still, Su Chinga wasn't surprised as she had long been familiar with the voice. Her face showed no change. This voice had accompanied her from the moment of her birth. It was a secret that not even her father was privy to. One body, two souls, late at night. Gu Changa was in his resting quarters. Suddenly, a black-clothed man with a vague-looking face emerged out of the thin air. "How's the investigation?" Gu Changa, who was sitting on the couch, withdrew his consciousness from the system and asked with a deep gaze. "My lord, it's as you concluded." The Taishan Holy Lord called Su Chinga over and explained his reasoning and difficulties to her. "What are his difficulties?" Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. The black-clothed man respectfully explained, "The strongest elder of Taishan Holy Land known today already perished some 300 years ago. It's just that news wasn't leaked to the outside world, or even inside the sect. Right now, the Taishan Holy Lord is desperately trying to find a new backer to rely on. Other than that Taishan Holy Lord's wife was a noble woman from the upper realm who was captured by the force behind her and brought back to the upper realm against her will. The Holy Lord wanted to use Su Chinga to develop a connection with you, so he could find his wife's whereabouts." "Ho! I didn't expect to have guessed it all right." Gu Changa smirked. He had changed his mind a while ago. Since Su Chinga was the heroine of the story, there must be something more special about her. It was because of this that he let the old man in black go out and gather information. The old man was called Old Ming, Gu Changa's personal guard on his trip to the lower realm. He was unfathomable expert, let alone the Taishan Holy Land. The entire Eastern Desolate probably didn't have a place where this black-clothed old man couldn't go. Chapter 7, Novice Gift Pack, System, Upgrade. Gu Changa fell into deep thought after hearing about Su Chinga's situation. "My lord, there's something I don't understand." Old Ming had a face full of doubt. He was quite familiar with Gu Changa's temperament after following him for a while. Everything the young lord did had some reason. Every situation was carefully crafted by him even if someone couldn't see it. What he wanted to understand was why his young lord let the Yi Chen off after only suppressing him once. It was normal for Old Ming to have that question. After transmigrating and fusing with the memories of the original, it wasn't hard for Gu Changa to arrange his words to not give himself away. Regarding that, Gu Changa's eyes were still indifferent, and he enunciated each word slowly, "That Yi Chen is blessed with great fortune, so I might be able to get a fortuitous opportunity through him." These words weren't incorrect. After all, Yi Chen had much fortune that had to be shaved off his body. What's more, the heavens must have arranged quite a few fortuitous opportunities for these favored children. Wouldn't he be a disgrace if he didn't use these radars to obtain all those opportunities? Gu Changa couldn't help but shake his head as he thought about this. So that's how it is. Old Ming nodded in surprise. His young lord was hailed as a godchild from the moment of his birth. He could see through what many of the older generation monsters couldn't, so Old Ming had no reason to doubt his words. After all, his young lord looking to widen his horizons was a mere front for the people. The real reason he descended upon the mortal world was to look for a heavenly opportunity. Go to the dungeon and closely observe Yi Chen's every move, but no matter what happens, don't interfere. Gu Changa ordered after thinking about something. He had somewhat figured out how he could shave off fortune value from the favored children of heaven. Fighting them was one method, stealing their opportunities was another. Some matters, such as relationships, weren't under the direct protection of his Lord Father, the heavens, like before, when he drove a wedge between the heroine, Su Chinga, and Yi Chen. I will do as my lord commands. Old Ming responded, and then his figure disappeared into the thin air. Gu Changa, on the other hand, considered obliterating Yi Chen's fortune through the heroine, Su Chinga, that looked like a good method. Back in the hall, he had easily destroyed Yi Chen's mental state through Su Chinga. That made it clear to him that destroying the relationship between the favored son of heaven and the heroine of his story was a viable counter. Furthermore, he could use some tricks on Su Chinga, too. Now that he knew of her weakness, Su Chinga's 300 plus fortune value, it makes me salivate. Gu Changa's expression changed as he shook his head and thought about this matter. He was becoming more and more comfortable with his current identity. In the next moment, he called out to the system and the attribute panel appeared in front of him. Host, Gu Changa identity. True disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline, devil heart, Dao bone cultivation, saint, completion stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao codex myriad changes, demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art, destiny points, 550 fortune value, 30, dark, system shop, unopened, unlocks. After you reach 1000 destiny points, warehouse, novice gift pack X1, to be received, novice gift pack? Gu Changa's mind churned as he wondered how he forgot about this piece of information. How had he not noticed the existence of this warehouse before? Would you like to receive the novice gift pack? The system prompted. Gu Changa sneered in his heart. How was it possible for him to not receive it right away now that he knew about its existence? Receive. Gu Changa's heart thumped. Shwa. Soon, a dazzling box radiating with divine, golden light appeared in front of his eyes and slowly opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having great luck. You have obtained Domain Traversing Talisman X1, 5-colored Mystic Vest X1, 1/3 fragment of a World Seed X1. The system's prompt rang in his ears. Gu Changa found that the novice gift pack was no different from a lottery box, something that depended on luck. And although he had a dark fortune, it didn't seem to affect the system. All of the items seemed pretty good. The Domain Traversing Talisman did what the name suggested. It let one break out of a domain, or traverse from one domain to another. The 5-colored Mystic Vest was a defensive artifact. As Gu Changa read its introduction, he realized that it was quite a powerful artifact that could withstand a full-powered blow from a false god realm powerhouse. Mortal physique, spirit, ocean, spirit, palace, transcendent, great, transcendent, saint, conferred, lord, conferred, king, false god. These were the cultivation realms Gu Changa was familiar with. As for realms beyond the false god realm, those belonged to the worlds beyond, and couldn't be described in simple terms. They held might that could even overturn heaven and earth. Immediately, Gu Changa put on the 5-colored Mystic Vest. From the outside, it looked like a silverish inner shirt made of some strange material. With the hazy brilliance flowing around it, it looked like some garment for the immortals. Apart from having an extraordinary appearance, there was nothing special about it. After that, he checked the introduction of the 1/3 fragment of the World Seed. A complete World Seed, when refined, can nourish a world of its own inside one's body, with a self-sustaining ecosystem of life and death. Creating a world inside your body? Now that's interesting. This thing could be called a godly treasure. Gu Changa's eyes lit up as he thought about how it could be used for escape if he encountered a crisis in the future. A world within one's body was a good place for hiding. After all, no one could guarantee they would never end up in a precarious situation without a way out. It was a pity that he only received a third of it. Gu Changa sighed. Forget it, I will think about it in the future. For now, I should increase my cultivation instead of fretting over external assistance. In the vast heaven and earth, personal strength was what truly mattered in the end. No one will hinder him from increasing his cultivation. System, add points. You could call it personal strength if it was obtained through your hard-earned destiny points, right? Chapter 8, Cutting Leaks, Yi Chen's Hidden Grandpa, Vilfix Crib. Leak is a slang for a foolish consumer. Cutting a leak means taking advantage of a consumer to earn easy bucks. Heavenly Immortal Tao Codex. Gu Chang'e practiced this cultivation technique. Heavenly Immortal Tao Codex was a pinnacle cultivation technique that only the true disciples of the Heavenly Immortal Tao Palace could come into contact with. Saying that this immortal technique was the foundation of the Heavenly Immortal Tao Palace, and the reason for their current esteemed status, wouldn't be incorrect. It was hard to count the number of immortal sects, clans, and supreme orthodoxies that desired this technique in the upper realm. Gu Chang'e had already cultivated this technique to its 6th layer, and stood at the top among his peers in the upper realm. However, even with his prodigious talent, his original hadn't taken another step forward for more than half a year already. It wasn't easy to break through to the next stage. After all, since destiny points can raise the level of all attributes, then increasing my comprehension of this cultivation technique should automatically give my cultivation base the final push for breakthrough, right? That was Gu Chang'e's simple idea, and he even had a huge sum of 550 destiny points to bring it to fruition. System, jack me up. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Gu Chang'e felt a breath of fresh air flow through his limbs. At the same time, he felt a peculiar change in his mind that couldn't be described in words. It was the addition of insights about the Heavenly Immortal Tao Codex that had swallowed all of his attention. At the same time, the destiny points fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Boom! Finally, with a thundering explosion, Gu Chang'e broke through to the 7th layer of the Heavenly Immortal Tao Codex. Suddenly, a majestic force of oppression descended upon the palace where Gu Chang'e was resting. The surroundings turned dead silent, while the guards in charge of the area shivered with fright. The two looked back and spoke with quivering voices. Where did such a terrifying breath come from? It's as if a great devil is hidden in that palace. Mind your words. Don't utter what shan't be uttered. Cold sweat soaked their bodies and the two could barely keep themselves on their feet. Was the young lord cultivating? How terrifying he was. Is this the might of a conferred lord? How terrifying, indeed. Inside the palace, Gu Chang'e took in a deep breath and chuckled. The air in front of him rumbled in a terrifying manner, and an even scarier aura enveloped his being and diffused into the surroundings. Gu Chang'e felt as if his blood, flesh, and bones were tempered as he watched the light shining out from his body. The devil and the Tao permeated through his heart and bones. Not only had this breakthrough improved Gu Chang'e's cultivation, but it had also brought his various talents to newer heights. Even the strength of his physical body had soared. Devil heart and Tao bone, they were unparalleled together. Of course, from the memories of his original, he knew that these would end up getting him pitted against another favored son of heaven in the future. Wait, she should be a favored daughter of heaven. The devil heart belonged to him, the Tao bone didn't. Damn, this Heavenly Immortal Tao Codex must be quite high-leveled for it to consume so many destiny points just to improve by a single layer. Gu Chang'e couldn't laugh for long. Although it felt good to break through, and the feeling of power and control that came with it was exhilarating, he had lost all of his hard-earned destiny points in the process. Still, it must mean that his Heavenly Tao Immortal Codex was a top-tier cultivation technique. The claim that it was a technique that could directly help one ascend to godhood might not be an understatement. Whatever, there's still that leak, Yi Chen, waiting for me to cut it. I certainly won't lack destiny points by the time I am done with it. Gu Chang'e got over the feeling of loss within moments. After all, there were more points where these came from. And although that Yi Chen looked ugly and battered in the eyes of others after his humiliation, but to Gu Chang'e, he was a juicy leek waiting to be crunched in the dungeon. A humid air mixed with the smell of rotting corpses spread in the dimly lit dungeon of the Taishan Holy Land. In one of the many cells, Yi Chen sat on the ground with a blank and sluggish expression. With his cultivation base sealed, and his limbs shackled, he had yet to recover from the great humiliation he suffered today. He had never suffered such disgrace like today, not even when his ex-fiancée humiliated him 3 years ago. No matter what predicament he encountered, or what desperate situation he landed himself in, he had always survived and come out on top. Yet today, nothing had gone in his favor. Gu Chang'e, Yi Chen's reddened eyes glared at the ceiling as he shouted his adversary's name with great hatred. Gu Chang'e's indifference as he watched him, Yi Chen, with eyes no different from when someone watched an ant from high above, made him frantic and aggrieved. He couldn't stand the shame. Little Chen, at this time, a pleasant-sounding voice came from the ring on Yi Chen's finger, taking him aback. Immediately, rage and unwillingness clouded his face as he recalled what had transpired. Master, where were you? Why didn't you respond when I called for you? Yi Chen vented all his resentment at his master. Although all of his achievements today could be attributed to this master in his ring, the events that transpired in the hall today had already chilled Yi Chen's heart. His master, who was extremely reliable on ordinary days, suddenly disappeared at such a critical moment. Was she also afraid of that Gu Chang'e? Little Chen, hear me first, it's not as you think. A faint figure of a woman with a bitter smile appeared from the ring. She didn't mind Yi Chen taking out his anger at her, but she did, indeed, have her reasons for not responding to him at that time. There was a terrifying existence hidden in the shadows at that time whose divine consciousness enveloped the entire hall. I was worried that the person might be related to the power behind my fall, so I dared not show up, the woman in the ring explained. She was merely a remnant spirit trapped in a ring, so there wasn't much that she could do either way. If her enemies discovered her due to her negligence, then that would be the end of the road for her. She had to be cautious with every move she made. Yi Chen calmed down quite fast after venting his frustration. He couldn't help but be shocked as he heard his master's explanation, so he asked, no wonder that Gu Chang'e subdued the Taishan Holy Lord so easily. Did he really come from the upper realm? Yi Chen knew his master's origin. She was once a mighty existence in the upper realm who was hunted by others to death. In the end, she could only survive as a remnant spirit that fell into the lower realm and possessed a ring, which was later acquired by him. He had never expected Gu Chang'e's background to be so terrifying. Yi Chen fell silent, weakened and at a loss of what to do. Did he really have to give up on Su Qingde and watch her fall into that pit of fire? Yi Chen clenched his fists, unwilling to accept that thought. Chapter 9, Yan Ji. In order to capture, one must let loose, inside the icy dungeon. Yi Chen and his illusory master discussed methods to get themselves out of the confinement. This matter needs long-term considerations. Not only is Gu Chang'e's origin terrifying, but there's also a monstrous figure hidden behind him. No matter what happens, you can't fight him head-on. Try not to be as reckless as today in the future. Yi Chen's master instructed. His master was a woman named Yan Ji. She had a translucent figure, with a strange but ethereal pair of scarlet pupils. A cautious expression adored her beautiful visage. Although she was only a remnant spirit now, one could tell from a glance that she had once been a mighty behemoth. Forgive me, master. I understand. Yi Chen couldn't help but regret now that he had calmed down. He shouldn't have taken out his anger on his lovely master. Fortunately for him, his master wasn't enraged, and instead, calmed him down. Her actions moved Yi Chen's heart. Of course, he ignored her words about his recklessness or whatever. Yi Chen would never admit he was in the wrong. What's more, he had already figured out a countermeasure back then. It's just that his master went missing at a critical moment. Master, I understand. I will lay low from today onward and wait until I am stronger to kill that Gu Chang'e in the future. Yi Chen swore through gritted teeth. He had thought a lot about this and decided that he couldn't let this matter go. He had a feeling that Su Qingde hadn't done all that willingly. Instead, she was pressed by some difficult situation. To put it in other words, Gu Chang'e had forced her. Yan Ji frowned inside in her heart as she listened to Yi Chen's words and saw his expression. She believed that Yi Chen's mind was still too immature. For a woman, he had provoked someone he couldn't rival. If one looked at the events without bias, then that Gu Chang'e had done nothing wrong. Was it his fault if the Taishan Holy Land wanted to suck up to him? It's just that Yi Chen was a disciple she had personally accepted, and her awakening was a result of her devouring the spirit he bitterly cultivated during his early years. Yan Ji decided not to say anything to him on account of all that. There are a lot of big shots imprisoned in this dungeon, so we might be able to use them to get out of here. Yi Chen thought to himself, unwilling to rot to death in a place like this. Since the Taishan Holy Land wasn't righteous, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The bitterness in Yi Chen's heart couldn't be suppressed. The conversation between the two happened secretly, but what no one knew was that a pair of indifferent eyes witnessed the subtle movements from the shadows. Old Ming had deliberately concealed his presence. Although Yan Ji was a mighty behemoth in the past, she couldn't find him now that she was just a remnant spirit. Can the young lord really get a fortuitous opportunity through this guy? Or is it from that remnant spirit? Could they be a spirit of some strong existence? Old Ming frowned. No matter how he stared at him, he couldn't find anything extraordinary about that Yi Chen. The only thing that stood out was the ring on his hand, which gave out a faint spiritual fluctuation, as well as the exchange through sound transmission showing that there was an expert backing this Yi Chen. However, Gu Changa had ordered him to observe Yi Chen's every move without interfering, so old Ming didn't mind the small details anymore. 3 days passed in a blink. Everyone in the Taishan Holy Land seemed to have forgotten Yi Chen's imprisonment. With Gu Changa not mentioning anything about him, the others didn't dare think about him either. It wouldn't be excessive even if Yi Chen was locked in the dungeon and aged to death, who asked him to offend an existence beyond his capabilities. Gu Changa, on the other hand, was riveted by joy. Over the last 3 days, old Ming gave him a daily report of everything that happened in the dungeon. Gu Changa had almost completely figured out the matter about Yi Chen and his so-called powerful grandpa. The people might be different, but the plot and the cliché weren't. All of Yi Chen's current achievements weren't just due to his game-breaking fortune. He had definitely relied on this mysterious backer for his attainments a lot of the time. Without this portable grandpa, Yi Chen wouldn't amount to anything more than a fart. Gu Change had thought of taking a shot at snatching the ring from Yi Chen, but he was worried about the possible ramifications. The probability of that grandpa risking annihilation of his remnant soul to help Yi Chen escape was not low. That worry wasn't unfounded if one took into account Yi Chen's overpowered fortune. There was almost no way for him to succeed. Who knows? He and old Ming might even be the ones ending up dead. How about I do something like instigating discord between these master and disciple? But won't that be too evil even for a villain like me? No. 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 I am doing it all for destiny points and honest cultivation. Gu Changa soon decided his next move, and convinced himself with self-righteous words. He was moved by his own wit. Right at this time, one of guards outside his quarters deferentially reported, "My lord, Her Royal Highness, the Holy Maiden, is requesting an audience." His words brought Gu Changa back to his senses. The smile on his face disappeared, restoring his indifference, and he commanded in a low voice, "Let her in." Whether he wanted it or not, Gu Changa had to see through his villainous identity and act to the end that he had ignored Suchinga for 3 days, and now, it was finally time to meet her. Gu Changa had read through uncountable online novels in his previous life, so it wasn't hard for him to figure out a method to deal with a prodigious and prideful heroine like Suchinga. What's more, he knew her weakness, so it was even easier to subdue her. First, he would test her patience and wear down her temper. After all, he wasn't one of those horny mutts who couldn't hold themselves from wishing to mount a bitch where they saw it, even if it meant ingratiating themselves. And weren't there those words that went like this: in order to capture, one must let loose first, give a little light when they have reached the verge of despair and darkness. One must know that the Taishan Holy Lord had been full of gloom over the last 3 days. He couldn't help but sigh and groan again and again. As for the reason? His daughter had somehow offended young Lord Gu. Taishan Holy Lord obviously didn't have the guts to ask Gu Changa why he was unhappy. Suchinga, on the other hand, was a filial daughter who naturally didn't want to watch her father bear such a heavy burden. That was one of her weaknesses, and Gu Changa had seen through it. Chingda greets young Lord Gu. A charming voice fell into Gu Changa's ears, followed by a burst of a pleasant scent. Suchinga appeared a little apprehensive as she slowly walked inside the room. She couldn't pretend to be calm the way she did a few days ago. Chapter 10, Attacking the Heart. The heroine begins to surrender. As a heroine meant to stand side by side with a favored son of heaven, it was indeed hard to find any flaw in Suchinga's unblemished appearance. She had delicate and exquisitely carved features. Her eyes rippled like spring water in autumn, and her willow-like eyebrows appeared to be drawn by the hands of a divine artist. Her supple black hair and delightful, lily-white visage appeared ethereal as they radiated a fascinating charm. She wore an alluring, green dress that fluttered with her every gesture, and made her look like a fairy untouched by the dust of the corrupted world around her. Her tranquil, holy temperament couldn't be put into words. She was like an immortal maiden who accidentally fell into the mortal world from the highest heaven, but today, some worry could be seen adorning her lovely face. After all, she had requested an audience with Gu Changa multiple times over the last 3 days, and only now did he deign to let her in front of him. His indifference made it really hard for her to guess Gu Changa's true intentions. The men she met in the past were similar to Yi Chen, who admired her from the bottom of their hearts. They treated her like a goddess, and made sure to only watch her from afar, never daring to get close to her. It was the first time she had met someone like Gu Changa who ignored her existence. His lack of interest worried Suchinga, and she feared that she might end up ramming into an immovable wall even if she could meet him. Still, her heart couldn't waver. She had discussed various solutions with her other soul over the last 3 days. By now, she had figured out a method to restore the status quo, or at least, to have him let them off. I wonder what matter Holy Maiden Chinga might want to discuss with this Gu. Gu Changa opened his eyes and asked with a low voice. The look in his eyes was deep and unconcerned, as if a god overlooking everything underneath him. He naturally knew what Su Chinga wanted, but there was no way he would say it out first. He had to let Su Chinga say it herself. One couldn't be gentle with their prey. After all, after his analysis, Gu Changa concluded that Su Chinga's status as the heroine was the source of the great fortune around her. And that realization made him wonder, what happens if the heroine willingly surrenders to the villain? Gu Changa couldn't help but feel his curiosity soar as that question popped up in his mind, and different from Yi Chen, Su Chinga was someone whose weakness was completely grasped by him, so it was much easier to win her over. Chinga came here to apologize to young Lord Gu for what happened 3 days ago. Su Chinga looked at Gu Changa and spoke with great resolve. She had wanted to do this since day one, but Gu Changa hadn't given her a single chance. Oh? Why would Holy Maiden Chinga need to apologize to this Gu? Without a change in his expression, Gu Changa responded to her with a question of his own. The incident with Yi Chen happened because of me, but I didn't explain myself to young Lord Gu. It was all Chinga's fault. It had to be said that Su Chinga was a clever woman who knew what words to say where. Since hiding the truth from Gu Changa wasn't possible, the best option was to be straightforward and explain the truth with her own mouth. She explained to Gu Changa how she got acquainted with Yi Chen, how Yi Chen never concealed his admiration for her, and whatever other whatnot. She had no choice but to confess everything before Gu Changa to show her sincerity. This woman is somewhat interesting. Gu Changa couldn't help but show some interest in her. To be honest, he was a little surprised by her actions. Even Yi Chen couldn't have expected Su Chinga would go ahead and tell all of this to Gu Changa. Only a woman this clever could be said to be a true heroine. She was completely different from those ornamental vases who only had pretty faces and slutty bodies to their names. She knew how and when to avoid misfortune. Now that her sex in trouble, there's no way she would do something stupid. She could see the correct path and knew what to do. Gu Changa was the Taishan Holy Land's greatest hope. There was no way she would offend Gu Changa for Yi Chen. After all, desperate circumstances call for desperate measures. Gu Changa couldn't help but admire her. Of course, it was pure appreciation, and not ravenous lust. Ding. Su Chinga's temperament has changed. Yi Chen's fortune decreased by 40 points. Host's destiny points increased by 200 points. A system prompt suddenly sounded. Gu Changa couldn't help but squint his eyes with interest. It appeared that changing the hearts of the characters related to the favored son of heaven could, indeed, shave off their fortune and give him destiny points. With this, many of his considerations were simplified. Why are you telling me all this? Do you think I have any interest in your life story? Or, do you want to take this opportunity to make me let go of that Yi Chen? Still, Gu Changa's merciless words held no pity, and a faint smirk could be seen adorning his visage. Although Su Chinga had anticipated such a result already, her face still paled, and she explained herself in a hurry. I dare not. Chinga knows the difference between herself and young Lord, and understands that it's not possible for her to enter the eyes of young Lord Gu. Chinga said all that to show her sincerity before young Lord, and Chinga hopes that young Lord won't mind the events that transpired that day. As for Yi Chen, Chinga has no intention of interfering in that matter. Young Lord Gu needn't worry. Oh. Yi Chen is infatuated with you to the point that he even went against the Taishan Holy Land for you, yet this is how you decide to answer his actions? Gu Changa asked with a playful smile and watched on. Su Chinga couldn't help but show a momentary grimace after hearing his words, but she had already resolved herself. Everything I do is for the sect. Nothing is more important than the sect that was painstakingly developed by my father. Su Chinga's eyes dimmed as she spoke those words. Gu Changa, on the other hand, still had an indifferent expression and didn't speak anything in response. Inside his heart, however, he was roaring with laughter. Attacking the heart was, indeed, a wonderful method. Young Lord Gu, there's actually one more thing Chinga has to tell you. Chinga has the mysterious Nine Maiden physique. No one knows this except for Chinga. After seeing no change in Gu Changa's expression even after everything she said, she decided to reveal the secret to him. She had revealed her greatest secret before him just to show him her sincerity. Mysterious Nine Maiden physique? The physique that's said to make the best human cauldron? Carrot 1, there was naturally a record about the mysterious Nine Maiden physique in Gu Changa's memories. It surprised him when Su Chinga suddenly revealed such a secret before him, but soon, Gu Changa understood her considerations behind such a desperate step. This secret could be regarded as Su Chinga's trump card. And with her proactively revealing her secret like this, it could be seen that she had been completely sincere with her apology just now. Couldn't this be considered as the heroine's first step towards surrendering to the villain? Ding. Su Chinga's heart has begun to surrender. Yi Chen's fortune decreased by 40 points. Host's destiny points increased by 200 points. At the same time, the system's prompt rang once more. Ji Yuchanga never expected that the process of making Su Chinga surrender before him would be so smooth sailing. With this blow, Yi Chen's fortune value had easily dropped to almost 300 points. Carrot 1, a human cauldron is pretty much a slave that's used to improve the cultivation of their captor through sexual cultivation techniques. Women are pretty much treated as fleshlights/cum dumpsters/meat toilets that give you a boost every time you rape them and use a sexual cultivation technique in the process. Men are pretty much cum pistols that are used until every shot is sucked out of them. Every time the human cauldron is raped, they lose their yin, female/young, male, essence, which is also the essence of their life. Once that's sucked out from them completely, they pretty much die and get dumped in some ditch. Who knows? They might even get thrown into a real cauldron to make some kind of pill if their misfortune is high enough. Chapter 11, Believing in the Young Lord's Character, Self-Correction is Good. 2. Su Chinga had revealed her secret after thoroughly thinking over the matter. She, herself, wasn't dumb, and there was also the other soul inside her body, Su Hui, who had helped her think about various solutions and provided her with great advice. Ji Yuchanga's temperament was something they couldn't grasp. Sometimes, he would be like a frosty god overlooking everything without a hint of emotion in his eyes, and other times, he played tricks on others like a well-established jester. His thoughts and actions couldn't be predicted. He was different from Yi Chen, who could be read like an open book, and it was precisely this unpredictable behavior of his that filled Su Chinga's heart with unease. After much thought, this was the only method she thought would make him trust in her sincerity. Many old monsters will most definitely target her as soon as her mysterious Nining maiden physique got exposed. The lure of the highest tier human cauldron wasn't small. Revealing her trump card before Gu Changa was her way of telling him that she wasn't being two-faced in front of him. Su Chinga believed that Gu Changa would understand the meaning behind her actions. All that was left was to watch Gu Changa's reaction to all of this. Mysterious Nining maiden physique. It's a great physique if used as a human cauldron, but are you sure you want to tell me about it? Gu Changa's voice sounded, but no emotion could be deduced from his flat tone. Su Chinga lowered her head and said in an almost inaudible tone, Chinga believes that young Lord Gu is an upright person with great integrity. Of course, those were merely empty words. What integrity did Gu Changa have? His strength and temperament might be deep and elusive, but he looked like a villain. No matter how Su Chinga looked at him, she couldn't see any good in his person. Such insincere words. Gu Changa chuckled. Su Chinga pursed her lips and did not respond. Ji Yuchanga looked at her from head to toe. He had to admit that the female heroine sitting in front of him looked quite tantalizing. She had delicate and exquisitely carved features. Her eyes rippled like spring water in autumn, and her willow-like eyebrows appeared to be drawn by the hands of a divine artist. Her supple black hair and delightful, lily-white visage appeared ethereal as they radiated a fascinating charm. The anxiousness covering her face did nothing to decrease her allure. Instead, it compounded the desire of the onlooker. Ji Yuchanga wasn't an honorable saint who had no desire for the pleasures of the flesh. What's more, he neither asked nor threatened Su Chinga for this. She was the one who offered herself to him on a silver platter. No one should be able to say anything even if he ate her whole right here and now. System, I shouldn't suffer a fortune backlash if she's the one offering herself to me, right? Of course, Gu Changa still consulted with the system first. The world was vast, but he only had a single life. He didn't have the protagonist's immense fortune, after all. He was a villain, and a villain must tread cautiously. As long as it doesn't endanger his life, he will have no qualms enjoying Su Chinga's meaty hotpot. As for what she thought about him, he didn't give a damn about that. He already wanted to pluck this melon the moment he saw her immense fortune, but he was afraid of getting struck by a fortune backlash. But now that the melon delivered itself to be plucked, fortune shouldn't fuck him over, right? The heroine's fortune is still too high, and she hasn't completely surrendered to the host yet. There's a high chance host will suffer from a fortune backlash if you try to have a physical relationship with the heroine right now. The system explained. Alright, he had expected this result already. The traitorous, dogshit fortune. Gu Chang'e estimated that a bunch of crab monsters had their attention focused on him from their random dimensions. He knew something this good couldn't come so easy. Of course, there was no change to his expression, and he said without a single tremor in his flat tone, "About your mysterious Nining maiden physique, the school will act as if he never heard about it. If the holy maiden wants to impress the school by this, then please return. Lady, have some self-respect." His expression showed his indifference and disdain as he continued, "I need to focus on my cultivation now, so I can't entertain you anymore, holy maiden." Tut. 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 Gu Chang'e couldn't help but admire his acting skills. If the system had an independent mind of its own, it would have most certainly cursed Gu Chang'e for his shamelessness. Who was asking him whether he could eat up the other party just now? Young Lord Gu Chang'e's unexpected response stunned Su Qingde as visible disbelief appeared on her face. Su Qingde had prepared herself for the worst outcome when she came to visit him. Although it was humiliating and her heart wasn't all that willing, she knew that she had no other choice left now. Gu Chang'e's response, however, caught her off guard. Of course, she was more relieved than stupefied. This Gu Chang'e is unpredictable, indeed. I can't guess any of his thoughts. At this moment, the other soul inside her body spoke up. The two thought the same right now. Contrary to what I thought, young Lord Gu didn't take advantage of our vulnerability. It seems I was biased and vilified him, thinking of him like that. It seems I was too narrow-minded. Su Qingde couldn't help but reprimand herself after leaving Gu Chang'e's place. Unbeknownst to her, her mood had brightened up, and she didn't look as lifeless and anxious as before. And as Su Qingde thought about the recent happenings, she realized that young Lord Gu had indeed done nothing wrong. She was sent to his palace the night before that, but he hadn't given her as much as a glance. It was as if he couldn't be bothered by her existence. She couldn't understand how she failed to see all that with her shrewdness. It seemed that she had muddled her judgment because of the bias and pressure she bore over the last few days. Su Qingde couldn't help but feel guilt rise in her heart as she thought about everything. Why did she even believe that Gu Chang'e was an evil person before? Ding. Su Qingde's opinion of the host has changed. Fortune value increased by 20 points. Destiny points increased by 100 points. The system prompt suddenly rang in Gu Chang'e's mind, and he was left speechless by the system's message. Was Su Qingde trying to self-correct her thoughts and beliefs regarding him, rationalizing all of his actions? But that was good, too. It's just that Gu Chang'e hadn't thought his first bucket of fortune value would come from the heroine, instead of the protagonist. Well, it didn't matter where he got it from. What's more, he had earned quite a large amount destiny points today. His heart burst with joy over the great haul. 400 points, 200 points, 100 points. All in all, he made a total of 700 destiny points without breaking a sweat. More than that, he had kicked Yi Chen's fortune around 300 points. It won't be long before the fortune around this favored son of heaven disappeared and he perished under his hand. Gu Chang'e's mood brightened up. Still, he didn't rush to use these 700 destiny points. He was going to save up a 1,000 points to open the system mall. He must see what great stuff could be obtained from inside there. Although he wasn't lacking in mystical abilities and techniques, but what if he could get something even stronger from the system? Won't he soar to heaven faster with that? And now that his preparations were almost done, it was time for him to start with Yi Chen's grandpa. Chapter 12, Instigating Discord, the dumb protagonist, inside the dim and damp dungeon. Yi Chen cut a sorry figure with his drooping head and unkempt hair. He had suffered much over the last 3 days of solitude. There was no one guarding his cell, nor did anyone come to visit him. It was as if the world had abandoned him. His hatred for Gu Chang'e had gone through the roof, and he couldn't wait to cut the man in a million pieces. But suddenly, a shocked expression appeared on Yi Chen's face as he saw the person he had cursed countless times over the last 3 days. The one person he didn't want to see was heading towards his direction, led by a disciple of Taishan Holy Land. Young Lord Gu, everything will be according to your desire. This is where we imprisoned Yi Chen during this time. Gu Chang'e walked behind the disciple and soon arrived before Yi Chen's cell. I see. You may leave now. Gu Chang'e indifferently nodded to the disciple, and the disciple dared not stay after he heard the command. Now was a good time to see how well the protagonist, Yi Chen, was doing now. Just one look was enough for him to know that Yi Chen had gone through quite a miserable time after his imprisonment. To please him, the Taishan Holy Land had commanded Yi Chen to be kept in complete solitude, to the point that he wasn't even given a drop of water over the last 3 days. The favored son of heaven had a disheveled appearance, and he looked pitiful beyond measure. Of course, Gu Changa had no intention of showing him any mercy. After all, the moment Yi Chen obtained the ability to deal with him, he would undoubtedly not let him off. There was no way Yi Chen could wait to scatter his ashes in the world. Gu Changa, what do you want? Yi Chen roared towards Gu Changa, feeling that his adversary had arrived with evil intentions. His subconscious mind believed that Gu Changa had arrived to end his life. Obviously, I came to see you. Ah. That's not right, to be precise, I came to see your master. Gu Changa smiled and bluntly pointed out Yi Chen's secret. You, what do you mean? I don't understand what you are talking about. Yi Chen's complexion paled, and he panicked. Gu Changa's sudden words had stunned him. After all, how could Gu Changa know about his master's existence? It was a secret no one apart from him knew about. Yi Chen's couldn't help but feel his limbs turn cold. In front of Gu Changa, he felt like an ant that couldn't hide any of its secrets. Don't try to pretend. Do you think you can trick me with that expression on your face? Gu Changa sneered, and then continued, Senior, are you not going to show yourself? Or do you want to tide through this using petty tricks? An elder like you doing something like that won't look good. As Gu Changa said those words, his gaze landed on the ring on Yi Chen's finger. This one look from him made Yi Chen's heart sink. Not only did Gu Changa knew about his master's existence, but he could also tell where his master hid. Is there a need for young Lord Gu to embarrass me like this? A faint sigh sounded from Yi Chen's ring at this time. Although the voice sounded pleasant, one could hear a sense of helplessness lacing her words. As the words fell, a burst of red flashed in front of Gu Changa, and a figure dressed in red appeared out of thin air. Master? Yi Chen's expression changed. He hadn't thought his master would show up on her own initiative. Her sudden actions increased the unease in his heart. Oh. So this is what Senior looked like. Gu Changa's expression didn't change, but he couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He thought Yi Chen had a portable grandpa, but it turns out he got himself a portable beauty. Those scarlet pupils and that alluring face, the heavens sure blessed this Yi Chen with some dogshit fortune to have such a gorgeous master. Well, whatever, she will soon belong to him. I wonder what this one can do for young Lord Gu. Yanji asked with a soft voice laced with a cold tone. She didn't want to show up, but she had no choice. Since this Gu Changa could figure out her existence, then he would naturally also have some means to force her out. Instead of letting the other party force her out, it would be better if she took the initiative and showed herself. It's nothing much, really. I was just curious about the expert behind Yi Chen, and wanted to know who the senior might be. Gu Changa replied as if the truth was what he said. At least, from the surface, no one could see through his real thoughts. Both Yanji and Yi Chen were like so. Though it was like that, Yi Chen believed that Gu Changa came to see them with some vile intentions. That he glared at Gu Changa with eyes full of hatred and murderous desires. Yanji couldn't figure out Gu Changa's true intentions either, so she could only raise her guard. Then, is young Lord Gu satisfied now that he has seen me? As you can see, I am nothing more than a woman's fleeting ghost. I am no expert like you say. Yanji's frosty voice sounded again. You helped someone as dumb as Yi Chen obtain all of his current achievements, so why would you humble yourself like that, senior? Since ancient times, how many pearls have been buried by dust? What do they say? A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, a virtuous official chooses a worthy lord. Senior, won't you be wasting your talent if you keep staying by Yi Chen's side? Gu Changa showed a sincere smile as he finished his speech full of facts. Just now, he had secretly calculated whether he could forcefully take away the ring from Yi Chen's hand, but trying to act on his thoughts had immediately filled his heart with a strong sense of danger. Gu Changa couldn't help but curse his dogshit misfortune. On his face, however, he showed no signs of abnormality. Gu Changa, who are you calling dumb? Yi Chen's face turned green as he heard Gu Changa's words full of contempt. Worse was the fact that this bastard held no scruples as he tried to poach his master right in front of him. This Gu Changa was too despicable and shameless. Still, Yi Chen couldn't help but panic. What was he going to do if his master really abandoned him? He couldn't imagine his fate if that happened. On the other hand, Gu Changa's words also stunned Yanji. Although it's true that Yi Chen was somewhat dull, he still had other good qualities like his perseverance, bravery, tenacity, and whatnot. Moreover, she had awakened thanks to Yi Chen, so she couldn't just abandon him over those few words from him.
Just what did Gu Chang'e mean by doing this, instigating discord? Yan Ji's complexion changed and she quickly reacted.
Instigating discord might be Gu Chang'e's true purpose in visiting them and saying all those words, though she could see this much, Yi Chen probably couldn't. In the end, he was indeed as Gu Chang'e described him, a little dumb.
Chapter 13, The Final Act, The Immortal Spirit Gathering Pill. Gu Chang'e, you shameless, despicable bastard.
Not only did you steal my Chinga, but now you want to take away my master. Yi Chen's face distorted in rage as he roared towards Gu Chang'e. He subconsciously believed that Gu Chang'e was trying to steal his master from him.
As for Gu Chang'e trying to sow discord between them,
that didn't even cross his mind. Although he wouldn't say it, Yi Chen still held unspeakable emotions for Yan Ji. Although he treated her as his master on normal days, in his heart, however, he regarded her as his exclusive property, someone he would never give to another person. So, now that Gu Chang'e tried to steal her away from him, his rage and hatred brewing towards him grew at an exponential speed. He was ready to burst at any time now.
Why can't this Gu remember ever stealing your Chinga? Yi Chen's outburst didn't surprise Gu Chang'e.
He didn't mind his words, and said with a playful tone, "You do know that everything she did, from the beginning to the end, she did it of her own volition. Not once did this Gu force or threaten Holy Maiden Chinga."
What about that do you still not understand? Tell me, is what this Gu said not the truth? Water flows downhill, and man aims for a high status.
That's the unchanging law of the world followed by all that dwell within it.
Instead, if you really have your master's best interest in your mind, then don't hold her back like this. Do you think a remnant spirit can live in this world forever?
Every word hit the spot, arranged in a way that would destroy the opponent's mind. Yi Chen tightly clenched his fists as his already ugly expression worsened. He naturally understood that a remnant spirit couldn't survive for long in the world, so he had been working hard to get strong as fast as possible.
He, too, couldn't wait to help his master reconstruct her body.
Little Chen, calm down. Yan Ji couldn't help but sigh as she invoked her qi. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread through Yi Chen's mind and calmed him down. In the end, Yi Chen was still only a youth with a hot-headed temper. A few words from Gu Chang'e were enough to send his mind into chaos, preventing him from displaying his usual calm and steadfast temperament. Yan Ji couldn't understand why Yi Chen, who was normally quick-witted, would turn stupid every time he came across Gu Chang'e.
Could it be that he couldn't jump back after suffering a minor setback like this?
Master, Yi Chen gritted his teeth, and his irritable temper soon calmed down. Gu Chang'e's words just then could be described as vicious blades that drew blood with every thrust as they stabbed into his heart. Ding. Yi Chen's mental state is further damaged. Yi Chen lost 20 points of his fortune.
Host earned 100 destiny points.
A system prompt sounded in his mind, but Gu Chang'e couldn't be bothered about it right now.
Senior, do consider what I am saying.
If you follow me, not only can I help you recover your body, I can also make your prowess return to their peak.
Senior must also know about this Gu's origins. Of all the people in this world, Senior should be the one most clear about the power that stands behind me.
And even if we ignore that and consider only our individual talent, this Gu is still far better than Yi Chen in every aspect. He kept on talking with a sincere attitude, as if he was earnestly trying to recruit a talented individual.
As for Yi Chen,
he was thoroughly ignored. By now, Yan Ji could no longer make sense of what this Gu Chang'e was trying to achieve. She couldn't help but frown, instigating discord. With Gu Chang'e's strength, he could easily obliterate Yi Chen, so why would he need to bother with such a roundabout method? Maybe she was thinking too much, and he truly just wanted to get her on his side. To be honest, she had quite a good impression of Gu Chang'e. After all, she had experienced far more than many others, so she didn't look at the world through a narrow and biased pinhole. She had witnessed everything that happened, and in her view, Gu Chang'e had done and said nothing wrong. On the contrary, Yi Chen had held a confrontational attitude and even threatened to murder Gu Chang'e. Even then, Gu Chang'e didn't bother with him. The grandeur he held, his heroic might, and the calm temperament he showed, all that made Yan Ji believe that his achievements would be limitless in the future.
Young Lord Gu, you needn't say any more.
Since I have received little Chen's kindness, there's no way I will leave him alone before he has grown up. Still, Yan Ji shook her head and bluntly declined Gu Chang'e's kindness. Although the conditions were quite tempting, they couldn't make her go against her conscience. Her response visibly disappointed Gu Chang'e, and he said with a sigh, "Of course,
I won't press Senior to give me a response right now. You can take your time and consider my proposal. If Senior decides to follow me, I will forget about Yi Chen's hatred and offense towards me. Asking the Taishan Holy Land to release him without any more punishment will also only take a sentence. As for Su Qingge, I can give her to him, too. Throbbing veins could be seen on Yi Chen's forehead, but he held back his rage. By now, Yi Chen had already understood that Gu Changge didn't just want to humiliate him, he wanted to steal everything that belonged to him. Although Yi Chen didn't say anything, the hatred and rage in his eyes had already grown as deep as a bottomless abyss. In Gu Changge's words, Su Qingge, who Yi Chen could only watch from afar, was nothing more than a doll whose fate could be decided with a single word from him. It opened Yi Chen's mind to the truth of the world once more. In a dog-eat-dog world like this, the strong could, indeed, do whatever they wanted. Please don't speak anymore, young Lord Gu. I appreciate your sincerity, but Gu Changge's words had also startled Yan Ji. She had never thought he would propose something like that. It could be said that he was truly sincere with his request. Senior, do consider it. This Gu will never force anyone against their will, let alone threaten Senior with Yi Chen's life. Gu Changge spoke once more with an indescribable look in his eyes. If he could really kill Yi Chen, he wouldn't have let him live this long. Although Yan Ji had lived far longer, her temperament was more straightforward, so she was far easier to deal with than Su Qingge. The small bias against him in her heart was stamped out with just those words. What's more, he had practiced for tonight's play for quite a while over the last 3 days. Gu Changge had already said everything he needed to say, and now, it was time for the final act of the play. After that, he would only need to watch the rift develop between these two master and disciple, and when they are none the wiser, he would reap all the benefits. This is called the Immortal Spirit Gathering Pill, though I presume Senior already knows what it is. At this time, Gu Changge smiled and took out a box by moving his hands in an unhurried manner. Inside the box sat a lavender pill circled by small, colorful clouds. Various visions continuously emerged around the pill. There were mountains, oceans, and palaces full of grandeur that mysteriously appeared and disappeared. It's really the Immortal Spirit Gathering Pill. Yan Ji couldn't help but exclaim, and the shock in her delightful eyes couldn't be suppressed. Senior's spirit is not in a good state right now, so this pill can be considered the meeting gift from this Gu for you. Gu Changge said with a smile. Before Yan Ji could refuse the pill, he pushed the pillbox in her hands and disappeared from the prison. As the saying went, to harness a wolf, one must be willing to sacrifice their children. Carrot 1, the smile on Gu Changge's face slowly faded away, only to be replaced by an expression of interest. Carrot 1, it means you have to make sacrifices if you want to achieve something great. Chapter 14, The Purpose of Dissent, Bias Against Young Lord Gu? My lord, although your performance today was perfect, this old slave still can't understand something. After Gu Changge left the prison, old Ming appeared out of thin air and showed his doubt. He couldn't help but find Gu Changge to be even more terrifying and unfathomable than before. It was a good thing, though, after all, the more powerful his young lord grew, the higher his chance at completely taking over his family and leading them to greater glory. What he couldn't comprehend was why his young lord wouldn't kill Yi Chen even though he could see how much he desired to do so. With his young lord's strength of the conferred lord realm at his age, only the descendants of other supreme sects, orthodoxies, and clans could rival him even in the upper realm. For him, killing someone like Yi Chen, who was a nobody in the backwater Eastern Desolate, would need no more than a weak slap. So why did he bother himself with playing these games where he slowly took everything from that Yi Chen? Oh, what can't you understand? Gu Changge was in a joyous mood and decided to answer old Ming's queries. Today, not only had he set up a rift between Yi Chen and his master, but he had also raked in a ton of fortune points. Cutting leaks felt awesome. Indeed, the day he finally stomped Yi Chen to death didn't look all that far now. This old slave can't understand why the young lord won't kill that Yi Chen directly? It would save you all this hassle. Old Ming put forward his doubts. After all, he couldn't see the presence of something as illusory as fortune value. To him, there was nothing about Yi Chen that would make him look like a favored son of heaven. If Gu Changge had to put it in the simplest terms, then it would be like this: unless he exhausted all that cheat-like fortune value around Yi Chen, it would be impossible for him to kill him off. If he escaped with even a little of that fortune value, Yi Chen would be able to bounce back to the top one way or another, and contend against him in the future. That's just how game-breaking the fortune of these favored children of heaven was. But, obviously, Gu Changge couldn't explain the above to old Ming.
Even if he did explain it, Old Ming wouldn't be able to comprehend the intricacies of the matter. Yi Chen will die, but not right now. I still need him to bring me a fortuitous encounter. Knowing that he couldn't explain the intricacies, Gu Chang'e decided to focus on shifting Old Ming's thoughts towards something he could comprehend with a smile full of intrigue. There wasn't much he needed to hide from this loyal old slave of his. From the memories of his original, he could tell that the original had descended to the lower realm because of a peerless heavenly treasure that was about to appear in the world. 8 Desolate Demon Halberd. It's said to be a weapon used by the 8 Desolate Demon God during the primordial era. With vast murderous intent and never-ending reserves of power, the 8 Desolate Demon God is said to have almost slaughtered his way to heaven. Later, for reasons unknown, disappeared down the long river of time. Yu Chang'e's original had a devil heart which he inherited from a terrifying, ruthless being in the upper realm. The news of the 8 Desolate Demon Halberd was recorded in the heritage he received, and it said that it was very likely to be somewhere in the lower realm. It was because of this reason that the original had used the excuse of gaining experience and descended to the lower realm. On the surface, his trip to the lower realm was simply a tour to increase his life experience, but in reality, he had descended to look for the 8 Desolate Demon Halberd, of course, judging from his place in the story as a cannon fodder mob villain. There's no way he would get his hands on anything as nice as that mighty halberd. If Gu Chang'e's guess wasn't too far off from reality, then the plot will further progress like this. Yi Chen will find himself in a desperate situation and escape into some ruins out of sheer coincidence. Down there, he will receive the approval of the Death Guards and make great progress in his cultivation. After that, he will get the approval of the halberd, too, and turn around the situation. If Gu Chang'e didn't place his cards correctly, then he might just lose his life here in the lower realm. Or it was also possible that he would escape back to the upper realm on the verge of death, of course, and forge a life and death enmity with this Yi Chen. There was no one more familiar with Gu Chang'e when it came to such plot progression. He was like a god with an omnipotent perspective as he calculated everything that might happen in the future. And once he analyzed all the possibilities, it was basically impossible for him to come out the loser at the end. Sure enough, reading all those web novels back in the day wasn't a waste at all. This dog author wouldn't be able to trick him to his death. Turns out the young lord has already made arrangements. Old Ming couldn't help but admire Gu Chang'e even more after he heard his explanation and considerations. His young lord was indeed worthy of his title of godchild. Keep a close eye on Yi Chen, and pay attention to his whereabouts at all times. I expect some trouble to come knocking at the Taishan Holy Land any time now. Gu Chang'e commanded Old Ming with a strange light flashing through his eyes. They had imprisoned the favored son of heaven in destitute conditions for 3 days, so there should definitely be something bad coming the Taishan Holy Land's way, right? Fortune backlash, or whatever, should be taking effect any time now. What would it be, though? That's what Gu Chang'e wanted to know, inside the dungeon. This is really the immortal spirit gathering pill, Yan Ji murmured to herself. Her scarlet pupils couldn't hide the shock in them as she looked down at the pill wrapped in lavender chi. There was no way she could misrecognize this pill, and it was because of this that she was truly shocked. One had to accept that Gu Chang'e was indeed generous with his meeting gift. She was never short of this pill when she was at the peak of her power, but now, Gu Chang'e giving her this pill was no different from someone sending you charcoal on a snowy winter night. Carrot 1, even in the upper realm, the immortal spirit gathering pill is an extremely precious treasure. Its refining process is troublesome beyond measure, and the materials are difficult to come across. One had to know that even in the upper realm, one would rarely find this pill only in some massive auction houses. As for refining an immortal spirit gathering pill in the destitute lower realm, that was an impossible task. The pill's powerful effect of rebuilding and stabilizing spirits made many mighty figures salivate for it. Because, in some situations, having an immortal spirit gathering pill could spell the difference between life and death. No matter how mighty a person might be, they would always have some immortal spirit gathering pills on their person for desperate situations. Master, what exactly is this pill? Yi Chen's complexion couldn't help but change, and a bad premonition rose in his heart as he watched Yan Ji silently stare at the pill. Was that pill really so precious? His Gu Chang'e was indeed a sly bastard. Not only did he mess with his master's mind using flowery words, but he also used a precious pill to seduce his master. He had to slaughter that bastard. Yan Ji had a complicated expression as she explained the pill's rarity and prowess to Yi Chen. Yi Chen couldn't help but clench his fists and grit his teeth in silence as he listened about the wonders of the immortal spirit gathering pill. The immortal spirit gathering pill could be said to have more than just powerful effects. It could be called a heavenly panacea, and that wouldn't be too much of an overstatement. What's more, it could help Yan Ji stabilize her current state and give her enough power to repair her remnant spirit.
Master, are you really going to use this pill? Yi Chen's eyes reddened, and he asked through gritted teeth with a hoarse voice. He couldn't stand such humiliation. It felt as if he was a beggar and Gu Changa had given him some alms, but it was indeed a fact that this pill could help his master suffer less from her crumbling remnant spirit. That he was trapped in a dilemma. It could be said that he was trapped in a situation where he would be the loser no matter what option he chose. Gu Changa. Good. You are indeed a crafty bastard. I will kill you for sure. I must slaughter you. Yi Chen couldn't help but scream in his heart. After all, it's young Lord Gu's kindness, so, before she could finish her words, Yan Ji saw Yi Chen's ugly expression and knew what was wrong. Little Chen, be honest with me, are you biased against young Lord Gu? Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as those words fell into his ears. His vision darkened and the world around him collapsed into rubble. Carrot 1, it means to help someone in their worst times. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Chapter 15, Rift between the Master and Disciple. Walking further down the road of villainy, Yi Chen wasn't just biased against Gu Changa, he could hardly wait for a chance to smash Gu Changa and trample him to death. Yi Chen's head buzzed as he heard his master's words. Were a few words and a pill enough to buy off his master's favor? His face couldn't help but distort in pain. Yan Ji couldn't comprehend why Yi Chen hated Gu Changa with such fervor. But she guessed that it might be related to that woman named Su Qingji. No matter how one looked at the two, Gu Changa was indeed far better than Yi Chen. Jealousy was the worst of sins to in the end. Yi Chen was just too young. He hadn't even grown up into an adult yet, he was just a teenager. His mind was completely immature, and he only knew how to act on his hot-headed tendencies. Little Chen, you don't need to envy young Lord Gu. I believe your future achievements won't be any lower than his, Yan Ji persuaded softly, trying her best to resolve the grudge between the two. After all, if Gu Changa had really wanted to kill Yi Chen, he wouldn't have waited until now. Of course, she didn't know of Yi Chen's status as a favored son of heaven. If not for that dogshit fortune protecting Yi Chen in secret, Gu Changa would never need to act the way he did and orchestrate such a show before he slapped Yi Chen to death. Young Lord Gu this, young Lord Ji you that. If you like him so much, why don't you go to his side then? Why take pity on me and stay here? Yi Chen couldn't help but loudly interrupt Yan Ji through gritted teeth. His eyes had already reddened, and he resembled a wounded beast. Su Qingga had already abandoned him, and now, even his master, who was the only one he had left, was thinking well of his enemy. Yi Chen couldn't stand this. His hatred and madness were through the roof. If he was an ordinary person, he would have already spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. It was only because of Yi Chen's tempered mind that far exceeded normal humans that he could take such a heavy blow without going insane. His sudden growl stunned Yan Ji. She couldn't help but lower her eyes as disappointment clouded her gorgeous, scarlet pupils. She had never expected such words from Yi Chen. Such behavior could no longer be explained by jealousy. He was a complete simpleton. Hadn't he seen how she had rejected Gu Changa even after he did his best in trying to invite her over to his side? Did Yi Chen truly not understand what kind of person she was? Yan Ji couldn't help but sigh in heart as a breath full of regret escaped through her lips. How good would it have been if the one who helped her awaken was not Yi Chen, but young Lord Gu? Little Chen, I am definitely going to consume this pill, no matter what you say. Even if Gu Changa has other plans, he probably never thought that I would help you escape from the dungeon. Yan Ji continued. It's just that her voice was less soft, and more cold and majestic. Consuming the immortal spirit-gathering pill could not only ease her current state, but it could also stabilize her spirit and allow her to exert some of her strength. Help me escape? Is that what Master wanted to do? Yi Chen thought to himself and didn't utter another word. His mind was in a mess, and he needed to calm down. Still, he could feel deep down in his heart that he had lost something very important to him. It's just that he couldn't put his finger on what that might be. Ding! You have successfully created a rift between Yi Chen and his master. Yi Chen lost 80 points of his fortune value. You received 400 destiny points. Gu Changa couldn't help but smile as he listened to the melodious system prompt. His mood couldn't be more wonderful. Everything had followed the path he paved, and in just a few days, Yi Chen's more than 500 points of fortune value had fallen by half. Although Yi Chen was still a head above ordinary people, and it would be hard for others to ever match him, this was definitely the greatest loss he suffered in his entire life.
His heroine surrendered to the villain, and a crack also appeared in his master's heart. It seems that this favored son of heaven won't be able to prance around in front of him for long. Afterwards, Gu Changa opened his own attributes panel. In any case, his real purpose behind dealing with Yi Chen is to cut that leak, shave off his fortune, and improve his personal strength. He couldn't let his momentary success blind him. With just a thought, the attributes panel appeared. Host: Gu Changa. Identity: true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline. Devil Heart: Dao Bone cultivation, conferred lord, early stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao Codex, 7th layer, myriad changes, demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art, destiny points, 1100 fortune value, 50, dark, system shop, open warehouse, domain traversing talisman X1, 1/3 fragment of a world seed X1 inch. From my previous experience, I doubt that 1,000 or so destiny points will be able to help me break through to the 8th layer of the heavenly immortal Dao Codex. At most, it can increase my comprehension of the 7th layer to some extent. This heavenly immortal Dao Codex must be quite a high-level technique, so I won't need to worry about upgrading to a better one for now. As for this immortal devouring art, it's something I can't use in front of other immortals. I have to be careful when I use the secret techniques learned from it. After all, a mystical ability that lets you swallow immortals is really going against the heavens. Once exposed, I will end up as an enemy of the entire world. Gu Changa analyzed, and then opened the system shop. After having gone through the original's memory, these mystical abilities were truly befitting of someone who was meant to die as a cannon fodder villain who only received a future chapter's worth of existence. Even in the upper realms, this immortal devouring demon art was considered a forbidden technique that could easily discolor the faces of many, and was associated with many ancient horrors. It had long been buried in the long river of time, and no one dared to mention it. Calling it a taboo inheritance wouldn't be an overstatement. It seems that I am really fated to walk further and further down the road of villainy. Gu Changa quickly shifted his attention to the items in the system shop. It was similar to what he had expected, and it was divided into different categories: mystical martial arts, mystical talents, and auxiliary items. Gu Changa first opened the mystical martial arts section and looked at the stuff available for purchase: heaven, deity, holy, and supreme rank techniques. Since I don't have enough destiny points, I can't access the supreme rank techniques. What's more, nothing below heaven ranked is included here. Also, aren't heaven ranked techniques a bit too cheap? They can let a cultivator directly cultivate to the false god realm, yet they only cost 50 destiny points? Or is it because the destiny points have great purchasing power in the system shop? Sacred Sun Heavenly Manual. Gather the power of the Sacred Sun, Sacredine Heavenly Manual. Gather the power of the Sacredine. Gu Changa was surprised the diversity of the options. It wasn't an overstatement to say that a single heaven rank technique could set off a bloody storm in the Eastern Desolate. Hi there, Vilfic here. I am a passionate translator and comic scanlator from the Rorfic Group, which you can check out on rorfic.xyz. I will be taking over I Am the Fated Villain here on Cyborg TL, and publishing the chapters every day. I was originally doing it on a site of my own, but the chapters will be published by me on this site plus Patreon for advanced chapters. The release rate will be at 1 chapter per day, for now, but expect it to increase soon in the future. Thank you for reading, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Chapter 16, Innate God Spirit Temple, Attack of the Sacred Lands. Gu Changa wasn't in need of the techniques under the Mystical Martial Arts section right now, so his attention quickly turned to the Mystical Talents section. Vilfic, Mystical Bloodlines will be mystical talents from henceforth. It has been updated in the previous chapter. The so-called mystical talents were powerful blessings people were born with. Some people would be born with strong bloodlines and inherit great might from their ancient ancestors. Some people would be born with powerful physiques that could exert unrivaled might. So on and so forth. In short, all kinds of bloodlines, talents, and physiques existed, and it was hard for all of them to be named in a single encyclopedia. The only constant about them was the fact that people were innately born with their talent, whatever it might be. But the system easily broke that constant, as you could easily exchange for a talent, bloodline, or physique using the destiny points even if you weren't born with one. Gu Changa scanned through the available options one by one. His current talent was already terrifying enough. His devil heart was an innate talent that could let other talents exist in his body without conflict. If someone else tried to merge with another talent, then the stronger talent will easily exterminate the weaker one. Or there could also be unpredictable risks if the two talents couldn't merge or devour the other. Yu Chang'e, however, didn't need to worry about such risks. Or how else would he have obtained the Dao Bone? Dao Bone was also an extremely terrifying innate talent. Dao bones came to existence when a person was born and natural Dao runes branded themselves on one of their bone. As long as a possessor of a Dao bone didn't get killed in the cradle, they would be destined to reach great heights and become supreme behemoths in the future. After all, the Dao is above all, and heaven is its backer, so you just gotta ride on its coattails to reach immortality. Still, nothing in the world could satisfy human greed. Yu Chang'e looked through the system shop and found his own talents in there. Too soon, his eyes lit up. Innate God Spirit Temple. Gu Chang'e slowly enunciated these words. The name was enough for him to see that this talent was related to the cultivation of the soul. The soul's form and limits were set in stone at the moment of birth, and those born with some talent related to the soul would be extremely terrifying and possess incredible abilities. Saying that someone with a stronger soul would be a cut above their peers, and that few could compare to them, wouldn't be an overstatement. Yu Chang'e hadn't heard of anyone with such a talent in the upper realm. The soul was an illusory and unfathomable matter. The techniques used to strengthen the soul were few and far in between, and all of them were tightly hidden and guarded by a few supreme, reclusive powers in the upper realm. Yu Chang'e naturally didn't have such a powerful talent either. Immortal devouring demon art can swallow the origin of immortals, and even their primordial spirits, so it must be very beneficial to this innate God Spirit Temple, and might even enhance its effects to another level. It's quite expensive, however. I can get some holy rank techniques for this amount, 1,000 destiny points. Still, it won't be a loss, if I must say. Gu Chang'e didn't feel distressed over the price after thinking about the potential gains. Without hesitation, he exchanged 1,000 destiny points for the innate God Spirit Temple. A breath of fresh air rejuvenated Gu Chang'e's spirits. Rumble. Gu Chang'e heard a terrifying rumble in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Even the air around him moved chaotically, as if responding to the changes happening in his body. Inside his sea of consciousness, Gu Chang'e could hear various supreme Taoist chants as various golden lotuses bloomed, surrounded by mysterious ruins and inexplicable immortal qi. It was as if a world was opening up in his sea of consciousness. Soon, a magnificent and awe-inspiring dark structure rose from below in his sea of consciousness. It was a pitch-black, cold temple that stood untouched by anything around it. Inside the temple sat an ancient-looking evil silhouette with an indifferent and profound expression. A terrifying spirit energy rumbled around it as he seemed to be overlooking everything that existed under the heavens. So this is the innate God Spirit Temple. The power of my soul has increased by 100-fold already. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but chuckle. Becoming stronger and having everything under control brought along a wonderful feeling. No wonder there were countless people pursuing supreme powers in this world, and those other worlds of fiction. It was a fascinating feeling. After all, another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, a few thousand miles away from the Taishan Holy Land. Streams of rainbows appeared in the sky as many mighty figures joined each other from different directions. Some were traveling on flying boats, others were riding atop fierce beasts, and some flew without any support. The only thing common among them, though, was the fact that they all radiated fierce and extremely powerful auras. A lot of powerful forces from all over the Eastern Desolate were heading towards the Taishan Holy Land at their maximum speed. There were other sacred lands that had millenniums of heritage, cultivation dynasties, ancient families, sects, etc. All of them lorded over massive swaths of land in the Eastern Desolate. Could the news be wrong? An old man resting atop a mountain peak asked. He wore spotless white robes that fluttered in the wind, his lustrous skin reflected the sunlight, and he looked like an immortal as he focused his detached gaze towards the Taishan Holy Land that stood in the distance. The Taishan Holy Land spanned across endless stretches of mountains, with its many divine islands floating in the air. One could see a spiritual mist shrouding the Taishan Holy Land's premises as the visions of auspicious beasts soaring in the air and diving towards the earth inspired awe in the hearts of the onlookers. Behind the visions and veils of mist stood a land of pure holiness. The old man's burning eyes had long turned green with greed as he watched the Taishan Holy Land with the eyes of a wolf staring at his prey. If his void young Holy Land could swallow the Taishan Holy Land, then they would definitely be crowned the strongest force in all of the Eastern Desolate. Reporting to the Supreme Elder. The news is indeed correct. When the Taishan Holy Land held the ceremony to coronate their new holy son, one of our spies sneaked to the place where the Supreme Elder of the Taishan Holy Land secluded himself. and the spy found that the Taishan Supreme Elder's breath had disappeared from that place, we suspect that he has already died in the midst of his seclusion. An elder of the Void Young Holy Land standing behind the white-robed Supreme Elder respectfully reported. Good, good, good. I have brought along all the old monsters today, so we can use this opportunity to obliterate the Taishan Holy Land while we are here. The white-robed old man stroked his beard with a smile. Joy filled his heart as he imagined the future. The Taishan Holy Land, with a millenniums-old deep heritage, will soon be exterminated from the Eastern Desolate for good. However, Supreme Elder, we have received reports that the Taishan Holy Land recently got close to some mysterious youth. That unknown youth seems to have quite a terrifying background from what I have heard. At this time, another elder stepped forward and informed the Void Young Supreme Elder. I already know about that matter. He's just a young man. What great background could he have? No matter how mighty his background is, he won't be able to change today's outcome. You do know that we aren't the only ones keeping an eye on the Taishan Holy Land, right? What's more, I heard that the kid my granddaughter's so infatuated with is also imprisoned by the Taishan Holy Land in their dungeon. These Taishan Holy Land bastards are truly blind to not see such a talented youth right under their noses. The white-robed old man smiled with a deep look in his eyes. Hi there, Vilfic here. I am a passionate translator and comic scanlator from the Rorfic Group, which you can check out on rorfic.xyz. I will be taking over I Am the Fated Villain here on Cyborg TL, and publishing the chapters every day. I was originally doing it on a site of my own, but the chapters will be published by me on this site plus Patreon, for advanced chapters. The release rate will be at 1 chapter per day, for now, but expect it to increase soon in the future. Thank you for reading, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Chapter 17, that's it? No need to panic, the perfect dream husband. Holy Lord, something big is happening. Many major forces are gathering a few thousand miles away from our sacred land. There's the Void Young Holy Land, the Great Sun Dynasty, the ancient Shao family, and many more big shots. What are they up to? Are they here to attack us? Right now, the Taishan Holy Lord was discussing some matter with a group of his elders in the Holy Lord's Hall of the Taishan Holy Land, when a breathless disciple ran in to make a report. The disciple's complexion had paled. After all, this was no small matter. Many major forces had gathered at their doorstep, and they could feel terrifying fluctuations of energy not too far from their holy land. From the way those forces flaunted their might, it was clear that they had all gathered to attack their Taishan Holy Land. Even though the Taishan Holy Land claimed to be the strongest in the Eastern Desolate on usual days, even they couldn't help but tremble if so many behemoths turned their spearheads towards them. However, the disciple couldn't help contain his shock after he made his report. Be it the Holy Lord or the elders, none of them showed any panic or change in their expressions. Even after listening to his words, all of them looked calm as if nothing big had happened. That's it? You are panicking over something this minor? Is this how a disciple of the Taishan Holy Land is supposed to behave? Contrary to his expectations, an elder actually frowned and scolded him for his cowardice. It was clear that none of the people in front of him cared about the joint attack of all those major forces. Your Excellency, Holy Lord, your foresight is indeed beyond us. You had already expected something like this, and that's why you already formed a good relationship with young Lord Gu. At the same time, the other elders smiled and started to flatter the Taishan Holy Lord for his great foresight and ability. Although the Taishan Holy Lord knew the elders were only bragging and didn't really admire him as much as they showed on their faces, he still couldn't help but feel proud of himself. However, he still had to keep appearances and couldn't just put down the majesty of the Taishan Holy Lord, so he majestically waved his hand and said in a light tone, "Our Taishan Holy Land has been in a state of anxiety ever since our Supreme Elder passed away in the midst of his seclusion, and it's all thanks to young Lord Gu coming down to the lower realm for life experience that we could have a chance of having a favorable relationship with him. Instead of flattering me, all of you should thank young Lord Gu for his grace." Taishan Holy Lord couldn't help but feel pride as he said all those words. After all, Gu Chang'e was a genuine young lord from the upper realm, with a strong identity and a terrifying background. Except for the elders and some of the trustworthy inner sect disciples, no one else in the Taishan Holy Land knew about this matter. It was because the Taishan Holy Lord wanted to give a massive surprise to the various major forces. One had to accept that Taishan Holy Lord was also a person of great intellect. He had long expected such a situation's appearance. Holy Lord, it seems that Her Royal Highness and young Lord Gu have been getting closer and closer over the last few days. I am afraid that if we didn't have the Holy Maiden, our Taishan Holy Land might have to face an unavoidable catastrophe this time.
That's right, that's right. It's all thanks to the Holy Lord having a good daughter.
All the elders flatter with sighs of envy, and their actions only widen the Taishan Holy Lord's smile. That's right. It was all thanks to his precious daughter, or else, how would nobodies like them have a chance to interact with someone as esteemed as young Lord Gu? As for the disciple who came to make the report, his poor mind couldn't help but collapse out of stupefaction as he listened to the conversation between the elders and the Taishan Holy Lord. The Taishan Supreme Elder has already died. Is that mysterious young lord truly powerful beyond measure? The disciple's head buzzed as he watched the elders and the Taishan Holy Lord converse among themselves joyfully.
There wasn't the least bit of panic between their brows. Open the gates and follow me.
Let's go meet those factions that have come to our doorstep. Golden rays flashed past the Taishan Holy Lord's pupils as his aura surged, and he boldly walked out to meet his adversaries, in a pavilion of the Taishan Holy Land.
Young Master Gu's words are really interesting. Is the upper realm really that massive?
Su Qingge pursed her lips and asked. At the same time, she gently rolled back her cuffs to reveal a small section of her delicate and flawless wrists, that resembled the roots of a snow lotus, to fill Gu Changge's empty glass of tea sitting in front of her. The stories about the upper realm that came out of Gu Changge's mouth fascinated Su Qingge. After she let go the prejudice in her heart and contacted Gu Changge once more, she found that the feeling of being in his company was completely different from before. Although Gu Changge's had an extremely deep and elusive temperament, she couldn't help but be attracted to him. That's just how much undeniable charm he held towards the members of the opposite sex. The Holy Maiden of the Taishan Holy Land, and someone who also held two souls in her body, Su Qingge had been hailed as an intellectual prodigy since young. Throughout the years, she had met many young talents, but none of them could compare to Gu Changge. If she were to be honest. To put it simply, she thought it would be an insult to Gu Changge if those talents were to be compared to him. With his handsome appearance, elusive thoughts, and majestic temperament, not many could compare to him. Not to mention Gu Changge had a great depth of knowledge, tolerance, conversation skills, cultivation base, and background, etc. Even her father said that he might not be Gu Changge's opponent. No matter how one looked at Gu Changge, he was the perfect dream husband desired by many women in the world. And Su Qingge was naturally not an exception. Gu Changge couldn't help but smile a little as he heard Su Qingge's question.
Why not go up and see for yourself how massive the upper realm is?
They had been getting closer and closer over the last few days, to the point that Su Qingge had almost opened up to him, but Gu Changge couldn't comprehend why his fortune value still hadn't increased. He had already concluded that Su Qingge's luck had nothing to do with Yi Chen. So, was she also a favored child of heaven, or was it because her mother came from the upper realm, so she had inherited some extraordinary bloodline, or could she be the reincarnation of an ancient behemoth? Even the system couldn't explain her existence. It seems the world doesn't lack people blessed with great fortune who are completely different from the favored children of heaven like that Yi Chen. Gu Changge thought. At the same time, Gu Changge guessed that he could still use Su Qingge to get some more dough from that leak called Yi Chen, since Yi Chen had still not given up on Su Qingge. Only someone in the false god realm can break the barrier between the worlds and ascend. How can ordinary cultivators from the lower realm like us go to the upper realm so easily? Su Qingge replied with regret. After all, powerhouses of the false god realm represented the absolute pinnacle of the lower realm. Not to mention in the eastern desolate, you wouldn't even see them in the northern, western, or other desolates and places in the lower realm. Even the supreme elder of their Taishan Holy Land was merely half a step into the conferred lord realm, yet he had already died in the midst of his seclusion. Right now, the strongest in the sacred lands of the eastern desolate was probably only half a step into the conferred lord realm. As for how hard it was to reach a point where one could break through the barrier and ascend, Su Qingge couldn't comprehend. Chapter 18, Tigers accompany monarchs, paying respects to young Lord Gu. Current known realms: mortal physique, spirit, ocean, spirit, palace, transcendent, great, transcendent, saint, conferred, lord, conferred, king, false god. Eastern, western, northern, southern desolates will now be eastern, western, northern, southern wilderness. Yes, is the false god realm really that strong? When you reach the upper realm, you will realize that the false god realm is nothing much, Gu Changge replied casually. In his words, the false god realm was nothing much, as if cultivators of that level could be found on the streets like cabbage. Still, those weren't empty words. Although the cultivators of the false god realm were mighty existences in the lower realm, there were a dime a dozen over in the upper realm. With a lifespan over 10,000 years, false god realm cultivators made up the majority of disciples in the immortal sects, orthodoxies, and clans in the upper realm.
I wonder if young Lord Gu can tell Chinga about the realms beyond the false god Reem. Su Chinga asked with bright eyes, showing her interest in the topic. Just what kind of beings were those beyond the false god realm? What's there to tell about that?
Beyond the false gods are obviously the true gods, Gu Changa replied and took a sip of his wine. Although Su Chinga received a perfunctory reply, she wasn't discouraged. Quietly filling Gu Changa's cup, she hesitated for a moment, and then moved. A faint, alluring fragrance diffused in the surroundings as Su Chinga appeared behind Gu Changa.
Young lord, is this strength to your liking? Su Chinga asked as she began to massage Gu Changa's shoulders, just like an obedient maid. Although her technique wasn't well practiced, there was a certain charm to her movements. Su Chinga's sudden actions surprised Gu Changa.
Her current behavior was completely inconsistent with her identity as a heroine who was supposed to have a detached temperament.
Chinga knows that it's difficult for me to receive young lord's love, but Chinga doesn't want to give up, Su Chinga answered with honesty.
If someone by the side were to hear her words at this moment, they would think that she was one of those straightforward women who proactively chased after the one they loved, but the truth was that she was a clever one, and everything she did in front of Gu Changa was calculated by her. Still, Gu Changa had to admit that he wasn't repulsed by Su Chinga's antics.
He could naturally tell the reasoning behind Su Chinga's actions. Su Chinga was a smart woman who wouldn't be willing to be an ornamental vase wife.
She had her own ambitions, and if he had to be honest, then Gu Changa truly appreciated women like her. It's just that Su Chinga had still not reached the point where he would be fascinated by her. He wouldn't be tempted so easily. There was no way he would ruin himself over a moment of pleasure. As these thoughts crossed through Gu Changa's mind, he realized that the relationship between Su Chinga and Yi Chen had somehow shattered beyond salvation. The feeling of danger he felt over the last few days had vanished. In other words, he would only suffer a fortune backlash if he targeted the favored children of heaven and people who were very close to them. Although Su Chinga had great fortune around her, at least 10 times higher than ordinary people, Gu Changa felt that he could take her down right here and now without suffering any backlash. So, having a great amount of fortune around you doesn't mean that you are a favored child of heaven who will be protected by the heavens?
That's more reasonable.
After all, there can only be so many favored children of heaven, and all of them should be cookie-cutter protagonists, Gu Changa thought to himself, deepening his understanding of the world around him. Beyond the false god realm is naturally the true god realm. Existences in this realm ignite their sacred flame and forge a divine foundation. Beyond the true gods are the heavenly gods. They stand high above all existences, and even the true gods can only look up to them. With his mood brightened, Gu Changa decided to explain a thing or two to Su Chinga. Thank you for teaching all this to Chinga, young lord. The realms beyond the false god realm are like this: true god, heavenly god, god king, sage, Vilfic. Don't think too much into these true god and heavenly god realms. They aren't set in stone at this point, and might change to something else as more information is revealed in the future. Su Chinga was joyous as she listened, but then, she couldn't help but feel a bit dejected as reality hit her. After all, she was only in the transcendent realm right now, and it was unknown how long it would take her to reach the false god realm, let alone the mythical realms beyond that. It would be a miracle if she could touch those realms in this lifetime. Chinga will work hard to please young lord in the future. Su Chinga thought for a while and then said with great resolve. Her gem-like, beautiful eyes shone as she looked at Gu Changa with a deep gaze and spoke without a hint of awkwardness. Gu Changa couldn't help but smirk as he said, well, do your best. Damn, this was awesome. No, the heroine fell so fast, so didn't it mean his villainous charm was through the roof? Gu Changa didn't think so. Su Chinga simply made the most reasonable and correct choice. Right then, Old Ming's voice transmission sounded in Gu Changa's ears. Interesting. It's almost the same as what I expected. Gu Changa's smile changed and a mysterious expression appeared on his face. The various major and minor forces of the eastern wilderness had banded together against the Taishan Holy Land, and come knocking at their door. Yi Chen took this opportunity to escape from the dungeon in the confusion. And, of course, it was all thanks to the immortal spirit gathering pill, gifted to his master by Gu Changa. Everything was going according to his plans. Gu Changa stood up and left the pavilion. Of course, he didn't tell Su Chinga that Yi Chen had fled from confinement. Su Chinga could only look at Gu Changa's back as he suddenly stood up and left her behind. She wondered if she somehow offended him again. Could a king only be accompanied by a tiger, Vilfic? She's wondering if she's not worthy enough to be with him. Suchinga helplessly stood at her spot and thought about everything she did and said, trying to figure out which word or action from her could have offended Guchanga, outside the Taishan Holy Land at this time. The magnificent warships, flying boats, and fierce beasts of the major forces hovered in the air and poured a surging aura towards the Taishan Holy Land. Their shadows fell upon the land below, masking the sun and the sky door as of mighty cultivators surged towards the heaven, and terrifying beasts roared towards their prey as their decimating howls reverberated in the surroundings. The Void Young Holy Land, the Great Sun Dynasty, the ancient Shao family. These were a few of the behemoths of the eastern wilderness with millenniums-old heritage backing them up. As soon as they heard that the strongest existence in the Taishan Holy Land had perished, they gathered together like sharks that had smelled blood and prepared themselves to swallow the juicy prey in front of them. But right now, all of the people who had come to devour the Taishan Holy Land had confusion painting their faces, including the Supreme Elder of the Void Young Holy Land. The Supreme Elder couldn't help but frown as he watched the unguarded gate of the Taishan Holy Land. Have the people of the Taishan Holy Land accepted their powerlessness and opened their gates for us? How come there's no guard or protection array? Did their great protection array run out of steam? An old man dressed as an emperor of one of the great dynasties asked. He wore purple dragon robes and a golden and purple crown on his head. His voice reverberated in the surroundings like a knell, spreading forth a terrible and suffocating aura. At this time, a group of elders and disciples of the Taishan Holy Land slowly walked out and arrived before all the guests. Everyone, have you come to pay your respects to young Lord Gu? The Taishan Holy Lord asked aloud with a faint, teasing smile on his face. Chapter 19, and wishing to get a glimpse of heaven, sudden change of attitude. Ha ha! Zhao Tian from the Void Young Holy Land, Zhu Wuji from the Great Sun Dynasty, and Xiao Wu from the ancient Shao family, right? To think the three half-step conferred lords would gather together to pay their respects to young Lord Gu. Unfortunately, I don't think you will be given the chance if you don't show any sincerity. Taishan Holy Lord appeared in the sky with his hands behind his back, and enunciated each word without hurry. A teasing smirk adorned his visage as his voice thundered in the surroundings. A group of elders and disciples stood behind him without a shred of panic on their faces. All of them had calm expressions and disdainful smirks as they watched their guests. After all, they had hugged the thigh of their all-powerful young lord. All of the major forces of the eastern wilderness in front of them were nothing more than stray mutts who could only bark and never bite. Didn't the ancients have a saying, when a man ascends to heaven, his pets follow, too? All of the disciples and elders who knew Guchanga's true identity felt as if they would fly to heaven in the next moment. As for the major powers of the eastern wilderness, they were nothing more than a fart now. Young Lord Gu would only need a slap to shatter them, and if they dared to provoke young Lord Gu? The disciples and elders believed that a single fart from the person behind young Lord Gu would be enough to eradicate them back to their sects, clans, and dynasties. With their confidence inflated to such a point, how could the disciples and elders of the Taishan Holy Land feel any fear? What? The white-robed Supreme Elder, the Emperor of the Great Sun Dynasty, and everyone else who came along with them felt their heads buzz. All the cultivators on the ancient warships, flying boats, and fierce beasts were stunned by the display of fearlessness and arrogance from their prey. They had arrived at the Taishan Holy Land's door with great momentum, expecting them to submit without a shred of resistance, yet the response they received was completely different from their imagination. Taishan Holy Lord, what do you mean? Many of them couldn't even contain their shock. The catastrophe had come knocking at their door, yet the disciples and elders held absolute confidence and disdainful smirks. Just what was going on? Had everyone in the Taishan Holy Land lost their mind? Or did they really have something to back their confidence? Pay our respects to young Lord Gu. Who is that? Is he the youth whose thighs the Taishan Holy Land recently latched onto? Or is the Taishan Holy Lord just playing tricks to scare us? The old man named Zhao Tian, the Supreme Elder of the Void Young Holy Land, couldn't help but think about the matter in his heart. He was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, so he could see the abnormality that others couldn't or didn't want to. The entire Taishan Holy Land was too calm. He wanted to know who gave them such confidence. One had to understand that even if the Taishan Supreme Elder was alive, and his cultivation had progressed further, he still wouldn't be able to stop all of them if they gathered together to deal with the Taishan Holy Land like today. Vilfic, there's a mistake in the previous chapters where it mentioned that the Taishan Supreme Elder was a half-step false god. He was half-step conferred lord. The atmosphere outside the Taishan Holy Land was quite peculiar at this time, as both sides stood in a stalemate. Ha,
What's this young Lord Gu? Who's he? He sounds to be some youth. Is he some heir of some hidden old monster who has come out to experience the world? Still, what can he do even if that's the case? This old man brought along the imperial weapon of my dynasty, and it's at full power right now. Even a conferred king will be suppressed under it.
The emperor of the Great Sun Dynasty coldly replied to Taishan Holy Lord's words.
As soon as he spoke up, his words full of a terrifying aura resounded everywhere in the surroundings. His Great Sun Dynasty and the Taishan Holy Land had a great feud to settle, and today was his best opportunity to obliterate the Taishan Holy Land, so how could he let someone but in at this point in time? We showed you a path to survival, yet you barge onto the path to death. Don't complain to us when you are dying. You lot can't even imagine the esteemed identity of our young Lord Gu. An ant want to get a glimpse of heaven? What wishful thinking! Upon hearing their words, the Taishan Holy Land replied with an arrogant tone. Still holding his hands behind his back, he showed a smirk that he was also a big shot in the eastern wilderness, so how could he let go of such a great opportunity to posture before these bastards? Once they frightened all of these major forces of the eastern wilderness today, then the entirety of the eastern wilderness will have to show respect to their Taishan Holy Land in the future. Moreover, this was something young Lord Gu had personally allowed. Taishan Holy Lord couldn't help but show a smug smile as he thought about it. Many forces were paying close attention to the show happening outside the Taishan Holy Land. Everything that happened here was broadcasted back home by the spies hidden in the dark, and that caused an uproar in the hidden forces. Shu Wuji was an emperor with a violent temper, so how could he stay quiet after hearing such words full of disdain? His face turned green and he almost burst out. Shu Wuji, wait. Things aren't looking right, and I don't think everything is simple. Taishan Holy Land's people are acting too weirdly. Void Young Holy Land's Supreme Elder frowned and held back the old emperor who was about to launch an attack. Although he had also brought along their supreme weapon, he didn't dare bring it out until he measured the depths of the other side's strength. The reaction of the Taishan Holy Land under the watchful eyes of so many wolves disturbed his heart. After all, many major forces of the eastern wilderness had gathered together, and the Taishan Holy Land was in a situation where there was not enough meat for every wolf that glared at them, but they were still so calm and arrogant. The Supreme Elder's curiosity rose and he wanted to know about this mysterious young lord backing the Taishan Holy Land. It seemed that their previous guesses were far from the truth. Just how strong was this young lord's origin to fill the Taishan Holy Land with so much confidence? Zhao Tian had lived for thousands of years and lived through many situations, so his mind churned as he calculated all the possibilities. It didn't take long for him to analyze that something was very wrong at this moment. A chill went down his spine and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Is the intelligence incorrect? Or did the Taishan Holy Land deliberately release that information to lure everyone out? People from the other major forces couldn't help but have a change in their expressions. They weren't dumb either, so they also figured out that something was wrong. That's right, Su Taishan. It's just as you said, we are here to get a glimpse of the young lord's majestic appearance. My Shao family received the news a long while ago and knew of the esteemed young lord's presence in your Taishan Holy Land. We have indeed come to pay our respects. At this time, a burly man wearing a gold armor walked out of a mighty warship with a smile, and appeared in front of the Taishan Holy Land. His loud voice echoed everywhere. Is this Xiaohua for real? The sudden words from the man stunned many cultivators in the surroundings. Many of them were left dumbfounded. They couldn't believe if what they heard was true. How long did it take for the ancient Shao family's patriarch to change his attitude? No matter who it was, they all thought that he changed faces too fast. When they arrived here, who was the one posturing and saying he would wash the Taishan Holy Land with blood? The people couldn't help but curse him for his shamelessness. Immediately afterwards, they also changed their words and expressed their desire to pay respects to the young lord. Yeah, that's right. I am also here to pay the young lord a visit. I hope the Taishan Holy Lord will report our arrival to the young lord. This Su Taishan isn't simple. The sudden and drastic change in the situation surprised Zhao Tian. At the same time, he secretly cursed all these two-faced bastards in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't taken the initiative in attacking the Taishan Holy Land just then. Young Lord Gu walked out and everyone wed their mothers, sisters, aunts, daughters, granddaughters, and grandmothers to him, and willingly got Netarard.the-end. JK, the last two lines are a joke. Don't take them seriously.
Chapter 20 Fox exploiting the tiger's might, good show to watch. A dramatic scene played outside the Taishan Holy Land's gates. All the fierce people from the sects, dynasties, and families that had come with an aggressive intent now showed amiable and kind smiles. Even the short-tempered emperor of the Great Sun Dynasty, Chu Wuji, was held back by the people around him. If an outsider were to see the scene right now, they would think that all of them were fellows from the same family. Might is right, that's indeed the truth of this world. As long as Chinga can keep on receiving young Lord Gu's love, how is it possible for all these folk to not take a U-turn when they see me in the future? The Taishan Holy Lord thought in his heart. The sudden change in his adversaries excited him beyond measure, but on the surface, he still showed his proud and arrogant expression that he was smart, and knew full well his place in the world. If the Taishan Holy Land didn't have Gu Changa backing them up today, then this bunch of wolves would have most certainly torn it apart. By the time they finished dealing with their Taishan Holy Land, they would be left tattered in ruins, robbed of their millennium's deep heritage. Not just him, but everyone in the Taishan Holy Land felt great awe and deep gratitude towards Gu Changa. They knew full well who was responsible for eliciting such a response from all of these big shots of the eastern wilderness. Gu Changa could bring them to heaven, and just as easily, he could topple them back to hell, too. You must show your sincerity if you want to see young Lord Gu. Not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry can gaze upon his divine visage. Finishing his words, the Taishan Holy Lord sneered and turned into a ray of divine light, disappearing into the depths of the Taishan Holy Land. After all the big shots had arrived, so the most urgent matter for him was to see if young Lord Gu would be willing to meet them. That's just the way it was. After all, a fox could only exploit a tiger's might when the tiger itself willed for it. Vilfic, the fox exploits the tiger's might means using powerful connections to intimidate people. It was for that purpose that the Taishan Holy Lord suddenly visited Gu Changa's palace. His report surprised Gu Changa. He hadn't expected this old man to posture in front of all the big shots like that using his name. However, Gu Changa was too lazy to deal with such trivial matters, so he let the Taishan Holy Lord do whatever he wanted. Instead of the matter outside, he was more interested in the good play at hand. Hopefully, Su Chinga wouldn't let him down. Damn this, that Su Taishuan's too arrogant. I want to tear off that annoying smirk on his face. He's just a bit lucky. What's so great about that? Many people uttered remarks full of rage outside the Taishan Holy Land, but in their hearts, they only held envy. Still, no one dared to break into the Taishan Holy Land anymore. Everyone could tell that the only reason the Taishan Holy Land's people dared to be so arrogant was that they had latched onto the thigh of that mysterious young lord. It was enough to restrain them and show them that the young lord backing the Taishan Holy Land wasn't a random nobody. If they accidentally provoked this beast, wouldn't they bring a disaster upon the forces behind themselves? Of course, most of them held curiosity about the identity of this mysterious young lord. Especially the young heirs who followed the elders of their holy lands and great dynasties. Among them, there were many men and women shrouded in divine lights, who had achieved great success in their cultivation. On normal days, these young heirs prided themselves as the leaders of the Eastern Wilderness younger generation, but today, they received a great shock from what they saw. A single, unknown young man had restrained so many major forces of the Eastern Wilderness without even showing up. All of this is too unbelievable. Could that young lord be in existence from the Middle State? A youth with bright, golden hair couldn't help but ask. He was the holy son of the Void Young Holy Land, who had tagged along his elders to take part in today's battle to gain some experience and deepen his insights into his cultivation. He had never expected to witness such a dramatic scene, so he couldn't help but subconsciously think the young lord came from the Middle State. After all, unlike remote regions like their Eastern Wilderness, places like the Middle State were famous for their outstanding people with great cultivation bases. They even had forces that had connections to the mythical upper realm. Their ancestors had once shattered the barrier and ascended, so their backgrounds were powerful beyond their imaginations. I don't think it's that simple. Although the powers in Middle State are mighty, they aren't enough to make the Taishan Holy Land this arrogant. Today's matter is absolutely not what we had expected. The Supreme Elder of the Void Young Holy Land, Zhao Tian, couldn't help but show an awkward smile. Although he had the demeanor of an immortal as he floated in the air, even he didn't dare go anywhere near the Taishan Holy Land now. He could only wait outside their gate with respect, just like the others. Another palace in the Taishan Holy Land at this time. Gu Changa's sudden departure stunned Su Chinga for a while, and then she returned to the palace where she lived and cultivated. She was distressed, She couldn't help but rack her mind to think how she had offended Gu Changa this time, so much so that he had directly left without saying a single word of complaint. But even after straining her brain beyond its capacity, she couldn't figure out what wrong she had committed. In the end, she could only sigh and accept it as something Gu Changa would do. After all, he was truly elusive, and no one could tell what went through his mind. As for the great forces of the eastern wilderness banding together against their Taishan Holy Land? Suchinga didn't even fret over that matter. She knew of Gu Changa's origin, and understood more than anyone else how terrifying his background was. As long as the forces at their door weren't senile, they would never attack the Taishan Holy Land while Gu Changa was still staying in it. They wouldn't dare in the future either. Who is there? Suddenly, Suchinga's expression changed as she felt an unknown presence nearby. No matter what, she was still the holy maiden of the Taishan Holy Land who had cultivated using the best resources since her childhood, so it wasn't hard for her to find mild fluctuations in the atmosphere around her with her strength that was the best among her peers. At the same time, the person hiding in the dark also walked out. Shinga, the person in front of Suchinga, had handsome features, but right now, he looked extremely worn down with his pale face, bloodshot eyes, and disheveled hair. A single look would be enough to tell that the person had suffered a lot for a good few days. His emotions were in a turmoil, too, as he had finally met the person he worried about the most over the last few days. Yi Chen. Suchinga frowned as she immediately recognized Yi Chen. Ever since he was imprisoned in the dungeon, Suchinga hadn't asked about his condition, nor had she gone down to visit him, just like everyone else. After all, she had guaranteed Gu Changa that she would no longer bother about Yi Chen, so she would obviously not get involved with him anymore. She had her own principles and conscience. Chapter 21: The Shattered Relationship of the Protagonist and the Heroine. Impure intentions to gain some love. Wasn't Yi Chen imprisoned in the dungeon? How did he suddenly appear here? Had he escaped? Suchinga couldn't help but wrinkle her brows as the various questions floated in her mind. Yi Chen, however, didn't notice the minor changes in her expression after his master, Yan Ji, consumed the immortal spirit gathering pill. The strength of her remnant spirit had increased and she helped him escape the dungeon. But the first thing Yi Chen did after escaping wasn't to leave the Taishan Holy Land. Instead, he rushed over to the Holy Maiden's Hall to look for Su Qingji. It was easy for him to sneak inside unnoticed with Yan Ji's help. What surprised Yi Chen after he sneaked in, though, was the fact that Suchinga, who would normally spend all her time engrossed in cultivation in her palace, wasn't inside. Unease kept clawing at his heart as he imagined the reasons. Was she forced by Gu Changa and now lived with him? It broke Yi Chen's heart as that thought appeared in his mind, and he hid inside the Holy Maiden's Hall with a heavy heart. Fortunately, he finally saw Suchinga again. Shinga, you must have suffered over the last few days. Yi Chen said these words, but didn't know how to continue. Suchinga didn't look haggard at all. Instead, she was as bright as ever. Her thrilling beauty appeared even more ethereal now. He wanted to ask how she had been over the last few days, but didn't know how to speak. No matter how he looked at her, it didn't seem that Suchinga was having a hard time. Suchinga, on the other hand, couldn't help but frown after she listened to Yi Chen's words, and asked, Yi Chen, why are you here? Ask this later, we don't have any time right now for explanations. Chinga, I will bring you away from the Taishan Holy Land right now. I will bring you out of this fiery pit of hell. Yi Chen walked towards Suchinga as he spoke. In his opinion, Suchinga's father and Gu Changa had forced her against her will, and everyone in the entire Taishan Holy Land were persecuting her, too. She had no choice, Yi Chen could tell. She was caged in a fiery pit full of hellfire. She would not be happy in a place like this. Only when she left with him and cultivated together would she be able to regain that flawless and innocent smile he had seen in the past. Suchinga immediately stepped back, preventing Yi Chen from touching even her sleeve. Her brows were still creased together, and she said in a cold and annoyed tone, Yi Chen, why can't you understand that I will never leave the Taishan Holy Land? If you don't leave with me, then I will forcefully bring you away. Unlike Gu Changa, I will never force you to do something you don't like. Vilfic, bruh, recall your last line. Yi Chen couldn't care about such trivial matters right now. He spoke domineering words, and even prepared himself to use some force. Time was running out. If the elders of the Taishan Holy Land discovered them, they won't be able to get away easily. You won't force me to do something I don't like? Considering our previous friendship, I will act as if today's matter never happened. You aren't my opponent with your current strength. Suchinga replied, still wearing a calm expression. She was a legitimate transcendent realm cultivator, even stronger than the newly appointed Taishan Holy Sun. Yi Chen was only in the spirit palace realm, so it would be almost impossible for him to defeat her, and once they started fighting, the disturbance caused by them would most definitely attract the elders and bring them here.
Chinga, why are you so stubborn even at a time like this? Have you already submitted your fate to that oppressor, Gu Changa? Yi Chen couldn't believe his own regret-laced words. Who knows what might have happened between Su Chinga and Gu Changa over the days he was imprisoned. Su Chinga's calm expression didn't change, and she said, "Young Lord Gu has never oppressed me. Everything I did was out of my own volition." Yi Chen, don't be too biased. Young Lord Gu might not be the greatest person, but he's not as evil as you think. My body is still pure, and young Lord Gu hasn't touched me even once. This is the best proof of his character. Su Chinga's voice held a hint of self-deprecation as she continued, "Instead, it's me who has been having impure intentions and trying to win young Lord Gu's love." Su Chinga wanted to take this opportunity to make sure Yi Chen understood full well that there was nothing possible between them, and it would be better if he didn't associate with her again. Am I really that good? Gu Changa couldn't help but show an inexplicable smile as he watched the show with great interest. Hidden outside the palace, his ability at getting himself a borrowed knife was truly marvelous and unfathomable. Having said that, this Su Chinga had truly overestimated him. This was the terror of self-rationalizing one's own thoughts. Gu Changa naturally kept an eye on Yi Chen's every move, and knew full well where he would go as soon as he escaped. He had been looking forward to this show between the heroine and the protagonist. So far, Su Chinga hadn't let him down. Ding. Yi Chen's relationship with the heroine has been destroyed. Yi Chen lost 50 points in fortune value. You received 250 destiny points. The sudden system prompt only deepened Gu Changa's smile. Yi Chen, Yi Chen. You poor son of heaven, you will soon end up played to death by your own hands. Yi Chen was elated when Su Chinga confessed that Gu Changa had never touched her, so much so that all the depression and rage in his heart from the past few days had been wiped out, but her next words stunned him. Those words were like a bolt from the blue. He was stupefied. What? Contrary to his expectations, it was Su Chinga who had been having impure intentions and tried to please Gu Changa to gain his love. His head buzzed, and he couldn't believe the words he heard. Haze. Little Chen's prejudice against young Lord Gu runs too deep, Yan Ji thought to herself as she sat cross-legged in the void inside the ring, bored. Her spirit appeared more firm after she had consumed the immortal spirit-gathering pill. She naturally saw the scene that happened outside, and she could understand Su Chinga's decision. After all, who was young Lord Gu? He was far too attractive for a woman. He had an outstanding appearance, a mighty cultivation base, and a terrifying background. Santa Chinga, the one whose sledge you want to ride to the heavens. Chapter 22, The Cruel Beauty, Carrot and the Stick. Vilfix Crib. Carrot and stick means reward and punishment. It's a method used to train pets. When they do well, you give them the carrot, reward, that they like, and when they do bad, you give them the stick, punishment, that they dislike. This way, you can condition someone to behave exactly as you like. Su Chinga was a smart and rational woman, so now that she had decided to follow Gu Changa, there was no way she would have any more to do with Yi Chen. There was absolutely no doubt about this. As a woman, Yan Ji could easily guess Su Chinga's thoughts. If she were in Su Chinga's shoes, she would do the same. And it was precisely because of this that she couldn't help but sigh. Why did little Chen have to be so hostile to young Lord Gu? Chinga, you are lying to me, right? You are joking with me, right? An elegant scent filled the hall, but Yi Chen couldn't enjoy it. His head buzzed and ached, and he couldn't help but clutch his forehead. He couldn't believe that Su Chinga, the cold and aloof maiden, would say such words with her own tongue. I have only said the truth, and it's up to you whether you believe my words or not. Also, please don't come to pester me in the future. If young Lord Gu saw us together by chance, I am afraid I will have to provide him an explanation. Su Chinga's gorgeous face still had a calm expression, but the words she uttered held no mercy. She had said what she had to say, so if Yi Chen didn't stop his obsession with her, then she would need to take some extreme measures. It must be Gu Changa. He must have used some sorcery to muddle your mind. He comes from the legendary upper realm, so he definitely knows such methods. Yi Chen suddenly growled in a loud voice. His eyes turned bloodshot and he glared at Su Chinga, looking like a beast that stared at its prey. Calm down, little Chen. Or you will suffer from qi deviation. Yan Ji saw Yi Chen's unstable state of mind from inside the ring, and immediately used her qi to spread waves of coolness through his body to calm him down. I don't believe this, Yi Chen groaned. Why was the goddess he admired now acting like this? Su Chinga's face turned cold, too. She unsheathed her long sword and prepared to attack. Thump! 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 At this moment, someone suddenly knocked the door of the hall, and a chuckle sounded. Is Holy Maiden Chinga present here? Gu Changa stood at the door with a peculiar smile, dressed in a black dress that accentuated his handsome features, and gave him a sinister yet charming attractiveness. It was high time he joined in on the show. After all, he couldn't put all the burden on Su Chinga alone, right? Hearing the voice of his old acquaintance, Gu Changa, Yi Chen's expression also changed drastically as deep hatred and a murderous intent replaced his previous face full of disbelief. Little Chen, leave immediately. Yan Ji's expression changed too, and she urged him to leave. Although Gu Changa had said he wouldn't make things difficult for her, they were now fugitives who had escaped from their imprisonment. If he used this reason to deal with them, they would have nothing to refute him with. The sudden knock from the outside stunned Su Chinga, and doubts surfaced in her mind. Why had young Lord Gu come to find her right at this time? No. With his unfathomable strength, he might have arrived long ago, but decided not to show up. Perhaps this was a test from him. Puff, attack. That was Su Chinga's simple idea. The immense might of the transcendent realm surged, and a cold, sharp sword light horribly pierced through the void in front of her. In the next moment, it drew blood. Ugh! Yi Chen screamed out and momentarily stopped in his tracks. He was about to escape when he was almost stabbed in the heart by Su Chinga's cruel sword. Had it not been for his powerful combat instinct, he wouldn't have been able to shift himself by a step to prevent the sword from piercing his heart. Not good, this little girl is a bit cruel. Yan Ji never expected Su Chinga to be so ruthless and determined, so much so that she directly aimed at Yi Chen's life. Fortunately, her remnant spirit was in a good state, so he hurriedly swept Yi Chen away using her powers, and directly fled through a window. What happened? Gu Changa seemed to be a little confused and surprised when he heard the sudden disturbance, and immediately pushed open the hall's door to walk in. Young Lord Gu. Su Chinga looked back at Gu Changa with a calm expression and said, Chinga has disappointed you. She naturally knew that Gu Changa was merely pretending. From the beginning to the end, he must have hidden the secret to watch this farce. A cold chill ran down her spine. One mistake in your performance, and you would fall down a bottomless abyss of despair. What's more, she didn't even know that Gu Changa was hiding in the dark all this time. He saw everything she said and did. He was a truly terrible man. No, you haven't disappointed me, Gu Changa said with a smile that appeared full of happiness. Really? Su Chinga couldn't believe his words. She had tried to kill Yi Chen just now, but he somehow evaded her attack. She was worried that Gu Changa would blame her for being merciful to him. Naturally, what I said is the truth, Gu Changa replied with a smile. Again. If killing Yi Chen was so easy, he wouldn't be having such a headache right now. The next time you meet, there will probably be a blood feud between you and Yi Chen. Do you regret it? Su Chinga shook her head and replied, I already expected this day to come when I chose to be with young Lord Gu. Good. Gu Changa nodded with his unabated smile, Vilfic, unabated without any reduction in intensity or strength. If I see some new word, I will add their meaning in a note like this so you don't have to search. If you see some new word that's hard to understand on the first read, let me know in the comments. Su Chinga's relationship with Yi Chen was completely destroyed now, and they could even be said to be life and death enemies. He doesn't have to be as harsh on her anymore. The so-called carrot and stick could truly make someone surrender. What's more? Su Chinga was also blessed with great fortune that was far beyond ordinary people, so her future achievements wouldn't be low either. Gu Changa naturally wanted Su Chinga on his side so he could use her well. After all, he no longer had to fear getting struck by a fortune backlash. Don't worry, I wasn't testing you this time. I already had complete trust in you from the beginning until the end. I merely wanted to watch a good scene, Gu Changa said with a chuckle, and with just the right amount of gentleness, he pulled her in his embrace. The sudden change stunned Su Chinga, and she didn't know what to do as she stood rooted to her spot. Her delicate body trembled, and she blinked her flawless, gem-like eyes in confusion. It was the first time she had been this close to a man. And to compound the effect, the man was none other than Gu Changa, the cold and intimidating monster she couldn't see through. Su Chinga had never expected to hear such gentle words from Gu Changa, so the sudden tenderness immediately threw her heart into chaos. Chapter 23, Familiarity Breeds Fondness. the one who conquers the favored, Suchinga couldn't help but admit that she was confused. Just now, even her heart had skipped a beat. To hear such tender words from someone like Guchanga momentarily moved her heart, and she even felt flattered, but she understood that 9 out of 10 words that came out of Guchanga's mouth weren't honest truths. Accompanying a monarch was no different from accompanying a tiger, both could tear you apart at the slightest negligence. She was still far away from truly winning Guchanga's love. Chinga is touched to know that young lord trusts Chinga so much. Suchinga replied. Her flawless, lovely face held a gentle smile as she let her supple figure lean against Guchanga's body. Are you truly touched, or do you dare not be touched? Guchanga casually asked with a smile. A woman as clever as Suchinga would never surrender just because he said a word or two with some gentleness. But that didn't matter, after all, wasn't there a saying that, familiarity breeds fondness, ding? You have triggered a fortuitous event. Your fortune value has increased by 60 points, and your destiny points have increased by 300. A sudden system prompt sounded at this time and surprised Guchanga. Unknowingly, his fortune value had broke through the 100 points mark. Still, the color hadn't changed, and it was still dark. Guchanga couldn't help but wonder how much change it made when compared to his initial 30 points of fortune value. At the same time, he felt that things had become more interesting. To put it in simple terms, if he could quickly raise his fortune value, then even if he meets other favored children of heaven, he wouldn't have as much trouble to deal with them as he did with Yi Chen. After all, if not for his overpowered fortune protecting him, Guchanga would have long slapped Yi Chen to death. He wouldn't have to go through so many hoops to deal with an ant like him. It seems that I can increase my fortune value even without messing with those favored children of heaven, as long as I come across other people who are also blessed with great fortune. Although it seems that my words had no effect on Suchinga, that's only on the surface. Deep down, she has already begun to surrender herself to me. It's because of this that my fortune value increased out of nowhere. Guchanga didn't even need to ask the system to guess this much, and he was correct in his conjectures. In addition to suppressing the favored children of heaven, he now had another method of earning fortune value and destiny points, conquering those favored with great fortune. The people of Taishan Holy Land soon discovered Yi Chen's disappearance from the dungeon. His escape enraged many elders and disciples, but soon, unease and apprehensiveness filled their hearts. After all, Yi Chen had offended young Lord Gu, but because of their poor supervision, Yi Chen had escaped. If young Lord Gu were to put the blame on their heads, then even cutting down 10,000 heads in their Taishan Holy Land might not suffice. The Taishan Holy Lord, who was previously smug and arrogantly postured before the other forces, panicked after he learnt of this matter. The thoughts about their fate disturbed his heart and mind. Father, don't worry so much. Young Lord Gu won't blame you for this. Different from him, Suchinga sat there without any worry. Taishan Holy Lord relaxed after hearing her words. He remembered that his good daughter was getting more and more of young Lord Gu's attention and love. Chinga, you must speak a few good words for your father if young Lord Gu truly blames me. Taishan Holy Lord said. Suchinga's expression didn't change, but she wanted to roll her eyes at her father's words. She felt helpless in her heart. How could she change young Lord Gu's mind if he truly intended to do something? Father, don't worry. Still, she assured the Taishan Holy Lord. Suchinga could tell that Guchanga had deliberately let Yi Chen go. As for the reason, that's what she couldn't guess. In the Taishan Holy Lord's hall, many figures stood unmoving with a solemn and quiet atmosphere around them. At the helm of the crowd stood many of the big shots like Zhao Tian, the supreme elder of the Void-Young Holy Land, Shu Wuji, the emperor of the Great Sun Dynasty, and Xiao Hua, the patriarch of the ancient Xiao family. All the forces that had come to invade the Taishan Holy Land were present in the Grand Hall. Among them were men and women, young and old, but at this moment, all of them stood on their spots with respectful attitudes without making a squeak, let alone squeak. They didn't even dare to breath out loud. These forces together made the greatest might of the eastern wilderness, yet they were like this now. Under the Taishan Holy Lord's arrangements, everyone had come to the Holy Lord's hall in hopes of meeting Guchanga. Only when they arrived did they get the news that this young Lord Gu was someone from the legendary Upper Realm. The news shocked them to their cores. Like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, stormy waves set off in everyone's hearts and they couldn't calm down at all. Upper Realm, it was an extremely mysterious and unreachable place for the people of the eastern wilderness, but it also represented unmatched might and terrifying sovereignty. They hadn't heard of anyone breaking the barrier and ascending to the Upper Realm in the last 50,000 years. To them, the existences from the Upper Realm were nothing more than illusory legends, but now, they were told that a young lord from the Upper Realm and descended upon their lower realm to gain experience.
it was as if they got to witness the birth of a legend, so how could it not cause a massive surge in their hearts? It was an evident result. No wonder the Taishan Holy Lord is so calm and arrogant even in the face of so many forces. If our sect was lucky enough to meet this young lord, we would probably be even more arrogant than him. Zhao Tian, Chu Wuji, Xiaohua, and the others had the exact same thought running through their minds. They held envy, jealousy, and hatred for the Taishan Holy Land in their hearts. But at the same time, they rejoiced over the fact that they hadn't barged in and attacked right away. Ascension was easy. The true Herculean task was descent from the upper realm. Everyone could tell that the origins of this young lord couldn't be ordinary. He was an absolutely terrifying existence they mustn't provoke, no matter what. Right now, everyone was extremely curious about the young lord, and wanted to get a glimpse of his divine visage. Chapter 24, The Treasure Hunting Tool, Compelling Temperament. Soon, everyone in the hall received a shock. Be it the mighty elders or the prodigious youth, they couldn't help but open their eyes wide as they saw a young man suddenly appear above them. He had appeared out of thin air, without causing a single fluctuation. They felt as if he didn't even exist, and they were hallucinating. The young man had a calm and indifferent expression. He wore a black dress without any adornments, but his natural-born charm gave him an incomprehensible lofty nobleness. Behind the man stood a respectful Taishan Holy Lord, and a woman in white with a veil obscuring half of her face. The woman's ethereal figure immediately attracted the attention of many young men. Holy Lord Taishan, the Taishan Holy Maiden, she's the one known as the #1 beauty of our eastern wilderness. No wonder. We pay our respects to the young lord. Immediately, everyone in the hall bowed in greeting. They couldn't help but show extreme courtesy towards the mighty figure that had appeared before them. Zhao Tian, Chu Wuji, Xiaohua, and the others from the older generations were the most shocked. The strength of the young lord in front of them was truly unfathomable, so much so that they couldn't even estimate his realm. It gave them a sense of horror as if they were staring into a bottomless abyss. No need to be so polite, everyone. Gu Chang'e responded unenthusiastically. He would certainly not refuse if someone asked him show his face and posture before others. After all, it allowed him to bring the major forces of the eastern wilderness down a peg, since many of them were getting quite chummy with the Yi Chen. To someone like him, it was trivial to deal with Yi Chen. As long as he said a word, no one among these forces would have the guts to associate themselves with Yi Chen anymore. Those who have achieved the Tao can help more than those who haven't. After all, Vilfic, might is right. The mighty are better than the weak that got slapped. Gu Chang'e wanted to see how long this Yi Chen's fortune would last. Afterwards, everyone introduced the forces behind them, as eloquently as they could, to give Gu Chang'e a good impression. Gu Chang'e, however, lacked interest in these pleasantries and kept on his calm and indifferent expression. His mind, on the other hand, was lost in thought about his own attributes. Panel.as for Yi Chen, it won't be long before he got crushed now that he had cut him so much. That immortal spirit gathering pill wasn't so easy to use. Gu Chang'e had left a mark on it with a secret technique recorded in the immortal devouring demon art. Yan Ji might have discovered the abnormality if she were still at her peak, but in her current condition, it would be impossible for her to see through his trick. As far as the immortal devouring demon art was concerned, Gu Chang'e didn't doubt the effectiveness of the secret techniques listed inside it. Where could Yi Chen go? He was nothing more than a treasure hunting tool for Gu Chang'e. No one noticed anything strange with Gu Chang'e. At this moment, he had his eyelids drooped as he sipped his tea. Fortunately, his temperament was like so. As long as he didn't smile, he would give others a deep sense of detachment. It was what they called a compelling temperament. Upon seeing this, everyone in the hall felt even more frightened and treaded even more cautiously, so as to not offend this mysterious and mighty young lord. Almost all the major forces were cautiously trying to please Gu Chang'e by asking him for his purpose in coming down to the lower realm, or what kind of hobbies he dabbled into. Gu Chang'e enjoyed this treatment with relish. Being a villain was awesome. Indeed, everyone in the hall could see that Su Chang'e's relationship with Gu Chang'e was the reason the Taishan Holy Land so easily latched onto Gu Chang'e's thigh. Her title of the #1 beauty of the eastern wilderness wasn't an empty one. Su Chang'e was indeed a fairy in the hearts of countless young prodigies. Many old guys couldn't help but churn their minds to think if they had any such outstanding descendants in their family. Unfortunately, they had no one with an appearance as outstanding as Su Chang'e's, so they soon gave up on the idea, lest they humiliate themselves. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's gaze fell upon a beautiful lady in the crowd, and he stood up and asked, "What's your name?" "Ah. Is your excellency talking to me?" The beautiful lady responded with a trembling voice laced with excitement. Admiration filled her starry eyes as she stared at him. She had never expected that Gu Changa would notice her. "I am Wang Shui, a disciple of the 10,000 Flower Palace." Everyone stared at the beauty with shock. Many couldn't help but envy her as she was questioned by Gu Changa himself. It was a great honor to be questioned by this young lord. After all, why did he find her somewhat familiar? "Have you met me before? What's the relationship between you and Yi Chen?" Gu Changa asked with a flat tone. "Ah." Yi Chen, the disciple named Wang Shui, found herself at a loss for words when she heard his question. "Shui, the young lord is asking you something." Her master next to her was more anxious than her, wishing she could say a good word or two about them before Gu Changa. "Your Excellency, Yi Chen is my ex-fiancé. I annulled my engagement with him 3 years ago, when you were at the edge of the forbidden region of 10,000 beasts some time ago, and slayed a terrifying beast of the conferred Lord Realm with a single slash of your sword. I happened to be watching from the distance. I was saved by your Excellency's grace." So, Wang Shui forced herself to calm down and explained in a hurry that why Yi Chen's former fiancé, who annulled her engagement with him 3 years ago, she happened to be saved by him. Gu Changa looked through his memories and soon found the answer. Some time ago, his original had gone to the forbidden region of 10,000 beasts to see if he could get some fortuitous opportunity there. Naturally, he found nothing there. No wonder this woman had such deep admiration for him in her eyes. This admiration and karma was formed before he transmigrated over. He killed a terrifying beast of the conferred Lord Realm with a single slash. The people in the hall couldn't help but take in a cold breath as they heard Wang Shui's words. Zhao Tian, Chu Wuji, and the other old monsters were even more terrified, and their scalps turned numb. They wondered if their hearing had gone bad. Just what kind of terrifying might did this young lord hold? Elders of the great transcendent realm could travel thousands of miles, while saints could already be lords of a holy land with territory spanning over millions of miles in the eastern wilderness. As for conferred lords, they didn't even exist, and could be considered as invincible. To find a legitimate conferred lord, or even their traces, one would have to venture into some forbidden region like the forbidden region of 10,000 beasts. Didn't this mean that their so-called behemoths of the eastern wilderness wouldn't even be able to take a single sword slash from this young lord? No one doubted Wang Shui's words. It shocked even Su Changa, and she knew for the first time how fearful Gu Changa's true strength was. Truly, in front of him, the younger generation of the eastern wilderness were nothing more than a bunch of ants. Horror gripped everyone's heart, and their awe and reverence towards Gu Changa deepened. Heavens have mercy. It's good that I didn't ask anything about that Yi Chen before. I mustn't let my granddaughter have any contact with him in the future. That Yi Chen is a dead man now. How could he offend such a monstrous existence? Cold sweat ran down the Void Young Supreme Elder's back, and he thanked the heavens in his heart. He had almost asked a death-courting question before. Chapter 25, Time to move to another map. A leak's ambition. What happened in the Taishan Holy Land caused a sensation throughout the eastern wilderness. The various Holy Lands, dynasties, and other major forces that went to besiege the Taishan Holy Land did nothing, and instead, went into their Holy Lord's Hall to pay respects to a young lord. The unbelievable news stunned many cultivators, and they couldn't believe what they heard. At the same time, many imaging stones spread throughout the eastern wilderness containing the scenes of the entire debacle. Among the scenes was the scene of all the major forces banding together and gathering outside the Taishan Holy Land. By now, almost every force of the eastern wilderness knew that a young lord had descended from the upper realm. The realization shocked many, as the upper realm was no longer just a land of myths for them. It truly existed. Such a news couldn't be suppressed, and it soon suppressed to other regions from the eastern wilderness, setting off a massive surge. The eastern wilderness is going to see unforeseeable changes. That's right. To think a young lord from the upper realm would descend. From ancient times, it's been said that ascension is hard, but descending is impossible. After all, God's coming down to the world of mortals is completely against the way of heaven. No wonder all these massive forces turned into meat kittens so suddenly. I had thought the Taishan Holy Land wouldn't survive their combined attack. It's truly unexpected. However, the Taishan Holy Land sure has some divine luck on their side, for them to hug the thigh of such a young lord. That's not all. I got some insider news about an inner sect disciple named Yi Chen challenging the young lord and getting stomped to the ground. Many people talked through laughter in a restaurant. "Haha, I also heard about this," the person next to the speaker interjected with a roaring laughter.
I heard it was because he was jealous over the young lord easily winning the heart of our eastern wilderness #1 beauty. He then overestimated himself and challenged the young lord in front of everyone. Unfortunately for him, the inner disciple surnamed G got his face planted on the ground and was forced to kneel on all fours like a mutt, unable to move. TSK, 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 every toad wants to eat swan meat these days. What makes him think that he deserves the #1 beauty of the eastern wilderness? The cultivators talked about this matter while drinking, or even as after-dinner leisure talk. You could hear them talk about this matter with relish in every ancient city, wine shop, and pavilion. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the eastern wilderness. A single ancient city alone accommodated more than 10 million residents. In just one day, this matter spread everywhere and caused an unimaginable sensation in an ancient city. A man with an unhealthy complexion hurried through the streets. His fists creaked, and his face turned ugly as he overheard the conversations of the people around him. He couldn't help but grip his chest. He felt as if someone was trying to rip his heart out. A deep hatred flashed through his cold eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Suchinga, you bitch. How dare you betray me, Guchanga? I will return this shame 100 times over in the future." This person was Yi Chen, who had disguised himself for escape. The eastern wilderness naturally had no more place for him to stay. Just one word from Guchanga would be enough to send the entire eastern wilderness on a witch hunt against him. Yi Chen didn't dare to roam around with his original appearance. He planned to use the ancient city's large teleportation array to head towards the lands of the Middle State. Compared to the Eastern Desolate, the Middle State was far more mysterious and massive. Spiritual veins were a dime a dozen, with great sects, holy lands, and sacred mountains scattered everywhere in there. There was no shortage of inheritances either. Guchanga could cover the eastern wilderness with one hand, but could he do the same with the Middle State? What's more, there were many ancient clans and families in Middle State that had connections to the upper realm, as many of their ancestors had ascended in the past. Yi Chen had planned well. With his powerful talent, he will naturally soar to the skies when he joins one of those powers. Wasn't Guchanga so arrogant just because he had some backing in the upper realm? Then wouldn't Guchanga be able to do nothing to him if he also got a big backer? He will most certainly make Suchinga and Guchanga regret their actions. Yi Chen calmed down and sneered as he thought about the future. Master, the only matter that worried and puzzled Yi Chen was the fact his gorgeous master hadn't spoken much after the incident in the Taishan Holy Land. Only when he encountered some dangerous situation would his master move to rescue him. Unease gripped Yi Chen's heart, and he clenched his fists. Could it be that Yan Ji also wanted to betray him and leave? He couldn't accept that. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. An invitation letter sent by the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty from the Middle State? He's inviting young geniuses from every region to discuss the Tao? Guchanga took the invitation handed to him by Suchinga and looked through it. He lost interest after a single glance at the invitation's contents. The so-called young geniuses of the lower realm were nothing more than ants that he could crush with a single finger. Messing with Suchinga and taking her advantage every day was far more interesting than this gathering of geniuses. I have heard that a former emperor of the Great Xia dynasty ascended to the upper realm, and they have an unfathomable background. What's more, the third prince himself is quite talented. When he was born, the sound of a heavenly phenomenon was heard as far as 3,000 miles away. Suchinga explained to Guchangji at the same time. Her scallion-like fair and tender hands peeled open a spiritual crystal grape and brought it before his mouth. Great Xia dynasty, right? Middle State, isn't it? Good. It's high time I moved to another map, too. Guchanga ate the grapes fed to him, thought about the matter. He stood up. Life nowadays was getting too stale with nothing but leisure. He felt uncomfortable now that he didn't have that leak, Yi Chen, to cut. If he guessed correctly, then Yi Chen must be on his way to Middle State right now. All the holy lands, dynasties, and ancient families of the eastern wilderness will be set and off to partake in this event in 3 days. Would you like to go along with them, young lord? Suchinga asked. Guchanga thought for a bit and nodded. At the same time, he recalled that Old Ming's family seemed to be in the Middle State of the lower realm. Old Ming had broken through the barrier to ascend to the upper realm from the Middle State around 30,000 years. Chapter 26, Ancestor Comminer. Going to Middle State, Old Ming ascended to the upper realm from the Azure Realm, the lower realm that Guchanga was in right now. Naturally, Old Ming had never mentioned this matter to him. It was the original who dug around and found that Old Ming was from this lower realm, And it was because of this reason that he allowed Old Ming to accompany him on his trip. Yu Chang'e only remembered this after Su Qingge mentioned the middle state to him. With Old Ming's identity, it would be much easier for them to roam around in the middle state. Qingge will go and arrange everything then. Gu Chang'e nodded to her in response. He had nothing to fret over when Su Qingge did the work herself. After Su Qingge left, Gu Chang'e pondered for a while and then said to Thin Air, "Old Ming, you ascended from the middle state around 30,000 years ago, right?" A wave of fluctuations appeared in the air, and Old Ming's figure appeared from the void. With a tone full of respect, he answered, "My lord, this slave indeed ascended from this azure realm's middle state some 30,000 years ago. When I had just arrived in the upper realm, I wasn't familiar with anything, and ended up getting captured by a powerful cultivator of the upper realm who turned me into a miner. Thankfully, I met an elder of the family, Gu Chang'e's, who rescued this old slave. It was all thanks to that elder that this old slave could escape from that sea of suffering, or this old slave would have died in those mines." Old Ming felt emotional as he spoke of this past. The cultivators in the lower realm believed that ascension was some grand matter, but in reality, it was something completely opposite. When the cultivators who have no background ascend to the upper realm, their only fate is to be caught by some powerful existences of the upper realm to be miners and manual laborers. They lose any and all dignity, and spend the rest of their lives doing menial tasks. In Old Ming's eyes, those forces of the middle state that had connections in the upper realm were merely putting on appearances. Their ancestors, on the other hand, were probably mining spiritual or in some corner of the upper realm. Because of this, Old Ming felt immense gratitude towards the Gu family. He was fortunate to have come across that noble person from the Gu family. "I will head to the middle state in 3 days, so you can check up on your family when we are there," Gu Chang'e said with a light smile. After finally descending to the lower realm, Old Ming must also be looking forward to see how his descendants were doing after he left back then. It's just that he couldn't leave without Gu Chang'e's permission due to his identity and mission. Gu Chang'e's sudden permission moved Old Ming, and he thanked him. "Thank you for showing such consideration towards this old slave, my lord." Gu Chang'e waved his hand in response and said, "Old Ming, there's no need for such courtesy, it's the least you deserve." Gu Chang'e might be a villain who was born to trample the favored children of heaven, but he wasn't an unkind fool. Old Ming was no outsider. This minor gesture from him could not only strengthen Old Ming's loyalty, but it could also show his magnanimity. How could Gu Chang'e not take such an advantage? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. An extremely gorgeous flying boat hovered high above in the sky outside the Taishan Holy Land. Brilliant rays of light and mystical runes moved around the boat. If one looked closely, they would see pillars of light with majestic paintings, imperial pavilions shrouded in immortal mist, springs full of crystal clear water, and fragrant flowers that could steal one's soul. The boat looked extremely luxurious as it floated among the clouds. It was an exclusive flying boat built for Gu Chang'e by all the major forces of the eastern wilderness, and it hadn't come at a small price. To put it bluntly, every inch of the flying boat was synonymous to luxury and wealth. Even the disciples of the various Holy Land widened their eyes in awe when they saw it, let alone the ordinary cultivators, and none of them had seen such a majestic flying boat in their life. Everyone sure went all out. Gu Chang'e chuckled when he saw the high-profile display. Still, he liked it. It's just a little toy, nothing is overboard if it makes the young lord happy. The supreme elders, sect masters, and patriarchs of the major forces laughed. Young Lord Gu seemed satisfied with their hospitality, and that was enough for them to rejoice. After all, it was apparent to them that this young lord wasn't someone who liked to keep a low profile. Spending so much on this gorgeous flying boat wasn't a loss as long as they could get his appreciation. They had their priorities in order. "Young lord, please." The Taishan Holy Lord requested Gu Chang'e to board the flying boat first, with a reverent expression. He was considered as Gu Chang'e's #1 lapdog. And even though lapdogs were frowned upon, everyone around him held envy towards him. Gu Chang'e gave him a slight nod and boarded the boat first. The others followed a few steps behind him, not daring to walk ahead of him. This time, the young generation from all over the realm were heading to the middle state. There was the Void Young Holy Sun, the Void Young Holy Maiden, the young emperor of the Great Sun Dynasty, the ancient Shao family's young master, and many more. All of them were at the top among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. But the pressure they felt from Gu Chang'e was 1,000 times more terrifying than what they felt from their elders. Some of them had wanted to go forward for a chat, but they couldn't help but tremble in awe and swallow their words. In comparison to them, Gu Chang'e's first lapdog, Chu Xian, was in an advantageous position. Yi Chen will soon be squeezed dry, so who will be the next favored son of heaven? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but mutter to himself. What do you mean, young lord? His words surprised Su Qing'e, who was busy massaging his shoulders, as she couldn't understand why he said such words out of nowhere. Qing'e, do you want to follow me back to the upper realm? Gu Chang'e suddenly asked with a smile. On normal days, Su Qing'e would be very interested when he talked about the upper realm, but now, her expression didn't show any change, and she said, Young lord, haven't you used the same question to take advantage of me several times already? How boring. Gu Chang'e shook his head, and then gently brought her into his embrace. He loved to see Su Qing'e's insincere display when she was actually annoyed. Sure enough, no matter who and where they were, bullying women was what men loved to do most. Vilfic, frick you, I have never committed such honorable heinous act, nor thought about it, ever. Humph. Misandrist bastard author. 'Tis a joke, boom. Soon, the void outside turned turbulent and set off a hurricane. Bright rays of light and mystical runes burst around the luxurious flying boat as it crushed the space around it and began to gallop through the void at a high speed, heading towards the lands of the Middle State. Chapter 27, Old Monster Taking Over. Surnamed Lin, the Middle State was a land of outstanding people rich in spiritual qi, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. In addition to the many holy lands and great dynasties that had existed for millenniums, there were also many great clans and ancient families. Ancient creatures with mighty cultivation bases dwelled inside endless spans of sacred mountains. With their might alone, they could lord over a region of the world without issue. In addition to the humans, the Middle State had other races, too, that came into being in times immemorial. Extreme Tao Academy, Central Heavenly City, Middle State. A group of youths, male and female, quietly listened to their teacher's explanation regarding cultivation. The teacher in question was a young beauty dressed in colorful robes. The thin layer of makeup on her face compounded her charm. Her skin was like a milky jade, and her hair fell behind her like clouds. Her loose robes did nothing to hide her tall and plump figure that was fat where it should be and lean where it should be. Calling her a stunning enchantress wouldn't be an overstatement. At this moment, her eyes turned frosty, and she threw the jade slip in her hands towards the table of a dozing youth. Lin Tian, how dare you sleep in my class again? The land of the Middle State was divided into 8 domains, and among them, the Central Heavenly City was the most prosperous. Many supreme sects and ancient orthodoxies had their roots in this place. The Extreme Tao Academy was also known as the Academy of Heavenly Geniuses. Many prodigious talents and young heroes gathered in this academy from various forces. It wouldn't be an understatement to call all the youths, male and female, who joined the Extreme Tao Academy the cream of the crop. They would have illustrious future achievements. Many holy lords, emperors, and patriarchs in the Middle State were once students of the Extreme Tao Academy when they were young. There was an exception in this room of the academy, however. The gorgeous teacher's eyes spewed frost as her rage surged and her body trembled. One could clearly see her hatred for the negligent student who snored in her presence. The other students in the class couldn't help but show disdain and ridicule him when they saw he was still snoring like a bear near them. Who allowed this trash to enter the Extreme Tao Academy? He's a shame to all that live under the sky. That's right. If not for the fact that he's from the ancient Lin family, and his sister's an elder in the academy, he would never have had the chance to sit in the same class as us. Elder Lin Xiaohans must be plagued with misfortune to have such a useless brother. The students looked at the sleeping boy with eyes full of despise, and murmured among themselves. Of course, the one they were talking about was none other than Lin Tian. He was a well-known celebrity in the Extreme Tao Academy as he was the half-brother of the loose-robed beauty standing in front of them. Not only did he have abysmal talent for cultivation, but he was also a useless waste of spiritual qi who refused to put in any hard work on his cultivation, and often slept in the class. Calling him a waste of spiritual qi and burden on the Middle State didn't do justice to his uselessness. His sister Lin Xiaohan, however, was the Extreme Tao Academy's youngest and most beautiful elder, with suitors that one couldn't count on a dozen hands. Even the holy sons of the various holy lands, and young emperors of the great dynasties pursued her. Lin Xiaohan's future was limitless. Still, this Lin Tian was more famous in the Extreme Tao Academy if the popularity of the two was to be compared. Lin Tian, seeing that Lin Tian refused to wake up, the beauty's rage grew, and she raised her voice while walking towards him. It seemed that her loud shout had some effect, and the boy jumped to his feet. Ah! This king refuses to accept this, Lin Tian screamed and looked around with a confused expression, still in a daze as if he hadn't truly woken up. Where's this? Who are you? This king? Ha ha ha, what a clown. Just what the hell did this scum dream about now? Words full of mockery reverberated in the quiet room. Even more displeasure covered Lin Xiaohan's face as her rage brought her close to the point of bursting. Not only did this bastard sleep in her class, he even had the guts to ask her who she was? Although he was her brother, there was no way she would let him off for his recklessness this time. She must teach him a lesson. Azure Realm, Middle State, Central Heavenly, so that's how it is. Lin Tian appeared as if he hadn't seen the lioness in front of him as he muttered to himself. His emotions were in a turmoil, but soon, he returned from his daze. Unexpectedly, he, the dignified Heaven Slaughter God King, reincarnated. The old and rubbish Lin Tian was no more, as he, the Supreme God King, had replaced him and returned to life. He was the strongest God King of his generation, titled the Heaven Slaughter God King, who was known to be so strong that people believed he could even rival the heavens. It's just that when he underwent his ascension tribulation, he encountered a terrible spatial crack, and fell before he could step into the mythical upper realm, but the heavens had mercy on him, and an immortal ray of his remnant soul escaped and took over the body of this youth in lands foreign to him. Still, Lin Tian had some doubts. In his original world, one could only ascend to the mythical upper realm after they reached the God King realm, but here, people could ascend as soon as they reached the false God realm. In that case, wouldn't it be easy for him to stand at the top of this world with his past life memories? Lin Tian couldn't help but show a smug and confident expression as he thought about this. As for those who despised, ridiculed, and oppressed him, he, the dignified Heaven Slaughter God King, will slap their faces and stomp them under his feet sooner or later, and with his might and knowledge, even the predecessor's obsession with his half-sister was no problem. Sooner or later, he will steal her heart and push her under him to fulfill his predecessor's crush and desire, since the predecessor himself didn't have the guts required to do that. As for morality regarding blood relations and whatnot, for an existence of his level, that nonsense wasn't worth fretting over. Lin Tian, what are you smirking like an idiot for? If you can't break through to the Spirit Sea realm by the end of this month, you will be expelled from the Extreme Tao Academy. By then, even the family will not bother about you. Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but wrinkle her brows as she watched Lin Tian ignore her, and her tone turned harsher. Lin Tian wasn't a legitimate heir, and instead, he was the son of a maid and had abysmal talent for cultivation. His situation in the ancient Lin family wasn't quite good, and no one in the family welcomed him. Lin Xiaohan had a naturally kind heart, so she would look after him on normal days. But Lin Tian's continuous lack of interest in improving himself gave her great disappointment. Is the Spirit Sea realm all that powerful? Let alone a month, I can break through into the Spirit Sea realm within half a day. Lin Tian proclaimed with arrogance in his tone, and watched the surrounding disciples with eyes full of disdain and contempt. Lin Xiaohan felt that he was truly hopeless now, so she shook her head in utter disappointment. At the same time, a burst of laughter broke out in the otherwise quiet classroom. Everyone felt that Lin Tian was still lost in a dream, and couldn't tell that he had woken up. Lin Tian, on the other hand, ignored their ridicule that he was someone who had once stood at the peak of the God King realm, so how could these brats who were still wet behind the ears encompass the vastness of his great knowledge? He will slap them in their faces soon. Boom. A spatial turbulence caused an explosion in the sky, sending the surrounding winds into a great turbulence. An extravagant flying boat appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Covered in sacred rays of light with divine runes flowing around its body, the flying boat had arrived inside the territory of the Middle State at breakneck speed. Gu Chang's robes fluttered in the wind, and his inky black hair danced around as he looked down. Ding! A new favored child of heaven has been detected. A sudden system prompt sounded in his mind, and he was stunned. Could it be that Yi Chen's fortune value had decayed too quickly, so he was going to face a new favored son of heaven? It seems he will have another leak to cut very soon. This old slave never expected to set foot on the land of the Middle State again in my life. I wonder what became of the family that I left behind 30,000 years ago. Old Ming respectfully stood behind Gu Changde and muttered to himself while looking at the scenery below. His emotions fluctuated as he watched the unfamiliar mountains, rivers, and plains in a daze. 30,000 years were enough to turn seas into mulberry fields, and the ancient city he remembered might have long turned into ruins. Vilfic, seas turning into mulberry fields, occurrence of great changes after a long span of time. He felt nostalgia, but more than that, he felt a certain fear in his heart. What became of his descendants? Were they still around? Senior Ming, did you ascend to the upper realm from the Middle State? Su Chang'e asked in surprise. This was the first time she heard of such a matter. She had thought that old Ming was just like Gu Chang'e, someone who was born and bred in the upper realm. Indeed. Before my ascension, this old slave had once created a Lin family, old Ming replied with a smile. Only a few people knew that he was surnamed Lin. Chapter 28, Comforted at once, Benefits of increased fortune value. Old Ming was named Lin Ming, but after ascending to the upper realm and becoming the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Gu family, he came to be known as Old Ming over time. 30,000 years ago, he was a mere false god realm cultivator, but today, he was a mighty god king. He was considered a strong person even in the upper realm's Gu family. It's just that he couldn't exert his true strength in the lower realm due to the world's will, or he will be rejected by the world's will of this lower realm, and expelled or attacked. He might be a god king, but that didn't mean he could ignore the laws of the world and tread wherever he desired to. I created the Lin family all by myself. Gu Chang'e nodded after listening to old Ming's sound transmission. At the same time, he communicated with the system in his heart. What's Yi Chen's current fortune value? He had clearly heard the system's prompt just now. Since he changed the original trajectory of the world's advancement, the world itself intervened to correct the disparity, and a new favored child of heaven had appeared. It seemed that Yi Chen's heavenly daddy was about to abandon him. Gu Chang'e guessed that the favored children of heaven didn't follow the same template. There must be different clichés and plots, and that wouldn't be surprising to him. He was already guessing what template this new favored child of heaven will have since the last one had the annulled engagement plot. The system replied, Host, Yi Chen has 230 points of fortune value. The reason I will suffer from a fortune backlash is because of my low fortune value when compared to these so-called favored children of heaven, right? If my fortune value is high enough, I shouldn't suffer from it, right? The system's mechanical and flat voice sounded again, yes. The fortune backlash will disappear over time as the host's fortune value increases. Gu Chang'e nodded with a thoughtful expression. Although Yi Chen was weak as a mosquito, it took Gu Chang'e a lot of effort to deal with him. After all, Gu Chang'e can easily crush someone like Yi Chen with his strength. It's just that the heavenly Tao provided special protection to Yi Chen, and that made it impossible for him to directly obliterate Yi Chen in soul and body. One must keep in mind that Gu Chang'e started out with 30 points in his fortune value, while Yi Chen had an overpowered 500 points in his fortune value. He had almost 20 times more fortune value than him. If one just compared strengths, then his original could obliterate Yi Chen with his pinky alone. What Gu Chang'e found hard to believe was the fact that the original, a true disciple of the heavenly immortal Tao Palace, only had 30 points in fortune value. Gu Chang'e had thought about this matter for a long time, and realized that the reason was probably due to his original's temperament apart from his villainous role in the story. The original was a haughty and indifferent man who only cared about cultivation. He was completely dumb when it came to matters beside cultivation. He was truly fit to be a cannon fodder whose only job was giving experience to the protagonist. He even disdained to stomp an ant like Yi Chen. According to his character and actions, the world would probably follow this route. Fortune value is illusory and imperceptible. No matter how Yi Chen offended the original, and no matter how many hard situations he found himself in, he would ultimately survive and the world would make it completely reasonable through coincidences. Since he had crossed over and knew all these clichés by heart, he would naturally not allow Yi Chen to make a comeback and step on him after stomping him under his feet. Gu Chang'e had become one of the so-called anomalies, and the heavenly Tao was already finding it hard to shelter the favored children of heaven using inexplicable coincidences. Hence, the world brought forth fortune backlash to deal with the anomaly. It was just like how the human race had been established as the dominant race in Gu Chang'e's previous world's myths. Whoever tried to go against this law would be stuck by heaven's punishment. Even the sages didn't dare think about changing this reality. Of course, the world in front of him couldn't be compared to the mythical stories from his previous life, but the trend wasn't much different. The favored children of heaven were meant to stand at the peak and achieve the Tao. That was the will of heaven. The position of the favored children of heaven wasn't for nothing, although it brought joy to him to slowly reap fortune value from the favored children of heaven, but it also gave him a feeling of restraint, and Gu Chang'e didn't like that. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e no longer felt a threat to his life when he thought about taking Yi Chen's life. He guessed that his fortune value had increased to a reasonable high. It comforted him at once, as the system said, when his fortune value increased to a certain amount, even the heavenly Tao would need to submit and wouldn't be able to be so partial anymore.
It would need to use the so-called coincidences to deal with him if it wanted to protect those favored children of heaven. It wouldn't be able to strike him down with a heavenly bolt from the blue. Gu Chang'e looked through his attribute panel's current state: host, Gu Chang'e identity, true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline, devil heart, Dao bone cultivation, conferred lord, middle stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao codex, 7th layer, innate God spirit temple. Talent, myriad changes, demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art, destiny points, 100 fortune value, 120, dark, system shop, open warehouse, domain traversing talisman X1 1/3 fragment of a world seed X1, Vilfic. I have cleaned this panel somewhat. I presume the dots under the mystical abilities section is there to show that he has more abilities, but they aren't worth mentioning. Gu Chang'e had earned some fortune value and destiny points over the last few days, and he had also raised his cultivation by a minor realm. Heavenly Immortal Dao Codex was still at the 7th layer, but Gu Chang'e had still increased his cultivation to the middle stage of the conferred Lord realm. His speed of advancement was ridiculous when compared to the other saint children of the upper realm. He was a supreme villain with a golden finger who could increase his cultivation by adding points, so it would be a disgrace if he wasn't improving this fast. This method of using destiny points was nothing short of using a cheat in an online game to rig up your specs. At the same time, Gu Chang'e had been wondering about the repercussions of having a dark fortune. But even after racking his brain, he couldn't come up with anything. He received no heavenly opportunity, nor did a divine disaster strike him down. He concluded that it was only a sign of him being an anomaly, since it didn't exist among the 7 levels of luck: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. In simple terms, dark fortune represented an unpredictable variable. Chapter 29, More Than Wonderful, Ancestor Returns. Gu Chang'e decided not to think too much into these matters for now. Either way, he was still going strong and wasn't a stupid person. No matter what kind of favored child of heaven he encountered, he would be able to deal with them, just like Yi Chen. Even though the heavenly Dao protected him, he was still almost played to death by him. Even Su Qingge, the goddess he loved and admired, broke her relationship with him, Yi Chen, and became his, Gu Chang'e, woman. Worse still? Yi Chen's final reliance, his master named Yin Ji, would also belong to him sooner or later. This feeling of having everything under control was more than wonderful. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile as he thought about this, and descended to the lower floor of the flying boat. It was far more livelier here than above. Many young talents of the eastern wilderness gathered together and conversed among themselves. Some discussed the Tao, while others sparred on the spot to see who was better. "Young lord, what has brightened your mood today?" Su Qingge naturally followed after Gu Chang'e when he moved around. Her flawless, gem-like eyes blinked in surprise as she watched Gu Chang'e's refreshing smile. Gu Chang'e rarely showed such a natural smile. On ordinary days, not only were his thoughts deep and elusive, but he also liked to evilly mess with her. It had become the norm for her to be teased and harassed by Gu Chang'e. He was no honorable man. "Something good, naturally," Gu Chang'e casually replied, and then asked, "Tell me about the Middle States forces that are worthy of attention." Over the last few days, Gu Chang'e discovered that Su Qingge's fortune value had increased by a lot, and she was close to crossing the 400 points mark. As a result, his fortune value had also increased. Was there really something as good as gaining fortune value without doing anything? This discovery made Gu Chang'e ponder for a long time. In the end, he concluded that Su Qingge was still hiding some secret from him, and that's what led to the increase in her fortune value. After all, could people really increase their fortune value without doing anything? Still, Gu Chang'e didn't bother asking for the reason, as it had nothing to do with him. Who didn't have some secret of their own? Su Qingge nodded when she heard his question. She had deliberately collected a lot of information about the Middle State, and was waiting for Gu Chang'e to ask her about it. The Middle State is divided into 8 domains, and the central heavenly city is the most prosperous among them all. The event that the Great Xia Dynasty's 3rd prince is holding will also take place in the central heavenly city. This level of Dao assembly can't match up to Your Excellency's identity, so Your Excellency can simply watch it as a show of entertainment, Xu Xian added from the side. He had rushed over after he saw Gu Chang'e coming to the lower floor of the flying boat. Many young prodigies in the distance laughed with some bitterness when they heard his words. They had waited a long time for such a gathering, desiring to become famous all over the world by showing their talents at once. "I am not interested in this Dao assembly." Gu Chang'e didn't hide his lack of interest. He had come to the Middle State for his own matter, to cut another leak, the newly appointed favored child of heaven. As for watching a bunch of brats from the lower realm discuss the Dao,
He couldn't be bothered about that. He would be making a fool out of himself if he deigned to show interest in such a low-level farce. Middle State, Central Heavenly City, Ancient Lin family. As one of the ancient families of the Middle State, the ancient Lin family had stood tall in the Central Heavenly City for more than tens of thousands of years. The ancient Lin family came into being some 30,000 years ago, at the hands of their ancestor who broke through the void and successfully ascended to the upper realm to become a mythical existence. It was precisely because of this background that the Lin family could become one of the strongest ancient families of the Middle States. So much so that even some great dynasties and holy lands had envy towards their deep heritage. At this moment, in a deeply hidden ancestral hall of the Lin family, a candlelight flickered and the light in the surroundings dimmed. At the same time, a certain disturbance could be heard. What happened? Why did the Great Elder suddenly summon us to the ancestral hall? A group of old people gathered together with serious and doubtful expressions. The current head of the Lin family was no exception. All of them were the highest level figures of the Lin family. They had strong cultivation bases and supreme authority. A single stomp from them could cause the world outside to tremble, but now, all of them stood dumbfounded in the ancestral hall. They were shocked by the sudden summon from the Great Elder who had long entered seclusion. The Great Elder hadn't showed himself for nearly 10,000 years, and he had an unfathomable cultivation base from what they knew. Many had even thought that he had perished amidst his seclusion. They couldn't help but rack their brains to think about what matter had taken place for the Great Elder to summon them all so suddenly. The situation puzzled everyone, and they all watched the spirited and childlike old man in front of them. That old man was none other than the Lin family's Great Elder. We pay our respects to the Great Elder. We wonder why the Great Elder has summoned us and asked to wait here? Everyone showed their puzzlement. Generally, unless some earth-shattering event took place, they would never gather together all at once. Could it be that the Great Elder's cultivation base had another breakthrough, and he wanted to try his hands at ascension? Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Great Elder finally opened his mouth with a strange expression on his face. He looked extremely excited, to the point that his body couldn't stop trembling. But soon, he forced himself to calm down, and spoke with a quivering voice. Today, I felt our ancestor's aura. It's possible that the ancestor is returning. The entire ancestral hall quietened down as soon as those words fell. What? Everyone was stupefied for a moment, but then shock covered their faces immediately afterwards. They were in a state of disbelief. They wondered if they had heard wrong. Their ancestor, who ascended to the upper realm some 30,000 years ago, was actually returning. How could that be? Well, one had to know that ascension was difficult, but descending was almost impossible. It was almost 10,000 times difficult to descend than to ascend, and that made the process nearly impossible. Or had their ancestor reached an even more incredible cultivation realm over in the upper realm? To the point that he could trade through the void at will, and had come down to bring them all to the upper realm. As this thought crossed their minds, their excitement soared and their complexion turned bright red. Their ancestor was a legend from 30,000 years ago. All of the Lin family's glory and power today could be attributed to that ancestor's contributions. They had no doubt in what they heard. After all, the Great Elder had said so himself. None of the gathered people could suppress their joy and excitement. Good. Great. Awesome. With the ancestor's return, our Lin family is bound to soar higher and higher. I must let all the forces of the Middle State know that our Lin family's ancestor has returned. At that time, the Great Xia dynasty, the Buddhist Holy Land, and all the other forces will have come here and pay their respects. Our Lin family's momentum is bound to shake the entire Middle State, and no one will be able to contend with us. Their words of praise satisfied the Great Elder, and he nodded while stroking his beard. With a laugh, he said, Good, good, good. Inform the others in the family to prepare a welcome celebration for the return of our ancestor. Our Lin family will surely see an even more glorious time. Chapter 30, Tremors in the Middle State, God King's Misfortune, Vilfix Crib. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I couldn't do any chapters the last 2 days due to IRL matters, cold and whatnot. The weather be bad, and I would like to request your pardon for that wholeheartedly. I missed a total of 5 chapters, and I am completely intent on making up for them over these few days by increasing the release rate by +1. I hope you can understand my difficulty. Enjoy, without a shred of surprise, the news regarding the return of the ancient Lin family's ancestor from the upper realm spread throughout the central heavenly city like wildfire. Even with the people of the Lin family doing their best to suppress the news, it still spread to every corner of the realm. The entire central heavenly city was like a cauldron about to explode.
countless forces and cultivators were shocked.
Just what kind of existence was the ancestor of the ancient Lin family?
He was a powerhouse of the false god realm who shattered the void and ascended to the upper realm some 30,000 years ago, yet now, he had returned. One could hardly imagine the terrifying sensation caused by this news. Countless people couldn't sit still, especially the various hegemonic forces of the Middle State, who immediately dispatched uncountable spies to investigate the truth of the matter. This matter was originally suppressed as the region was soon going to hold the Tao Conference of the heavenly geniuses of the realm. Innumerable forces were paying attention to this conference, so they decided not to dwell too much on this matter. But the subsequent actions of the ancient Lin family's members confirmed the authenticity of this news to the world. The Lin family members that were dispatched outside the family rushed back, as if waiting to welcome their ancestor on his return. Many people had a keen mind and observation, and they soon recalled the rumors that spread from the eastern wilderness regarding the descent of a young lord who had come from the upper realm. Many had considered that to be nothing more than a rumor, but now? It shook the people to their cores. Could the return of the Lin family's ancestor be related to that matter? Even the overlords such as the Great Xia dynasty, the Buddhist Holy Land, and the Yinyang Holy Land also sent their people to the ancient Lin family to request an audience with their ancestor when he appeared. They were also forces who had their ancestors ascend to the upper realm, so they were very keen on knowing the whereabouts of their ancestors. For a while, all of the Middle States surged with dark undercurrents. At the same time, an extremely magnificent flying boat galloped through the sky and soon landed in the central heavenly city's vicinity. There were already people from the Middle State who had arrived to pick up the geniuses of the eastern wilderness for the Tao Conference. Ji Yuchanga and Su Qingga, on the other hand, went to the family that old Ming had created years ago, an ancestor who returned from the upper realm? Ancient Lin family? This could be a good place for me. What a pity, though, in an ancient city of the Middle State. A youth with a cold face and a bronze ring on his hand stopped in his tracks when he heard the sudden news, but soon, his eyes flashed with hatred when he thought deeply about the matter. The youth was none other than Yi Chen, who had traveled to the Middle State after leaving the eastern wilderness. Along the way, not only had he not suffered much, but he had instead received a lot of opportunities and benefits. His cultivation base even made a breakthrough when he reached the transcendent realm in one fell swoop. In addition to that, he even got acquainted with the Holy Son of the Buddhist Holy Land, and the two of them became sworn brothers at first sight. It could be said that he had already washed away the humiliation he suffered back in the eastern wilderness. The ancient Lin family has a deep heritage, but you have a lot of secrets that need to be protected, or someone will discover an abnormality with you and you will be targeted. A cold voice sounded from the ring and warned Yi Chen. Ji, still dressed in red as always, sat cross-legged in the void, and advised Yi Chen against what he was thinking. Although a rift had appeared between her and Yi Chen due to the previous events and happenings, she couldn't help but turn a little soft-hearted and forgive Yi Chen after he constantly apologized for his behavior. Still, no matter how she persuaded Yi Chen to let go of his hatred towards Gu Chang'e, he wouldn't listen and thought that she had some impure motives behind her constant nagging. Ji felt helpless at this result. Master, please don't worry. I still have more important matters to deal with, so I will most certainly not go to the ancient Lin family. Yi Chen replied while looking down at a broken ancient relic in his hands. It was an ancient fragment he accidentally obtained from a small stall, and it seemed to record a route to an ancient ruin. After many days of deciphering, he found that the ancient ruins weren't too far away from the city he was currently in. No one has discovered these ancient ruins before, so there must be a lot of opportunities in there. When I break through to the great transcendent realm, I will be able to fight even existences of the Saint realm. At that time, Gu Chang'e and Su Qingge, you sons of bitches. Ha ha! Yi Chen's lips showed a sneer as he thought about the future. In his opinion, Gu Chang'e could only be in the Saint realm. No matter how overpowered he might be, once he broke through to the great transcendent realm, he would be able to easily suppress Gu Chang'e's so-called prodigious talent with his own ultimate talent. After all, Gu Chang'e was nothing more than a spoiled bastard who attained his cultivation base through consuming pills and heavenly treasures from a young age. A spoiled genius like Gu Chang'e could never compare to someone like him, who had gone through countless life and death experiences and battles. With those thoughts in his mind, Yi Chen strode out of the ancient city and headed towards the ancient ruins. Vilfic, such delusions, someone tell him. At this time in a Lin family courtyard, an ordinary-looking boy with a stone-cold face busied himself in concocting some sort of medicine. He held a cattail fan in his hand and gently fanned the flame under the medicinal pot to control the flame's size and intensity. I am still short of 3 herbs that are required to refine this origin tempering spirit pill. To think that I, the strongest god king of my generation, would see such desperate times where I don't even have enough medicinal ingredients to temper my weak body, the youth coldly muttering to himself was none other than Lin Tian. Immediately, he shook his head and said, "Whatever. Since heavens have given me another chance at life, I won't let such minor matters dissuade me from reaching greatness. First of all, I must build up this body's foundation that's down in the dumpster and can't even reach the spirit sea realm." His face burned as he recalled how he had boasted he would break through the spirit sea realm within half a day, yet now, he didn't even have enough medicinal materials. Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It wasn't his fault. What use is me being a direct disciple of the ancient Lin family if I can't even get enough medicinal materials? It seems that this kid's position in the family isn't all that great. Not only was this kid bullied, ridiculed, and looked down upon, he didn't even have the right to ask for medicinal ingredients like the others. What a pitiful life. Lin Tian felt upset when he recalled his clansman's eyes full of shock and disbelief when he went to ask for some medicinal ingredients a while ago. That he, a once mighty god king, was questioned and thoroughly looked down upon no matter where he went or what he did. And that made him extremely unhappy. If he had his original strength, he would have long slapped all those bastards to death. It was merely performing alchemy, yet they said that they wouldn't be able to do it? They also mocked him by saying that giving him any ingredients was nothing more than a waste of materials. Lin Tian's face turned ugly as he recalled the abusive looks and words thrown at him. When had he, the dignified heaven slaughter god king, ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the courtyard's entrance. 2 people, a boy and a girl around 14 or 15 years old, walked in. The boy frowned as he saw Lin Tian busy himself with refining some concoction and said, "Lin Tian, what are you doing here?" "The patriarch has summoned all the family members to pay their respects to the ancestor." "Even a waste like you wants to refine pills now? Have you taken a look at your reflection in a puddle of piss? Shouldn't you first learn the basics of alchemy before jumping into the act?" The girl next to the boy couldn't help but mock with a sneer. Someone who couldn't even be bothered with cultivation had suddenly changed his mind and started refining pills. They thought that Lin Tian had finally lost his sanity. Although he was the patriarch's most unwanted son, the unfortunate fact that he was a direct descendant of the clan couldn't be washed away. He couldn't be absent when the ancestor himself was coming back to the family. Lin Tian's expression soured as soon as he heard their taunts. He was a god king, for fuck's sake. He was a mighty existence worshipped by countless mortals. Pay respects to the ancestor? What kind of dogshit was that? Was he even worthy? I heard there's a young lord who came along with the ancestor. That young lord seems to have some terrifying background, and even the ancestor has to be respectful before him. I heard that too. The origin of that young lord is something we can't even imagine. The 2 didn't pay any attention to Lin Tian's expression, and kept talking to themselves. Chapter 31, Respect Without a Show of Might. The ancestor calling himself an old slave. Vilfix crib. Thank you, everyone, for your well wishes. I am doing very well health-wise, though the weather is not as partial. We were in a 14 to 16 hours long blackout yesterday due to heavy downpour that messed up some energy supply lines, so I couldn't come online at all. PC problems. The weather has gotten better, though it's still drizzling outside. Hopefully, the sky clears up soon and the cold gets a bit better as well. Everyone, stay safe and take care of your health. Lin Tian's face turned ugly as he listened to the conversation of the 2 who completely disregarded his existence, the ancient Lin family's ancestor, an unfathomable young lord. What crap were these toys before him? All the existences of the Azure realm were nothing more than wooden toys he could move around at whim. The strongest in the realm was nothing more than a false god realm, too. Before him, a mighty god king. False god realms were nothing more than ants that could be squashed under his pinky. Lin Tian simply dismissed their existence and decided to go back to his own matters. I am not interested in meeting any ancestor or whatever. You 2 should get the heck out of my place. Lin Tian had not good feelings for the 2 who arrived and mocked him, so he immediately put on a harsh expression and dismissed his guests with a cold command, You. His sudden arrogance stunned and enraged the 2. Lin Tian wasn't like this on normal days. Had he gone crazy, or what? His behavior was kind of weird and more withdrawn than before. The youth was ready to teach Lin Tian a lesson for his insolence, but the girl next to him held him back and said, "The ancestor has returned from the upper realm. yet this fool isn't even going to participate in such a major event. He must have a wish to be kicked out of the family.
Let's not ruin our chances by causing a ruckus here.
We should inform the patriarch. The patriarch will surely punish him for his actions. The girl said her piece and pulled the boy to leave.
Lin Tian, on the other hand, was shocked out of his mind. Returned from the upper realm? Those words caught Lin Tian's attention and gave him a great jolt.
He really didn't want to go, but matters related to the upper realm concerned him very much. Whatever.
I will just go and join them. I have to see who is the ancestor of this ancient Lin family.
Lin Tian's expression changed and he silently followed after the two as soon as he reasoned about the matter in his mind.
Upon seeing him walking behind them, the two couldn't help but laugh out. What happened to the guts he showed just a moment ago? Sure enough, the patriarch's threat could tone him down. Didn't he say he wasn't interested?
It seems he still knows his place and understands that he's nothing without the Lin family's background backing him up. The two in the front ridiculed in soft voices, but Lin Tian heard every word that rolled off their tongues. His complexion turned even more unsightly, and a murderous intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Still, he held back. He did, indeed, need his identity as a Lin family's descendant. He couldn't reveal his origin. The two youths in front of him didn't know that they had walked down the path to hell, and a Yama was watching them with great intent. Although Lin Tian's cultivation base wasn't all that high right now, he could still easily make minced meat out of the two using methods from his previous life. In the ancient Lin family's great hall, many powerful figures stood around inside the hall. Their mighty spirit energy surged around, and divine lights loomed around their figures. Sacred ruins intertwined around them, showing the profound heritage of the ancient Lin family at its best. Many more members of the ancient Lin family also stood outside the hall. Most of them were youths, male and female, who were shrouded in holy halos. They were the elite geniuses of the ancient Lin family, and they were quite famous in the lands of the Middle State. All of them watched on with great curiosity and excitement, but none dared to make a sound. After all, the people inside the hall were the highest-ranking elders of their family. Even the great elder who had gone into seclusion thousands of years ago, and was considered to have died amidst his seclusion, had come out to personally receive the newcomers. Just who was the young man in black sitting at the head seat and drinking tea with an indifferent expression? The maid next to him was a breathtaking beauty, too. Just like a fairy who had descended from the ninth heaven, even their legendary ancestor, who had ascended to the upper realm, was behaving like a respectful underling. Just who was the youth? It was all an unimaginable matter for them, something they had never imagined to see in all of their life. Old Ming, you should deal with your matters without worrying about my presence, Gu Chang'e said with a casual smile. He was very interested in the progression of the current situation, as everything had happened without him even needing to put on a false show of might. When their flying boat had arrived above the Lin family's estate, a large group of elders respectfully greeted them from below and introduced themselves as the descendants of the ancient Lin family. Afterwards, Gu Chang'e and his group were invited to the Lin family's estate by that group. Since he had nothing better to do at the moment, Gu Chang'e decided to take it as a stroll outside and agreed. It was old Ming who explained to him that it was because of bloodline resonance he invoked that the ancient Lin family had found out about their arrival when they neared the Middle State. It was because of that matter that all of the elders had personally come out to fetch them. Although he didn't speak much, the grand welcome from his descendants put a bright smile on old Ming's smile. Especially when it was all done in Gu Chang'e's presence. He didn't want his young lord to see ruins when he brought him to his family in the Middle State. This trip to the lower realm was an opportunity for him. After all, if they were still in the upper realm, then, with his status in the Gu family, it would be impossible for him to get close to Gu Chang'e, let alone do something for him that would be worth remembering. My lord, I can't fulfill your command this time. No matter how happy this old slave is, this old slave dares not leave your side, Old Ming said with a wry smile. Of course, he knew that Gu Chang'e wouldn't blame him for his current half-joking tone. Today, Old Ming's heart was bursting with joy after he saw that his descendants were not only having a great life, but they had also become one of the greatest ancient family of the Middle State. He wasn't this courageous on normal days, and would never use a joking tone in front of Gu Chang'e. Old slave? Their ancestor actually referred to himself as an old slave? Everyone who heard those words took in a deep, cold breath. Their pupils shrunk, and their hearts shuddered. The youngsters outside couldn't help but open their eyes wide. It's all right, Gu Chang'e responded with a smile. He would naturally not mind such trivialities. He decided to take his leave and stroll around, instead of standing between the young wanting to reminisce with their old. Chang'e, accompany me on a stroll. Gu Changa put down his teacup and stood up to leave. He had an indifferent yet amiable expression, without the slightest hint of arrogance, and that gave the people around him a more approachable feeling, but everyone knew full well that the man in front of them was a supreme existence who couldn't be bothered about their insignificant existence. The amiable aura around him was nothing more than a sign of his goodwill that he showed to give face to old Ming. "Chouhan, you are familiar with the area, so why don't you accompany the young lord and show him around?" The patriarch of the Lin family suddenly spoke up and gave a command to his daughter who was standing near the hall's door. Old Ming couldn't help but give him a look of approval. This descendant had great foresight. Understood, father. Lin Xiaohan immediately responded with a trembling voice. Her nervousness was through the roof at the moment. Originally, Gu Changa didn't care much about having a guide, but when he took a look at the one who would accompany him, his eyes lit up. In front of him stood a stunning beauty, with a thin layer of makeup to accentuate her features. She looked like a fairy. Her skin shimmered under the light, and her hair fell behind her and flew around like clouds. The loose robe she wore could not hide her tall and curvaceous figure that made heat rise inside a man's body. Of course, what truly distinguished her as a phoenix among the pheasants was the massive fortune value she possessed. Sister, Lin Tian, who had just arrived at the scene, was taken aback as soon as he saw what happened. He tightly clenched his fists, and his emotions went into a violent turmoil. Chapter 32, Pillows. When you think about sleep, the young lord's identity. Sister, Lin Tian clenched his fists, and his complexion turned unsightly. An uncomfortable feeling of rage rose from the depths of his heart, and he subconsciously blurted out a call for Lin Xiaohan even though it wasn't his intention. Lin Tian knew this was caused by his predecessor's obsession, and it was his body's instinctive reaction to seeing the scene in front of him. After all, Lin Xiaohan was the only one who treated his predecessor with kindness according to his memories. Although she would put on a harsh and severe stance, she was sincerely good towards him in reality. She didn't treat him with indifference or despise, like the others in the family. The previous Lin Tian had always held an unspeakable kind of love for Lin Xiaohan. It was just that his sister was too outstanding, while he, himself, was a down-and-out piece of waste without any talent. That thought humbled him from the bottom of his heart. Now that such a scene appeared in front of his eyes, the predecessor's obsession obviously gave him a feeling of unwillingness and discomfort. Still, the predecessor was gone and the one today was the Heaven Slaughter God King. To solve his predecessor's obsession, he spent a lot of effort over the last few days. A few days ago, he shocked everyone by pointing out the errors in the demonstrations done by the Extreme Dao Academy's teachers, and even helped them fix their errors. This helped him improve his image in Lin Xiaohan's mind as well, and she believed that Lin Tian had finally changed his mind and decided to work hard on his cultivation and studies. Lu Xiaohan was pleased by his sudden change. She believed that her relentless persuasion had finally taken effect, and her younger brother had understood her worries. Lin Tian was more than satisfied with this result. It was merely the first step of his grand plan of making Lin Xiaohan see him in a completely different light. How hard could it be for a mighty god king like him to capture a lass's heart? But right now, one could see frost oozing out of Lin Tian's eyes. Who the fuck was that bastard, and where did he pop out from? He wondered how dare he try to get close to his goods. He was courting death. But soon, Lin Tian's eyes constricted as his gaze landed on the ethereal beauty behind the young man. Although a veil covered the woman's visage, he could tell she was a thrilling fairy from the outline of her face. Of course, the most important aspect regarding the woman was her special physique. Could it be the mythical, mysterious Ninein maiden physique that's mentioned in the ancient records, the legendary physique that's said to make the highest tier human cauldron? To think I would come across such a physique in a place like this. Lin Tian immediately lowered his head to prevent anyone from discovering the abnormality in his expression. He wasn't too sure about his conjecture, and needed more time to observe and pass a final verdict. After all, such a human cauldron physique could move even the hearts of the mightiest gods. Could this guy be the young lord they were talking about? I never thought he would have such great luck. What a pity, he met me. Lin Tian thought to himself, and soon, his complexion returned to normal. No one around him had discovered anything abnormal about him. What surprised him, though, was that esteemed young man looking at him with a strange light in his eyes. A very faint chill passed through Lin Tian's body, but that disappeared as soon as it appeared. It was like an illusion. Lin Xiaohan? That's a nice name. Gu Changa complimented. His good looks only appeared more enthralling as he chuckled, and it brought him gazes of admiration from many of the women standing outside the hall. It was the so-called attraction to an immortal visage that everyone felt. Much thanks for your praise, young lord.
Lin Xiuhan's face flushed slightly and she spoke with a stutter, although she was a teacher on regular days, and would radiate a majestic and iron ladylike aura as she taught the disciples at the Extreme Tao Academy. Even she couldn't help but feel tense in the current situation. The handsome youth in front of her was a favored godchild who could even make her ancestor act like a slave in front of him. No matter who it was, they would be able to tell he was from a terrifying background. It would be strange if she didn't feel nervous when talking to him even after knowing all that. This damned obsession, Lin Tian screamed in his heart when he saw the hateful scene in front of him. Feelings of jealousy and unwillingness welled up in his heart. The others in the hall, however, only chuckled somewhat and kept quiet about the scene that transpired. Not just old Ming, but many people in the ancient Lin family also wanted Lin Xiuhan to be fancied by Gu Changde. Old Ming himself was a divine existence in their eyes, so Gu Changde could only be an even more shocking figure if they thought about the matter with some reason. This one isn't a demon who will eat you, so why are you so nervous, Miss Lin? Gu Changde's expression did not change, nor did his smile disappear as he spoke up again. Still, he turned his gaze away from Lin Xiuhan and looked towards his front and said, I will have to trouble Miss Lin to take me and Xingde for a walk now. In his heart, however, he was thinking about something completely different. Life sure was unexpected. He was planning to look for the new favored son of heaven, yet the favored son of heaven appeared in front of him himself. It was as if someone had delivered him pillows when he was thinking about sleep. It also just so happened that he was quite interested to know where Lin Xiuhan's massive fortune value was coming from. 200 points in fortune value weren't something ordinary people could possess. The youth, the new favored son of heaven, who was sneakily looking at him, had a fortune value of 500. Yu Chang'e wondered what template this one was cut from. The tense atmosphere in the hall finally subsided after Gu Chang'e took his leave. Not just the patriarch and the elders of the Lin family, but even the great elder felt nervousness in his presence. After all, it was their first time interacting with an existence from the upper realm, so how could they not be nervous? Ancestor, what is the identity of that young lord? After a while, the great elder asked with tumultuous emotions. He held curiosity, and many other emotions that couldn't be put into words, as he respectfully probed. As soon as he raised his question, the youths standing outside the hall also pricked their ears and carefully listened to satiate their own curiosity. Even Lin Tian, who had been secretly paying attention to old Ming, put on a solemn expression as he intently listened. He could feel an aura similar to his own when he was at his peak from the ancestor of the Lin family who had descended from the upper realm. At the same time, he felt that the aura had something wrong with him and it wasn't similar to what he should sense. This matter greatly confused him. There was nothing about Gu Chang'e's identity that old Ming needed to conceal from his descendants, so he gently smiled and said, My lord, he will be the one leading an immortal orthodoxy in the mighty Gu family in the future. If you are lucky enough to receive my lord's fancy, then you will immediately transform into a dragon from an inferior carp. At once, you will leap from the mortal world and step into the ninth heaven. Footnotes: Lin Tian feels that old Ming is a god king just like he was once upon a time, but the aura he feels from old Ming isn't the same as what a normal god king should have, and that's what confuses him. Old Ming can't bring out and show off his true aura due to the lower realm's restriction, so that might be the case as Lin Tian has never been to the upper realm, so he doesn't know and probably has never met someone else who descended from the upper realm and was suppressing their aura. Chapter 33, Little Beauty Falling at First Sight. Good face takes you far, immortal orthodoxy? Gu family, what kind of concept were they? Who in the world dared to call themselves immortal? Only a force that had existed since time immemorial and dominated the world could have such a right. Old Ming's words took away the breath of everyone from the ancient Lin family, and great shock rose from the bottom of their hearts. No wonder even their ancestor referred to himself as old slave in front of the young lord. With such a background, serving him was also a great honor. Their awe and reverence they held towards Gu Chang'e in their hearts grew deeper. With their ancestor's servant-like relationship with the young lord, they estimated that they and their ancestor were nothing before him. That youth has such a terrifying background? Lin Tian's expression changed a bit and he felt that the matter had become somewhat tricky. But soon, his expression calmed down again. Since they had descended upon the lower realm, they had to abide by the laws of the lower realm. For a god king like him, it wouldn't be all that hard to deal with a kid still wet behind his ears. It would have been hard if they were in the upper realm, but down here, of course, the main reason was the fact that he felt that the youth who had descended from the upper realm held exactly what he was looking for. If he wanted to rise to the top, he would most certainly have to cross paths with this youth. Old Ming started talking about his past experiences to his descendants, while Lin Tian quietly left the place with bright eyes. He planned to follow Guchanga to see what he was up to.
He worried that Guchanga might do something untoward to Lin Xiuhan. The clear springs flowed, and spiritual mist floated around. Lin Xiuhan nervously walked ahead with sweat-covered palms, guiding Guchanga around on his random stroll. She couldn't calm herself no matter how hard she tried. She worried that she might offend the young lord by making some untoward action unknowingly. She felt as if she were a commoner chosen by the emperor as his guide. Guchanga seemed to be wandering around aimlessly, but he was considering many matters in his mind. Finally, he decided to pass some remarks. Lady Lin Xiuhan, you needn't be this nervous. Learn from Chinga. Not only is not afraid of me, but she has also learned to talk back to me now. Guchanga said with a casual smile, sounding quite friendly. He couldn't deal with Lin Xiuhan if she was this nervous all the time. Chinga, on the other hand, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Guchanga's words.
Such shameless remarks, she wondered why she wasn't surprised hearing them from her young lord's mouth. Chinga? Could she be Eastern Wilderness's legendary #1 beauty? Su Chinga, the holy maiden of the Taishan Holy Land?
Guchanga's joking tone indeed helped Lin Xiuhan lower her unease and nervousness, and she asked back with great surprise. She had heard some rumors about Su Chinga of the Taishan Holy Land before. It was said that the Eastern Wilderness's goddess had left with a young lord some time ago. Now she found out that the young lord in the rumors was none other than the young Lord Gu who came to visit them, the #1 beauty of the Eastern Wilderness. She was a woman admired by many youths from many regions close and far, yet now, that very person was right next to her. She looked like young Lord Gu's mate at first sight. Lin Xiuhan couldn't help but feel some complicated emotions well up in her heart, together with an inexplicable feeling of envy towards Su Chinga. For some reason, young Lord Gu had a kind, gentle, and friendly temperament. Even though he was high above, he didn't give others a sense of contempt and disregard. Not only did he have great personal cultivation, but he was also well-mannered, like a gentleman described in the classics. Lin Xiuhan relaxed a lot after she thought about it like this. She began to take the initiative to introduce Guchanga to the surroundings with a lovely smile on her face. Oh, I see. From time to time, Guchanga would nod to her explanation, and even tell her some joke and evoke a burst of clear laughter from her. Their group resembled a group of immortals walking around in the mortal world, with a handsome gentleman and gorgeous maidens. At the same time, Lin Xiuhan's impression of Guchanga kept soaring, and she felt that Guchanga was a true nobleman. No matter how one looked at him, be it his conversational skills, his manners, his temperament, or his power, one would find a sense of magnificence and elegance never seen before in anyone else. As the genius daughter of the ancient Lin family, she had come across many a dazzling geniuses. But in front of young Lord Gu, they all paled like the twinkling stars before the radiant sun at high noon. To be more precise, they couldn't compare to him in any way. She even felt that just a word from the young lord was enough to speed up her heart and flush her complexion. Guchanga naturally saw all of the changes happening with Lin Xiuhan. His expression didn't change, but he felt more and more interest towards Lin Xiuhan in his heart. It was what they called falling at first sight. Sure enough, a good face helped you no matter where you went. This was awesome, too, and it saved him a lot of trouble. Afterwards, Guchanga changed the topic and began asking Lin Xiuhan about herself and the ancient Lin family. Why would young Lord Gu ask me about me? His sudden interest in herself made Lin Xiuhan's heart jump around like a fawn. Could it be that young Lord Gu had developed a good impression of her? It made her a little flustered and increased her nervousness. Xiuhan is the eldest daughter of my father, and I have various half-brothers and sisters. But soon, Guchanga's smile relaxed Lin Xiuhan's heart and she began to introduce her family's situation to him. Among them, she also talked about the half-brother she worried about the most, Lin Tian. Guchanga couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard his introduction. Here came the familiar words, waste and not interested in cultivating himself. At this moment, Guchanga slightly glanced towards a direction and saw a figure that was hiding not too far away. The hidden figure was giving out very faint energy fluctuations. He did his best to hide, but he was still a bit away from completely erasing his presence. The guy who was secretly glancing at him from outside the hall back in the ancient Lin clan must be the Lin Tian she was talking about just now. Oh. Wouldn't he be unhappy if he heard his elder sister call him a waste? Guchanga asked with a light chuckle. Seeing that young Lord Gu seemed to be interested in his, Lin Xiuhan continued to elaborate. Everyone knows about this matter. Even though I want to defend him, I have no means to do so. Little Tian, his mother passed away when he was young, and our father also didn't treat him well. In addition, he has no talent for cultivation, nor is he interested in it. Although he's a direct descendant of the family, he actually has no place in it. What a pitiful child.
But he's quite lucky to have a sister as beautiful as you looking after him. Gu Chang'e praised with a gentle smile. Young Lord Gu called me beautiful? His sudden words of praise stunned Lin Xiaohan, and her complexion turned beet red out of joy and shyness. Little Tian, he's a sensible child. After my constant nagging, he has finally started to turn over a new leaf. He's begun to study and cultivate, Lin Xiaohan said with a relief-filled smile. Ho! He has recently started to study and cultivate? Intrigue filled Gu Chang'e's smile when he heard those words, and he immediately came to a realization: waste turned over a good leaf overnight trope. It was either a mighty figure taking over the body of a trash, or a trash regressing back to the past. Hello, everyone. Some of you were confused about Su Qing's status as a human cauldron, with her physique being the best physique for use as a human cauldron, so I will explain it for everyone here, so if others have the same question, too, it starts making sense to them as well. Shohide text: a human cauldron is pretty much a slave that's used to improve the cultivation of their captor through sexual cultivation techniques. Women are pretty much treated as FL3SH lights /C#M dumpsters / meat toilets that give you a boost every time you RP them and use a sexual cultivation technique in the process. Men are pretty much C#M pistols that are used until every shot is sucked out of them. Every time the human cauldron is RP'd, they lose their yin, female, /yan, male, essence, which is also the essence of their life. Once that's sucked out from them completely, they pretty much die and get dumped in some ditch. Who knows? They might even get thrown into a real cauldron to make some kind of pill if their misfortune is high enough. Whether Su Qing'e will end up in a situation like this or not, you will have to read further to know. All in all, that's why her physique is so special even for mighty figures, since she can increase their cultivation base to the next level if they can get their hands on her and enslave her. Chapter 34. Coveting others' women is a villain's duty. Leeks should have a leek's self-awareness. Vilfic. The title is not what it seems. The reason Gu Chang'e reached that conclusion was naturally thanks to all the web novels he had religiously read in his previous life. Lin Tian didn't resemble an ordinary waste kid at all. If he was, then he would be meek around him just like his heavenly genius of a sister, and wouldn't have dared to follow him in secret. Gu Chang'e had no doubt that the person hiding in the dark was Lin Tian. Only after he noticed his presence did he quickly turn around and leave. That wasn't the mindset ordinary teenagers were supposed to have. It just shows that your persuasion was effective, and that he knows to empathize with his sister. Someone who can't cultivate is truly no different from garbage in this world. What's more, you were only doing it for his own good. Gu Chang'e gave her words of recognition with a handsome smile. He continued talking casually, wanting to ask Lin Xiaohan more about Lin Tian's situation. As his elder sister, Lin Xiaohan must be the one who knows Lin Tian best. Naturally, Lin Xiaohan didn't know Gu Chang'e's intentions. Instead, she felt moved by his words. She never thought she would hear words of comfort from young Lord Gu. After that, she continued talking about many other things about Lin Tian. Gu Chang'e smirked and continued conversing with her. At the same time, he reaped as much information from her as he could. A piece of information that roused his interest was the fact that Lin Tian had recently started taking interest in alchemy, and even asked Lin Xiaohan for various medicinal ingredients. At the same time, he had also become proficient in some ancient formations. A few days ago, he had pointed out the mistakes of several elders, and shocked everyone. Gu Chang'e had almost figured out the ins and outs of this protagonist's template, and even thought up some contingency plans. This new favored son of heaven, he seemed easier to deal with than what he had imagined. Now that he didn't have to worry about receiving some existence-obliterating fortune backlash, Gu Chang'e could use more methods to deal with these favored children of heaven. I never thought young Lord Gu would understand me. Lin Xiaohan felt her heart move. Even little Tian can't understand me normally, and thinks that I am too harsh on him. Lin Xiaohan felt helpless when she said this. Still, she felt gratified. She felt that Lin Tian had finally turned over a new life, and all her worries over the last few years hadn't gone to waste. Even better, what many members of their family couldn't understand, young Lord Gu did in their first meeting. This gave birth to a strange emotion in her heart Lin Xiaohan had cultivated for more than 20 years, and only now did she understand what the words, "heart skips a beat," meant. She felt her heart skip a beat in their very first meeting, even though her heart had never been moved by the young geniuses who pursued her relentlessly over the years. Gu Chang'e naturally saw through Lin Xiaohan's heart. After all, he had already expected this. With his status as a mighty and handsome man from the upper realm, together with his conversation skills and insights from his previous life, even a smart woman like Su Qing'e couldn't escape his grasp. So how could Lin Xiaohan, someone with a far simpler mindset, not fall into his hands?
he required no effort to deal with her. Starting with her was not only easier, but also more interesting than dealing with Lin Tian. Su Qingge, who watched the entirety of the show from the sidelines, deepened her understanding of Gu Changge. He was indeed a sinister man who loved to play with people's hearts. It's good that little brother Lin Tian has decided to turn over a new leaf now. He must have been a pearl covered by the dust before. He must be blessed with great talent to be able to point out the mistakes of even elders in just a few days. Gu Changge suddenly spoke with an emotional sigh, making it seem that his words were purely out of admiration. He was acting. How could little Tian be a pearl covered by dust? As for his talent, he couldn't even reach Spirit Sea Realm before. Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but refute with a smile, but soon, her words stopped. She was stunned, and felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on what that was. How did he perform alchemy if he couldn't even cultivate to the Spirit Sea Realm? Could it be that little brother Lin Tian came across some ancient inheritance? When I was in the upper realm, I heard about some elusive ancient inheritances like that. The cultivators can inherit them even before the Spirit Sea Realm. It seems that little brother Lin Tian is a man greatly favored by the heavens. Gu Changge couldn't help but mutter as if he was greatly surprised. Lin Xiaohan couldn't see much right now, but she will certainly reach certain conjectures after he pointed her in the right direction. Seeing Lin Xiaohan lose herself in her thoughts with a deeply focused expression, Gu Changge decided not to add any more hints. He understood that he had to lead her moderately, so he smiled and kept quiet, in another place at this time. After Gu Changge sensed his trail, Lin Tian decided to take his leave and no longer followed after them. Right now, he had an ugly expression, and deep jealousy rising in his heart. Of course, it was because of his predecessor's obsession with his sister. Currently, Gu Changge was too strong for Lin Tian, but that was only because he had recently reincarnated. Lin Tian couldn't correctly estimate Gu Changge's current limits because of his measly cultivation base. Still, the most unexpected matter to him was his sister's behavior. His sister, who was harsh to him on normal days and put on a majestic front, actually showed such a meek and bashful expression in front of another man. Worse, it was their first meeting, too. Such a scene made Lin Tian's blood boil, and he felt as if someone had robbed him of something precious that belonged to him. He couldn't help but clench his fists, so much so that one could hear his bones creak. Good thing that his state of mind couldn't be destroyed with just this much. After all, his cultivation in his previous life wasn't in vain, nor a fluke. Soon, Lin Tian calmed himself and resolved in his heart, this so-called young Lord Gu is really sinister and not a kind person. He shows a gentlemanly front, but he's most definitely not a gentleman no matter how I look at him. I must ask Lin Xiaohan to be cautious of him, so she doesn't fall into his sinister trap. Since you have decided to offend me, don't blame me for smacking you down. Before, because of the physique of the woman following Gu Changge, he was still wondering whether or not to deal with Gu Changge. But now, he had decided. He now had a good reason to deal with him. It was Gu Changge who provoked him first, not him. Night came in the blink of an eye. A great tremors went through the central heavenly city due to the sudden return of the ancient Lin family's ancestor from the upper realm, and that caused a stir everywhere. Countless cultivators discussed the matter. The pieces of news spread from the ancient Lin family to various parts of the Middle State, causing massive waves in every ancient city. All the major forces were shaken to their cores, and they sent their descendants and disciples to visit the ancient Lin family. Right now, Gu Changge stood by the window with his hands radiating immortal lights and ruins. He looked very mysterious as the dim moonlight illuminated his visage, and his black dress fluttered by the cold wind. His expression was calm and indifferent, as he was lost in his thoughts. He had already figured out the plots and clichés about the newly crowned favored son of heaven, Lin Tian. He was most definitely a mighty figure who fell somehow and his remnant spirit reincarnated by taking over the body of a waste. He had already judged that Lin Tian didn't have any knowledge of the future, so he couldn't be a regressor. This made it easy for him to deal with Lin Tian. Of course, what surprised Gu Changge the most was the fact that when he was outside the hall, this dude intently stared at Su Qingge for a few moments for some reason. Isn't it a villain's duty to covet other people's women? How come the favored sons of heaven started taking on that mantle now? Seems like Lin Tian was quite anxious for his death. Leaks are supposed to have a leak's self-awareness, but he was overreaching. Vilfix Crib, if you are already a supporter, or intend to support me on Buy Me a Coffee, please make sure to use your real email. All early access chapters are sent through email so you don't have to check it again and again. You will also need your email to access a supporter-exclusive site that will be launched in the near future. Also, go read the next chapter. It's already up.
Here's a small introduction to the two leaks that we have seen until now about why Yi Chen is a down-and-out protagonist who was a genius when young, but soon, his cultivation no longer increased for reasons he couldn't understand, and he lost all his status and respect. Because his cultivation became stagnant, people who once respected him became to ridicule him and called him trash, scum, and an insult to their great Yi clan. His fiancée broke her engagement with him, which humiliated him greatly, so he set up a 3-year agreement with the girl, and swore to the heavens that he will return the humiliation to her and everyone who humiliated him. When he was at his lowest point in life, the ring his non-existent mother left for him shone with great light, and a heavenly beauty appeared out of the ring. The beauty told him that the reason his cultivation didn't increase is because the beauty was taking away whatever spiritual energy he was collecting for his cultivation to heal her own remnant spirit. It was all thanks to him that she could finally awaken. To apologize for taking away his cultivation and sending him down the spiral of humiliation and scummery, the beauty promises to help him achieve greatness by taking him as his disciple. The beauty was a supreme mighty figure when she was alive, and she came from the upper realm. She fell into the lower realm after a bunch of bastards encircled her and attacked her to kill her. There's also a chance she was a supreme alchemist with grand status. It's at this point that Yi Chen's luck turns around and he goes on his path of world domination and beauty conquest, where he was supposed to face slap everyone, slap his ex-fiancée, and trample on all the other genius and young masters. At the end, Yi Chen would have a harem consisting of his master, Su Changde, and other favored daughters of heaven blessed with great fortune. But he met Gu Changde and got himself screwed. Lin Tian is a down-and-out protagonist who was a mighty god king from another lower realm. When he reached the peak of God King realm and decided to ascend to the upper realm to reach even more grandness, the heavenly Tao decided to frick him over. He met a black hole or something, and the black hole ripped him apart and only left a part of his soul. That tiny part of his soul roamed around the universe and ended up in another lower realm which had a civilization that is far behind the lower realm he came from. In this lower realm, he took over the body of a trash who can't cultivate. Lin Tian was supposed to use his knowledge from his past life to soar to the heavens in a single leap. He will use his knowledge to face slap everyone who looked down on him, impress his sister to pound her honeypot, subdue various favored daughters of heaven blessed with great fortune. He would soon become a false god, which is nothing compared to his previous cultivation of the God King realm, and ascend. Just like that, he will keep soaring even in the upper realm. By the end, he will have a massive harem that will include his sister, his old disciple, some random female master, and whatnot. He will be a supreme existence in the upper realm, worshipped and feared by the supreme orthodoxies, families, sects, and kingdoms. He might also become the foster son of some mighty figure, too. His knowledge of alchemy, formations, and other secondary occupations is far ahead of whatever the lower realm of ancient Lin family has developed. All of them are like a bunch of hillbillies in front of the mighty God King he was. But he met Gu Changde and will be getting himself screwed. That's all, in case anyone was wondering about the background of the two antagonists. Chapter 35, Death be thy fate when fortune favors thee no more. Young Lord Gu, the sinister man, for Gu Changde, the only reason Yi Chen was still around was because Yi Chen couldn't even be considered a threat. Were he a real threat, Gu Changde would never allow him to live this long. He would obliterate him as soon as he offended him. He would never show mercy and let his adversary grow up. Be it Yi Chen or Lin Tian, they were nothing more than a bunch of leeks and handymen for his use, even if they were the favored sons of heaven. He would reap them one after the other. Gu Changde was no foolish man. He would never allow a threat to his life exist for long. He would most certainly nip them in the bud. Since times immemorial, the reasons villains died were talking too much and not killing off protagonists out of arrogance. He wouldn't fall into the same traps as the many who died before him. He will keep his mouth shut and not let arrogance cloud his judgment. He might not be omniscient and omnipotent, but his knowledge would be enough to save him. What's more, slowly playing the favored children of heaven to death in the lower realm wasn't all that hard. He didn't even need to kill them off at first sight, since Yi Chen and Lin Tian weren't even a threat to him. Gu Changde was more than happy to take things the way they were. After all, his own destiny points went up as he slowly squeezed the fortune value of the favored children of heaven. It would be too boring if there weren't these minor restrictions. Since he transmigrated and became the villain, it's only natural that he does what a villain does best. In addition, he had learned from the system that killing a favored child of heaven after completely reaping their fortune value had some incentives.
after he dried all of their fortune value, killing those favored children of heaven would trigger some heavenly rewards from the system. Heavenly rewards, those words didn't sound all that bad. At least, Gu Changa felt his heart surged. It was because of this that Gu Changa allowed Yi Chen to move around, or it wouldn't be all that hard for him to find Yi Chen with his spiritual mark on his master. Gu Changa simply decided not to deal with him immediately. He was waiting for Yi Chen to be his treasure sniffer who will open the ancient ruins and find the location of the 8 desolate demon halberd, that he would use him to the last moment. After all, that was the real purpose behind his descent to the lower realm. While Gu Changa was lost in his own thoughts, a knock on the door sounded from outside. Chinga, go and open the door. Gu Changa couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he sensed the person who had arrived, and then commanded Su Chinga, who was busy reading some ancient book not far away from him, "Yes, young lord." Su Chinga put down the book in her hands, and lightly walked towards the door. Outside the door stood Lin Xiuhan dressed in a light blue dress. A light pink adorned her gorgeous face, compounding her beauty. In her hand, she held a small tray of food with a covering on top of it that exuded an alluring aroma. "These are some pastries Xiuhan made just now. If young Lord Gu feels hungry, he can use these to relieve his appetite at night." Lin Xiuhan said to Su Chinga with a flushed face. Her mind was in a mess, and she didn't know what she was thinking when she especially went to make these spiritual pastries. Cultivators at a certain level didn't even need food for sustenance and could easily live on spiritual chi alone. It just so happened that she was good at cooking, so she thought that she should make something and deliver it to Gu Changa. "Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Lin. There was actually no need to come here personally at this time. Chinga will thank you in my young lord's stead." Su Chinga put on a flawless yet ceremonial smile on her face, and spoke with a cold tone. She didn't even hide her hint towards Lin Xiuhan, and intentionally emphasized the "my young lord" when she spoke. The innocent beauty in front of her had only met him once, yet her young lord had already caught her heart. This made Su Chinga wonder if she should give a hint to the girl and save her from falling into this pit of fire with her, but soon, she remembered that she would only suffer more at Gu Changa's hands if she did do that, so she gave up. Obviously, Lin Xiuhan didn't understand the hint hidden in Su Chinga's words. She wasn't as quick-witted and cunning as Su Chinga. "After all, I will have to trouble Holy Maiden Chinga then. I won't bother young Lord Gu's rest." Lin Xiuhan's nervousness increased the longer she stood there, so she quickly handed the tray to Su Chinga and rushed away as if escaping from someone. "You met her once and she's already fallen." Young Lord's ability to play with people's hearts is becoming more and more sophisticated. Su Chinga walked back inside and said after arriving next to Gu Changa. At the same time, she uncovered the tray that held the cake made by Lin Xiuhan. Immediately, a soothing aroma burst out, and a sacred glow brightened the surroundings. Various runes and scenes flashed around the pastries, and it could be seen that the ingredients used to make them weren't all that simple. "Miss Lin's craftsmanship is pretty good. You must learn from her, Chinga." Gu Changa didn't bother responding to Su Chinga's previous remarks. He was in a great mood right now, and couldn't help but praise the pastries after taking a few bites. "Since young lord thinks so highly of her, then why not take Miss Lin away with you? Wouldn't that be much easier?" Su Chinga said. Gu Changa glanced at her face after hearing her words, and said with a smile, "Chinga, are you jealous? I never thought you would be the jealous type. It doesn't suit you. You look quite unpleasant like that." Su Chinga shook her head and responded, "My lord's thoughts are too deep and elusive. Chinga has enough self-awareness and knows her place. It's already hard for me to receive some of your attention, so what use would it be for me to be jealous?" Although her words were calm, they couldn't mask the minor grievance in her heart. "Since when did you speak what you don't mean?" Gu Changa couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Tian watched Lin Xiuhan coming from a certain part of the Lin family's estate from the distance. That direction happened to be where Gu Changa's resting quarters were prepared. This woman, just what was she doing, going to his place in the evening? Rage appeared on Lin Tian's bitter face, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. "Little Tian, what are you doing here? That aside, where did you go this afternoon? Why couldn't I find you anywhere in the family estate?" Lin Xiuhan's expression had been a mix of joy, bashfulness, anxiety, and many other complex emotions. But as soon as she saw Lin Tian, she suppressed her emotions in a hurry and questioned him with a stern tone. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. His heart burned with jealousy and envy, but he forced himself to calm down, and asked back, "Sister, it's so late in the evening, why did you come out at this time? Did you go to visit that young Lord Gu?" Lin Tian himself couldn't describe the emotion he felt in his heart at this moment. If he didn't resolve this obsession soon, then it will start affecting his state of mind, and he might end up doing something stupid. He had to find a solution for his predecessor's obsession. As for Lin Xiaohan, as soon as she heard his words, she panicked. It was as if someone had caught her red-handed in the midst of some evil deed. Still, she maintained her stern appearance in front of Lin Tian and said, "Stop bothering about my matters, and focus on your cultivation. That man with the surname Gu is a sinister man, don't be deceived by his false appearance. I can tell at one glance that he's a wolf who tricks women, so you have to open your mind and see the threat, Lin Xiaohan." Lin Tian said with a stern face of his own, and even raised his voice and directly called out Lin Xiaohan's name. He couldn't let Lin Xiaohan sink any further in Gu Changa's trap, even if he had to use some tough means. What's wrong with young Lord Gu? Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but frown upon hearing his words, and her expression worsened. Since when did she fall so low that even Lin Tian could step over her head? What's more, she had first-hand experienced young Lord Gu's personality, and believed that he was humble, polite, and as gentle as a gentleman could be. Even though he came from a prestigious background, he didn't give her the feeling of interacting with someone high above. Don't talk bad about young Lord Gu. If you could be 1% as good as young Lord Gu, then I wouldn't need to worry so much about you. Lin Xiaohan snarled. She thought that Lin Tian was overthinking everything. Why are you so stupid? Why can't you understand what I am telling you? Lin Tian's rage soared, and he spoke with great annoyance. But even after he said his piece, Lin Xiaohan didn't appear to have a change of mind. Just what kind of drug had that bastard with the surname Gu fed her? He wondered, just what's wrong with you? Lately, you have been acting too weirdly. Even if young Lord Gu isn't a good person, what would he desire from me? Why would he harm me? Lin Xiaohan didn't know what else to say to Lin Tian, so she threw her own questions at him, and immediately turned to walk away. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was stunned and stood rooted to his spot. That's right, why would Gu Changa target her? Halfway through her walk, Lin Xiaohan recalled that she still had questions for Lin Tian. How did he perform alchemy? How did he suddenly increase his cultivation? And where was he this afternoon? Unfortunately, she didn't see anyone when she turned around. Chapter 36, Everything Under Control, Lin Tian's Forbidden Technique. Lin Xiaohan's heart desired to ask all these questions to Lin Tian. After all, she really thought there was a problem with Lin Tian after listening to Gu Changa's words during their stroll. Lin Tian had no talent or idea about cultivation just a few days ago. Even if someone urged him and offered help, he wouldn't move an inch. Yet now, what had happened to him? What brought such changes to his character? Why did he suddenly change into a troublesome and arrogant fellow? How did he learn alchemy so suddenly? And how did he point out the mistakes in the elders' teachings? Was there an expert hiding behind him who taught him everything? Or could it be? Lin Xiaohan shuddered a little and no longer thought about these matters. So unfortunately, Lin Tian had disappeared by the time Lin Xiaohan turned around. All of this left her in a daze, so she couldn't help but sigh. Whatever, he's probably angry after listening to my rebukes once more. He must have returned to his own courtyard. I will ask him about these matters tomorrow. Just what happened to little Tian? Lin Xiaohan shook her head and decided to leave the matters be. For now, she should return to her own resting quarters and take care of her personal matters. She still hadn't looked through her students' submissions. At the same time, the thought of seeing young Lord Gu again tomorrow appeared in her mind. Immediately, her mood brightened and she looked forward to the arrival of the next day. She wished for time to pass as soon as possible. It would be thrilling if tomorrow could come fast. Once Lin Tian and Lin Xiaohan's dispute ended, a system prompt sounded in Gu Changa's mind just as he desired. Ding! Lin Xiaohan has developed doubts about Lin Tian's sudden change in temperament. Lin Tian lost 50 points of fortune value. Host received 250 destiny points. Sure enough, everything was moving according to his wishes. He had read more than a few web novels in his past life, and knew all these clichés and tropes like the back of his hand. He had also read a lot of novels where the villains triumphed, so Gu Changa naturally knew how to squeeze all of the fortune value of a mighty figure who reincarnated like Lin Tian. First, he will develop a rift between the protagonist and the person closest to him. Second, he will pit his family against him. And lastly, he will reveal the matter of him taking over the predecessor's body for his evil gains. Everything was under Gu Changa's control, and Lin Tian will never be able to make any moves. If he guessed correctly, Lin Tian will be making his move any time now. He will never stand at the spot and let someone trample him without a fight. Jiu Chang's curiosity peaked when he wondered what kind of method Lin Tian will use to deal with him. Would he try assassinating him? He would be smashing his head into a brick wall. Would he try to poison him? That wouldn't work either. Then, there was only one method left. Lin Tian will use some kind of forbidden technique. Lin Tian returned to his courtyard with a gloomy expression clouding his face. Lin Xiuhan's words had greatly humiliated him. He, the heaven slaughter god king who reigned supreme from east to west in his previous life, never imagined that he would suffer such extreme humiliation. Even a woman looked down on him now. What did she mean? She wouldn't be worried about him if he was 1% as good as that guy with the surname Gu. Those remarks enraged Lin Tian. And since he, a mighty god king, was enraged, he must naturally wash this shame with the blood of his adversary. It's good that I went to prepare all the materials in the afternoon. Although the power won't be 1/10,000th of my peak, it will be more than enough to deal with a brat like him. Hee. Gu bastard, you brought this upon yourself. Lin Tian coldly thought to himself. As a person from the upper realm, Gu Chang'e was continuously under the protection of the Lin family's ancestor, so he couldn't use ordinary means to deal with him. What's more, his current strength wasn't enough to harm Gu Chang'e either. So the only way Lin Tian thought about was using a forbidden technique, Vilfic, LMAO, Bra I dead. The reason he held so much confidence in this method was simple: he held an ancient forbidden technique in his arsenal. It was an extremely weird and incomprehensible technique that brought forth a demon from an unknown realm, who could kill the target without leaving a trace. He had used this exact technique to injure even a god king of the same cultivation realm as his own, although he couldn't exert his true might right now. Dealing with a youth like Gu Chang'e wasn't difficult. Of course, the forbidden technique didn't come free of cost. It burned the caster's life force as sacrifice to the demon that will be summoned. Lin Tian couldn't care about the price right now. After all, he could easily make up the loss of his lifespan when he achieved his mighty cultivation base in the future by soaking the 99 soul incense in the blood essence of 8 different poisonous beasts, and then mixing it with the bone marrow of 3 different beasts will open a gateway to this lower realm and let in the demon. Once the gateway is opened, I will need to use mortal flesh incense and mortal ghost money to communicate with the demon and build a bridge between us. Vilfic, I was thinking of outright skipping this nonsense that adds no value, but here it is just in case. Lin Tian was busy preparing the materials for this forbidden technique in the afternoon, and that was why Lin Xiuhan couldn't fit him anywhere. As a descendant of the ancient Lin family, it wasn't hard for him to go out and arrange all these materials. Afterwards, Lin Tian recalled the necessary steps to perform the forbidden technique and placed the various ingredients in different parts of his courtyard. Soon, he began to summon the demon from another realm. Closing his eyes, Lin Tian sat in the middle of the structure and began to chant obscure words. These materials weren't simple, and some were even made of skin and bones of humans and other races, and they could only be found in the shady black markets hidden in the darkness of the ancient cities. His predecessor had left quite an amount in savings, so Lin Tian could afford these materials without issue. Soon, colorful runes flickered around, and an eerie atmosphere covered the entire courtyard. If someone were to break in at this time, they would be frightened out of their wits. The sight was simply too frightening. Rustle. As Lin Tian's chanting intensified, a scarlet wind blew around him. Locks of red hair appeared out of thin air and floated above the earth, radiating a cold and sinister aura. Though it was strange that the sinister aura only appeared inside the courtyard, and no one outside could see its presence. The courtyard appeared calm and desolate under the dim moonlight, as if something had isolated it from the outside world. As expected, it isn't easy to execute a forbidden technique of this level with my current strength. Beads of sweat flowed down Lin Tian's face. Although his expression was still firm, one could see that casting the forbidden technique had put immense burden on his existence. In the next moment, an even more sinister and freezing cold aura enveloped everything inside the courtyard. The runes that previously flickered with light turned pitch black and intertwined with each other to surround everything. Faint, smoke-like shadows fell from the sky and rose from the earth. Take his life, obliterate his true soul. Lin Tian commanded the smoke around him. At the same time, he recalled Gu Chang'e's appearance in his mind. I am willing to pay with 15 years of my lifespan. Soon, Lin Tian felt something rip apart the very essence of his life. At the same time, a faint connection with something unseen formed in his mind. He wobbled weakly, and couldn't help but shake his head. After all, he had sacrificed the very essence of his life for this, but soon,
he recovered his mentality and confidently said, "Even if you escape death, you won't escape turning into a vegetable." This kind of demon from an unknown realm was the trickiest to deal with. An encounter with them basically resulted in the destruction of one's soul, resulting in instant death. Even if the target survived somehow, they would end up as mindless vegetables for the rest of their life. The sinister wind arrived quickly, and just as fast disappeared, too. Chapter 37, The Demon's Horror, Playing Himself to Death, at this time in Gu Changa's resting quarters. Gu Changa opened his eyes with a calm and indifferent expression. He felt a vague fluctuation in the void around him as soon as Lin Tian targeted him. He could hear a tumultuous storm, as if thousands of horses galloped towards him. After that, a sinister and gloomy ripple surged in his surroundings, and he felt the familiar breath of a demon. It seems that he did exactly what I expected from him. It's just that this forbidden technique is a little, intrigue-filled. Gu Changa's smile, A dark brilliance flashed past his pupils. The innate god inside his sea of consciousnesses, innate god's temple, opened his deep and indifferent eyes, too. A jet-black aura surged from him like a thick black fog, appearing mysterious and immeasurable. You are still too wet behind the ears for a mighty reincarnator. Such a measly trick can do nothing to me. The smile on Gu Changa's face disappeared and his indifference took over once more. He didn't even need to rely on his devil heart. The innate god's temple alone was a primordial talent that could triumph over anything. And after he contaminated his innate god's temple with his demonic nature, it had become even more unafraid of anything that might come at it. In simpler terms, a demon of this level was nothing more than soup for his soul. Myriad demon, Gu Changa's face turned stone cold, but he soon glanced at Su Chenga, who was soundly sleeping beside him. He didn't want to disturb her. In the next moment, a black glow covered his palm and horrible demons intertwined in his hands. It was as if a peerless demon was resurrecting, wanting to swallow everything in its wake. Gu Changa thrust his palm into the void. A cold air surged forth, and he heard the shrill screams of some horrified demon. In the next moment, he pulled back strands of black smoke that trembled with sheer terror. Gu Changa's innate god took a step forward and breathed in, immediately swallowing the smoke as if feasting on a goblet. Kacha. Crack. Soon, the sounds of someone chewing on flesh resounded. A large number of demons screamed in horror and despair, but they couldn't escape their fate of getting swallowed in the innate god's belly. Gu Changa visibly felt his soul strengthen by a bit. He could also feel a hint of Lin Tian's lifespan nourishing his being. Within a blink, the void returned to peace as if nothing had happened there before. Ding. Lin Tian's lifespan is greatly reduced. Lin Tian lost 150 points of his fortune value. Host received 750 destiny points. A system prompt sounded inside Gu Changa's mind, but he didn't care too much about the announcement. Isn't this no different from playing himself to death? This newborn favored son of heaven must be trying to commit suicide. I haven't even done anything yet, and he's already taken such a massive hit. Gu Changa thought with a playful smile. My lord, please forgive this slave's sin. This old slave isn't strong enough to protect you, so this old slave hopes my lord will mete out punishment. As soon as old Ming, who was guarding outside the resting quarters, felt the disturbance of the void, he rushed about. His complexion looked extremely ugly, and he couldn't stop panicking out of horror. He never thought someone would be courageous enough to attack his lord in the dead of the night. What's more, they used such a filthy trick. Old Ming couldn't help but sweat when he thought that it all happened inside the domain of the family he had left behind. Were his young lord unable to deal with this attack, old Ming could hardly imagine the consequences. He feared that even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to get him pardon. Gu Changa took a step forward and appeared outside the hall with a calm expression. Don't worry, a method like this isn't enough to harm me. On the other hand, I want to know who did it. Who in the lower realm has such a method? Gu Changa looked calm and undisturbed. In his heart, however, he cackled a bit over the situation. At the same time, he decided not to directly mention Lin Tian's name. After all, he wasn't supposed to know the identity of the descendants and disciples of the ancient Lin family since he had only interacted with Lin Qiuhan today. It would be too arbitrary if he mentioned the name of the one who did it. Of course, Gu Changa wanted the Lin family to find the attacker themselves. Lin Tian must be suffering from a backlash just about now, and shouldn't be able to run anywhere. He simply needed to sit and watch a good show. He had thought that the favored son of heaven this time would be a tad bit more interesting, but he turned out to be an utter disappointment that was abandoned by his heavenly daddy in the blink of an eye. Gu Changa couldn't help but feel bored. He was simply too strong. so these weak favored children of heaven couldn't do anything against him. What's more, he didn't need to worry about a fortune backlash anymore, so these favored children of heaven were truly like ants that he could stomp to death at any moment. Since I have already solved the forbidden technique, the person who performed it must be suffering from a rebound. This old slave will go and investigate immediately. I will certainly find the attacker and give an explanation to you, my lord. Old Ming felt his heart move after he realized that Gu Changde truly didn't blame him. He was stunned by the generosity and immediately promised to apprehend the adversary no matter what. Gu Changde nodded and returned to his place. My lord, did something happen outside? Su Qing'e asked with a puzzled expression on her face. She was asleep a while ago, but some disturbance woke her up. Nothing much, you can sleep in peace. Gu Chang'e said. At the same time, Old Ming summoned the Lin family's higher-ups, and the entire Lin family went through a tremendous storm. Everyone felt terrified. The elders and the patriarch of the Lin family even turned pale from fright. Everyone set out to search for the assailant. No one had the guts or desire to sleep tonight, now that something so big had happened against young Lord Gu. A forbidden technique like that wasn't something ordinary people could get in contact with. That was something very clear to everyone. They all prayed that it wasn't something done by one of their own descendants, or they wouldn't be able to bear the burden. Under the dim moonlight, Lin Tian felt that something had gone wrong as soon as he felt the connection between himself and the heavenly demon disappear. Not good. What happened? Backlash? I am receiving a backlash? Why is this happening? Lin Tian couldn't contain his shock. He never expected such a turn of events. His complexion turned pale and he spewed blood. His hair grayed at a rapid speed, and his skin wrinkled. It was as if he had aged a dozen years in a moment. His entire being turned so weak that it looked as if a gust of wind would blow him away. The moment the forbidden technique's connection shattered, Lin Tian had felt the terror of that bunch of demons he had summoned. It was ultimate dread that he felt, as if he had come across the greatest demon among the demons. No, he had come across the emperor of all demons, the lord of the demons himself. The source of their fear was Gu Chang'e. Why on earth did this happen? That bastard with the surname Gu is still alright, so I definitely can't stay in the Lin family anymore. If they find me like this, Lin Tian's complexion changed drastically. A moment ago, he was a teenager, yet now, he had turned into an older man. Anyone could see there was something wrong with him. Even a disguising technique wouldn't help him at this time. The experts of the Lin family would be able to find out his origin was damaged just by looking at him. Soon, Lin Tian's complexion turned uglier than before. He heard the sound of footsteps outside his courtyard, and realized that the entire Lin family was in a turmoil right now. The people of the Lin family had completely sealed the ancient city they resided in. A large number of cultivators also appeared high above in the sky and suppressed every inch of land with their majestic auras. They were prepared to thoroughly investigate every single person who evoked their suspicion. Lin Tian felt his heart turn cold. His anxiety was getting to his head right now. Could it be that I, a mighty god king, would fall in a place like this? No, I am just a waste in the Lin family, so they shouldn't be suspicious of me this soon. He forced himself to calm down, and started thinking of a way to salvage his situation. Right at this time, Lin Xiuhan's anxious voice sounded from outside his courtyard. Little Tian, something major happened, so father has summoned everyone right now. Come out, we must go there immediately. With that, Lin Tian's heart sank thoroughly. Chapter 38, The Golden Cicada Escapes Its Shell. Truly, familiarity breeds fondness. Vilfic's crib. The golden cicada escapes its shell is an idiom that means escaping with petty tricks or using tricks to escape. The footsteps outside arrived closer and closer, and Lin Xiuhan was definitely not alone. Lin Tian's face paled further, and his body kept trembling due to weakness. His heart kept sinking. What could he do at a time like this? Rush out? No, he would be caught red-handed on the spot. He was in a sorrowful state right now. His origin had been damaged, and he had also received a violent backlash. To begin with, how could he rush out when he couldn't even walk straight? Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. The despair was no different from what he felt when he shattered through the void and tried to ascend, but met a spatial rift halfway through his ascent and had his existence almost obliterated. He felt that exact despair and powerlessness in his heart again. Will he really reach his end tonight? He couldn't accept that. After finally receiving a chance at resurrection, instead of reaching the peak of his life, he was only falling further down. Lin Tian roared in his heart as unwillingness welled up inside him. But right at this time, it seemed as if the heavens had heard his despairing call, and he saw a ray of light in the darkness of hell he was falling down into.
A gleam of hope suddenly flashed through Lin Tian's mind. Suspended animation, that's right, he could fake his death and escape from this calamity. Lin Tian was a ruthless man who could do anything if need be. Immediately, he cut off his heart's vein and hid his remnant soul in the deepest depths of his sea of consciousness using his secret technique. No one should be able to see through his secret technique. After all, the predecessor's soul had long perished, and all that was left behind was nothing more than an empty shell. And now that he cut off his heart's vein, all of the body's vitality would naturally disappear, and as fate would have it, the secret technique worked in the following manner. After 3 days, the technique's effect will disappear, and he will automatically wake up and his heart's vein will also begin to repair itself. Even if the members of the Lin family discovered him, he could use amnesia as an excuse to confuse them. Lin Tian didn't hesitate to act upon his plan as soon as he thought it through. He gave out a loud cry and sprayed blood from his mouth. His eyes rolled back, and his trembling body fell to the ground. Bang! At the same time, someone pushed open the courtyard's gate and entered. Little Tian, what's wrong? Lin Tian, Lin Xiaohan and the others were greatly shocked by what they saw in front of them. The next day when the sky had barely brightened up, movements outside the hall awakened Gu Chang'e from his sleep. After devouring that large number of demons last night, as well as Lin Tian's lifespan, the power of his soul had strengthened to newer heights. That strand of lifespan belonged to a mighty god king, after all, even if he was no longer as strong as he was at his prime. It still contained a lot of power in it. After Gu Chang'e digested everything, he fell sound asleep. After all, unlike the other cultivators, he didn't need to stay awake 24/7 and sit cross-legged to comprehend and raise his cultivation base. Since he could raise his cultivation base by adding points to his stats, why would he make himself suffer? My lord, a lot of people are waiting for you outside. Su Qingge was already dressed in a neat and silky soft dress that accentuated her figure. Her exquisite and flawless face shimmered under the faint sunlight. While talking to Gu Chang'e, she looked outside with some curiosity and doubt. Just what had happened while she was asleep last night, Gu Chang'e told her nothing, so she was still not clear on the events that transpired. She wondered why all the members of the ancient Lin family, including Old Ming, looked afraid and stood outside, respectfully waiting. It wasn't hard to tell that they were waiting for her young lord. It seems they have caught the rat. Gu Chang'e stretched his limbs and replied. Su Qingge couldn't wait to find out the answer, and asked in wonder, "Who are you talking about, my lord?" "Obviously, I am talking about the one who tried to murder me last night." Gu Chang'e replied as if it were something insignificant. Even if Lin Tian sprouted wings, he wouldn't be able to escape from the Lin family's encirclement. Gu Chang'e had no doubts about this matter. Something like that happened, and I didn't even feel a thing? Su Qingge was taken aback by his sudden words. Just how soundly was she sleeping last night? How did she sleep through such a massive matter, or could it be that her young lord had deliberately suppressed the movements to not disturb her? Su Qingge's heart skipped as she thought about this. A person as aloof and esteemed as Gu Chang'e could do anything without caring about others. Yet he was so careful and kept her in his considerations? How could Su Qingge not be touched after this realization hit her? These small gestures and acts of care from him were the reason she kept sinking deeper and deeper into his trap. Gu Chang'e obviously didn't know Su Qingge's thoughts. After all, even he couldn't claim to read a woman's mind like the back of his hand. The system, however, told him through a prompt that his fortune value had improved. It was from that he could tell that Su Qingge's heart was surrendering to him more and more. Sure enough, it was as the ancients said, familiarity breeds fondness. You slept like a pig last night, so how would you know? Gu Chang'e said with a hearty laughter and then walked out. Su Qingge, on the other hand, snorted in response and asked with curiosity, "Was the one who tried to attack you last night that boy named Lin Tian?" "How could you tell?" Gu Chang'e was a tad surprised by her words. "Well, I felt that there was a problem with that waste called Lin Tian after listening to the dialogue between my lord and that girl called Lin Xiaohan." Su Qingge explained, "You are a smart woman, indeed. I didn't spoil you all this time in vain." Gu Chang'e praised. It's just that Su Qingge still had some questions that puzzled her. Why would that youth called Lin Tian lose his mind and come to attack her young lord? Was he tired of living? Sometimes, ignorance and jealousy can really send one to their deaths. Soon, Gu Chang'e arrived outside and watched the large swaths of faces that belonged to the people of the ancient Lin family. "My lord, this old slave couldn't disciple his descendants well. Please punish this slave, my lord." With his face covered in guilt, Old Ming stood at the forefront. As soon as Gu Chang'e appeared, he walked a step forward and knelt down to plead himself guilty. "Have you found the assailant?"
Gu Changa's might surged in response, but he made no movement. His face was still as indifferent as ever, and no one could tell whether he was angry or happy. Obviously, he already knew the answer to his question. What's more, it wasn't Old Ming's fault to begin with. Let alone Old Ming, even the people of the ancient Lin family would have never imagined that their piece of trash would commit such an atrocity. Still, he couldn't show that on his face. It would be far more interesting to watch the ancient Lin family discover the truth about Lin Tian's possession, instead of him exposing it himself. My lord, we have found the person, but Old Ming's guilt expounded and he couldn't complete his words. The people of the Lin family standing behind him also trembled, and none among them dared to even breathe loudly. The one in the worst condition was none other than the ancient Lin family's patriarch. Cold sweat covered his forehead and back, and he felt his legs soften under the pressure of what was to come. Once the young lord in front of him became enraged, he won't be the only one going down. The entire ancient Lin family and even their ancestor will suffer. Everyone in the ancient Lin family had a mood similar to his own. They couldn't suppress the panic in their hearts, and stood on their toes as if waiting for the emperor's wrathful punishment. Lin Xiaohan was no exception either. Her face was pale, and she had yet to recover from the blow she received last night after reality hit her. She still couldn't bring herself to believe it all. Oh. What's the matter? Did something happen to the assailant? Gu Changa asked with interest. He wanted to know what other tricks Lin Tian held in his sleeves. Or were the people before him going to use some excuse and say he escaped? Or will they pretend not to know anything? Last night, then, with great guilt holding him down by his throat, Old Ming began explaining everything that happened last night. Chapter 39, Feigned Death, Awaited Resurrection. After searching everywhere last night, they finally found the assailant. It was Lin Tian, the youngest son of the Lin family's patriarch, whom no one in the family liked. He was recognized as the Lin family's waste who couldn't cultivate. The realization shocked everyone at that time. When they rushed into his courtyard, they found Lin Tian with his origin in a damaged state. His face had turned old, and he fell into a pool of his own blood. He had already cut off his heart's vein, and died. It was impossible for them to figure out the ins and outs of the matter. What could they ask a dead man? The entire Lin family despaired. They were so desperate that they desired to find someone who could take the blame. Instead of the entire family suffering, everyone hated Lin Tian from the bottom of their hearts. He died? Gu Changa was taken aback when he heard their explanation. Wasn't he supposed to just escape using petty tricks? Gu Changa felt it was impossible. Lin Tian wasn't truly dead, and he must be pretending to be dead. There were too many secret techniques that allowed one to go into a state of suspended animation in the world, and it wasn't hard to trick people who didn't know enough. What's more, Lin Tian had that overpowered fortune backing him, so how could he die off so easily? Gu Changa wasn't surprised that Lin Tian used such a method to pull wool over everyone's eyes. After all, where could a remnant soul with a damaged origin escape to from the flesh? A gentle breeze would be enough to dissipate such a remnant soul. Besides, how could a favored son of heaven commit suicide? Lin Tian hated him to death, so would he really commit suicide before killing him? If he really did, then he would be a disgrace to all the favored children of heaven. The system hadn't given any prompt, so Gu Changa was sure that Lin Tian was still alive. He was only feigning death using some kind of secret technique. Did he really think that Gu Changa wouldn't be able to see through his petty parlor tricks? Various thoughts went through Gu Changa's mind. The expression on his face didn't show any change, nor did he utter any response to the ones who stood before him. His silence compounded the anxiousness of the Lin family's people, and their hatred for Lin Tian soared further. Even the Lin family's patriarch cursed himself for giving birth to such a scourged eye. In the past few days, he had felt relieved after listening to Lin Xiaohan saying that Lin Tian had turned over a new leaf. But his actions last night made him piss his pants. Ding. Everyone in the ancient Lin family has developed hatred towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian lost 100 points of fortune value. Host received 500 destiny points. Right at this time, the system's prompt rang inside Gu Changa's mind. Gu Changa couldn't help but cackle in his heart a bit. This worked, too. Lin Tian didn't have a lot of fortune value left, and he estimated that whatever he was left with, it was all due to his relationship with Lin Xiaohan. We weren't able to discipline our dog. Please punish us, young lord. That Lin Tian secretly plotted and attacked the young lord, and it's all due to our negligence. We are willing to receive your punishment, young lord. Everyone from the Lin family knelt in unison and spoke with sincerity and fear. Old Ming had clearly explained Gu Changa's position and background to them.
Right now, it would be better for them to confess their sins and honestly ask for punishment, instead of pretending to not be involved. After all, it didn't matter if they did or didn't have anything to do with the event. Might is, indeed, right. Suchinga, who was quietly standing behind Guchanga all this time, suddenly heard a malevolent voice full of admiration in her mind. It was her other soul. Still, her expression remained unchanged. Over the last period of time, she had awakened many memories from her other soul. There were even memories regarding the upper realm which confused her a little, so she took up the hobby of reading ancient books to make sense of the scattered information. At the same time, she gradually started to peer upon an ancient cultivation method inheritance that appeared together with those memories. She had kept this secret from Guchanga. After all, the matter of her having two souls in one body was her biggest secret. She didn't know how to talk about that kind of matter with someone else. My lord, please punish this old slave for this incident. Although we don't know the reason behind Lin Tian's actions, it is a fact that he, as this old slave's descendant, did commit that heinous act. This old slave is ashamed to even show his face before my lord anymore, Old Ming said with deep guilt covering his face. He didn't know what the heck was that Lin Tian's deal, nor could he understand how a waste like him who couldn't even cultivate could use such a vicious forbidden technique. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any proof about someone else using Lin Tian to frame the ancient Lin family. This matter is too weird. Miss Johan told me about that person named Lin Tian a while ago. He was just an ordinary waste kid who shouldn't have any ability to harm me, nor would he have the guts to do something like this. What's more, the upper realm has many secret techniques that can allow people to take over someone else's body, and even manipulate their minds. Although this was done by Lin Tian, I know that it has nothing to do with the Lin family as a whole. Who knows? Someone might be trying to target and frame you because you are the descendants of my followers, and because I am staying here. Let's end this here. This lord isn't an indiscriminate devil who will hold you accountable for something that's not your fault. Finally, Guchanga spoke up and responded to Old Ming and the people of ancient Lin family. His tone was flat, and one couldn't feel any fluctuations in his aura as he uttered those magnanimous words. He bluntly said that he wouldn't blame the ancient Lin family for all of this. To be precise, he didn't care about this matter at all. After all, he knew the ins and outs of the matter better than anyone else, and everything was under his control. It wasn't the Lin family's fault that a strong figure took over the body of their waste Lin Tian. Still, he had to pretend that he knew nothing and was simply giving face to the Lin family. In this way, he could establish his own magnanimity and prestige in front of everyone from the Lin family, and win their hearts. Although it wouldn't help him in any way, it wasn't a bad thing. He could also just consider it as giving face to Old Ming, and that would make Old Ming even more devoted to working for him. Uttering a few words of pardon took nothing from him, and only brought him benefits. Thank you for your kindness, young lord. Young lord is magnanimous and kind. Everyone in the Lin family, including Old Ming, breathed in a sigh of relief once they heard Guchanga's words. Their hearts relaxed, and they felt immense excitement well up in their chests. Of course, they also guessed that the reason Guchanga forgave them so easily was because he simply couldn't be bothered to deal with their Lin family. That was just how high above he stood. Thank you, my lord. Old Ming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said with an emotional tone he couldn't help but feel touched to see that he, a servant, had received so much face from his young lord. He felt that he was blessed to be able to work for his magnanimous young lord. Lin Xiuhan, by the side, was also taken aback to hear her name from young Lord Gu's mouth. She wondered if young Lord Gu was helping raise her status in the family. Her face flushed, and she began fantasizing about unknown things. The sadness she felt over Lin Tian's sudden death had already lessened by a lot overnight. Young lord, please rest assured that I will investigate this matter and give you a satisfactory answer. The Lin family's patriarch said, and heaved a sigh of relief together with the other elders. After that, they all began to ponder about the matter. How did Lin Tian die? Why did he mess with young Lord Gu? And why did a waste like him suddenly turn over a new leaf? Now only, they had too many doubts that they needed to resolve. Guchanga gave them a slight nod, and then waved his hands to give them permission to deserve. Keeping them there anymore would bring him no profit. However, he didn't let them bury or cremate Lin Tian's body. After all, he was still looking forward to the moment that Lin Tian would resurrect. If they cremated Lin Tian, then Lin Tian would have truly played himself to death. If they buried him, then everything would go according to Lin Tian's plot, and since Guchanga hadn't thoroughly squeezed him dry, he would never let Lin Tian have his way. Chapter 40, Value in Keeping Around, Ultimate Alchemy Talent. As he watched the Lin family's people leave, a thought crossed Guchanga's mind, and he stopped Lin Xiuhan out of nowhere. Young Lord Gu, Lin Xiuhan was stunned by his sudden command. Her heart jumped in her chest like a wild fawn, and her face warmed up. Why had young Lord Gu asked her to stay behind in the presence of so many others? Did young Lord Gu want to tell her something? Or had young Lord Gu developed a good impression of her? The patriarch certainly gave birth to a good daughter. Many of the elders of the Lin family showed smiles on their faces, but their hearts were bursting with envy. After all, their daughters and granddaughters couldn't compare to Lin Xiuhan in beauty nor talent. Lin Xiuhan was also the youngest and most gorgeous teacher in the Extreme Dao Academy. She had hair that flowed behind her like clouds, a pink face, and jade-like skin. She had the capital to be known as one of the most beautiful women, and many in the younger generation pursued her. And now, she seemed to have become an object of desire for this young lord, too. This brought great joy to the elders of the Lin clan. Many youths, on the other hand, felt sour in their hearts, while the young women felt envy. In short, everyone had complex and different emotions. The Lin family's patriarch also smiled and winked towards Lin Xiuhan. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiuhan is a well-behaved and sensible child, so I don't have to worry too much about her. If they could get close to young Lord Gu through his daughter. Patriarch Lin's heart burst with joy as he thought about the future, and he couldn't suppress his wide grin. Old Ming also thought that his lord had taken a liking to his descendant, and he also looked forward to the day they will ascend back to the upper realm and bring Lin Xiuhan along. She was his descendant, so he will also have a blood relative up there. Of course, the main thing was that his lord took a liking to her. Soon, everyone disappeared from the place. I have troubled Lady Xiuhan by personally bringing me pastries last night, Gu Chang'e said with a smile, and then his expression returned to the same indifference and elegance she saw yesterday. The black dress he wore yesterday was replaced by a white dress today, while his long hair were neatly tied behind him. He looked loftier and heavenly than before. Lin Xiuhan turned absent-minded for a moment. She had to admit that just on the basis of appearance, there weren't many men in the world who could compare to young Lord Gu. Did you like them, young Lord Gu? Lin Xiuhan was overjoyed by his praise, but then she turned nervous once more. Had she been teaching in school on a normal day, she would have never had such changes in her emotions. They tasted great, and there was even a hint of pill intent in them. That truly surprised him. Gu Chang'e responded with a gentle smile. The reason he asked Lin Xiuhan to stay behind was because she had piqued his curiosity. As a woman related to a favored son of heaven, the amount of fortune Lin Xiuhan held wasn't low. She had over 200 points in her fortune value. Generally, cultivators would have a few points of fortune value, and some wouldn't have any. So the number could be called terrific. She was just like Su Qingge, who had around 300 points of fortune value at the start, and now she had somehow raised her fortune value to over 500 points. There must have been some changes in her over the last period of time. Gu Chang'e was well aware of the fact that Su Qingge was a clever woman who held many secrets of her own. It's just that he decided not to ask her about them, as he wanted to let Su Qingge confess everything in front of him out of her own volition. As for Lin Xiuhan, apart from her having a gorgeous face and good talent in cultivation, Gu Chang'e couldn't see anything special about her. He wasn't a man who thought with his DCK playing around with her was still alright, but he wouldn't bring her along like Su Qingge just for these reasons. As for her 200 or so points of fortune value, Gu Chang'e could simply make Lin Xiuhan obsessed with himself and reap benefits like that. After all, if a person wasn't a favored child of heaven, then all you needed to do to obtain fortune value was to make them surrender. As for how much he would gain, it was related to how much they, themselves, had. To put it bluntly, Lin Xiuhan was nothing more than a tool he could use to increase his destiny points. That's how Gu Chang'e viewed her. Unless she showed some true potential, there's no way Gu Chang'e would bring her along. To see if she was worthy of keeping around, Gu Chang'e decided to test her pill intent. Lin Xiuhan was dumbfounded by the new term. She had never heard of something like pill intent before in her life. Sword intent, spear intent, saber intent, she had heard about all those, but she had never heard of something like pill intent. Su Qingge, however, knew a little more and immediately thought of something. She often read ancient books in her free time to widen her horizons, so she had come across this specific term. The spiritual pastries you made had some alchemy-related intent in them, and it's something not even great alchemists are able to achieve. Lady Xiuhan, you are truly amazing. Gu Chang'e smiled when he saw that Lin Xiuhan didn't understand what he meant. I don't know how to perform alchemy. Lin Xiuhan felt embarrassed when she listened to Gu Chang'e's praise. She didn't know alchemy? Even though she had a terrifying talent for it? If Lin Xiuhan were born in some major alchemy-oriented force in the upper realm, she would have most likely been hailed as an alchemy goddess, and her future would be limitless. Sure enough, the people close to the favored children of heaven weren't simple. It's alright though, he wouldn't let her talent go to waste. Various thoughts floated through Gu Chang'e's mind. But his smile didn't change, and he said to Lin Qiuhan, "Lady Qiuhan, it's no fun standing idle over here, so why don't you take me around to see the city today?" "Ah, okay, alright." Lin Qiuhan was surprised by Gu Changa's sudden words, and felt her head buzz in excitement. Last night, the ancient Lin family not only blocked all the entrances and exits of the city, but they also suppressed the environment. Their actions disturbed all the cultivators of their ancient city, and many speculated about the events that transpired. After all, the ancestor of the Lin family had returned that very morning, and they were busy with a celebration for that just before. But right as night fell, something major seemed to have happened. The entire Lin family were like a pack of furious hounds as they searched for someone. Numerous cultivators speculated, and wondered just who had the guts to offend the ancient Lin family, to the point that they mobilized their entire family to capture the perpetrator. After the ancient Lin family's ancestor returned from the upper realm, the ancient Lin family had become a force that none could contend against. So the sudden hunt frightened many a cultivator of the ancient city. Finally, they all heard a rumor that someone had used a vicious forbidden technique to frame the ancient Lin family by assassinating the young lord who had descended from the upper realm. When they finally found the murderer, they discovered that it was none other than the ancient Lin family's famous waste of spiritual qi, Lin Tian. Many found the piece of news to be too incredible. The incident spread to every cultivator in the city, and the people couldn't suppress their shock. After all, many in the Middle State knew well the terror of the young lord's origin in the upper realm. Going against him was nothing short of courting death. The land of Middle State turned tumultuous once more. Even the other domains of the Middle State couldn't sit still. Many powerful holy lands and dynasties with heritages going as far back as hundreds of thousands of years sent their representatives to the Lin family with extravagant gifts for their ancestor and the mysterious young lord. The venue of the Dao Conference of the younger generation had also been changed to the ancient city where the Lin family resided. It was a unanimous decision made by the Holy Lands and the dynasties. Vilfic, Holy Lands and dynasties in the above paragraphs refers to a congregation of all the major forces of the Middle State. They could be ancient families, sects, Holy Lands, dynasties, or whatever power structure a major power might be based upon. As for the reason, it was easy for the cultivators to guess if they thought about the news they received from the eastern wilderness a while ago. The reason why the Taishan Holy Land was able to subdue and fend off all the other holy lands of the eastern wilderness to become the eastern wilderness's absolute overlord was simple: Su Qingda. One had to accept that Su Qingda, the Taishan Holy Maiden and the eastern wilderness's renowned #1 beauty, was the reason why the Taishan Holy Land suddenly became the overlord of the eastern wilderness. Many holy lands and dynasties wanted to follow in the Taishan Holy Land's steps. If their children and disciples could catch the young lord's fancy, they would ascend to heaven in a single leap, and even their ancestors down in their graves would jump to their feet. After all, even the ancient Lin family's ancestor who had ascended around 30,000 years ago had to call himself old slave in front of the young lord. This status was far more terrifying than just incredible. It shocked countless forces, and they wanted to get a glimpse of the young lord's face just once. Suddenly, the ancient city where the Lin family resided turned extremely lively, and one could see a new major faction arrive every new day. There were even people from some ancient races who came out from various ancient sacred mountains. They were figures that even the mighty Holy Lands had to treat carefully on normal days. It was said that the ancient sacred mountains were the ones who truly bordered the upper realm. There was even a rumor that they were branches of some orthodoxies and native powers of the upper realm. Any creature that walked out of the ancient sacred mountains on normal days would be treated as an honored guest in the major Holy Lands. Chapter 41: Eastern Wilderness's Mysterious Genius. Holy Son of the Buddhist Holy Land, the ancient sacred mountains had a heritage that could be traced back to the earliest civilizations of the Azure Lower Realm. Many cultivators even believed that the ancient sacred mountains even had might false gods and beyond in endless seclusion. Once they made a move, the entire world would tremble and perspire. Yet now, many from the ancient sacred mountains had also come out into the world, and were mingling and mixing with the others. Some cultivators noticed their tracks and realized that all of them were heading to the place where the ancient Lin family resided, moon-facing ancient city. Many speculated about the ancient sacred mountains' intentions. Perhaps they were also related to that mysterious young lord from the upper realm? Moon-facing ancient city, as an ancient city that was no worse than the central heavenly city in its prestige, and connected many other locations as a hub between them all, the moon-facing ancient city had a population of nearly 100 million. Colorful clouds floating in the sky, and ethereal mist covered everything on the ground. One could see many palaces, pavilions, shops, and restaurants lined side by side on the streets of the city.
Magical runes and brilliant lights shone everywhere, and cultivators and creatures flew above and around the city with divine lights around their bodies, making the city look extraordinary. As the place where the Tao Conference of the Young Geniuses would be held, it was only natural that the moon-facing ancient city attracted the attention of all the cultivators of the realm. Not to mention, there was also a rumor that the young lord from the upper realm was staying in this very same city. Cultivators from all over the world had come to the city for this reason. The major holy lands in ancient dynasties had also sent their experts bearing luxurious and extravagant gifts. Not just the Middle State, but even places like the Northern Wilderness and the Western Wilderness, etc., had sent their own young geniuses to participate in the conference to show off their skills. Many people had their own calculations. It wasn't shameful to hug the thigh of a mighty figure. After all, Brother Jin Yang, I haven't seen you for a while, yet your cultivation has already turned even more unfathomable. How is that possible? Brother Zhang Tian, you are the one who has made real progress. It seems that you have already mastered that supreme skill, no? Ha ha. That was just a fluke, brother. I can never be as good as you. In the time we haven't seen her, Fairy Chen's demeanor has become even more ethereal. She truly deserves her place as the leader of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land's younger generation. Her aura, alone, is enough to suppress all of her peers. A group of young men and women conversed with each other inside a pavilion. There were handsome and luxuriously dressed gentlemen, and gorgeous and virtuous beauties. The cultivators who watched them all from the outside couldn't help but show awe on their faces. All of these youths came from extraordinary backgrounds. They were either descendants of some ancient family, the princes and princesses of an ancient dynasty, or holy childs of one of the major holy lands. None of them were simple. There were many mighty auras hidden in the dark, protecting them from the shadows. It was hard to imagine such a group of young prodigies gathering together and talking over tea like it was nothing. If news about this matter spread, it would most likely shock many a people. Brother Jin Yang, I heard that you exchanged blows with a gentleman from the Eastern Wilderness a while back, and the exchange ended in a tie? In the end, you even became sworn brothers with that gentleman, is that true? Inside the pavilion, someone couldn't keep their curiosity and asked the youth who looked to be the holy son of some mighty holy land. This youth, with his hair as red as a flame, and his body covered in brilliant glow, was the holy son of the Buddhist Holy Land, Jin Yang. The Buddhist Holy Land had a heritage in the Middle State that was even older than the ancient Lin family. Their ancestors had also ascended to the upper realm, so they also had a terrifying background. As the holy son of such a mighty power, it was only natural that Jin Yang's cultivation wouldn't be ordinary. He could easily overwhelm his peers, and right now, he was in the late stages of the transcendent realm. Hearing the question, he couldn't help but show a hearty smile and reply, "That's true, of course. Let me tell you this, and I am not bragging when I speak, my little brother has a terrifying talent you wouldn't see in 1,000 years. He's only in the middle stage of the transcendent realm, yet he could fight me through 100 exchanges, and still didn't show any signs of fatigue or loss. He even forced me to use my true son physique, and only then was I able to barely suppress him. Even then, I felt that he still had a lot of trump cards that he hadn't used. My little brother, he's an extraordinary man with a calm temperament who can look at the big picture. Unfortunately, he offended someone and was framed and exiled from the Eastern Wilderness." Jin Yang said with a sigh full of regret. He had heard from his little brother that they couldn't yet contend against the person whom he had offended. What's more, he didn't really believe in the rumors he heard from the Eastern Wilderness. What bullshit jealousy! What bullshit toad wants to eat swan meat? From what he saw, it was clearly the Taishan Holy Land that wanted to climb a dragon's back and ride on a phoenix's tail, and that was why they betrayed his little brother, and it was because of this that they spread rumors and false accusations about his brother, so much so that he was forced to leave the Eastern Wilderness. Hiss. Jin Yang's words caused the people in the pavilion to take in a deep breath. They couldn't help but look into each other's eyes, showing their deep shock. Jin Yang's personality was clear to all of these young geniuses. He was a man with a straightforward character who would never lie. What's more, Jin Yang was a mighty man, who was stronger than everyone on the scene. In the entirety of the Middle State, only a few like the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty could contend against him on even ground, or suppress him. He could easily be ranked among the top 5 of the Middle State's younger generation, so now that he praised someone like this, just how strong was this mysterious prodigy from the Eastern Wilderness? Brother Jin Yang, what's the name of this genius from the Eastern Wilderness you mentioned just now? We would love to get to know him someday. Curiosity spurred everyone, and they couldn't help but ask. They wanted to know who this mysterious genius was. This, Jin Yang showed an embarrassed expression and hesitated from answering them. It's not that he couldn't say his little brother's name, but that he was afraid that if he mentioned his name, none of the people here would have the guts to ask any more about him, or even think about this matter. Although Jin Yang was an upright fellow, he wasn't dumb. Seeing that he couldn't respond, everyone decided not to egg him on. Since he clearly didn't want to say it, there was no need to push him. All of them were smart fellows. After all, at this moment, one of them suddenly yelped, "How come the Lin family's star-picking pavilion is open today?" The one who spoke was the Holy Son of the Chuyuan Holy Land, another powerful heavenly genius. Everyone followed his gaze, and they couldn't help but be stunned. The star-picking pavilion of the ancient Lin family was the tallest structure of the moon-facing ancient city. One could overlook everything from atop it, and it provided for an excellent view. It was also because of this that it was called the Star-Picking Pavilion, as it was the closest to the sky at night. From their current position, they could clearly see the scene before the Star-Picking Pavilion. On normal days, the Star-Picking Pavilion would only be open to receive esteemed personnel from the major Holy Lands and dynasties, such as the Holy Lords, Emperors, or other mighty figures. Yet it had been open today. It surprised everyone. Look, the great transcendent realm elders of the Lin family have come out to receive someone. Y'all, ain't that woman in blue Lin Xiaohan, the gorgeous, prodigious daughter of the ancient Lin family? And the other woman in white with her face half covered behind a veil, she seems to be from a holy land of the eastern wilderness. Taishan Holy Maiden, I think. The speaker had once been to the eastern wilderness, and received the honor to gaze upon the beauty of the eastern wilderness's number one beauty. Then, the man in white is that person? All of them soon returned to their senses, and couldn't help but stand up together with excited expressions on their faces. It wasn't hard to guess the identity of the mysterious man after they saw him receive such treatment. They never expected to see that legendary young lord here. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet him. All of them got up and readied themselves to meet him. Many of the proud women even took out makeup from their spatial pouches and hurriedly applied a thin layer on themselves to compound their radiance. The only person with an unnatural look in his eyes was Jin Yang, but no one noticed the change in his expression. Gu Chang'e came to the star-picking pavilion under the guidance and arrangement of an elder from the ancient Lin family's leadership. The treatment Gu Chang'e received was obviously the highest tiered. One could easily overlook the entirety of the moon-facing ancient city, and even thousands of miles beyond its territory, from the star-picking pavilion. On normal days, only saints were eligible to enter this place. Chapter 42, Long-Term Plan. Kneeling and licking the young lord's boots. The person who built this pavilion truly knows how to enjoy life. Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back, and overlooked the moon-facing city from the highest point. He couldn't help but praise the creator of the star-picking pavilion as he watched everything below, including the myriad cultivators who went around taking care of their own business. It felt wonderful to be high above watching the world as if a man looking at an anthill. He decided to ask a craftsman to build a lofty pavilion like this one in his residence once he returned to the upper realm. His sky-picking pavilion will be far taller and grander, with status and background like his own. He naturally had the right to enjoy such a treatment. We are honored to know that it satisfies you, young Lord Gu. This pavilion was specially built by the previous patriarchs to host holy lords and emperors from the various forces in the world. Lin Xiaohan explained with a smile. If not for Gu Chang'e bringing her along, she wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the star-picking pavilion. Indeed, to hold the sun and the moon in one hand, and to pick stars with the other, who in this world wouldn't desire to do something like that? It's a beautiful dream, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. He had a simple, long-term plan. The reason why he asked Lin Xiaohan to lead him to look around the ancient city was natural: evaluate the extent of her alchemy talent. He had to consider how he should raise and use Lin Xiaohan after bringing her to the upper realm with him. Gu Chang'e had a terrifying background, and knew matters that ordinary people weren't privy to. Old Ming, an outsider with a different surname, naturally couldn't chance upon knowledge that was held by the faction behind him. Even the massive alchemy heritages in the upper realm didn't have a descendant with talent on par with Lin Xiaohan's monstrous talent for alchemy. Once they went back to the upper realm, he might even be able to make use of Lin Xiaohan by using her as an insider to control those alchemy heritages. As long as he made good preparations, he wouldn't be the one taking the lost. Of course, Gu Chang'e also wanted to show her his generous and kind side, so as to conquer Lin Xiaohan as soon as possible. Won't it be awesome if he received 1,000 destiny points by conquering? Fortunately, Lin Xiaohan was a woman without sophisticated thoughts.
Gu Chang'e quickly put her under his spell through his sweet words, and soon, her heart and attention were completely focused on him. What Lin Tian said before wasn't wrong. Gu Chang'e was no gentleman, after all, he was destined by the heavens to be a villain. Having said that, though, Gu Chang'e would never mistreat his own people, that he didn't have any deep ill will towards Lin Xiaohan. Instead, he was only thinking about how he could get some benefits from her after raising her in the future, to hold the sun and the moon in one hand, and to pick stars with the other. Young Lord Gu, what's your opinion on the exact reason behind why everyone tries to cultivate? A deep brilliance filled Lin Xiaohan's eyes as she heard his fascinating words, and repeated them. In my opinion, cultivation is merely the process of leaving the earth and stepping foot into heaven, that's all. People fight for opportunities, sacrifice their flesh, blood, and tears, go through the deserts, and use their bodies as rafts to cross the sea of bitterness. It's all to get to the other shore. Gu Chang'e responded with an indifferent yet elegant smile on his face. Of course, he didn't mean what he said, and was merely using words to make himself appear deep. To him, cultivation was nothing more than putting in points and enjoying life. The sea of bitterness? The other side? Even Su Qingge's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but deeply ponder over his words with great relish. Your opinion is really different from the others, young Lord Gu, but there's also a deep meaning behind them. Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but admire him even more. Just like that, she and Gu Chang'e began conversing over many more matters, and Gu Chang'e was very involved in the responses. He wasn't someone who acted high above and gave mere perfunctory responses, and that made Lin Xiaohan's admiration for him deepen further and further. In particular, his insights on cultivation made her, a teacher of a cultivation academy, feel as if a new pathway had opened in front of her. Using their bodies as rafts to cross the sea of bitterness to get to the other side, it was an unprecedented statement that made her have a new understanding of the mysterious and vast world of cultivation of the upper realm. She couldn't imagine just what kind of place it was up there. Young Lord Gu, it's thanks to your words that I was able to realize something was wrong with little Tian. If not for you, he would have kept me in the dark, and I don't know. Lin Xiaohan's expression turned bleak and sadness masked her face as she recalled the recent events. She had always cared about Lin Tian, so it was unforgivable if he had truly done something to harm young Lord Gu. Fortunately, that person wasn't the real Lin Tian, or she wouldn't have the face to stand in front of Gu Chang'e. I was merely speaking casually at the time, and never knew that something like this would happen. Gu Chang'e responded with an amiable smile. Actually, I had some suspicions about someone messing with little Tian's soul, so I was going to ask him about that, but then it all happened so suddenly, Lin Xiaohan said with some feelings of guilt welling up in her heart. Oh. Speaking of which, I must give Lady Lin an important reminder. Gu Chang'e said with a mysterious smile on his face. Young Lord Gu, please speak. Lin Xiaohan asked for him to continue. Since it was something important in Gu Chang'e's words, then it must be something truly significant. You must pay attention to Lin Tian's corpse. I guess he's not just controlled by someone, but that someone has replaced his soul and taken over his body. There are many such techniques in the upper realm that let you do this. Resurrection after death is a common matter, actually. Lin Xiaohan was stunned for a moment. Resurrection? Was that really possible? At that time, Lin Tian's vitality and soul had already perished, yet Gu Chang'e's words made her rethink everything. Was he faking his death? Of course, it's merely a guess of mine. Still, it would be better if Lady Lin pays a bit more attention to everything. Gu Chang'e said with a calm smile that he truly desired to let Lin Xiaohan watch Lin Tian rise from his grave with her own two eyes. That would be enough to shatter whatever little trust Lin Xiaohan had left in him. Gu Chang'e naturally didn't need to keep Lin Tian around anymore. A loud sound from outside the star-picking pavilion sounded at this time. Young Lord Gu, a group of young geniuses from the Middle State and the Eastern Wilderness are requesting an audience with you. Elder Lin, who had led Gu Chang'e to the star-picking pavilion, respectfully walked in and reported. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but raise his eyebrows a bit. He wanted to reject them, but then he realized that he had nothing better to do, so he nodded and said, "All right, let them in." He hoped that this bunch of arrogant brats could bring him some fun soon. A large group of young men and women with extraordinary auras and brilliant radiance around their bodies respectfully entered the star-picking pavilion behind the elder of the ancient Lin family. Chu Xin pays respects to the young lord. Gu Chang'e's #1 lapdog from the Eastern Wilderness, the Taishan Holy Son, Chu Xian, was also among them. He hurriedly walked forward and respectfully saluted Gu Chang'e and started to flatter him. Beside him, there were also other prodigious youths from the Eastern Wilderness who had accompanied Gu Chang'e on his travel to the Middle State. There weren't many unfamiliar faces in their group. The final group was the arrogant prodigies of the middle state. At this moment, all of them stood in shock as their excitement soared to the ninth layer of heaven. After all, it was their first time coming into contact with this esteemed young lord from the upper realm. They couldn't help but feel awe in their hearts as they gazed upon his godly presence. We pay our respects to the young lord. Even Jin Yang, the Buddhist Holy Land's holy son who was previously criticizing Gu Chang'e in his heart, didn't dare to not pay his respects. There's no need for such politeness, everyone.
Gu Chang'e sat at the host's seat in the pavilion and nodded to the guests.
He had a calm and amiable expression, without a shred of pretense or arrogance, which helped relax everyone's tense nerves. The rumors weren't false. The mysterious young lord was indeed not someone difficult to get along with. Afterwards, the group of young geniuses introduced themselves and began to show off their cool skills to leave a good impression on Gu Chang'e. All of them competed like peacocks who showed their majestic wings to suppress the others. From time to time, Gu Chang'e would nod and smile, and those gestures from him encouraged everyone, even those favored daughters of heaven. One, who normally didn't put anyone else in their eyes, turned into bootlicking TCH3Z, and their sudden change stunned Lin Xiaohan and the others. The same people who loved to be referred to as fairy and goddess had now submitted in front of young Lord Gu, and turned
into his obedient pets. It was an eye-opening experience for them.
Lin Xiaohan was the one who felt the deepest emotions from all of this. After all, she was also a favored daughter of heaven like those gorgeous beauties. However, young Lord Gu's attitude towards her was completely different from his attitude towards these arrogant princesses. This sudden discovery flattered Lin Xiaohan, and she felt something she had never felt before. Young Lord Gu treated her completely differently.
Chapter 43, Strings of Fate, Systems Random Task. Young Lord Gu treated her differently. Lin Xiaohan's heart went into turmoil when she recalled the warm expression Gu Chang'e showed every time he conversed with her. It was normal for her to have such feelings and reaction at this time. The gorgeous girls in front of her were either royal princesses or holy maidens, and none of them were worse than her when it came to background. They had countless suitors following after them like dogs, yet all of them pretended to be aloof and untouchable. They dismissed the advances of everyone, and gained fame as fairies and goddesses, but now, they were cursing each other and ingratiating themselves in front of young Lord Gu. Right now, they looked nothing different from how women who sold their flesh in the brothels were described in the books. Such a scene, that completely different from their normal actions, would shock anyone if they saw it from outside. Still, it was, indeed, the attitude they should be holding before Gu Chang'e. Young Lord Gu was so kind to me. Lin Xiaohan recalled all the time she spent with Gu Chang'e, and all the topics he discussed with her, and couldn't help but feel lightheaded. Su Chang'e, on
the other hand, was used to such a scene already. No matter how one looked at him, Gu Chang'e had everything that a woman could desire in a man. How could these beauties treat him the same as others after knowing his might? She had no doubt that they had the following thoughts in their mind: if she, Su Chang'e, and Lin Xiaohan can receive the young lord's favor, why can't they? Once they fostered a relationship with the young lord, their status will take a 180-degree turn for the better. There's nothing they wouldn't be able to obtain at that time, so how could they hold back from pleasing the young lord? Su Chang'e saw through their thoughts at one glance. Her expression was calm, and not a shred of worry rose in her heart.
Did these women really think a bit of makeup on their faces could get them her young lord's attention?
No way. Considering his temperament, that warm and elegant expression he showed them was nothing but a facade.
The true Gu Chang'e was indifferent to everything in the world.
He was an aloof and elusive man who overlooked everything from high above. One had to commend Su Chang'e for her sharp mind. She had only been with Gu Chang'e for a while, yet she had already developed a certain understanding of his antics. Ding! You have successfully subdued Lin Xiaohan, and this has triggered a fortune event. You have received 200 points of fortune value, and 1000 destiny points. A sudden system prompt sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind, washing him with euphoria.
The 1000 destiny points he was looking forward to all day were already in his pocket.
Lin Xiaohan didn't disappoint him. Right now, he could no longer be bothered to listen or respond to the spiel spewed by the bunch of geniuses in front of him who kept talking about their contest. Vilfic. Spiel means nonsense used by salespeople to trick you into buying their garbage. Who in their right mind would want to listen to a bunch of brats touting their own horns? Gu Chang'e paid no more attention to them and focused his mind on the system. Immediately, the system's attribute panel appeared in his line of sight. Host, Gu Chang'e identity, true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline, devil heart, Dao bone cultivation, conferred lord, middle stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao codex, 7th layer, innate god spirit temple, talent, myriad changes demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art,
destiny points, 2600 fortune value, 350, dark, system shop, open warehouse, domain traversing talisman X11.
Third fragment of a world seed X1, his fortune value had shot through the 300 points mark. It wasn't all because he subdued Lin Xiaohan, but also because he had Su Qingda with him. Both of them were blessed with great fortune, so Gu Changda's fortune value naturally rose as he used them well. That he had essentially obliterated Lin Tian without even putting in any effort, and he also obtained some 2000 destiny points. Gu Changda felt immense comfort after receiving this wave of harvest from his leak. Gu Changda pondered for a while, and decided not to increase his strength. After all, his current realm was pretty strong in the lower realm. He decided to reserve these omnipotent destiny points for an occasion where he could make best use of them. After that, he glanced at the stuff in the system shop. Finally, after looking around for a while, he found a suitable Pill Dao technique worth 100 destiny points. Exchange. After spending 100 destiny points, Gu Changda successfully received the elementary level Pill Dao technique. He planned to find the right opportunity to hand it over to Lin Xiaohan. After all, if he wanted to train her for himself, he had to start early. It was a good Pill Dao technique, so he hoped she wouldn't waste it. As soon as Gu Changda's consciousness exited from the system, another prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Discovered someone with a string of fate connected to a favored son of heaven. Please suppress the favored son of heaven's sworn brother. You will receive 500 destiny points on completing this task. There's no penalty for failure. Gu Changda was taken aback, and an expression of interest appeared on his face. This was the first time he encountered such a random task. What's more, there was a reward if he completed it, but no penalty even if he didn't complete it. It was essentially up to him whether he took it or not. 500 destiny points, it was quite an appetizing amount. It's just that who the heck was this sworn brother of a favored son of heaven, and which favored son of heaven was he related to? He concluded that the person must be related to Yi Chen. After all, Lin Tian was already a goner. The system hadn't mentioned the target's identity, but the person should be one of the prodigious kids in front of him. It shouldn't be someone from the eastern wilderness, unless, of course, they had something wrong with their head and foolishly decided to court death. Knowing that Yi Chen offended him, the people there would most certainly cut off any and all relationship with Yi Chen, and even hide themselves somewhere far away. Since Yi Chen escaped to the middle state all the way from the eastern wilderness, he must have come across one or two geniuses of the middle state on his way. It's then that he became sworn brothers with the genius, and opened a path for himself to enter a new map, the middle state. It was quite a normal trope. It's just that he never thought he would have to deal with this sworn brother. Either way, it was a great offer. Gu Changda took a sip of his tea, and an expression of slight joy appeared on his face as he considered the matter. He quickly swept a glance over all the geniuses around him, completely ignoring all the people from the eastern wilderness, and those beauties who were trying to ingratiate themselves before him. That he knew who to look at. Chu Xian, Gu Changda spoke with an authoritative tone. My lord, what is your command? Chu Xian ran over as soon as he heard his call, and responded with a respectful and flattering expression on his face. This scene made the many youths develop envy and jealousy towards him in their hearts. They were also heaven's favored, yet this Chu Xian had already won the appreciation of the mighty young lord. They estimated that it won't be long before Chu Xian soared to the heavens, and left them all behind as they became people of two different worlds. Is there any news about Yi Chen in the middle state? Gu Changda asked with indifference. He naturally knew the answer to his question. After all, Yi Chen's location was always in his eyes. It's just that it wasn't yet time for him to squeeze him dry. The only reason he asked the question was to see the crowd's reaction. Yi Chen? Chu Xian's expression changed to an embarrassed one. He touched the back of his head and said, My lord, that you wouldn't have lost track of him, right? Gu Changda gave him a deep look, and immediately, Chu Xian felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He was scared, and couldn't help but look towards Su Qingda for help. Although it was his honor to be the young lord's lapdog, he couldn't withstand such a terrifying pressure from him. Why Yi Chen? Who was that? The expressions of the other geniuses in the surroundings also changed. Fortunately, Gu Changda hadn't asked them this question, or they wouldn't know how to keep standing. They had heard some rumors from the middle state, but they weren't too sure about the details. After all, this time, the holy son of the Buddhist Holy Land, Jin Yang,
felt great unease in his heart. Although he was a straightforward and upright person, he also had his pride. He despised this group of otherwise arrogant geniuses, and even felt disdain towards them when he watched them lick Gu Changa's boots. In his opinion, his little brother Yi Chen's calm and determined temperament was many times better than all of these geniuses. When he heard Gu Changa ask about Yi Chen's whereabouts, he couldn't help but groan in his heart. He thought that there was something wrong. Fortunately, he was doing his best to restrain himself and not show any abnormality. Chapter 44, Questioning You as Your Honor. Perfect suppression. The atmosphere inside the star-picking pavilion turned tense and oppressive. No one dared to open their mouths, and sweat flowed down everyone's backs. Although Gu Changa was questioning Chu Xian, they still felt the pressure. Even Lin Xiuhan, who felt comfortable talking to Gu Changa before, couldn't ignore the terrifying pressure he radiated at this moment. Any misconception she developed from young Lord Gu's initial gentleness and elegance was now gone. Deep down, he was truly someone who stood high above the others and looked down on the world like a god. This was his real side. Still, she was also a bit curious about this person named Yi Chen. She wondered who he was? She had never paid much attention to rumors and gossip from outside, so she didn't know about what happened in the eastern wilderness. This time, Su Chinga spoke up with a hint of apology in her cold words. Young lord, the land of the Middle State is vast beyond measure, so finding someone who was intentionally hiding themselves in here is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. It was now that everyone got a good glimpse of Su Chinga, the number one beauty of the eastern wilderness, when she started speaking up. Before this, she was silently standing behind Gu Changa, and peacefully watching the flowers near a pond in the pavilion. Still, their fear of Gu Changa made sure that they wouldn't dare look at her for too long. It had to be said that Su Chinga, the Taishan Holy Maiden, truly deserved her reputation as the number one beauty of the eastern wilderness. Even her plain veil and simple white dress couldn't shroud her gorgeousness. She appeared sacred, ethereal, and unsullied by the dust of the mortal world. With a transcendent temperament, she looked like a fairy who had descended from the ninth heaven. Her radiance easily eclipsed the beauty of all the other favored daughters of heaven, and none of them had the qualifications to contend with him. Sure enough, she's one with a vicious heart. Just because she had kingdom-toppling beauty and temperament that could ensnare everyone, it didn't mean she was a good person. Jin Yang couldn't help but curse in his heart, and his impression of Su Chinga worsened further. Everyone else, on the other hand, were curious to know how Su Chinga had the guts to persuade Gu Changa even when he was giving off such terrifying pressure. Just how much courage was required for this? Chu Xian couldn't help but give her a grateful look, since even Chinga says that, I will let this matter go for now. Chu Xian, don't let me down, Gu Changa said with a flat tone without a hint of emotion behind his words. Yes, my lord, please don't worry, I will definitely find Yi Chen's whereabouts. Chu Xian relaxed and smacked his chest in a hurry to pledge his obeisance. Cold sweat kept flowing down his back, and he felt as if he was a weak man standing in front of a mighty tiger ready to rip him apart. The scene, on the other hand, shocked everyone. The Taishan Holy Maiden was favored so heavily that she could even persuade the young lord. They couldn't help but change the way they looked at Su Chinga. At one time, they were peers of the same generation, yet now, they could only watch her in awe. Thank you, young lord. Su Chinga smiled at Gu Changa with an expression full of joy. Of course, she knew full well that Gu Changa only called out Chu Xian like this to scare him. As for why he did that, she couldn't guess. Still, she could play along with Gu Changa and help him take a step back. Even though no change appeared in Gu Changa's expression, he couldn't help but praise Su Chinga for her sharp mind in his heart. A woman like her who could understand his intentions was obviously to his liking. After his small test, he realized that not a single person reacted to Yi Chen's name. All of them showed doubtful or unchanged expressions, and their auras didn't tremble either. Vilfic, were it a cliché novel, Jin Yang would have reacted and he would be found out. The MC would then smack him to death with a single fart, and that would be the end of it. Of course, Gu Changa was in no hurry. His interest was piqued, and he wanted to see how long this person could hold on. Next, everyone started to whisper among themselves. The young geniuses couldn't help but ask Chu Xian about Yi Chen's origins, and how he had offended the young lord. Chu Xian began explaining to them, and explained how Yi Chen courted death and offended the young lord. As soon as they heard his explanation, their expressions turned strange. Why do we feel like we have heard about him? He came from the eastern wilderness, has no background, is in his early 20s, with a cultivation base around the transcendent realm, and was born with extraordinary talent. Wasn't that description similar to what Jin Yang, the Buddhist Holy Land's holy son, described about his sworn brother? When they had asked him for his sworn brother's name,
he had kept quiet for some reason. No, many of them made some guesses, and couldn't help but smirk.
Who gave a damn about their relationship with the Holy Son of the Buddhist Holy Land if they could please young Guchanga?
My lord, I think the Holy Son of the Buddhist Holy Land should know Yi Chen's whereabouts. The Holy Son of the Chuyuan Holy Land spoke up, and took the lead in explaining to everyone what Jin Yang had said before in the previous pavilion. The goddamn dogson of the Chuyuan Holy Land. Jin Yang's face paled and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Oh.
Holy Son of the Buddhist Holy Land, do you know Yi Chen? Guchanga took another sip of his tea and asked with a gentle voice.
Everything was within his expectations. His eyes fell on the young man whose hair appeared as if they were on fire like the burning sun. The terrifying and majestic pressure from before descended once more. All the young geniuses from the land of the Middle State paled, and even their souls trembled as horrified expressions masked their faces. How terrifying was the young lord's strength! Even their holy lords and emperors couldn't compare to him. Could he be someone of the conferred lord realm? How could that be? He looked no older than themselves. No, he might even be younger than them, as expected of young Lord Gu. He's even stronger than my father. Stars of admiration filled Lin Xiuhan's eyes as he watched Guchanga. Was this the young lord's purpose behind the sudden question? He wanted to know who had something to do with Yi Chen. Su Chinga finally understood his reasons somewhat. But she didn't understand how Guchanga knew there was someone here who was related to Yi Chen. Ji Yuchanga appeared more and more unfathomable to her. Sir, I do know brother Yi Chen, Jin Yang replied. He couldn't even breathe well under the terrifying pressure, and his pale had turned pale. He was stunned beyond measure, and couldn't understand how the difference between them could be so enormous. It was as if he was a toad watching the sun from the bottom of a well. Right now, he felt that it was impossible for him to not admit that he knew Yi Chen. He had already exposed a lot when talking to the other geniuses. He regretted his loud mouth, and felt that he shouldn't have said so much back there. Oh.
It's good that you know him.
So, where's Yi Chen right now? Guchanga asked as if nothing was wrong, and his expression also showed no change. Forgive me, sir, but I can't reveal brother Yi Chen's whereabouts.
Jin Yang gritted his teeth and responded.
His back had already turned wet with cold sweat, and he finally understood the terrifying might of the young lord in front of him. He couldn't even withstand his aura. No wonder Yi Chen ran all the way over to the Middle State and didn't dare to show himself too much. Still, Yan Jing didn't want to expose his brother Yi Chen's whereabouts. He had already exposed much before, and wouldn't feel good if he even gave away his location. Foolish.
Let me ask you again, where's Yi Chen right now? Guchanga's expression finally showed a change.
His eyes showed a deep abyss, and his expression radiated an unquestionable majesty as if he were a god. Sir, Yi Chen is my sworn brother, and I am well aware of his character. Might there be some misunderstanding between you? Jin Yang responded through gritted teeth. He trembled all over, and couldn't help but want to kneel down under the mighty suppression pressing down on him. Still, he had his own pride and wouldn't give in. No matter what happened, he will defend Yi Chen. It's an honor for you to be questioned by me.
Guchanga looked at him as if he was looking down at an ant, and without any turmoil in his tone, he continued, Who do you think you are to question me? As his words fell, a terrifying intent surged from his body and pressed down on Jin Yang.
With a groan, Jin Yang spat out blood, and fell to his knees. His face turned as sickly pale, and he couldn't resist the pressure bearing down on him. My lord, our holy son is foolish and provoked you. I hope my lord can forgive his transgression.
Jin Yang's hidden protector was frightened and immediately showed himself.
With a plop, he knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness with a horrified expression. He never expected that things would develop to such a point.
How could their holy son be so retarded? Wasn't he bringing a disaster to their holy land?
The star-picking pavilion turned dead silent, and the audience didn't even dare breathe loudly in fear of offending the heavens and bringing down a calamity upon themselves. Ding! You have successfully suppressed the favored son of heaven's sworn brother and completed the mission. Task completion rating, perfect.
You received a 40% bonus for completing the task with perfection. You have received 700 destiny points.
A bunch of system prompts suddenly sounded at this time inside Guchanga's mind. Chapter 45, Guchanga's real face. Not even God will shelter you. The system's prompt satisfied Guchanga's heart.
Not only was the task simple, but it also gave him a full 700 destiny points.
He could consider it as repayment for the 100 destiny points he spent on the Gi Pil Dao technique just before. Right now, he had almost 3,000 destiny points, and that amount could be considered a huge sum.as for how the system decided the completion rating. Gu Changde couldn't be bothered to think about it. The system must have its own rating system. He had simply done what he thought best. He was gentle and caring towards Su Changde and the others because he had some plans for them. As for this holy son of the Buddhist Holy Land, the heck was he? Did he think he was some favored son of heaven? Who gave him the guts to provoke him and prance about in front of him? He was a measly ant who didn't even have the qualifications to be a leek. Gu Changde could easily squash him to death, and he even had a suitable reason to justify it. As for Yi Chen's whereabouts? He didn't even care about those. From the start to the end, he was merely trying to complete the random task presented before him by the system. The star-picking pavilion turned dead silent. Everyone's face turned pale as they watched the scene in front of them, and some of the geniuses couldn't help but turn pale. No one dared to speak up. "Sir, please forgive us, our holy son was foolish and provoked you in error." Jin Yang, the holy son of the Buddhist Holy Land, and his guardian looked extremely pale and terrified. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. It's just that Gu Changde no longer bothered with them, and said with a faint voice, "Old Ming, my lord, this old slave is at your command." The void trembled, and an old man in black appeared out of nowhere with a respectful expression. It was none other than Old Ming. Although he had received permission to return to his family, he had been continuously following Gu Changde in the shadows, and didn't have the guts to leave his side at all. Old Ming's sudden appearance at this time gave everyone an even deeper shock. It was the first time they saw this legendary figure, the ancestor of the ancient Lin family, who had ascended to the upper realm some 30,000 years ago. Seeing his respectful and subservient attitude, they couldn't help but believe the rumors they had heard. "I don't want to hear that the Buddhist Holy Land still exists tomorrow." Gu Changde gave out a death sentence without batting an eye. "Understood. This old slave will make them disappear immediately." Old Ming obliged, and the void around him trembled once more as he disappeared from the place as fast as he had appeared. Hiss! Everyone's scalps turned numb, and they felt as if their minds would explode. A terrifying chill ran down their backs. You, holy son. Jin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief and he spewed another mouthful of blood. He never thought his actions would bring such a disaster to his holy land. He couldn't help but regret his actions, and curse himself and his stupidity. The young lord from the upper realm was truly ruthless. "It's over." Jin Yang's guardian's face lost all color, and deep despair filled his eyes. The Chuyuan holy son, the myriad flowers fairy, and the others couldn't help but turn pale and tremble. All of them were also from major forces of the Middle State, so they couldn't help but question themselves. Had it been us, would we end up like this, too? The answer was clear to them. The young lord's gentle and amiable smile was not what it looked like. In reality, all of them were nothing more than a bunch of ants in front of him, and he couldn't even be bothered about their existence. He decided the fate of the Buddhist Holy Land with a single sentence. All of them felt as if they could see rivers of blood and mountains of flesh in front of them. And all of this because one of them was stupid enough to pit himself against the young lord. Even Su Changde and Lin Qiuhan felt chills run down their backs. It was the first time they saw Gu Changde do something like this. He was truly aloof and indifferent, like a god looking down upon everything and deciding the fate of mere mortals. This was his true face. Su Changde couldn't help but feel fortunate over the fact that Gu Changde treated her really well. It could be said that he was pretty much pampering her one-sidedly. The matter regarding the holy son of the Buddhist Holy Land offending the young lord from the upper realm and the star-picking pavilion soon spread to all parts of the Middle State from the moon-facing ancient city. The news caused a massive uproar, and set off storms in all directions. Countless cultivators were horrified and shivered at the thought. Soon, the ins and outs of the entire event came out from the mouths of the other geniuses present at the scene, and everyone began discussing the matter in great detail. Not only did the holy son of the Buddhist Holy Land become sworn brothers with the upper realm's young lord's enemy, but he even dared to conceal his whereabouts and refused to open his mouth. This was what angered the young lord and brought extinction upon the Buddhist Holy Land. Countless cultivators sighed and felt that the Buddhist Holy Land's holy son was a retard. Instead of dying by himself, he had dragged his entire holy land to hell with him. Of course, some people celebrated their destruction in their heart and said that they deserved it. Who asked that fool to court death? The Buddhist Holy Land had 100,000 years long heritage in the Middle State. They also had an ancestor who had reached the false god realm and ascended to the upper realm, so they held many cultivation techniques and treasures, and had an extremely profound background. However, a giant palm directly covered all of its territory from the and obliterated it from the earth. Even their ancestor, one who had been in seclusion, couldn't form a shred of resistance before the mighty palm after coming out. It was as if the heavens themselves had descended to exterminate them. 1. This ancestor is a normal old man who was probably in conferred lord or conferred king realm, at most.
He isn't some false god realm hidden oldie. Just like the ancient Lin family's highest elder who told them about the return of their ancestor.
The structures and mountains in a radius of 5,000 miles turned into ruins. At the same time, the oppressive breath of a false god realm monstrosity pressed down from above, terrifying countless cultivators into hiding. Such injustice will bring upon you the heavens' wrath one day. Not even God will shelter you once that happens. In the end, the matter ended with the roar of the Buddhist Holy Lord resounded in all directions. With that, the Buddhist Holy Land was exterminated from the land of the Middle State forever. In one fell swoop, this incident caused a great sensation in the Middle State, and even the rest of the world. If even the Buddhist Holy Land, a heritage left behind by a false god, ended up like this, then what would become of them if they overreached? The thought horrified countless cultivators, shaking them from head to toe, and their fear of the young lord from the upper realm deepened further and further. After all, everything that exists in the lower realm was nothing more than a bunch of ants and their antics before the eyes of the beings of the upper realm. They couldn't even be bothered to look at their existence. The cultivator named Yi Chen, who came from the eastern wilderness, gained a renewed notoriety in the Middle State as his name resounded everywhere as a god of plague. In order to please Guchanga, some cultivators and forces even began looking for Yi Chen's trail everywhere, so as to capture him alive. A remote town of the central heavenly city of the Middle State, a youth with a dignified face and an ordinary appearance listened to the people around him. Suddenly, a piece of news hit him like a bolt from the blue, and his body stiffened on the spot. Brother Jin Yang, I will definitely kill Guchanga and avenge your Buddhist Holy Land. His eyes turned red, and he ground his teeth. His body trembled, and an aura of desolation radiated from his person. Originally, he had planned to go to the Buddhist Holy Land due to his relationship with their Holy Son, and the fact that the Buddhist Holy Land showed appreciation for his talent. But who would expect that he would receive the news about the complete extermination of the Buddhist Holy Land in such a short time? He felt deep rage and coldness in his heart, which compounded his madness and hatred. Master, quickly tell me how I can become stronger as fast as possible. I must kill Guchanga no matter what. I must kill him, Yi Chen said through gritted teeth, with reddened eyes. Jin Yang could be considered one of his most important friend and brother. He was an upright man who treated him better than anyone else. But, in the end, he was implicated, and even the Buddhist Holy Land that raised him met a disaster because of his relationship with him, and the reason for all that was none other than that Guchanga. He wished to dismember Guchanga into a million pieces. He wanted to shred his corpse apart, and only then would he be able to vent his hatred. Little Chen, Yanji couldn't help but helplessly shake her head inside the ring. This matter had reached a point she never wanted it to reach. She also gave up on her plan to persuade Yi Chen into giving up his hatred and prejudice towards Guchangji. Yet Yi Chen was already a maddened beast, and all her persuasions would fall upon deaf ears. He wouldn't rest until one of them died. This put Yanji in a difficult situation. After all, she had a good impression of Guchanga. Still, she couldn't ignore Yi Chen. Yanji sighed and said to Yi Chen, according to the fragment you got, the ancient secret realm of First Heavenly Era will soon open. Not only is there an ancient weapon sealed inside, but it also contains the inheritance of the weapon's owner inside. I will definitely get the inheritance and kill Guchanga. Yi Chen's grief disappeared, and he soon calmed down. He couldn't help but clench his fists and grit his teeth in resolve. Chapter 46, Helping Your Sellers Count Their Money. Lin Tian resurrects. Guchanga couldn't be bothered by the destruction of the Buddhist Holy Land. To him, destroying them was no different from stepping on an ant. Old Ming was a mighty man of the God King realm in the upper realm. Even though he couldn't exert his true might and was limited by the lower realm's laws at the false god realm, it was still easy for him to exterminate a place like the Buddhist Holy Land with a flip of his hand. What's more, there hadn't been anyone who broke through to the false god realm in the Middle State over the last few millenniums. Existences at the mere conferred lord realm could become the guardians or supreme elders of holy lands and dynasties, and conferred kings couldn't even be seen anywhere. Guchanga reckoned that only those forbidden regions and the ancient sacred mountains could have false god realm cultivators hidden in their depths. Old Ming's strength was more than enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the Middle State. Of course, Guchanga wasn't so free as to go and mess with anybody and everybody. As long as someone didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered to move. As they left the star-picking pavilion, Lin Qiuhan appeared somewhat afraid of him, and no longer behaved as casually as before.
Gu Changa's true face frightened her. He was indifferent and aloof, someone who could determine the life and death of an ancient holy land with a few words. This side of him was completely different from his elegant and gentle appearance from before. It confused Lin Xiaohan a little, and she wondered what about him did she like. Was it his gentleness, or was it his eloquent speech and deep knowledge? Are you scared? Gu Changge naturally knew how to deal with her turbulent emotions. His previous gentleness returned, his expression softened, and he lovingly caressed Lin Xiaohan's head. This simple move had a great effect of Lin Xiaohan. Her heart jumped in her chest and desired more. Young Lord Gu, who was aloof and indifferent to the others, treated her with such care and gentleness. She couldn't help but feel lightheaded once again. A little bit, Lin Xiaohan answered honestly. Young Lord, you scared me too. Su Qingge couldn't hold herself back and spoke out at this moment. She felt that Gu Changge didn't give her enough attention. Although she had a sharp mind, she was also a woman, so she couldn't help but feel sour and aggrieved in her heart when she watched Gu Changge treat another woman so affectionately, even though he always bullied her. Of course, she knew well that it was all just an act from Gu Changji. Gu Changge looked at her and said with a smirk, "Even you were frightened? Well, it doesn't matter. It's all right if I am frightened? Isn't this clear discrimination?" Su Qingge rolled her eyes and silently vented in her heart, "This is a detailed record containing an elementary level, Pil Dao, technique, take it as my token of apology." Gu Changge took out the Pil Dao technique he took from the system and handed it over to Lin Xiaohan. Either way, he had to find a reason sooner or later to hand it over to her. After all, it was something he exchanged for 100 destiny points from the system shop. Gu Changge had casually flipped through it and saw that it recorded many valuable elementary level pill recipes. He estimated that even the alchemy heritages in the upper realm didn't have a technique as detailed as the one in his hand. The products produced by the system were most definitely the highest quality ones, and he wouldn't take any loss from it. "Thank you, young lord." Lin Xiaohan thanked him in surprise. To think that young Lord Gu would actually give her something like this. How did he tell she was interested in alchemy? Lin Xiaohan's heart thumped as she thought about this. Her father had always forced her to cultivate with all her heart to strengthen her cultivation base and improve her realm. She was never allowed to dabble in any other aspects, so she didn't know much about alchemy, even though she held great interest in it. "As long as you like it," Gu Changge said with a smile. Lin Xiaohan was a truly simple woman. It's great that she met him first. Had someone else discovered her before him, he reckoned that she would help them count the money they made by selling her. Of course, he also looked forward to Lin Xiaohan's growth as an alchemist so he could use her for himself in the future. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because of their relationship with Gu Changge, the ancient Lin family had become very busy over the last few days. Major forces from all over the world had come to visit them, and wanted to develop a positive relationship with them. The destruction of the Buddhist Holy Land gave a stern signal to all the forces of the Middle State, and everyone could see that it was about time the ancient Lin family rose to ultimate prominence. Everyone in the ancient Lin family walked and talked with proud smiles on their faces. No matter where they went, they would be treated as honored guests as long as they revealed their identity as the ancient Lin family's descendants and disciples. Although the ancient Lin family was already a mighty force before, but now, no one could compare to them. Of course, all of the ancient Lin family's people held deep reverence for Gu Changge. They knew who gave them all of their current glory. Aside from that, after she received the hint from Gu Changge, Lin Xiaohan made sure to appoint people to keep a watch over Lin Tian's corpse. What he was truly faking is death. She was also skeptical about this. And over the course of the 3 days, she realized that there really was something strange with Lin Tian's corpse. Even though 3 days had passed, his body didn't show any signs of decay. It was strange. Even a cultivator of the Spirit Sea realm should have his body stiffen and start to decay 3 days after death, but nothing like that happened to Lin Tian's corpse. One had to know that Lin Tian was a piece of trash who hadn't even reached the Spirit Sea realm yet. This discovery shocked Lin Xiaohan, and she started to believe in Gu Changge's words. Lin Tian wasn't dead. He faked his death and tried to deceive everyone. This fact angered Lin Xiaohan and her heart turned cold. Not only was her brother's body taken over by some bastard, the person who did it also almost brought ruin upon their ancient Lin family. She couldn't wait to make mincemeat out of the fiend who took over her brother's body. She wanted to slash him into a million pieces with her sword. A dim light illuminated a damp dungeon filled with an unbearable stench. An ice-cold corpse that looked to be a youth who suddenly aged for some reason lay on the ground. Suddenly, the corpse opened its eyes and a light flashed through it. "It seems that I have escaped from the catastrophe." The corpse sat up straight and looked around at its surroundings while muttering to itself.
Of course, he was none other than Lin Tian, who had escaped his death through suspended animation at the critical moment. He felt fortunate in his heart for his decisiveness. After that, he observed his surroundings and realized that he was in a dungeon. There seemed to be no one guarding on the outside. Once upon a time, he was a mighty god king who stood above all and below none. He never expected that he would have to make use of such a method to save his life. He couldn't help but laugh at himself with a hint of mockery in his voice. Still, he had survived. As long as he could hide from others, he wouldn't have to die. No, the heavens didn't want him to die. Fortunately, I wasn't cremated, but they didn't bury me either. What a pity, but this isn't all that bad either. When the time comes, I will pretend to not remember anything, and that should be enough to deceive everyone. With my previous life's experience, it won't be all that hard for me. As for the bastard with the Gu surname, just you wait. This king will certainly pay you back sooner or later. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he recalled Gu Changa's face. Right now, the secret technique of suspended animation he used before was working at full force and healing his severed heart's vein. Blood started to flow through his body again, and life returned to his cold corpse. If someone were standing next to him at this moment, they would be shocked and exclaim that it was impossible. How could a dead person resurrect and regain life? It was unbelievable, a miracle. Still, Lin Tian's youth didn't return. No matter how powerful the technique might be, it would be impossible for it to make up for his lost lifespan. At the same time, the entire event confused Lin Tian. He couldn't understand what that Gu Changa held on his person. Why did the demons he summoned show such terror when they met him? This was something he never encountered in his tens of thousands of years of previous life. Move, the corpse moved. Right at this time, a terrified scream sounded from outside the dungeon. The disciple of the ancient Lin family, who was assigned to watch over Lin Tian's corpse, walked in and saw the scene of Lin Tian sitting up straight. It gave him such a scare that he almost pissed his pants. Cultivation realms, mortal physique, trash leak. Lin Tian is spirit ocean, none worth mentioning. I have been calling it Spirit Sea for some dumb reason until now. WTF. I will try to fix it in the older chapters, but know that Spirit Sea and Spirit Ocean are the same. Spirit Palace, none worth mentioning. Transcendent, Suchinga, Yichen, Chuxian, was half-step, but I think he got through to it. Other holy sons, holy maidens, and princes, etc. Great transcendent, elder-level figures, saint, sect masters, patriarchs, conferred lord, Guchanga, conferred king, none yet a false god, none yet. Unknown. Realms. Here God King, Old Ming. Chapter 47, Killing the First Favored Son of Heaven. The taste of a God King's remnant soul. Lin Xiuhan froze for a while when she learned about Lin Tian's resurrection. She immediately realized that he was indeed faking his death just like young Lord Gu had said. She told her people to keep a close eye on Lin Tian, and report everything about him to her as soon as possible. At the same time, her heart turned cold, and she went to find Gu Changa and explained everything to him. Since Lin Tian has resurrected, then we should go and have a look at who is the one occupying his body. Gu Changa thought for a while and said to Lin Xiuhan there was no way he wouldn't be interested in this matter. After all, he had waited for 3 full days to watch Lin Tian return to life. A great show was about to be staged in front of him, so how could Gu Changa miss it? By the end of today, Lin Tian will no longer have any more value as a leak. Either. Wasn't he a mighty figure who reincarnated? Since he was that mighty, why did he have to take over the body of a trash? Was he not satisfied when taking over the body of a normal person? It will be as you say, young lord. Lin Xiuhan agreed. Soon, Lin Xiuhan and Gu Changa arrived in the dungeon. The Lin family disciple responsible for guarding the place was looking around while trembling, clearly frightened by everything that was happening. I pay my respects to the young miss. I pay my respect to the young lord. After saluting the two of them, he quickly ran away from the gloomy place without daring to look behind him. Don't talk about this before anyone else. Lin Xiuhan commanded the disciple who was escaping at full speed. Matters of death and the dead coming back to life were too weird, and couldn't be explained in simple terms, so she didn't want to attract too much unnecessary attention. When Lin Tian saw Lin Xiuhan and Gu Changa arrive in the dungeon, he felt unease bud in his heart. Still, he put on a puzzled expression and looked around in confusion. It was how he planned to deceive Lin Xiuhan. With the memories from his predecessor, he could easily deceive this simple and kind sister of his as long as he didn't show any flaws. As for Gu Changa, he wasn't too sure on how to deal with him. This bastard with the surname of Gu was too incalculable. If he wanted to deceive him, then he would need to put in a bit more effort. Who knows? He might even see through him if he overacted to the mighty God King, Lin Tian, who had experienced hundreds of battles in his life.
couldn't help but feel uneasiness claw at his heart right now. Sister, why am I here? I remember that I was in the academy. How did I end up here? Who is this person beside you? I have never seen him before. Having thought through his plan, Lin Tian opened his mouth and asked with just the right amount of confusion in his tone and on his face, "Ho. So you are gonna pretend to not have any memories?" Gu Changa laughed in his heart as he watched his act, but his expression showed no change. He stayed quiet. Instead of an outsider like him doing it himself, it would be better if Lin Xiaohan tore apart Lin Tian's disguise with her own hands. If he guessed correctly, the original Lin Tian must have been concerned about and obsessed with Lin Xiaohan. If he received Lin Xiaohan's wrath and hatred, then the original Lin Tians won't be able to sit still. After all, one must solve the predecessor's obsession to truly seize their body. An obsession that couldn't be resolved would naturally turn into a thorn and fight against the one trying to take over the body. He. With this, Lin Tian had reached a dead end since he would never be able to solve this obsession. As for the last 200 points of fortune value he held, Gu Changa would be able to obtain those without a hitch. What's more, he could also complete his mission of killing a favored son of heaven. After all, if you killed a favored son of heaven after thoroughly taking away his fortune value, the system would reward you with an additional heavenly reward. Gu Changa was looking forward to what he will receive. As for siblings murdering each other in cold blood, Gu Changa believed that something like that would never happen as long as the previous Lin Tian's obsession didn't die off. Of the current Lin Tian couldn't do anything to hurt Lin Xiaohan. Why are you still pretending? Lin Xiaohan's sad heart surged with cold hatred as she watched the old face that resembled her brother's sister. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand anything you say? Lin Tian was stunned by her words and showed a bewildered expression as if he couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. With some fear, he looked around him and asked again, "Sister, why aren't you answering me? Why am I locked up in a dungeon?" Lin Xiaohan's expression was frozen like an ice cap, and she didn't utter a single word. Had she not received young Lord Gu's reminder, she would have most likely been deceived by the current Lin Tian. She would have truly believed that he didn't know what had happened over the last few days. Those who occupied someone else's body could easily devour their memories. It was easy for them to pretend to have lost their memories. Sister, I am really your little brother, Lin Tian. Why don't you believe me? Do you remember the time when you were 6 years old, and father reprimanded you, so you came to me to vent your complaints? No matter what Lin Tian said, and how he tried, Lin Xiaohan's expression showed no signs of changing in his favor. Instead, her face turned colder and colder with every word he uttered. Had he kept his mouth shut, everything would have been fine, but now that he uttered all those words, the sadness in Lin Xiaohan's heart couldn't help but compound, and she recalled the days of yesteryear. It's having a negative effect. Lin Tian didn't take long to notice that all his attempts were in vain, and he realized that something had gone awry. His heart further sank when he saw Gu Changa's playful expression. He couldn't deceive the two of them in any way. Could it be that he escaped a catastrophe, only to fall into another? Was he going to die here and today? His heart was unwilling to accept such a fate. What's more, he even sensed the obsession of the original Lin Tian develop deep resentment towards him. As it tried to push him out, his remnant soul was getting entangled with the remnant obsession of his predecessor. Shut up. Lin Xiaohan finally couldn't bear it anymore. Her eyes turned red, and she growled in a cold tone, "You are a damned beast." Sister, Lin Tian's expression turned slack for a moment, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why? I have never hurt you, I have never even thought of hurting you, why are you treating me like this?" Right now, he couldn't even tell whether he was the Heaven Slaughter God King or the waste named Lin Tian. His remnant soul and the predecessor's obsession were becoming inseparable. Ding. Lin Tian has received a backlash from his predecessor's obsession and lost control of his body. He lost 200 points of fortune value. You received 1,000 destiny points. Reminder: the favored son of heaven has run out of fortune value. You receive addition heavenly rewards on killing him right now. The system's prompt rang inside Gu Changa's mind right at this moment, telling him that the time to reap his rewards had come. He put on a gentle and comforting expression, and softly said to Lin Xiaohan, "I know you can't do it, so let me be a villain for you. For now, you should go outside." Lin Xiaohan's heart moved, and she walked out with reddened eyes. Although she desired to kill the bastard in front of her from the bottom of her heart, she couldn't bring herself to truly do it since he had the same face as her brother. After Lin Xiaohan left, Gu Changa approached Lin Tian with his hands behind his back, and said with a faint smirk, "Do you know why I didn't let them cremate or bury you? You knew I was faking my death? Gu, just who are you? Why are you doing this? Lin Tian couldn't help but roar towards him. Right now, he was like a wild beast ready to pounce on whoever his gaze fell upon. Why am I doing this? Now, why could I be doing this? Isn't it all because you wanted to kill me? Gu Chang'e asked him, and his eyes darkened at the same time. It was as if hundreds of millions of black lightnings were flashing through his pupils. With his pupils looking like a devil's, he watched Lin Tian. Who the hell are you? Why can you use such a method? Lin Tian was frightened by Gu Chang'e's eyes, feeling like he was falling into a dark abyss. He felt as if a terrifying vortex was trying to eat him up. This person with the surname of Jiu had an incomparably demonic nature, and he seemed to be surrounded by hundreds of millions of demons who were ready to spread chaos in the world. He, a mighty god king, had never come across such a terrifying sight before in his life. Lin Xiaohan putting her trust in him was far too dangerous. Lin Tian felt another burst of pain as this reality hit him. He hated this feeling. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Gu Chang'e indifferently looked at Lin Tian and placed his hand on between his eyebrows. What sort of sorcery is this, Lin Tian was so frightened that he couldn't help but scream. Gu Chang'e's palm passed right through to his sea of consciousness, and a jet-black brilliance bloomed inside him like an avenue of disaster. In the next moment, the darkness flashed, and a terrifying force sucked his soul inside it as if a bottle sucking in water. His remnant soul disappeared in an instant, and Lin Tian's body fell without life once more. This fellow turned out to be a god king in his previous life. The taste of his soul isn't bad. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but praise with his eyes closed in relish. Cultivation Realms. Chapter 48, First Kill Reward Chest, Halo of the Destined Heavenly Villain. Gu Chang'e felt no scruples in devouring the mighty god king's remnant soul with his immortal devouring demon art. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of fullness that came with it. At the same time, he looked through the memories of the so-called Heaven Slaughter God King, the greatest weapon in a mighty figure's arsenal. When they reincarnated into the body of a waste like Lin Tian, was their experience and knowledge from their previous lives, their deep understanding of the cultivation realms, and immense combat experience. What else could they rely on beside those, after all? But now, all of that belonged to Gu Chang'e. The immortal devouring demon art could not only devour the origin of the other party, but it also devoured everything about them. The main reason he asked Lin Xiaohan to leave the place was that he didn't want to expose this technique before anyone else. There were many methods to search through someone else's soul in the upper realm, so he wouldn't feel at ease if someone other than him knew his secret. The pleasure of strengthening my primordial spirit by swallowing a god king's remnant soul is truly incomparable. The world will surely not tolerate the existence of the immortal devouring demon art. If it's exposed that I possess this art, not even the heavens will be able to protect me. Gu Chang'e's primordial spirit grew in strength at a rapid pace, and before long, it had even surpassed the strength of a conferred king's primordial spirit. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but relish and enjoy the comfort that came with the increase in his strength. At the same time, a bunch of system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding. You have killed your first favored son of heaven, and triggered extra heavenly rewards by clearing all of their fortune value in the process. Reward calculations are in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a heavenly Dao reward chest, 100 points of fortune value, and 500 destiny points. Ding. As this was your first kill, you have also received the first kill reward chest. Ding. You have unlocked the ability to exchange fortune value for destiny points. You can now exchange your fortune value for destiny points at 1:10 ratio. 1 fortune value equals 10 destiny points. Gu Chang'e's interest soared as he heard all the prompts. In addition to the heavenly Dao reward chest, he also got a first kill reward chest. What's more, he could even exchange fortune value for destiny points now. This brought another trump card under his sleeve. Wasn't there a saying, sacrifice thy luck and the heavens will protect thee? He was a villain, so if he encountered an unavoidable crisis in the future, he might just be able to get through it by exchanging his fortune value for destiny points. Of course, Gu Chang'e wouldn't use this feature unless absolutely necessary. After all, he understood the importance of having a lot of fortune value. Without fortune value, he wouldn't be able to deal with the favored children of heaven with ease. Open the first kill reward chest. Gu Chang'e commanded. He wanted to see what he could receive. After all,
This was nothing different from a lottery or a gacha game that he knew from his past life. He couldn't wait to open the mysterious treasure chest. With a flash of golden light, a golden chest appeared in front of his eyes and then exploded with a bang. Ding! Congratulations, host, for having great fortune. You have received Fortune Plundering Card X3, 1/3 fragment of a World Seed X1, Systems Reward Calculations Multiplication Card X1. The system's cold, mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Fortune Plundering Card? A strange expression appeared on Gu Changa's face as he read through the Fortune Plundering Card's description. The Fortune Plundering Card could be used to target a favored son of heaven. It had a small probability of failure, depending on the favored son of heaven's status, but if it succeeded, then all of the favored son of heaven's fortune value will be cleared in one fell swoop. Not only will it be cleared, but a corresponding amount will also be awarded to him. If it failed, then, well, he gained nothing and lost one. Fortune Plundering Card. As for this, Systems Reward Calculations Multiplication Card. If it's used when the system is calculating rewards, the reward will be randomly multiplied by a value that could be anywhere from 0.1, loss, 2, to double, triple, 10 times, or even 100 times higher. 2. That loss in the above paragraph wasn't in the original text. I added it to make sure you understand it will be a loss if the system multiplies his rewards by any value less than 1 as 100 times 0.1 is 10. Gu Changa checked the functionality of the other reward he received, and clicked his tongue. It was also something that depended on fortune. But considering his experience from the 2 gachas, 3, before, his fortune wasn't all that bad in the system's point of view. 3. Novice Gift Pack plus First Kill Reward Chest. He planned to use the second card when he dealt with Yichen.as for the Fortune Plundering Card. It was obviously a good reward. After all, he has to put effort in suppressing the favored children of heaven and give them continuous setbacks whenever he wants to squeeze their fortune value. But with this Fortune Plundering Card, he will be able to save himself all that trouble. Of course, there was a chance that it might fail. Gu Changa went to the system shop and took a look at the Fortune Plundering Card's value, and found that it was up for sale for a whopping 10,000 destiny points. Holy frick! That was to say, if he wanted to break even, he would need to come across a favored child of heaven with at least 2,000 points of fortune value. That wasn't too unrealistic though. Gu Changa guessed that the favored children of heaven he would meet in the future wouldn't be blessed with a little amount of fortune value. The Azure lower realm where he was at right now was simply too weak. Among the myriad lower realms in the universe, it was merely a small realm among the 1,000 minor lower realms. Even false god realms could break through the void's barrier and ascend to the upper realm. The larger lower realms, such as the ones among the 1,000 middle lower realms, had a higher boundary. For example, the world where the heaven slaughter god king originated from, one had to reach the god king realm before they could ascend to the upper realm. As for the upper realm, the place where Gu Changa himself came from, it was a complex world that acted as a hub connecting all of the 1,000 minor lower realms, the 1,000 middle lower realms, and the 1,000 major lower realms. Afterwards, Gu Changa opened the Heavenly Dao reward chest to see if he would get something related to the favored children of heaven. As he guessed, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes again, and the system's prompt sounded in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the halo of a favored child of heaven. The halo has been automatically transformed by the system, and you have received the halo of a destined heavenly villain. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a God King's Heart halo of a destined heavenly villain. Gu Changa couldn't care about anything else, and all of his attention fell upon the first reward. Its description immediately piqued his interest. Halo of a destined heavenly villain establishes you as a villain fated to exterminate the favored children of heaven. You can now ignore the ramifications of dealing with a favored child of heaven when your luck isn't as high as them. What does that mean? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows and questioned the system. When the difference between the villain's and the protagonist's fortune value is too high, the villain will suffer from a fortune backlash if his strength surpasses the protagonist by too much. That's how the Heavenly Dao protects the protagonists, but the halo of a destined heavenly villain nullifies this mechanism, the system explained. So that's how it is. When I first transmigrated over, my fortune value was too low, but my strength was enough to completely overwhelm Yichen, so the Heavenly Dao decided to use this fortune backlash to stop me from going overboard. Everything started to add up right now. Now that he had a high amount of fortune value, he naturally didn't need to care about receiving a fortune backlash at this time. But who could guarantee a situation like the previous one won't happen again in the future? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but feel comfortable as he realized that a hidden danger to his life had been nipped in the bud by this halo of the destined heavenly villain. As for the God King's heart, it was the cultivation of mind of a cultivator who had reached the God King realm and honed his state of mind for thousands of years. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, Lin Tian's God King's heart wouldn't be all that good, but since it was a reward from the system, it shouldn't be all that bad either. Gu Chang'e directly chose the option to fuse with it. In the very next moment, he felt a mass of warm light wrap around his body. His consciousness shook, and he felt as if he had lived through tens of thousands of years as scene after scene flashed through his mind. At first he thought that he was about to reincarnate or something, but soon, his muddled mind recovered. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but frown. How come the God King's heart made little to no change to his state of mind? Only his ability to feel his surroundings and comprehend stuff improved by a bit, it seemed. Well, as long as it increases. After all, he was a transmigrator. Although he was quick at adapting to the various situations, he wasn't omniscient. The God King's heart should save him a lot of time in cultivating his state of mind in the future. He estimated the state of mind was something as illusory as fortune value, after all, and everyone had a different understanding of it. Chapter 49, Unnamed. Creatures of the ancient sacred mountains. Lin Tian died, and left behind a cold, empty shell. Now, Gu Chang'e had several methods in his arsenal that could deal with the favored children of heaven. First, he could directly kill them off. This was the easiest method, but he will only receive a part of their fortune value, and there won't be any additional heavenly rewards for squeezing them dry either. Unless he cleared their fortune value, it would be difficult for him to seize their opportunities. The second method was to suppress the favored children of heaven with one setback after another, just like he did with the 2 leaks until now. He could earn destiny points, and also receive massive fortune value. Although the second method was troublesome, the profits made up for the effort. Gu Chang'e immediately knew which method to choose. With that over, he walked out of the dungeon with an indifferent expression. At the same time, he called out for his attributes panel in his mind. Host, Gu Chang'e Halo, destined heavenly villain identity, true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline, devil heart, Dao bone cultivation, conferred lord, middle stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao codex, 7th layer, innate god spirit temple, talent, myriad changes, demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art, destiny points, 4,500 fortune value, 450, dark, system shop, open warehouse. Domain traversing talisman X1 1/3 fragment of a world seed X2 fortune plundering card X3 systems reward calculations multiplication card X1. I earned a lot after this time's harvest. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile as he read through his stats. I can do a lot with 4,500 destiny points. The 8 desolate demon halberd should be appearing any time now, so I should think of how to deal with Yi Chen as well. After all, there's no more value in keeping him alive now. I will also need to prepare some other things. If I return without preparations, then my situation might just worsen further. Afterwards, Gu Chang'e frowned and started to think about the affairs of the upper realm. He had to prepare a plan to solve his issues up there. Although he had the backing of the Gu family, and was also a true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace, his position in the upper realm wasn't all that solid. After all, his motives behind joining the heavenly immortal Dao Palace weren't all that pure. The reason why he was only a true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace, and not their successor, was because of Gu Chang'e's background and identity. Many of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace's higher-ups had a wary attitude towards him, but he had to find a way to stabilize his position after returning to the upper realm. Otherwise, he might just die before he has a chance to play another favored child of heaven to death. Heavenly immortal Dao Palace was an immortal heritage in the upper realm that had never been shaken throughout their existence over the long river of time, so there was no need to speculate about their true might. Many immortal ancient families, supreme immortal dynasties, and grand sects tried every means to send their descendants and disciples into the heavenly Dao immortal sect for a chance to rise higher. Although Gu Chang'e had the Gu family's support, it wasn't easy for him to take charge of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace. Of course, these were matters he would only need to consider after he returned to the upper realm. For now, he could take it easy and not think too much. Young Lord Lin Xiuhan had been waiting for Gu Chang'e outside the dungeon. As soon as she saw him walking out, she called out to him. Her eyes were red, and grief weighed down on her heart. It's all right. I have already solved Lin Tian's matter for you. I have also eliminated the remnant soul of the one who was occupying his body. Gu Chang'e comforted her with a gentle smile. Thank you, young Lord Gu. Pardon me for troubling you with such a minor matter. Lin Xiuhan replied with some comfort.
You don't need to apologize, it was a minor matter. Gu Chang'e spoke with a warm voice, and his gentle smile showed no change. Even if Lin Xiuhan had asked to deliver the final blow to Lin Tian, he wouldn't have agreed. After all, he wouldn't get any heavenly rewards if he wasn't the one dealing the final blow. Not only did he receive the heavenly rewards, but he also got to brush up on Lin Xiuhan's favorability like this. In the future, she would work for him with sincerity, so it was a profit Gu Chang'e wasn't willing to let go of. It would be better if you help your brother return to his origins as soon as possible, burial. Since his body wasn't occupied for too long, there's a chance his soul hasn't thoroughly dissipated, and he might be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Gu Chang'e's warm smile appeared even more comforting as he said that. Of course, this talk about entering the cycle of reincarnation was nothing but a hoax. He spoke merely to comfort Lin Xiuhan. After all, the original Lin Tian's soul was completely devoured by the Heaven Slaughter God King when he took over his body. How else would he be plagued by the predecessor's obsession? And when Gu Chang'e devoured the Heaven Slaughter God King's remnant spirit, he also devoured the original Lin Tian's soul. Understood. I will order someone to help little Tian safely return to his origins, Lin Xiuhan said and turned around, never expecting that Gu Chang'e would be so considerate towards her. Gu Chang'e's smile disappeared as he watched her walk away. A simple woman like Lin Xiuhan wasn't all that hard to deal with. A good face, eloquent speech, and gentle care would be enough to make them sink. After that, Gu Chang'e took it easy for the next few days. First, he spent 3,000 destiny points to raise his cultivation base to the late stage of the conferred Lord Realm, although the improvement wasn't too great compared to the middle stage, but for a supreme prodigy like him, the increase in his combat power was exponential. It couldn't be explained just with realms and whatnot. Just because Gu Chang'e rarely made a move, it didn't mean he had low combat power. It's just that he didn't need to make a move, as his aura alone was enough to suppress everyone around him. If he desired, he was sure he could easily obliterate even people in the conferred King Realm. Of course, the price wasn't small for such a minor breakthrough. Gu Chang'e estimated that he would need to spend an even more terrifying amount of destiny points if he wanted to enter the peak stage of the conferred Lord Realm. He might need to fork out around 5,000 destiny points. Still, it was worth the price. His comprehension of the heavenly immortal Dao Codex had been almost pushed to the 8th layer. In his memories, he didn't recall anyone among his peers who had reached the 8th layer of the Dao Codex in the upper realm. Of course, there was a chance someone might have made a breakthrough during the time he was down in the lower realm. He had already been here for almost half a year now. Either way, Gu Chang'e believed that his speed at breaking through and comprehending the higher stages was already as fast as it could get. Less than 3 days remained to the beginning of the Middle States Heavenly Geniuses Dao Conference. The moon-facing ancient city brimmed with more and more guests. Cultivators and mortals from various sects, clans, and dynasties packed the streets. After the destruction of the Buddhist Holy Land, more and more forces of the world developed reverence for the young lord from the upper realm. At the same time, they all thought, won't we soar to heaven if we can please the young lord? They couldn't suppress this desire after they saw the current appearance of the ancient Lin family. No matter where their people went, no one dared to offend them. No, others actually had to be subservient before them. All of them put on domineering appearances, and their noses were almost about to touch the heavens out of arrogance. In this dog-eat-dog world, only might was right. Many forces had plans to butter up with the young lord and rise above the rest. Many young creatures with different appearances sat together in a pavilion shrouded by divine-looking mist. Some had wings on their backs, some had scales on their foreheads, some appeared sacred and divine, and others had their limbs covered in flames. Divine brilliance surrounded all of them, and they radiated ferocious auras. The holy sons and maidens of the mighty holy lands of the Middle State couldn't amount to anything in front of them. They weren't even eligible to be compared to them. The weakest among them was already at the great transcendent realm, and had the qualifications to look down on people from the older generations of the Middle State, let alone the younger ones. In the vicinity of this group of creatures hid old servants with terrifying auras and force of oppression. If the cultivators outside saw them all, they might piss their pants in horror. The ancient sacred mountains, all of these young creatures were from the ancient sacred mountains, and held a terrifying background. Right now, they were busy discussing the events that took place in the Middle State. I never thought he would directly obliterate the Buddhist Holy Land. Just what is the origin of that youth who is said to have descended from the upper realm? A young creature with wings on his back shook his head with a look of pity. Of course, there was only pity in his eyes, and he held no sympathy for the Buddhist Holy Land. To him, the Buddhist Holy Land wasn't worth jack crap.
and he couldn't be bothered about their destruction.
No matter what his background, I will make him pay the price for offending me.
A beautiful girl with an indifferent expression and eyes full of awe-inspiring killing intent put her snow-white long sword on the table before her. Chapter 50, Ylili, the beauty raised in the lower realm. Childhood friends, the girl was dressed in purple with a complexion as breathtaking as a milky jade. She had exquisite and gorgeous features, slender, long legs, and an extremely aloof aura. She didn't appear to be all that old, and looked to be only around 17 to 18 years old. Her eyes were completely different from those of the humans, and appeared like colorful beads that beautifully swam around. She appeared to be the leader of all the young creatures of the ancient sacred mountains. Her identity wasn't simple, and her standing in the ancient sacred mountains was quite high. Everyone watched her with deep respect. As he heard the beauty's words, the creature with wings on his back waved his hands and said, "Miss Ylili, you can rest assured. That brat who came from the upper realm might have some background, but he's nothing before me in our ancient sacred mountains. Since he dared to offend Miss Ylili, he can forget about returning to his den."
Ha ha! Our ancient sacred mountains weren't born recently, so the Azure Realm might have forgotten our existence after we went into retreat eons ago. Once we move, they will realize who the true overlords of the Azure Realm are.
All of them are nothing but our slaves. How dare a brat and his slave cause a ruckus in the middle state right under our nose and get away unscathed? The rest of the creatures also nodded in agreement when they heard his proclamations.
They stood with their heads high, and talked about everything outside the ancient sacred mountains with disdain. In their opinion, the so-called Holy Lands and ancient families of the Middle State were nothing more than a bunch of anthills that could be stomped to oblivion at any moment. The ancient sacred mountains were related to the Upper Realm, and they had many false god realm masters hidden among their ranks.
Some of the major families backing them, from the Upper Realm, even ruled over
endless territory.
They had existed since ancient times, and their heritage could be traced back to an era when the Azure Lower Realm didn't even exist. Even supreme sects and immortal heritages had to treat them with courtesy. The girl in purple nodded her head and said nothing as she heard the winged youth's words. At the same time, her hatred and killing intent intensified. After that, the other creatures started to talk among themselves about different matters. Some even discussed how they could go and capture the brat from the Upper Realm and present him before the girl in purple. The girl in purple shook her head and said with frosty eyes, "I want to personally see that person. How dared he be so bold as to harm my brother Yi Chen to such an extent? Since he dared to commit such a crime, there's no way I will let him go unscathed." Everyone nodded their heads when they heard her proclamation.
No matter how great that brat's background might be in the Upper Realm, can it be better than Lady Ylili's?
He will surely be kneeling before you and begging for mercy. The girl in purple hailed from an extremely esteemed background. She was the direct descendant of a terrifying family in the Upper Realm. Her name was Ylili. When she was 3 years old, she was sent down to the Lower Realm for an unknown reason, and was raised by the ancient sacred mountains. When she was 6 years old, she was sent to the family of an old servant's descendants due to unrest and turmoil in the ancient sacred mountains. The family where they sent her was none other than the Yi family where Yi Chen came from. During her time in the Yi family, she grew up together with Yi Chen and developed a deep emotional attachment to him. Unfortunately, she was 13, she was brought back to the ancient sacred mountains for secluded cultivation that lasted 5 years. When Ylili finally left her seclusion, she decided to immediately find her brother Yi Chen. But that's when she heard a lot of ugly rumors about him. The rumors disturbed her, and left her shocked and enraged. Her brother Yi Chen had provoked a youth who had descended from the Upper Realm, and he was forced to fled to the Middle State from the Eastern Wilderness to seek refuge and save his life. In her opinion, the rumors were sheer slander. It was nonsense that he coveted the Eastern Wilderness's #1 beauty. What did they mean by saying that he was a toad who wanted to eat swan mean? Her brother Yi Chen was honest, kind, and determined youth who would never do such a thing. Those accusations had to be false. Even worse, the Buddhist Holy Land that was related to her brother Yi Chen was obliterated from existence, and that compounded her rage and murderous desires. After she calmed down, Ylili traveled all the way from the ancient sacred mountains to the moon-facing ancient city to see that young man from the Upper Realm. After receiving the news that he was here, she wanted to see how many heads and arms this young man from the Upper Realm boasted, and at the same time, she would avenge her brother Yi Chen. "Anshua, I want to know where brother Yi Chen is," Ylili suddenly said to the empty air behind her in an icy tone. The void rippled, and a middle-aged beauty appeared out of thin air. This ability of hers was already something in the domain of the false god realm cultivators. A look of helplessness flashed through the woman's eyes as she heard her lady's words. but the woman named Anshua still responded with a soft voice, "My lady, I am not sure where Yi Chen is hiding right now. I have only received information that he is somewhere in the middle state." Having said that, the middle-aged woman obviously didn't care about that matter in her heart. In her eyes, Amir Yi Chen wasn't worthy of her noble and esteemed young lady. Once she found Yi Chen, she would make sure that he didn't come in contact with her young lady. A measly Yi Chen didn't have the qualifications to even gaze upon her esteemed young lady's visage, let alone get her attention. The two of them were from completely different worlds, and their fates would never cross in the future. Really? Yi Liuli muttered to herself in sadness. Brother Yi Chen must have suffered a lot over the past. A dazed expression appeared on Yi Liuli's face as she recalled the past. Due to her noble birth, the people of the Yi family didn't even dare to talk to her. They were always afraid and respectful towards her, and it was only her brother Yi Chen who didn't treat her differently. Moreover, whenever he chanced upon something interesting, he would always share it with her. If there was anything delicious to eat, he would give it to her before tasting it himself. Once, in order to pick a fruit for her, he went deep into the forest in the Yi family's back mountain and almost lost his life. As she recalled the past, the sadness and unease bearing down on Yi Liuli's heart intensified. She was afraid that she might not be able to bear the guilt if something happened to her brother Yi Chen. "My lady, you will have to return to the upper realm sooner or later. You are destined to be a phoenix who will soar to the ninth heaven. Yi Chen might not even reach the false god realm in this life, so I must advise you to." The middle-aged woman named Anshue couldn't help but try to persuade her young lady to in her opinion, that brat named Yi Chen was no good person. He was a treacherous and tricky scum who had learned to fool innocent girls from a young age. Only those young and handsome talents from the upper realm could be a good match for her young lady. Yi Liuli, on the other hand, shook her head and replied with a firm tone, "Anshue, you don't need to say anymore. I know all of you look down on brother Yi Chen, but I believe in him. He will definitely soar to the heavens in the future. I still remember what he said, the river flows 30 years to the east, and back 30 years to the west. Don't you dare bully me just because I am down right now." Anshue felt helpless and didn't know how else to persuade her young lady. She decided not to think too much about this matter. Once her young lady met the geniuses from the upper realm, she will realize that Amir Yi Chen is nothing compared to them. The river flows 30 years to the east, and back 30 years to the west. "Don't you dare bully me just because I am down right now," he said. But what if the river flowed for 30,000 years? Some were born to stand above the rest, never to be reached by those below. "Anshue, let's go and see this so-called young lord from the upper realm. I will leave his false god realm servant to you." Yi Liuli's expression turned as frosty as a glacier, and she gave out her command. She will go to the ancient Lin family and deal with that young lord to avenge her brother Yi Chen. Chapter 51, Yi Chen's cousin. Let them in. Yi Liuli had complete confidence in Anshue's strength. She also knew that the real strength of the brat from the upper realm's servant might not be limited to the false god realm, but in the lower realm, the world's laws wouldn't allow him to exert strength beyond the false god realm. As for Anshue, she was also from the upper realm and her strength was far beyond a mere false god realm, too. She wouldn't be dispatched to protect her otherwise. After all, one had to know that even the ancestor of the ancient sacred mountains had to behave respectfully in front of Anshue. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly in her presence. "Leave it to me, my lady." Anshue nodded in response to the beauty's words. Since it was a command from her lady, there was no way she would reject it. Since the other party could descend to the lower realm, they mustn't be small fries in the upper realm, but she couldn't care less about their background. Even if they had some background, they surely wouldn't have the guts to go against their ancient immortal families. Soon, all of them left the pavilion and headed towards the ancient Lin family's estate. The sudden appearance of the ancient sacred mountains creatures in the world caused a sensation in the moon-facing ancient city. Once people realized they were heading towards the ancient Lin family with murderous intentions. It shocked many cultivators, and they rushed towards the ancient Lin family to find out the reason behind such hostility. Many concluded that a major event was about to transpire, and it was most likely related to the young lord from the upper realm. Inside the ancient Lin family, all the structures stood peacefully, but one of the palace appeared far more solemn and majestic. Inside this palace, Gu Chang'e sat on a chair and leisurely drank tea. By his side, Su Qing'e gently peeled spiritual fruits and fed them to him. From time to time, Gu Chang'e would tease Su Qing'e, prompting her into secretly rolling her eyes at him. Still, she felt her mood lighten. Over the last few days, Lin Xiuhan's terrifying talent for alchemy had finally flourished. It proved the saying, gold will shine wherever it sits. Without guidance from any famous alchemist, she was able to refine medicinal pills that could only be refined by an alchemist who had practiced for decades. And she did all that by merely studying the elementary level, Pill Dao, technique he gave her. Sheer effort couldn't compare to true genius, if true genius also worked hard. Lin Xiuhan's talent in alchemy could bring many genius alchemists to shame. This strengthened Gu Chang'e's resolve of bringing Lin Xiuhan back with him, and training her for himself. A word or two from him would be enough to make Lin Xiuhan happy for a long time. After all, with Gu Chang'e implicitly backing her, the ancient Lin family's patriarch no longer had the guts to stop Lin Xiuhan from practicing alchemy. Instead, he used the family's full might to help her study without any worries. Everyone in the ancient Lin family could tell that they had to depend on Gu Chang'e's liking for Lin Xiuhan if they wanted to climb further up the stairway to heaven. Right at this time, an earthquake from the outside shook the ancient Lin family. It shocked everyone in the Lin family. What happened? Who is so audacious? Who are you? How dare you break into our Lin family's estate and court death? People from the ancient Lin family roared towards their guests. Right now, the ancient Lin family was no longer the same as they were in the past. After their ancestor took action and exterminated the Buddhist Holy Land, their family had risen higher in the world, and everyone in the Lin family had their noses touching the sky. On normal days, any cultivator who passed by the Lin family's estate would be extremely respectful and tremble at their sight. It was the first time they came across such undisguised hostility. This was a challenge to the ancient Lin family's authority. Boom! Many elders of the ancient Lin family appeared high above in the sky. Golden rays of brilliance flashed through their eyes and radiated from their bodies as they showed off their might in a bid to suppress the newcomers. They paid great attention to face, so such an action was tantamount to humiliating them in their own turf. He. You weaklings from the little Lin family, why aren't you coming out to pay your respects when our ancient sacred mountains have come to your door? A tall creature with scales on his forehead sneered outside the ancient Lin family, and his voice spread far and wide. His thunderous roar shocked many cultivators on the streets of the moon-facing ancient city, and they felt their blood surge and go into disarray. It horrified them. As expected of the ancient sacred mountains, even their youngsters were almighty. This was strength no lower than the great transcendent realm. Ancient sacred mountains? The expression of everyone from the ancient Lin family changed. If there was one force in the land of the Middle State that brought envy in their hearts, then that would definitely be the ancient sacred mountains. The ancient sacred mountains directly bordered the upper realm, and had a grand backing with many false gods hidden in their ranks. I didn't think I will see the people of the ancient sacred mountains in a place like this. I wonder what brings you to our ancient Lin family's door. They were terrified at first, but recalling that their ancestor was home, and there was also young Lord Gu behind them, they couldn't help but feel at ease. On second thought, they guessed that this bunch from the ancient sacred mountains had most likely come for young Lord Gu. Tell that young lord from the upper realm to bring his ass out here. Our Lady wants to see him. The youth with wings on his back sneered, and looked down on all the cultivators around him with disdain. The patriarch of the ancient Lin family couldn't help but curse his courage in his heart. Since you want to see the young lord, please wait for a while, and I will go ask for the young lord's opinion, he frowned and replied. Although the other side was from the ancient sacred mountains, he also had backing from the upper realm now. Could they see the young lord just because they said they wanted to? No. They had to ask for the young lord's permission first. What's more, young Lord Gu had a distinguished status, so how could he personally come out to see their whatever lady? It would be no different from humiliating him. These visitors definitely didn't come with good intentions. And let us go to see him? Do you even know our young lady's identity? Just a word from her would be enough to raise your measly Lin family to the ground. The young creature with the wings appeared displeased, and spoke with an attitude of extreme contempt and disdain. When the cultivators in the distance heard his words, their hearts shook in horror. They could decide the fate of the ancient Lin family with a word. He sure was bold and courageous. How come these ancient powers were more domineering than the last? Everyone was taken aback by his proclamation. Everyone in the ancient Lin family showed an ugly expression at his threat. These bastards from the ancient sacred mountains were going too far. Katian, shut up. Yi Liuli's brows wrinkled. She had come to avenge her brother Yi Chen, not to flaunt her background and bring pests after her, so she said in an extremely cold tone, "Please inform the young lord from the upper realm that Yi Chen's cousin desires an audience with His Excellency." The expressions of everyone from the ancient Lin family and the onlookers in the distance showed a change when they heard her words. Over the last few days, Yi Chen's name had resounded in every corner of the Middle State, and there was no one who didn't know the god of plague, and the harbinger of destruction. The Buddhist Holy Land was wiped from the face of the world because of this Yi Chen, yet now, this girl with a terrifying background actually claimed to be Yi Chen's cousin? It seemed that they were enemies who had come knocking for revenge. Everyone felt their heads spin, and thought that the world was insane. The patriarch of the ancient Lin family took in a deep breath, and spoke with a dignified expression. Understood. I will report it to the young lord right away. Having said that, he turned around to head towards Gu Changa's palace to make the report. It seemed they would be in trouble today. Since the other party dared come knocking at their door with such ferociousness, then they must have some massive background behind them. Crack. Gotcha. Boom. However, before the patriarch of the Lin family could take a step forward, a terrifying sound resembling the grinding of wheels sounded from the void. Hum. Brilliant runes flickered and turned into a terrifying golden palm, resembling a heavenly emperor who had descended to suppress the heavens. With a speed so fast that no one could respond, the palm slapped out. The young creature with wings on his back showed an expression of deep horror, and shouted with despair masking his face, "Young lady, save!" Before he could utter the word "me," his body exploded into a cloud of blood, and he was obliterated on the spot. At the same time, the calm voice of the young lord came from the depths of the ancient Lin family. Let them in. Chapter 52, Elegant and easygoing, warm welcome. The outside of the ancient Lin family turned dead silent. Even the ancient Lin family's members were stunned and didn't know what to say. Everything happened so fast that no one outside had the time to react. The sudden obliteration of the winged youth from the ancient sacred mountains scared all the cultivators that were watching the scene play out. His old servant was the palest and most terrified of them all. The slap just now was too fast for him to react, and even if he could react in time, he wouldn't have been able to stop it. He had sensed the might of a conferred king from that palm. He was only half a step into the conferred lord realm, so how could he contend against someone so high above him? Young master, he showed a sad expression, but had no guts to retaliate, so he could only look at Yi Liuli for help. Yi Liuli, on the other hand, had also turned pale with fright. Just a second ago, the winged youth was harping arrogantly, yet in the next moment, he turned into a cloud of bloody mist. When had she ever experienced such a scene? She was barely 18, and had spent most of her life cultivating in seclusion inside the ancient sacred mountains, so how could she even have the chance to witness such a scene? But soon, she took in a deep breath and recovered her frosty expression. After all, her frame of mind was far more resilient than others of her age. What's more, she had Aunt Shui backing her. Let's go inside. Yi Liuli commanded, and immediately headed inside the ancient Lin family's estate. The creatures of the ancient sacred mountains followed behind her. However, compared to the arrogance and disdain they showed at the beginning, their auras had subsided by a lot and they appeared a lot tamer and frightened. The other party was even more domineering and terrifying than their imagination. He directly exterminated one of them over a few words. This young lord from the upper realm might not be as simple as they had thought. The middle-aged woman hiding in the void couldn't help but frown, and an expression of contemplation appeared on her face. Just now, she had wanted to save that winged creature, but she couldn't leave her lady's side. She had felt a mighty aura locked down on her, and the strength of that person wasn't any weaker than her. It was definitely the ancestor of the ancient Lin family, the rumored old slave of the young lord from the upper realm. This shocked her. One must know that at her peak, she was a mighty god king who could make waves even in the upper realm, and true gods could only look up to her. Yet the cultivation of the ancient Lin family's ancestor was no less, or even more frightening, than a god king's. From what she felt that things weren't going as well as planned, and matters weren't as simple as her young lady had initially imagined. After all, the other party had an old slave in the god king realm. What's more, she had felt the unique aura of an upper realm's immortal Dao lineage from that crushing palm just now, and it clearly radiated the might of a conferred king. She felt that it was quite familiar, but couldn't put her finger on where she had felt that aura before. A youth with such an aura is definitely a godchild. Didn't they say his surname was Gu? There aren't many with the Gu surname in the upper realm. Could he be from that family? Aunt Shui suddenly recalled some matters, and felt that nothing was going in their favor. After all, Gu wasn't a common surname in the upper realm like Yi and Wang, and not many had the guts to use that name. The family she recalled was no worse than the immortal heritage behind her young lady.
if he's truly from that family, then this might be an opportunity for us. A little Yi Chen isn't worth mentioning at all. Although the young lady is the patriarch's most beloved daughter, she isn't the only one. This may be the young lady's greatest opportunity to rise above the others. Aunt Shue's eyes brightened with excitement as she thought about this matter. Her figure also emerged from the void, and she followed behind Yi Liuli to personally see everything play out. Aunt Shui, Yi Liuli was surprised by Aunt Shue's sudden appearance. Normally Aunt Shui would never show herself unless absolutely necessary. My lady, I think all of this might be a misunderstanding. Yi Liuli's expression stiffened as Aunt Shue's words fell into her ears. What happened? Why does this woman seem to be conveying goodness to me? Old Ming thought to himself with a puzzled expression in the void. Had this middle-aged woman dared to make a move just then, he would have surely smacked her down to the ground. However, this middle-aged beauty obviously noticed his presence, and even conveyed goodwill to him. This puzzled him a bit. Of course, as long as they didn't threaten his young lord's safety, he wouldn't bother attacking them either. Even the ferocious ancient sacred mountains had to tuck their tail and walk in respectfully. That young lord is truly mighty. He directly slapped that guy to death. His strength has most definitely surpassed the conferred lord realm, right? I had never even imagined to come across someone that might, especially a young man with a strength so terrifying. This young lord from the upper realm is truly unfathomable. The shocked cultivators outside the ancient Lin family's estate discussed amongst themselves. This was the first time they saw the mysterious young lord take action, and it left a profound impression in their hearts. The ancient sacred mountains were a place of awe and terror for the people of the Middle State where gods and devils dwelled. Many mighty powers and heritages had been obliterated just because they somehow offended the ancient sacred mountains, so it was needless to say how mighty they were. Yet, today, they learned that there was someone even beyond the reach of the ancient sacred mountains. In their hearts, the awe and reverence they held for Gu Changa multiplied exponentially. Inside his palace, Gu Changa sat at the host's seat, while Su Chinga stood beside him. Dressed in black, he playfully retracted his palm with a smirk on his face. Naturally, everything that happened outside the ancient Lin family's gate was in his eyes. Yi Chen's cousin, someone from an ancient heritage, fostered in the lower realm, and had deep feelings for the protagonist. This was that bloody trope he was so familiar with. Of course, he had speculated about it a long time ago, but he never thought that it would truly come to pass. No dog author could deceive him. My lord, are you planning to kill them? Su Chinga put forth her doubt. No, how could I, the most elegant and easygoing young lord, kill people so easily? There's no value in indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, my heart is moved by their sudden arrival, and I can't wait to give them a warm welcome. With those words, Gu Changa stood up and walked towards the outside with his hands behind his back. Right then, he happened to come across Yi Liuli's group that was being led by the ancient Lin family's patriarch towards his residence. Yi Liuli immediately realized that the young man in front of her was the young lord from the upper realm. Although she had never met him, his aloof temperament and demeanor were enough to give away his esteemed identity. This is exactly what a godchild from the upper realm should look like. Aunt Shue's eyes shone, and she couldn't help but praise in her heart. Chapter 53, Comparing Backgrounds. Forced into submission, outside his residence, Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back and watched the girl in purple before him with a flat expression. She had a complexion as milky as a white jade. With exquisite and gorgeous facial features, slender, long legs, and an extremely frosty aura, she looked to be a beauty no older than 17 or 18 years of age. Her eyes, though, were completely different from a normal human's. They appeared to be no different from colorful orbs of glass that made it clear to the onlookers that she was of a different race. Gu Changa couldn't help but tut-tut in his heart. This Yi Chen sure was blessed with game-breaking fortune. What's more, when Gu Changa checked Yi Liuli's fortune value, he saw a value above 800. Her luck was even more amazing than Yi Chen's. Of course, it wasn't out of Gu Changa's expectations. This so-called cousin beauty was about to become Yi Chen's greatest backer. After all, as for how to deal with this cousin of Yi Chen, Gu Changa already had a plan in his mind. Weren't they childhood sweethearts? Good, she was merely a 17 or 18 years old girl who he could easily toy with. After all, even an old monster like Yan Ji was played by him without a hint. So what could this little girl amount to? His expression showed indifference, and he didn't utter a single word. Gu Changa was in no hurry. Anyways, while Gu Changa was looking at Yi Liuli, Aunt Shui, and the others were naturally busy looking at him, too. Aunt Shui's affirmed her belief the more she stared at Gu Changa, and realized that her previous guesses and thoughts weren't too far off. Gu Changa's appearance alone wasn't something to scoff at.
He was dressed in a dark, long robe that accentuated his tall and handsome figure. His bearing was extremely noble and graceful, and there was an innate aloofness between his brows. She wouldn't be surprised if the one standing in front of her was truly a godchild from that place. The so-called prodigies of the lower realm were like fireflies before the brilliant moon when compared to the true supreme prodigies of the upper realm. To be precise, they didn't even have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as them. As for that Yi Chen, he was like an ant in front of this heavenly dragon who had descended from the ninth heaven. "You are that young Lord Gu?" Finally, Yi Liuli furrowed her brows and asked aloud. She naturally knew the answer to her question, but she didn't know how else to break the silence between them. At the same time, she felt a terrifying pressure from the presence of the young man standing before her. He simply stood there with a playful smile, and kept looking down at her as if he was watching an ant. It gave her an uncomfortable feeling. She didn't know how to start the conversation. When they had come inside, Aunt Shui had informed her about some matters. First, the young man wasn't much older than her. Second, Aunt Shui will not intervene unless her life was in danger. Third, she wasn't his match even with her half-step Saint Realm cultivation base. She had arrived aggressively, but now, she felt that she was stupid. This brought extreme shame to her. Gu Chang'e heard her words and responded to her with another silent glance. Yi Liuli's expression fell as she saw his contemptuous eyes, and she couldn't help but gnash her pearly teeth. No matter whether it was in the ancient sacred mountains, or the outside world, she had never met someone who showed so much contempt towards her. And definitely not when the other party was a man. Still, she was no ordinary prodigy, and quickly calmed her mind. At this moment, Aunt Shui, who was standing behind her, cupped her hands and said to the young man with a smile on her face, "I pay my respect to young Lord Gu. My lady's name is Yi Liuli, and I am the one responsible for protecting my lady in the lower realm. My lady and this slave offended young lord unknowingly just now, so I hope young lord won't take it to heart. Please treat it as us not knowing proper etiquette." Aunt Shui was sincere in her words, and not a shred of falsehood could be heard from her tone. Yi Liuli was a dozen or so millenniums too behind her when it came to life experience and how to deal with matters. Aunt Shui, Yi Liuli was stunned, and showed a face full of disbelief as she saw Aunt Shui's attitude. The creatures of the ancient sacred mountains behind her were also shocked. They knew well how mighty Aunt Shui was. She wouldn't even need to show up on normal days to deal with matters. Yet now, she actually showed such a respectful attitude before someone else. One had to know that they were here to seek revenge. "Aunt Shui, you are going too far." Yi Liuli's expression darkened and she growled towards the middle-aged beauty. After all, since when did Aunt Shui, a mere retainer of her Yi clan, had the authority to make decisions in the presence of her master? "My lady, this matter is most certainly a misunderstanding. Why don't you take this opportunity to clarify the details of the events that transpired? It will be bad if we rush to a conclusion without evidence." Aunt Shui hurriedly responded with a smile. She was doing it all for Yi Liuli's own good. After all, how could she harm the young lady she had watched grow up before her eyes? "Oh, is that so? Senior, you are truly polite. Do let me know what I can do for you?" Gu Chang'e finally spoke after seeing the scene in front of him. His expression made it impossible for the onlookers to tell whether he was happy or enraged. This Yi Liuli's protector had piqued his interest, and this only made matters even better. "Before I begin, can I ask if young Lord Gu is from the ancient immortal Gu family?" With that said, a smile appeared on Aunt Shui's face and she cupped her hands to say, "My young lady is from the ancient immortal Yi family. Speaking of that, our families are quite familiar with each other." Aunt Shui immediately revealed Yi Liuli's origin to let Gu Chang'e know that they weren't simple either. Moreover, as the youngest and most beloved daughter of the patriarch, her lady had an incredible status that ordinary disciples of the Yi family couldn't match up to. Of course, Gu Chang'e's status wasn't simple either from what she could tell, so she couldn't help but feel even more affection for him. No matter what, he was at least a young sovereign in the upper realm. Both of their sides were from ancient immortal families in the upper realm. One was from the ancient immortal Gu family, while the other was from the ancient immortal Yi family, both of which were hegemonies that lorded over endless territory. The only difference between them was that the ancient immortal Gu family mostly had humans in their ranks, while the ancient immortal Yi family comprised of a multitude of races and were commonly known as family of myriad races. What's more, the two families were on familiar terms. She said all that because she wanted to confirm Gu Chang'e's identity. Hearing Aunt Shui's words, the creatures from the ancient sacred mountains couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Their expressions fell, and their faces turned pale. If Gu Changa really came from that background, they couldn't help but tremble with beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads, and their limbs turned cold. Why didn't they say this before bringing them here? Why only mention it now? They felt deep regret. They couldn't offend the ancient immortal Yi family, nor could they offend the ancient immortal Gu family. They were between a rock and a hard place right now. Yi Lioli wanted to say something, but didn't know how to open her mouth. It turned out you are from the ancient immortal Yi family. No wonder Lady Yi Lioli was so fearless and directly came knocking at my door. Gu Changa lightly spoke after hearing her words, and didn't deny her thoughts. My father had a lot of dealings with the Yi family's patriarch back in the day. Senior should know that I will be the one taking charge of the family in the future. His words were uttered with a playful smirk. When it came to comparing background, there was no one who could contend with him. As for Aunt Shui, she naturally understood the hint in Gu Changa's words. Not only was he from the ancient immortal Gu family, but he was also the son of the Gu family's patriarch. After all, only people on the same level as the Yi family's patriarch could have dealings with him. People at that level were so mighty that a single stomp of theirs could shake the upper realm and cause unimaginable changes that would affect the world's development for generations. They were monstrous beings who couldn't be described with words. Worse still, she had heard that the ancient immortal Gu family's patriarch only had one heir. As long as the young man in front of her didn't fall before his time, then he would undoubtedly be among the highest echelons of the upper realms in the future. He may even be the patriarch of the ancient immortal Gu family if everything went in his favor. As these thoughts crossed Aunt Shui's mind, the smile on her face deepened, and her expression turned even more humble and respectful. She felt flattered. Gu Changa calling her senior was a great honor. At the same time, Yi Lioli felt her head buzz and her face turn pale. This matter had exceeded her wildest imagination. Bang! The creatures from the ancient sacred mountains felt their blood freeze, and all of them immediately fell to their knees out of sheer fright. Your Excellency, Katian offended you just now, so we hope Your Excellency will show generosity and forgive us. Their voices trembled and they almost pissed their pants. Although they hadn't uttered any nonsense, what if they were swatted to death just for having a relationship with that loudmouth? Chapter 54, Innumerable Evil Methods, Extreme Humiliation. Your Excellency, please spare our lives. We had eyes, but couldn't see Mount Tai and offended you unknowingly. Vilfic, have eyes but can't see Mount Tai is an expression that means to not recognize someone strong when they are standing in front of you, or flaunting your might and looking down on someone who was of a far higher status than you. The previously haughty creatures of the ancient sacred mountains knelt on the ground with bloodless, pale expression showing their extreme fright. It was as if they had come across their natural predator. Their haughtiness and domineering arrogance from a while ago had completely disappeared right now. The people of the ancient Lin family felt their hearts bloom in joy as they watched the scene in front of them. No matter how powerful the adversary's background, didn't they still have to kneel before their young Lord Gu? Why is this happening? Yi Lioli's face had also turned pale, and her jade-like hands tightly held her long sword. She wasn't stupid, on the contrary, she was smarter than her peers. The conversation between Aunt Shui and that Gu Changa was enough for her to understand one fact: Gu Changa had a higher status than her. Although she was from the upper realm's ancient immortal Yi family, she wasn't her father's only daughter even if he loved her the most. Gu Changa, on the other hand, was the sole heir of the ancient immortal Gu family's patriarch. It was very likely that Gu Changa would be the one in charge of the ancient immortal Gu family in the future. She couldn't match his terrifying background with her current identity. Yi Lioli couldn't help but feel depressed when she realized this reality. Just why did her brother Yi Chen provoke such a mighty figure? She had thought that she could easily deal with her brother Yi Chen's enemy using her background and means, but now it seemed that all of those thoughts were nothing more than her childish delusions. Why Yi Lioli's face turned paler than before, and her haughtiness from before was completely gone by now. My lady, this is definitely a misunderstanding. You should apologize to young Lord Gu too. Aunt Shui decided to persuade Yi Lioli. Why would young Lord Gu bother about the existence of a nobody like Yi Chen? Before him, Yi Chen is nothing more than an insignificant existence not worth minding. In Aunt Shui's opinion, having a good relationship with this young Lord Gu was far more important than anything else. She couldn't understand how her lady could be so stupid to not even realize this fact. She felt deep regret and realized that she should have gone to find that Yi Chen and beat him to death a long time ago, behind her lady's back. A fool like him, who had provoked young Lord Gu so easily, would only commit worse crimes in the future.
Aunt Shui, you need not speak anymore. It's impossible for me to apologize to someone who made my brother Yichen run from one place to another like a homeless orphan, Yi Liuli stubbornly responded. Her eyes showed deep unwillingness, and she refused to apologize to Gu Chang'e no matter what happened. The conversation between the two naturally fell in Gu Chang'e's eyes. His face still showed a calm and indifferent expression, but in his heart, he couldn't stop laughing. After all, Yi Liuli was nothing but a little girl, so what winds and waves could she make before him? As for Yi Liuli's identity as the little princess of the ancient immortal Yi family, Gu Chang'e felt that he could use her. Wasn't she Yi Chen's childhood sweetheart who was greatly fond of him? Yi Chen happened to be her weakness. Speaking of which, the ancient immortal Yi family's influence in the upper realm wasn't small. As a family that was the closest to true immortals among all the ancient families, they were said to be descendants of immortals themselves. Ji Chang'e's lips curled into a smirk as he thought up a detailed plan in his heart. After all, he was the inheritor of a forbidden technique who was born with a devil heart, so there was no way he would lack evil methods and crooked means. Controlling Emir Yi Liuli wouldn't be all that hard for him. At this moment, he showed a bit of impatience in his expression, and spoke with an annoyed tone. So, what's your purpose in visiting me today? If you don't give this Gu an explanation, even if you are from the ancient immortal Yi family, Old Ming. Without speaking too much, Gu Chang'e commanded towards the void. My lord, this old slave is at your command. Swoosh. As soon as Gu Chang'e's words fell, Old Ming appeared from the void with a cold smile adorning his face. He released a terrifying force of oppression that immediately suppressed the surroundings and made everyone pale on their spots. Yi Liuli was suffocated. This was the old servant she thought couldn't rival her Aunt Shui? He was too powerful. Young Lord Gu, please calm down. It's indeed my lady's fault, and she shouldn't have offended you like this. Aunt Shui's expression changed and she hurriedly blocked Old Ming's oppressive aura. The old man in front of her was extremely mighty. The two of them could only exert the might of a false god realm cultivator in the lower realm, but the other party's false god realm cultivation was mightier than her own. If they fought, then she might be able to handle a few exchanges at the start, but it won't be long before he would completely suppress her. She was sure that she could escape with her young lady, but that would be contrary to her intentions, and she would only offend Gu Chang'e further. Ji Chang'e, however, didn't give a damn about Aunt Shui's thoughts, nor did he look at her anymore. His expression turned indifferent, and he overlooked everyone. Don't tell me you were here for a chat? This Gu sees that there are a lot of people who came over. Old Ming, kill one of them for this lord. Gu Chang'e commanded. As soon as they heard his words, the creatures of the ancient sacred mountains behind Yi Liuli turned pale with extreme fright. Despair masked their faces, and they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in loud voices. Young lady, help us. We don't want to die. Young lord, please spare our life. Gu Chang'e, you were so despicable and shameless. Yi Liuli's face paled and her body trembled as she heard his words and their shouts. She never thought Gu Chang'e would use such a despicable method to bring her to her knees. Unfortunately, Gu Chang'e didn't even look at her. Su Chang'e, on the other hand, intimately handed him a cup of tea and said with a sweet smile, My lord, your tea is ready. Gu Chang'e gave her a nod of approval. He hadn't spoiled her in vain. My lady, please apologize to young Lord Gu. Why can't you understand? If young Lord Gu desired to kill Yi Chen, would he be able to escape with his life? How could Yi Chen ever have the ability to escape from someone as mighty as young Lord Gu? All of this is most likely a misunderstanding. You are the princess of the ancient immortal Yi family, while young Lord Gu is the young master of the ancient immortal Gu family, so he won't make things difficult for you as long as you apologize to him. Aunt Shui sighed in her heart, and kept persuading Yi Liuli. She was doing it while keeping her young lady's best interests in her mind. How could Emir Yi Chen deserve to be mentioned in the same sentence as young Lord Gu? Someone like him can't be a good person. Yi Liuli showed an enraged and defiant expression, and glared at Gu Chang'e. Her eyes spewed fire, and she desired to burn Gu Chang'e into ash. Do it! Gu Chang'e slowly took a sip of the tea in his hand, and spoke. Understood, my lord. Old Ming received the order, and slapped out. Brilliant runes flickered, and the void around them trembled. Puff! A pale-faced, scary-looking creature from the ancient sacred mountains was slapped to death with a face full of despair. His sudden death shocked the rest. Young lady, have mercy. We don't want to die. Young lady, we came here with you, so you can't do this to us. They couldn't help but resent Yi Liuli. It was clear that she could save them all as long as she showed a better attitude and apologized. Yet, why wasn't she doing it? Were their lives not even worth a few words from her? Gu Changa indifferently watched all of this. From the beginning to the end, his face showed no change in his expression. Ye Liuli couldn't help but ground her teeth as she saw his indifferent expression. Her body trembled, and extreme rage bubbled in her heart. She was forced against a wall, and couldn't help but regret her actions now. What could she do now? Ask Aunt Shue to make a move. It was clear from Aunt Shue's actions that she was on Gu Changa's side, and won't listen to her command at this time. Ye Liuli felt extremely humiliated as she thought of this, and spoke through gritted teeth. Everything that happened today was Liuli's fault. I apologize. I hope young Lord Gu can forgive Liuli. Chapter 55, Everything Under Control, Planting a Thorn. Young Lord Gu, forgive me. Yi Liuli felt extreme humiliation as she uttered these words. Her voice trembled, showing just how much courage and determination she put into uttering those words from her mouth. She felt exhaustion overtake her as soon as she finished her words. As the little princess of the ancient immortal Yi family, she was hailed as a bright moon shining among the stars from the moment of her birth. Never had she suffered endless humiliation like today, alas. She couldn't deal with the man before her, and even the background behind her couldn't suppress him. You don't need to apologize for anything. This lord isn't an unreasonable man. There's no way I will make matters difficult for you over such a trivial matter. Gu Changa responded with a wave of his hand, and commanded old Ming to stop with a playful smirk on his face. Although he uttered words of righteousness with a straight face, Yi Liuli knew that everyone other than her would have been swatted to death if she hadn't apologized to him. This man was extremely dangerous, be it his means or his incalculable thoughts. Everything about him gave her a feeling of fright. She regretted pitting herself against him. Why was she so reckless? Why didn't she investigate the matter before coming to his door to seek justice? She picked a rock, only to smash it on her own foot. See, my lady, I told you it was a misunderstanding, and young Lord Gu won't embarrass you if you acknowledge your mistake. Aunt Shue also heaved a sigh of relief once the matter ended. Yi Liuli, on the other hand, glared daggers at her. Retainer was a good word, but in reality, Aunt Shue was nothing more than a servant. Yet today, this servant had overreached and made decisions in her stead without any authorization from her master. Yi Liuli swore to report her actions to her father as soon as she returned to the upper realm. Aunt Shue couldn't help but show a wry smile at her lady's furious glare. She wasn't worried though. If the patriarch heard about what happened today, he would certainly understand her and even agree with her actions. After all, this young Lord Gu was someone who was worthy to be a friend of their ancient immortal Yi family. A mere apology was nothing. It's just that her young lady was still naive, and wasn't willing to accept defeat. Everything Aunt Shue did was for the family and her lady. As old Ming withdrew, the terrifying aura pressing down on everyone in the surroundings also disappeared. Thank you. Thank you for your mercy, young lord. Thank you for your mercy, young lord. The creatures of the ancient sacred mountains kept kneeling, and proclaimed their gratitude for Gu Changa's mercy. You don't need to thank me, it was Lady Yi Liuli who saved your lives, so you should thank her. Gu Changa responded. Between him and Yi Liuli, the one the creatures of the ancient sacred mountains resented more was definitely Yi Liuli right now. Gu Changa knew this well, so he naturally wouldn't give up on this chance to provoke discord between them. After all, he wouldn't lose anything from a few words. Dare I ask young Lord Gu's name? By now, Yi Liuli had also recovered from her feelings of humiliation, and stared at Gu Changa's face with a disgusting look in her eyes. Wicked men truly had thick skins, she thought. Gu Changa. By now, Gu Changa's expression of indifference had long disappeared. With a faint smile adoring his face, he handed the teacup in his hands to Suchinga, who was standing beside him. His calm and gentle expression gave people a sense of elegance and nobility. Of course, that would have been the case with everyone, had they not seen his true face just now. Yi Liuli never thought Gu Changa would be so quick to change his face, and this was exactly what increased the unease in her heart. After all, the most fearful people were those who showed no emotion, whether they were enraged or joyful. You could never tell what went through the minds of such people. They were truly unpredictable. Young Lord Gu, the reason I came here today was to inquire about a certain matter. No, to be precise, I came here to seek justice. Yi Liuli took in a deep breath to calm herself. No matter what, she had to seek justice from this villainous Gu Changa today. Oh? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows, and said with a mysterious smile, what justice do you want to seek? This Gu doesn't remember offending Lady Yi. It's not about me. it's about my brother Yi Chen. Yi Liuli directly got to the point. She couldn't stand Gu Changa's contemptuous and pretentious attitude of not knowing anything. Ji Yuchanga, on the other hand, loved the feeling of bringing others to their knees. Seeing others give in to him even though they hated him, and couldn't wait to bite his neck off, gave him a feeling of exhilaration. Even if Yi Liuli was the little princess of the ancient immortal Yi family, Gu Changa wouldn't give her any face. Of course, he wanted to have her kneel and beg, but he knew that would have the opposite effect. What's more, that beautiful middle-aged guardian behind her wouldn't let that happen. Pushing Yi Liuli, the princess of the ancient immortal Yi family, to her knees would be tantamount to slapping the ancient immortal Yi family in the face. Ji Yuchanga wasn't dumb enough to shoot himself in the foot. If he did that, he would only worsen his situation when it came time for him to return to the upper realm. Everything had to be done in moderation. As for killing Yi Liuli and the rest, whether it was possible or not, Gu Changa would never do something that will bring him more losses than gains. There was no way the daughter of the ancient immortal Yi family's patriarch wouldn't have some life-saving treasures or means on her person. He would need other means to deal with Yi Liuli. You want justice for Yi Chen? I don't remember doing anything to him though. Could Lady Yi be mistaken about something? Why would I let him go if I really wanted to do something to him? Squeezing an ant like him to death isn't all that hard for me, after all. Gu Changa said with a light smile. Yi Liuli felt her breath halt as she heard his words. She felt as if he was looking down on her and everything else around her. Unfortunately, it was nothing but a fact that her brother Yi Chen was nothing more than an ant before someone of Gu Changa's status and identity right now. She couldn't help but feel confused. How did the enmity between the two even come about? Logically speaking, her brother Yi Chen didn't know her true identity, so how did he survive after offending Gu Changa? Could it be that Gu Changa truly never tried to kill her brother Yi Chen? What was her brother Yi Chen up to? What had he gone through while she was away? Gu Changa vaguely guessed Yi Liuli's thoughts through her displeased and confused expression. He couldn't help but cackle in his heart. Why hadn't he killed Yi Chen? Obviously, because he was waiting for that leak to fatten up, so he could get as much meat from him as possible when he finally sent him to the slaughterhouse. How could Yi Liuli comprehend his reasoning? Impossible. Brother Yi Chen is an honest and upright person who will never do anything to provoke others. Yi Liuli shook her head in disbelief. At the same time, her gaze fell upon Su Chinga, who stood beside Gu Changa. According to the rumors, her brother Yi Chen was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat, and coveted the beauty of the eastern wilderness. #1 fairy. Dressed in clothes as white as snow, Su Chinga indeed looked like a fairy who had descended upon the mortal world. Yi Liuli held great confidence in her appearance, but when she compared herself to the woman in front of her, she realized that she wasn't as good as her. She held an amazing, mature charm that she couldn't make up for right now. Such a woman could indeed move her brother Yi Chen's heart, so the rumors might not be completely false, since young Lord Gu didn't intend to kill brother Yi Chen. Why did you destroy the Buddhist Holy Land that was related to brother Yi Chen? Yi Liuli suddenly raised her head and glared at Gu Changa through her reddened, glazed eyes. She was unwilling to accept reality, and couldn't stop herself from questioning him. After all, the rumors said that the Buddhist Holy Land's holy son had refused to reveal her brother Yi Chen's whereabouts, and that was why Gu Changa commanded his servant to obliterate them in rage. She couldn't make sense of these matters anymore. Ridiculous. Right then, Gu Changa's expression froze over, and he said with an indifferent tone, "Could it be that Lady Yi came here to interrogate me? So what if I trample an ant to death? Since when do I need to explain my actions before you?" Gu Changa's words suffocated Yi Liuli, and her face paled. She couldn't help but tightly clench her long sword. Her head buzzed, and she didn't know how to respond to him. That he was correct, destroying the Buddhist Holy Land was no different from trampling an ant, so why would he need a reason for that? "Lady Yi, is there anything else you would like to ask? If not, then please return to where you came from," Gu Changa said with an annoyed tone, showing his desire for the guests to take their leave. He should have already planted a thorn in Yi Liuli's heart. As for whether it will do anything, that would depend on his actions in the future. Of course, he had other ways to deal with her. Even if the thorn he planted did nothing, everything was under his control. Chapter 56, Giving No Face, Ancient Heavenly Secret Realm. Yi Liuli's expression froze as she saw Gu Changa's unhappy expression, and heard him ask them to leave. But she realized that she had indeed gone too far. After all, since when did Gu Changa need to explain his actions before her? His claim that he didn't try to kill her brother Yi Chen also didn't hold any falsehood. Yi Liuli couldn't find any words of retort to his statements.
The gap between Gu Chang'e and Yi Chen was simply too great, so much so that one of them was in heaven while the other was on the earth. Why Yi Chen would have long perished if Gu Chang'e wished for him to die. Yi Liuli couldn't help but feel apologetic towards Gu Chang'e after this realization hit her. She wasn't an ignorant woman who couldn't listen to reason. Today, she had come knocking at their door asking Gu Chang'e for an explanation out of nowhere. Now that she thought about her actions, she realized that she had been somewhat unreasonable. Gu Chang'e wasn't going too far by looking down on her and asking her to apologize. The fault lied with her.
Liuli has offended you today, young Lord Gu. Thank you for clarifying this matter for Liuli.
Yi Liuli regained her composure and said to Gu Chang'e,
since you have received what you wanted, you may leave now. Gu Chang'e wasn't surprised by her words, but he couldn't care less.
His indifference made Yi Liuli frown, and she felt a little down. She had never suffered such humiliation, especially, she had never been chased out by someone. Today, she had hit an iron plate multiple times because of this man in front of her. She felt unwilling and unconvinced. Of course, Yi Liuli's pride didn't allow her to bicker with him anymore. Without saying another word, she turned around and prepared to leave.
Young Lord Gu, I think you young UNS should get along with each other.
After all of us are from the upper realm, and it's fate that has brought us all together here in the lower realm. Aunt Shui couldn't help but speak with flattery after seeing the exchange between the two. She believed from the bottom of her heart that their meeting with Gu Chang'e was an unprecedented opportunity, and that they shouldn't miss it.
No need, I am not interested in her.
Gu Chang'e's direct refusal pushed Aunt Shui's words down her throat, and her expression stiffened. He didn't know what was going through this middle-aged beauty's mind, but he couldn't care less about her. He didn't need to give face to Yi Liuli or anyone related to her, nor did he need to brush up on her favorability towards him.
An expression of embarrassment appeared on Aunt Shui's face, and she didn't know what else to say. She understood that her young lady's performance today was somewhat inappropriate, even shameful, but to say those words so bluntly, he wasn't giving any face to her lady. Yi Liuli, who had turned around, trembled and stopped in her tracks. What did he mean by saying he wasn't interested in her?
She felt that Aunt Shui had made her lose all face today. Yi Liuli's feelings of humiliation deepened, and she gnashed her pearly teeth. My lady, forgive me. Aunt Shui felt guilt claw at her heart. She understood that her lady had lost much face due to her actions today. Yi Liuli ignored her, and with her frosty expression chilling further, she left without saying a word or looking back. She was worried that she might do something untoward if she stayed there any longer. From her birth to this day, she had never suffered humiliation as extreme as what Gu Chang'e gave her. Her feelings of apology towards Gu Chang'e immediately disappeared into thin smoke. He was an absolute villain. Staying in his presence would only bring her more disgrace. Ding. You have shaken Yi Liuli's trust in Yi Chen. Yi Chen lost 100 points of fortune value. You received 500 destiny points. A system prompt rang in Gu Chang'e's mind as soon as Yi Liuli and her group left. A playful smile appeared on his face as everything had gone according to his plans. Yi Liuli might be an impulsive brat, but she wasn't stupid. A few nudges from him were enough to lead her down a spiral of her own thoughts. True, Yi Liuli would hate him to his bones, but Gu Chang'e couldn't care less about that. Sooner or later, he will deal with her, too. Just a few sentences from him were enough to give her some food for thought. Right now, she wondered if Yi Chen had truly done something evil. After all, the Yi Chen in her impression was an honest, kind, and persevering young man. A large amount of Yi Chen's luck came from this cousin with a mighty background. Over the last period of time, Yi Chen must have obtained a lot of opportunities, and his fortune value should have skyrocketed. Gu Chang'e was waiting for the right moment to harvest that leak, a tribute panel. Then, Gu Chang'e called out in his heart. Host, Gu Chang'e Halo, destined heavenly villain identity, true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline, devil heart, Dao bone cultivation, conferred lord, late stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao codex, 7th layer. 75%, innate God spirit temple, talent, myriad changes demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art, destiny points, 2000 fortune value, 480, dark, system shop, open warehouse. Domain traversing talisman X1 1/3 fragment of a world seed X2 fortune plundering card X3 systems reward calculations multiplication card X1. After consuming the 3000 destiny points required to reach the late stage of the conferred Lord realm, he was left with 1500 destiny points. Those had risen to 2,000 after this haul. Over the last couple of days, his fortune value had also increased slowly. He had received 30 points without putting in any effort, or plundering someone else's fortune. Yu Chang'e knew that this rise in his fortune value was because of the overpowered fortune Su Chang'e and Lin Xiuhan were blessed with. Lin Xiuhan's terrifying talent for alchemy finally flourished during this period of time, and that gave another boost to her fortune value. At the same time, Gu Chang'e's fortune value also rose because of her. Then, Gu Chang'e started to ponder about Yi Chen's affairs. Now that Yi Liuli had come out of her seclusion and stepped into the world, it shouldn't be long before the plot unites her with Yi Chen. It's just that Yi Liuli didn't know where Yi Chen was hiding right now. However, Yi Chen, himself, should look for her as soon as news regarding her actions spread around. Unless Yi Chen had a hole in his brain, there's no way he would want to let go of a thigh as fat as Yi Liuli's. He will take the initiative to show himself. I can clearly sense Yi Chen's exact location from the mark I left behind on his master. He isn't far from the central heavenly city, and should be at the point where the 8 regions intersect. A strange light flicked in Gu Chang'e's eyes as he squinted in thought. If my guess is correct, the ancient heavenly secret realm should open any time now. It's the reason my original descended to the lower realm, so there's no way I will let go of the 8 desolate demon halberd. Gu Chang'e went through the memories in his mind. The ancient heavenly secret realm was created by a quasi-supreme powerhouse to seal the monstrous weapon, the 8 desolate demon halberd. The 8 desolate demon halberd had a deep connection to the secret technique Gu Chang'e cultivated, so there was no way he would let go of it. As for how terrifying and fierce the 8 desolate demon halberd was, there wasn't even a need to think about it. A quasi-supreme had to self-immolate in order to seal it and prevent it from causing chaos in the world. According to the normal cliché and tropes, Yi Chen would be the one receiving the inheritance of the ancient heavenly secret realm. During this process, he would suppress the 8 desolate demon halberd and bring it under his control right when it escapes from its release and is about to bring a disaster to the middle state. Just like that, Yi Chen would become a hero who brings home a beauty and the treasures. There was no need to talk about the dangers of the ancient heavenly secret realm created by a quasi-supreme in the upper realm. Those with the title of quasi-supreme could easily be the ancestors of Supreme Tao. Heritages that could exist for millions of years or even longer if he didn't tread carefully inside the ancient heavenly secret realm. The chance of him dying there wouldn't be small. Chapter 57, Yan Jis Thoughts, Rift between Master and Disciple. The creatures of the ancient sacred mountains arrived at the gate of the ancient Lin family with great fanfare, but their loudest man with wings on his back was immediately slapped to death. This news soon spread throughout the Middle State. The matter became a hot topic of discussion among the cultivators, and everyone could be heard talking about it, be it after dinner or before tea time. Although people didn't know the specific details of the events that transpired, they did hear that the creatures of the ancient sacred mountains were forced to leave in despair. All the cultivators of the world learned after this that even a mighty existence like the ancient sacred mountains couldn't stand before the mysterious young lord from the upper realm. The mysterious young Lord Gu was unfathomable. Other than that, the girl in purple who called herself Yi Chen's cousin also attracted the attention of many. Some said that her origin wasn't minor either, and she came from a background even mightier than the ancient sacred mountains. It's just that not many believed those rumors. The cultivators, who had witnessed everything from outside the ancient Lin family, had seen the girl in purple leave with an ugly expression on her frosty face. It was clear that she had hid an iron plate inside the ancient Lin family. Many then speculated that the girl in purple might be from the upper realm as well, and this statement was accepted by the majority. All kinds of rumors spread through the Middle State, causing a stir. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Tao Conference was held in the moon-facing ancient city as scheduled. Many holy lands, big shots, and descendants of ancient dynasties came to participate, and that made the moon-facing ancient city extremely lively. Everyone had the same goal in mind: meet the mysterious young lord during this Tao Conference. Too bad, they were disappointed. Although there were people from the ancient Lin family who came to participate, no one got to see any signs of the young lord's presence. He wasn't even present at the platform where all the big shots gathered together to watch the Tao Conference. This brought great disappointment to a lot of cultivators who had especially arrived to gaze upon the heavenly visage of the young lord from the upper realm. Unfortunately, they didn't have the fortune. As for visiting the ancient Lin family, they weren't qualified. Naturally, Gu Chang'e had no interest in such a low-level Tao Conference. Right now, he was heading towards the intersection of the Middle State's 8 regions near the border of the central heavenly city, together with Old Ming. Since Yi Chen was around that area, then it meant that the ancient heavenly secret realm was also there. The secret realm should be opening any day now. according to his calculations, in a remote town near the border of the central heavenly city, with sky-high mountains, towering ancient trees, and extremely vast plains. It was a place not visited much by cultivators on normal days due to its remote location, but today, innumerable cultivators and creatures of other races flew around in the sky, leaving behind brilliant lights like rainbows. Some rode atop beasts, others stood atop magic weapons, and many wandered on foot all over the place. A brilliant divine light broke out from this place a while ago, and heavenly phenomenon were seen from as far as 3,000 miles away. This attracted the attention of the many forces and cultivators nearby, and they say a divine treasure is about to be born here. No wonder there are so many cultivators coming here. This was the reason. A youth with ordinary features walked through the streets and listened to the chatter of the townsfolk. His face showed a resolute expression, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It seems that someone has already discovered the entrance of the ancient heavenly secret realm recorded in the fragment. I have already collected all the fragments of the secret realm's map, so I can walk around freely no matter how many death traps there are inside it. Other than that, I also have the key left behind by the senior who created this heavenly secret realm. Once the entrance opens, I will blend in with all the cultivators rushing inside and head towards the core of the secret realm." The youth appeared to be speaking to himself, but, in fact, he was communicating with his master who lived in the ring on his finger. This youth was none other than Yi Chen. During this period, he had improved his cultivation and even obtained massive opportunities while searching for the map's fragments. He was already at the peak of the transcendent realm right now. In just a few months, he had risen from the spirit palace realm to the peak of the transcendent realm, and even fatally touched the threshold of the great transcendent realm. If ordinary cultivators heard about his insane cultivation speed, their eyes would pop out of their eye sockets, and they wouldn't be able to stop themselves from exclaiming in shock. Even the word monstrous wasn't enough to describe such freakish talent. Of course, it wouldn't surprise Gu Chang'e. After all, this was expected from the favored children of heaven. Yi Chen, however, was not satisfied even with such tremendous improvement. He felt that his cultivation speed wasn't fast enough. Although he had chanced upon many opportunities, he still couldn't close the chasm between him and Gu Chang'e. Only when I get the inheritance of the ancient heavenly secret realm will I be able to kill that Gu Chang'e and take my revenge, and that be TC4, Su Qingda. Flames of hatred flared in Yi Chen's eyes as he recalled the past. After pondering over the matter for a while, he had come to the realization that Gu Chang'e's strength was indeed not something he could deal with previously. No matter how mighty his enemies, or how great the background behind them, he had always come out on top by turning danger into an opportunity and receiving a massive power-up. This made Yi Chen believe that the ancient heavenly secret realm was the opportunity prepared for him to turn over his current situation. Inside the ring, Yan Ji floated in the void with a bored expression. She didn't reply to Yi Chen even after hearing his words. With her glazed, scarlet pupils, she stared into the void with a dazed expression. Right now, her appearance didn't resemble the mighty master Yi Chen was so familiar with. She had watched Yi Chen improve sharply over the last period of time with her own eyes. His speed of improvement was even more ferocious than some of the geniuses of the upper realm. All of this gave her a strange feeling, and she didn't know what to do. Before, she had thought that Yi Chen would never be able to take revenge on Gu Chang'e in this life. Even if he received the inheritance of the ancient heavenly secret realm, that fact wouldn't change. Back in her heyday, she might not have been a quasi-supreme, but she wasn't too far behind from that level. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e, a youth who could take out something as precious as the immortal spirit gathering pill, couldn't be from a simple background. His family or sect wouldn't be lacking existences at the quasi-supreme or supreme level. Because of this, Yan Ji had given up on persuading Yi Chen, and resented him somewhat now. No matter how one compared him with Gu Chang'e, Yi Chen couldn't hold a candle before him. Their backgrounds were too far apart, and so was their cultivation base. Yi Chen would never be able to succeed in his revenge, but now, Yan Ji's thoughts had changed. With the speed at which Yi Chen's cultivation rose, he might really be able to create a miracle. Yan Ji couldn't help but feel some worry for Gu Chang'e. Maybe she was grateful to him for the immortal spirit gathering pill, or maybe his sincere attitude back in the dungeon moved her. At that time, he could have easily killed Yi Chen, or even taken the ring away from him with force, but he did neither. Yan Ji had a good impression of Gu Chang'e, and believed that he would make massive waves in the future. Because of this, Yan Ji was in a complicated mood and didn't know whose side to take. Her remnant spirit had fallen into the lower realm and survived in a ring. Later, Yi Chen got the ring, and it was because of his hard-cultivated spiritual qi that she could awaken from her slumber. If not for him, she wouldn't know how long it would take for her to wake up. It was precisely because of her that Yi Chen went from a well-known genius to a despised trash whose cultivation regressed instead of rising. His fiancée broke the engagement between them, and he ended up as an object of ridicule for everyone. She felt extreme guilt towards him, and that's why she took him as her disciple and taught him as much as she could. She was determined to help this persevering youth rise to the top again. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's recent performance brought her great disappointment. He couldn't tell between good and bad, and flames of jealousy and envy clouded his judgment. It had come to the point where he even suspected her, and thought that she was in cahoots with Gu Chang'e. If that was the case, then why would she bother staying by his side and keep on guiding him in his cultivation? After all, Gu Chang'e was far superior to him in every aspect, so shouldn't she immediately go over to his side? She had held true to her conscience, and was unmoved by Gu Chang'e's sincerity in the face of her desire to repay the grace she had received from Yi Chen. Alas! Yi Chen couldn't comprehend such a simple matter, and thought that she was staying with him right now out of pity. This broke Yan Ji's heart and left her helpless. She knew a rift had appeared between her and Yi Chen, and the problem, contrary to Yi Chen's belief, lied with Yi Chen himself. She wasn't the one at fault here. Chapter 58, Fat and Leak, Time to Harvest. Yi Chen didn't know Yan Ji's current thoughts. Over the last period of time, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and that brought him unprecedented confidence he never had before. Gu Chang'e had given him a deep setback a while ago, and that damaged his Dao heart and made him suspicious of everything in life. Right now, he was walking towards the depths of the mountains after listening to the news from the townsfolk and other cultivators in the surroundings. With the Secret Realms map in his hands, he wasn't worried about not getting the goods. Of course, he knew that a rift had formed between him and Yan Ji over the last few days. He could feel the change in the way she treated him. After carefully thinking about the events, he realized that he had indeed gone overboard with his words and hurt his master's heart. Even though his master said she didn't care about the past, he had still apologized to her again and again, and did his best to make amends. Alas! The rift between them couldn't be closed. Yi Chen also understood that he could no longer put all of his trust in anyone around him, especially after he experienced Su Chang'e's betrayal. Although his master treated him with great care, she was also a woman. Who could guarantee she wouldn't be tempted by a man like Gu Chang'e? It was possible that his master didn't want to tell him the truth, and was staying with him out of pity. Gloominess filled Yi Chen's eyes as those thoughts crossed his mind, and he tightly clenched his fists. His master belonged to him and him alone. He would never let Gu Chang'e take her away. Master, why do you think that Gu Chang'e descended to the lower realm? Since he came down with a servant who can easily destroy a power like the Buddhist Holy Land, I think he came for the ancient heavenly secret realm, too. Out of nowhere, Yi Chen asked Yan Ji with a strange smile on his face. He wanted to see Yan Ji's reaction at his words. Hearing his words, Yan Ji was momentarily stunned, but then immediately said with a nod, I think your guess isn't too far off. Except for the ancient heavenly secret realm, there's nothing else worthy of his attention in this lower realm. Yan Ji responded to him without thinking too much about his question. She treated it as nothing more than a random question from Yi Chen, as Yi Chen had a habit of asking her about anything and everything. That's right. Gu Chang'e must covet something in the secret realm. When he receives the news about the secret realm, he will most likely come here for whatever he wants to obtain. Unfortunately for him, only I have the map of this ancient heavenly secret realm, and anyone else who enters will encounter many dangers. There's even a chance for them to lose their life. Considering the secret realm's restriction, there's no way his old servant will be able to step inside. This means that Gu Chang'e will have to enter the secret realm all by himself, without anyone to protect or guide him. I will rush to the secret realm's core region ahead of him, and when he arrives there, I will use the secret realm's key to control the formations in there. Master, do you think I can have my revenge like this? Yi Chen formulated his every step, and asked in a faint voice. All of it made sense. Naturally, he said it out loud to see his master's reaction. After all, his plan sounded flawless, and he should be able to slaughter Gu Chang'e and bury him in the ancient heavenly secret realm. Your plan is reasonable, but what makes you think Gu Chang'e doesn't have a map or some other means to travel through the secret realm? Yan Ji didn't know Yi Chen's true intentions. After hearing his plan, she thought about it for a long time, and felt that it wasn't all that feasible. After all, Gu Chang'e was someone from the upper realm, so there was no way he would come down unprepared. How could he not understand the dangers of the secret realm? And, from what she glimpsed of Gu Chang'e's mind, he wasn't a reckless person. Is that so? Master, your words indeed make sense, Although he said that, a flash of gloom passed through Yi Chen's eyes. What other means could Gu Changa have? What did his master mean by those words? Why was his master so confident in Gu Changa, but felt that his means weren't enough? Was there something she didn't want him to know? He no longer spoke. Yan Ji didn't think too much about their exchange, and mentioned another matter. Little Chen, there's one thing you must pay attention to. The force behind your cousin is extremely terrifying, so I suggest that you don't meet her before your strength reaches the false god realm. Naturally, Yan Ji said this for Yi Chen's own good. Over the past few days, she had heard a lot of rumors about Yi Chen's cousin. The girl in purple was most likely from an ancient immortal family from the upper realm. One thing Yan Ji didn't doubt was, for a family like that, Yi Chen's current background, talent, and cultivation base weren't worth mentioning. To them, bloodline mattered more than individuals. Once they found out that Yi Chen was getting too close with this cousin of his, they would most likely send someone to kill Yi Chen in the cradle. Master, I understand your considerations, but Master, you don't need to worry about my and Liuli's matter. Yi Chen shook his head, and responded with a cold tone after listening to her words. Obviously, he had also received the news from the moon-facing ancient city, and that brought him a pleasant surprise. To him, the news was nothing short of receiving heavy rain after a long drought. His cousin was his biggest backer, yet, his master actually wanted him to not contact his cousin. Why was that? His cousin came from a terrifying background, so why couldn't he have contact with her? Was his master afraid that he would gain an even mightier backer than Gu Changa? Yi Chen's heart turned cold as those thoughts crossed his mind. As for his cousin's family sending someone to murder him? He disregarded that as nothing but nonsense. He didn't believe anyone had the guts to do something like that to him, with his cousin by his side. Yi Chen felt at ease after he considered his cousin's feelings and attitude towards him. As for his master? Yi Chen was so disappointed in her that he no longer wanted to continue their conversation. The news regarding the opening of the ancient heavenly secret realm soon spread throughout the Middle State. Dazzling, heavenly brilliance illuminated the area where the 8 regions of the Middle State intersected, attracting the attention of innumerable forces and cultivators. Any news about the birth of a magical treasure, or the opening of a secret realm, could easily cause a massive sensation all over the world. Such events always attracted mighty forces and big shots, and everyone would come rushing like sharks that had smelled blood. The opening of this ancient heavenly secret realm was no different. Many holy lands, ancient dynasties, and other large and small forces of the Middle State immediately sent their people. The same was true for factions of the rest of the world, and all of them were afraid of missing this massive opportunity. Secret realms didn't form out of nowhere, and the process that created them was extremely rare and unfathomable. Some formed over massive spans of time, while others were left behind by mythical existences and worked as the inheritances of said existences. No matter how small a secret realm, once it opened, it would give birth to innumerable heavenly treasures, thick spiritual chi, ancient medicinal herbs and plants, spiritual ores, and so on. Before long, this remote town turned into the most prosperous part of the region. Every day, more and more cultivators and creatures arrived, attracted by the legendary secret realm. Unfortunately, people discovered that not everyone had the fortune to enter the secret realm. The entrance of the secret realm had a layer of extremely terrifying barriers that gave a horrible backlash to anyone beyond the great transcendent realm. Any intruder who broke through the restriction would be obliterated on the spot, causing a great tempest of heavenly energies in the secret realm. The emperors and holy lords of the various forces were left helpless. If they wanted to enter, they would need to suppress their cultivation and make sure they didn't release their true auras. For this reason, they decided to only send their disciples and elders of the great transcendent realm to the secret realm for experience. It seems that everything is going according to my expectations. This ancient heavenly secret realm is a special playground prepared to give Yi Chen a boost. The inheritance of a quasi-supreme is just about right to boost a favored son of heaven. TSK, since cultivators above the great transcendent realm can't enter without suppressing their cultivation, then I presume this secret realm should push Yi Chen's cultivation to the great transcendent realm in one fell swoop. What a wonderful coincidence! I never thought the secret realm would open at such an opportune time. Gu Changa stood atop a mountain with his hands behind his back, and overlooked everything that happened on the scene around the secret realm. An expression of interest covered his face as he uttered words that the ancient Lin family's powerhouses behind him couldn't comprehend. They couldn't comprehend his words, nor did they have the guts to ask young Lord Gu what he meant by his words. With their lips tightly sealed, they stood behind him with respectful expression. It was better to keep quiet sometimes. Gu Changa had decided to bring along some people from the ancient Lin family since he couldn't just do everything all by himself.
If something trivial and cumbersome came up, he could make them take care of it.as for the limit imposed by the ancient heavenly secret realm? The reason wasn't all that hard for Gu Changa to guess. He didn't even need to put in any effort thinking about it. After all, the secret realm was an experienced ground prepared specifically for the favored son of heaven, so how could it allow others to come in and steal his boost? What's more, the secret realm was left behind by a quasi-supreme, so even old Ming, a mighty god king, would have to suppress his cultivation to the great transcendent realm before he entered. Gu Changa Tututade, 1, in his heart. This treatment wasn't something any random Lu, Bu, or Du could enjoy. The heavenly daddy deliberately rigged opportunities and benefits in favor of the favored children of heaven. 1. Tut-tut is an exclamation used to express disapproval or annoyance. It was no different from presenting well-cooked meat on a golden plate, and then feeding it to them. 2. Vilfic, normally, favored kids can fight far above their levels. Since Yi Chen is at the peak of the transcendent realm now, he can easily obliterate any great transcendent, normal or saints who suppress themselves, from the lower realm. This is how the game is rigged in his favor. But, so what, since he wanted to rob the favored son of heaven's opportunity, even the heavenly daddy should forget about stopping him. Let's go. Commanding with a faint voice, Gu Changa took the lead and headed towards the entrance of the secret realm not too far away, leaving behind a rainbow in his wake. Even if he could only use the might of the great transcendent realm in the secret realm, it wouldn't be hard for him to kill Yi Chen. This leak had fattened enough, and it was about time to harvest him. Boom! The entrance of the ancient heavenly secret realm was a 30 feet wide crack in space that exuded a hazy glow. Space around the crack fluctuated, and it connected the world to the dimension of the secret realm. Many cultivators stood around the entrance and watched it with eyes full of desire. Many loose cultivators, too, from all around the world had gathered. There were those of the great transcendent realm, and even behemoths of the saint realm hidden among the crowd. 2. Loose cultivators are any cultivators who aren't associated with a clan, sect, family, organization, holy land, dynasty, or whatever. Their idea was simple: if they entered by themselves, they wouldn't be able to guarantee a haul and would also need to contend with people from various forces for the opportunities. Instead, they would wait outside the secret realm and directly steal from those who had already gone inside once they came out. Who are they? They look like people from the ancient Lin family. Soon, they saw a black-clothed man coming towards the entrance of the secret heavenly realm with powerful cultivators of the ancient Lin family following behind him. He's that young lord. Don't provoke them. The cultivators gathered together were stunned by their sudden appearance, and their expressions couldn't help but change drastically. Scared, they retreated in a hurry. Of all the powers in the world, the only one they feared was the ancient Lin family. Of course, the one they truly feared was the young lord who was staying in the ancient Lin family. As long as one was from the middle state, there's no way they wouldn't know about the young lord from the upper realm. They could easily recognize him by his black robe, tall figure, and godly temperament. He was a character they could absolutely not provoke. At this time, all of them involuntarily retreated from the entrance of the secret realm in a hurry, leaving the place clear. A powerful ripple spread around, and brilliant runes flashed. Gu Changa naturally couldn't care less about this bunch of loose cultivators. With his group of followers, he directly entered the ancient heavenly secret realm. The world around them, Gu Changa's group, spun, and they felt as if they were floating through a spatial tunnel. Soon, the aura of the secret realm descended upon them, and Gu Changa recovered his balance mid-air. With his cultivation suppressed to the peak of the great transcendent realm, he safely landed. Chapter 59, Gu Changa in every word. Green hat from Gu Changa. Brilliant rays of light spread everywhere as violent spatial fluctuations wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Soon, a crack appeared in the air, and several figures emerged from the crack. They were Gu Changa and his group. The expression of the cultivators in the surroundings showed a drastic change. Although they didn't know Gu Changa's identity, they were smart enough to know that someone who could bring along so many followers of the great transcendent realm wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. Gu Changa chuckled at their reactions. It was exactly as he expected it to be. Only an idiot would dare come forward and mess with him at this moment. After all, he wasn't a protagonist who was destined to be ridiculed no matter where he went. Inside the ancient heavenly secret realm, the mountains towered through the clouds, and rivers snaked around on the ground. The sky above appeared to be unreachable, and the earth looked like a vast sea of green. Rich spiritual chi permeated every corner of the realm, and it was as if it would liquefy at any moment now. For Gu Changa, someone who grew up in the upper realm where extremely dense spiritual chi permeated everywhere. The level of spiritual chi in this realm was nothing more than what he had seen outside his Gu family's gates. It wasn't worth mentioning, but, to the cultivators of the lower realm, this place was like a sacred land for cultivation. One day of hard work here could equal many days of labor outside. This brought great shock and envy to their hearts. A secret realm like this is indeed a boon. No wonder so many people rush to enter as soon as these open. It could be a great place for cultivation if it stayed open perpetually. Unfortunately, it will close down sooner or later. The people of the ancient Lin family couldn't help but breathe sighs of regret. They were here to do Gu Changa's bidding, so they could obviously not move around freely and enjoy the blessings of the secret realm. Still, if they could receive young Lord Gu's appreciation, they might obtain opportunities far greater than this secret realm in the future. This much was still clear to them. This is an extremely important matter for the young lord, so don't even think about returning if you mess anything up. Old Ming gave his descendants a stern warning. He had also suppressed his cultivation to enter the secret realm as he didn't feel comfortable letting Gu Changa enter alone. Ancestor, you can rest assured. Even if we have to die in here, we will make sure young Lord Gu obtains what he desires. All the elders of the ancient Lin family fell to their knees and pledged solemnly after listening to their ancestors' warning. Old Ming nodded in satisfaction at their performance. The secret realm only opened a few days ago, so Yi Chen should have only arrived at the edge of the secret realm's core region. No matter how fast he might be, if I am not wrong, then he should also have a map of this place in his possession. He's not a treasure hunting tool for nothing. I will allow him to clear the path for me. Gu Changa couldn't care less about the people behind him. An inexplicable smile adorned his face, and he thought about Yi Chen's matter in his heart. He could easily sense Yi Chen's exact location, and calculated that Yi Chen wasn't too far away from them. He was, at most, a few thousand miles away. Although Gu Changa couldn't see Yi Chen's every move, he could still guess what he might be up to. Yi Chen might have looked like a defeated dog when he provoked him at the start, but right now, Gu Changa thought that his visage looked more handsome than anyone else. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. After all, Yi Chen was busy preparing a fortuitous opportunity for him. Let's go. Done with his thoughts, he uttered his command for the ones behind him, and then turned into a brilliant flash of light that headed towards the ancient heavenly secret realm's core region. Right now, they were at the secret realm's outer edge, in an area shrouded in mist. The mountains pierced through the clouds, ancient trees towered high, and one could see many ruins with collapsed palaces, pavilions, and shattered pillars scattered around with dead leaves. Shua. Blood splattered around as Yi Chen slashed a strange-looking beast in front of him in half, and then looked at a plant at the entrance of a nearby cave with a smile on his face. The plant burned bright like a flame, and released a scorching aura in its surroundings. Flame God's flower, and it's 30,000 years old at that. Not only can it help me condense my true flame, but it will also raise my comprehension of the flame Dao to another height, Yi Chen muttered to himself while harvesting the flaming plant. Satisfaction filled his heart. He had obtained a lot of good stuff on this trip to the secret realm, and received another boost to his cultivation base. This compounded his happiness and confidence, and he came up with even more plans to deal with Gu Changa. Of course, Yi Liuli was the biggest reason behind the sudden boost in his might. After Yi Liuli hit an iron plate in the moon-facing ancient city, he did his best to have someone pass his message off to her so she wouldn't worry about his safety. Although many cultivators in the world knew he had offended Gu Changa, and avoided him like a plague, there were also cultivators who were willing to lend him a hand. Just like the Buddhist Holy Land's Holy Sun, there were many others in the world with justice in their hearts who were won over by Yi Chen's charisma. They were more than willing to uphold justice by helping deliver his message to Yi Liuli. Just like that, Yi Liuli found Yi Chen within a few days. Yi Liuli came together with a bunch of her servants who were from the ancient sacred mountains, and every single one of them was in the great transcendent realm, or higher. This gave Yi Chen a deep sense of security. Once Gu Changa came into the secret realm, he wouldn't be able to leave. With his preparations, Gu Changa's death was set in stone. On this date next year would be Gu Changa's Memorial Day. It's just that one thing confused Yi Chen a little. Yi Liuli wasn't as affectionate towards him as before, nor did she talk to him as much as before. She even made sure to keep a distance of 3 steps between them. Still, Yi Chen didn't think too much into this matter. After all, Yi Liuli had grown up. She was no longer the little girl he used to know.
Moreover, their background was too different, so it was normal to have this much change. After putting the Yi Flame God's flower in his spatial ring, Yi Chen turned his attention towards a gorgeous girl dressed in purple not too far away from him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he gazed upon her milky, jade-like skin and colorful crystal-like eyes. Yi Liuli had grown up and turned out even more stunning. She had an ethereal temperament, and a hazy brilliance shrouded her figure, making her looking like a goddess. "Move your dog eyes! How dare you covet Our Lady? How dare the toad descendant of a slave dream about eating swan meat?" 1. Toad desiring swan meat, an ugly piece of trash desiring a beautiful lady. Right then, a grating voice full of disdain fell into Yi Chen's ears, causing him to frown. His expression sank, and his face turned ugly. It was that damn woman again. Every time she opened her damn mouth, she would call him an ant or a toad. She just couldn't keep her mouth shut. Although many had ridiculed Yi Chen over his life, he had always turned the situation around and given them a tight slap to their ugly faces. But the person looking down on him this time was Yi Liuli's retainer. This made it hard for him to retaliate, and he could only swallow his rage without any outlet to vent. The one who spoke was none other than Yi Liuli's Aunt Shui. Although Yi Liuli had scolded her after they returned, she couldn't vent too much on her and had to give up after a few words. After all, Aunt Shui had watched over her for more than a decade, so she couldn't possibly be too harsh on her. And when Yi Liuli rushed to find Yi Chen, Aunt Shui naturally suppressed her own cultivation and followed her into the secret realm. She didn't like this Yi Chen at all. In her opinion, he was a bastard who couldn't keep his hands and feet to himself. When her lady was young, this scum would always stay by her side and try different means to take advantage of her. If she wasn't there to stop this kid's advances, she didn't know how far he would have gone with taking her lady's advantage. Aunt Shui had thought about killing Yi Chen back then, but her lady had stopped her since she wouldn't have anyone to talk to otherwise. But now, Aunt Shui's desire to clean this world of this scum was getting stronger. For a mere Yi Chen, her lady had gone and provoked the young lord of the Gu family. That was an utterly stupid thing to do. Unfortunately, she was in her lady's presence, and her cultivation was also suppressed to the great transcendent realm, so she couldn't easily obliterate him without letting her lady know. Don't look down on others this much. I have trampled many who looked down on me under my feet. Yi Chen frowned and spoke without a shred of politeness. Aunt Shui sneered at his words and said, "With just you? You, who haven't even seen the true dragons from the ninth heaven, want respect from us? Why don't you take a look at yourself in a mirror first? How can someone as pathetic as you be compared to young Lord Gu? Only someone like young Lord Gu is a good match for my lady. You aren't even qualified to be killed under young Lord Gu's feet." Naturally, Aunt Shui spoke from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she didn't know that her honest words had exponentially increased Yi Chen's hatred for Gu Chang'e. Shut the heck up. Dark, blue veins covered Yi Chen's forehead and he tightly clenched his fists. He almost roared out at Aunt Shui. No matter how tolerant he might be, he couldn't bear her bullcrap anymore. How dare she say that the girl he liked was a good match for his enemy? Just what the heck was that supposed to mean? Wasn't that nothing short of putting a green hat, too, over his damn head? Putting a green hat on someone's head means cuckolding them. Cuckolding someone means stealing their wife or lover. Gu Chang'e. Why was it Gu Chang'e again? Every time she opened her mouth, she spoke of Gu Chang'e, and every time she closed her mouth, she praised Gu Chang'e first. Yi Chen's eyes turned red, and he gnashed his teeth that he wanted to slaughter Gu Chang'e right then and there. Brother Yi Chen, don't listen to her. Aunt Shui, what nonsense are you speaking? Yi Liuli came over with furrowed brows, and showed a dissatisfied expression at the exchange between them. Although Yi Chen had changed a lot from before, he was still her brother Yi Chen. She could accept the change in him at the current level. Aunt Shui had said too much. My lady, I am merely speaking the truth. If it wasn't for this guy, young Lord Gu wouldn't have treated you like that. Between him and Aunt Shui spoke up to explain herself, but Yi Liuli interrupted her before she could finish her words. With a frown of displeasure masking her face, she said, Aunt Shui, don't talk about that whatever Gu in front of me. I don't want to hear his damn name anymore. Liuli, there wouldn't be a marriage engagement between the two of you, right? Yi Chen, who had just calmed down, suddenly thought of something and asked. Nervousness and restlessness clawed at his heart. After all, why else would Aunt Shui deliberately mention Gu Chang'e in front of him again and again? Both of them were from the upper realm, and both of them came from terrifying backgrounds, so there was a high chance for something like that to be possible between their families. Yi Chen felt extremely uncomfortable as he thought about this.
What nonsense are you thinking about? How could I possibly be engaged to a man as nasty as him?
Even if there's an engagement between him and I will force my father to annul it. His words left Yi Liuli somewhat speechless, and she explained with some feelings of helplessness.
How could her brother Yi Chen even think about something like that?
Gu Chang'e was a wicked bastard who humiliated her, and she hated him from the bottom of her heart.
Why do you hate him then? What happened at the ancient Lin family that day?
Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked.
How could someone as gentle as Yi Liuli develop hatred for someone without a reason?
At the same time, his killing intent towards Gu Chang'e also deepened. Gu Chang'e is from the ancient immortal Gu family in the upper realm. Not only that, he's the Gu family's young master.
His position and backing is above mine, so if you want to deal with him, you have to be very careful.
Brother Yi Chen, I won't be able to help you. Yi Liuli explained. Yi Chen's fists clenched even tighter as he heard her words, but he still muttered in his heart, the secret realm will be Gu Chang'e's grave. Yan Ji, who was inside the ring, immediately showed interest at Yi Liuli's words.
She had wanted to know more about Gu Chang'e for a while already. So young Lord Gu is the young master of the ancient immortal Gu family?
No wonder. Well, he must have a lot of life-preserving means then, so I don't need to worry about him. She heaved a sigh of relief at the conflict in her heart. She had continuously asked herself who she would help if Yi Chen and Gu Chang'e fought. I hope that situation doesn't come to pass, or I won't know who to help between the two. Yan Ji couldn't help but sigh. At that time, her remnant spirit was already in desperate straits. To her, the value of the immortal spirit gathering pill at that moment was immeasurable, and she couldn't forget this kindness of Gu Chang'e. There was one thing she couldn't comprehend: why did young Lord Gu let Yi Chen provoke him without any retaliation?
Was Yi Chen simply lucky in that situation, or did young Lord Gu spare his life for her sake, since he wanted to bring her to his side?
Chapter 60, Warmth in the Heart. Especially cleared path. The ancient heavenly secret realm was incomparably vast.
No one found any signs of the realm's inheritance even after half a month of its initial opening.
On the contrary, the cultivators who entered chanced upon innumerable ruins with tattered corpses. The decayed clothes worn by the corpses showed extremely ancient patterns, and the way they died was also strange. Some appeared as if they had committed suicide, and others seemed to have been killed by their acquaintances. Some of the ruins contained murals, patterns, and paintings that recorded the events that transpired in this secret realm. Some old cultivators who had studied ancient languages and culture started to decipher the records, and soon came up with an understanding that left them in great shock. This is a land created to seal something. Not only does it contain great opportunities, but there are also great horrors that dwell within it. The creator of this secret realm is an honored supreme, one, with an extremely ancient origin dating back to immemorial times. It's a quasi-supreme, but the people of lower realm call it an honored supreme since they don't have enough knowledge about realms and titles beyond false god.
Honored supreme? What kind of concept was that?
They had only seen a few words regarding those existences in ancient records. Existences of those level could easily travel through the void, pick the stars, and grasp the moon if false gods were nothing but ants in front of them. This discovery shook the entire ancient heavenly secret realm and brought great excitement to all the cultivators who had entered. Won't they soar to heaven in a single leap if they could get the inheritance of that honored supreme and become his successor? Even going to the upper realm wouldn't be hard at that point, but the cultivators who were deciphering the records soon showed a drastic change in their expressions, and terror gripped their hearts.
With trembling voices, they splashed a bucket of cold water over everyone's heads.
This is a place sealing a great terror that almost destroyed all living beings, and even the honored supreme and his people lost their lives dealing with it. The honored supreme burned their own life and origin to seal that supreme evil, preventing him from coming out into the world. That supreme evil is a devil that can bring great chaos in the world, and turn everything upside down. Once it is released, it will destroy the world and massacre all the creatures and races that live in it. They couldn't help but feel their hearts freeze as they studied the ancient records. This secret realm wasn't an opportunity, but a place where that hid a great devil within it.
This terrifying news caused an even more frightening sensation than the first one. Many cultivators felt cold sweat drip down their backs. As for what this supreme devil was?
The records did not mention it. It's just that the horror of the supreme devil was self-evident, considering an honored supreme had to sacrifice their life just to seal it. They estimated that it was a calamity that could devastate the world to the point of extinction. Many cultivators immediately retreated with cold shivers going down their backs. They felt a creepy feeling claw at their hearts when they considered that the ground they stood upon might be hiding countless bones under it. Immediately, a place of fortuitous encounters turned into a purgatory that they had to avoid at all costs. This news spread like wildfire, and shocked even the people of the world outside the ancient heavenly secret realm. I heard that the young lord from the upper realm has also gone inside the secret realm. It seems that this secret realm was the reason he descended down to our lower realm. Just what is hidden inside this secret realm? Why are even people from the upper realm interested in it? The information in question shocked and confused many cultivators. Soon, a cultivator discovered an area covered in fog in the depths of the secret realm. The fog started out white, but its color turned darker the further in one went, until it turned from gray to pitch black. Not only that, but it also seemed to cast some evil sorcery on whoever approached it. Many ferocious beasts lost their minds and rushed out from their dens to attack the cultivators who had entered the secret realm. Even some cultivators with weaker cultivation bases were affected by the fog and lost their minds. They turned into mindless killing machines who attacked everyone and anyone in their surroundings. This earth-shattering change destroyed the peace of the ancient heavenly secret realm. Many cultivators decided to retreat immediately as a mere opportunity could never be as important as their life. Of course, there were also cultivators who rushed towards the depths of the secret realm. Since ancient times, opportunities and danger have gone hand in hand. What others called a disaster might just be a blessing in disguise, but they soon discovered that the deeper they went, the thicker the fog became. Dangers were everywhere, and they could lose their way of life, even if they took one wrong step. Worse still, there were many formations and other trap mechanisms on the path. If they touched any of them by accident, then they would find themselves in a deadly situation. Many cultivators were already buried like that. What nonsense was it about this being a place full of opportunities? This was clearly a burial ground for the masses. The entire ancient heavenly secret realm went into chaos for a period of time. Such a low-level devil chi can only affect ordinary cultivators. It won't do anything to people who have cultivated for a long time, Gu Chang'e casually remarked while standing at the edge of the demonic fog. Anyone who had cultivated for a respectable amount of time could easily resist the invasion of this devil chi. For him, though, this devil chi was the purest form of nourishment in the world. It's just that there was too little of it here for it to be of any help to him. He guessed that it was caused by the 8 desolate demon halberd. It was truly worthy of being known as a peerless weapon. It had barely started to wake up, yet it was already causing such havoc. Gu Chang'e felt satisfied thinking about it. The core of the secret realm was just ahead. He could already feel the presence of Yichen among the many others inside. His devil heart was also moving about excitedly, desiring to swallow the source of all the devil chi in his surroundings. My lord, this area is somewhat weird, and we might lose our way if we don't know the path. This old slave thinks we should be more cautious around here. Old Ming voiced his concerns. He could feel a terrifying power of suppression inside this secret realm. He was sure that he would be immediately repelled by the realm if he showed an ounce of aura beyond the great transcendent realm. Gu Chang'e responded to him with a nod, but his face showed a calm and unconcerned expression. It's all right. I have someone to lead the way, so you only need to follow after me. Saying that, Gu Chang'e closed his eyes and focused on the mark he had left behind on the immortal spirit gathering pill. Immediately, he felt a faint connection from the mark. A faint thread of black silk unfolded before Gu Chang'e's eyes, extending towards the depths of the fog in front of him. This was the path Yichen walked. Without him, it would be much harder for Gu Chang'e to traverse through the fog. After all, he didn't have a map, so he would need to go around in circles over and over again to reach the actual core of the secret realm. Of course, it was also possible that he would never find it. Gu Chang'e, however, never even considered looking for a map or anything of the sort. That was too troublesome. Since Yichen was working so hard for him, wouldn't he, Gu Chang'e, be doing himself a disservice by not picking his, Yichen's, fruit of labor? Old Ming and the others were naturally not worried anymore after they heard Gu Chang'e's words. Since the young lord had said it, he would naturally have a way. Gu Chang'e stepped into the fog first, and his followers of the great transcendent realm gathered around him and kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings to prevent some beast or anything else from attacking him. Naturally, Gu Chang'e's group was attacked several times along the way, but all the attacks were from mindless beasts who were affected by the devil chi. Old Ming and the others easily dealt with them,
without needing Guchanga to move a finger. As for cultivators? No one had the guts to attack their group. According to the path Yi Chen took, the inheritance of this secret realm should be deep underground. The 8 desolate demon halberd should also be there. Guchanga kept walking ahead while paying attention to the traces left behind by Yi Chen. An expression of interest appeared on his face as he noticed that they faced a lot less beasts when they followed in Yi Chen's steps. He had even cleared the powerful formations and traps on the way. Guchanga felt warmth spread in his heart. This is a path specifically cleared for me. Yi Chen, you are such a gentleman. Guchanga couldn't help but chuckle. If Yi Chen could know his thoughts at this moment, he would most certainly spurt blood from his mouth and wish to grind his bones into dust, in the depth of the fog at this time. Yi Chen and his party finally managed to slaughter the beast in front of them. Right now, a pale, gray bleakness enveloped the world around them. The entrance is here according to the map. Yi Chen's heart inflated with excitement. Following the directions on the map, he quickly found a passage on the ground. Brother Yi Chen, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds in only a few years. Yi Lioli exclaimed. She was amazed by Yi Chen's heroic might and ability to kill those stronger than himself. She was stunned when he killed a beast in the middle stage of the Great Power Realm. These demonic beasts were infected by devil chi. Not only did they not fear death, but they also didn't feel pain. They only knew how to slaughter everything in their surroundings, and their strength was also greater than cultivators of the same realm. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was only at the peak of the transcendent realm, yet he could easily kill beings stronger than himself. Lioli, you flatter me. Yi Chen first felt overwhelmed when he saw Yi Lioli watching him with an expression full of shock, and then he felt proud of himself, but soon, he got down to business. The inheritance of this ancient heavenly secret realm's master should be down there. Let's go down immediately. Although we haven't come across anyone else in a while, we still shouldn't take any risks and stay out here in the dark, Yi Chen said to his group. He was worried that Guchanga might appear before them out of nowhere. He didn't doubt the fact that Guchanga would certainly come to this secret realm. It was just that he had yet to see any of his traces, and that brought his some a little uneasiness. Yi Chen couldn't help but admit that Guchanga indeed put him under a lot of pressure. Even if he comes inside, he will end up trapped in the fog without a map. Vilfik thought the map. Yi Chen's heart relaxed as he thought about this. What's more, he still had the secret realm's key which he could use to manipulate the traps and formations. TSK, just a lucky bastard. How can he compare to young Lord Gu even if he got some good opportunities? Aunt Shui thought with disdain. Soon, they descended through the passage and arrived underground. Is this a mausoleum? 1. Vilfik, mausoleum is the big word for museum of dead big shots. Yi Chen was a little shocked as he walked down the corridor, avoiding many traps and formations along the way. The sight in front of him shocked not just him, but everyone else, too. The place was like a mausoleum. It looked like an ancient structure with all sorts of buildings, dilapidated shrines, ancient wooden halls, and floating mansions. It was the corner of an ancient city hidden under the ground. The devil chi here is getting stronger and stronger. According to the map, there should be a palace in the depths of this place, and the inheritance should be in that palace. Yi Chen's excitement soared. He had finally reached his target, and he would be able to get the inheritance after a few more steps. Roar! 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 Right then, terrifying roars sounded from all around them, and pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in their surrounding darkness. Yi Chen's expression fell as he watched ferocious beasts and walking corpses close in on them. All of them are in the great transcendent realm. He didn't want to be delayed any longer. The unease in his heart deepened with every moment, and he felt that something terrifying might happen if he couldn't get the inheritance soon. Also, why was his master so quiet today? Brother Yi Chen, hurry up and go. We will help you hold back these beasts. Time is running out, so you shouldn't stay here any longer, Yi Lioli decisively proclaimed with a calm expression. She had brought along a lot of servants, so they should be able to hold back these beasts while Yi Chen received the inheritance. All right. Lioli, you must hold on. I will come and help you as soon as I have received the inheritance. Yi Chen's heart was moved, and he rushed towards the depths of the ancient underground city without looking back. The wave of beasts, on the other hand, rushed forward and surrounded Yi Lioli and her group. Right when Yi Chen rushed towards the depths of the ancient city, Guchanga arrived at its edge. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he watched the scene in front of him. After all, he hadn't needed to clean up a horde of beasts, nor had he encountered any traps or formations. His group had easily arrived here without much effort. Chapter 61, Leaked Whereabouts, Exploding Protagonist. As soon as Guchanga appeared, Yilioli and her group noticed his presence even though they were busy fighting the beasts and corpses. Guchanga? Why is he here? And how did he arrive here so fast? His sudden appearance surprised Yilioli, and her complexion paled as various thoughts went through her mind. Although Guchanga claimed that he didn't intend to kill Yi Chen, nor could he be bothered by his existence, those were just words. Who could guarantee the words that he uttered weren't all lies? When she had thought about the matter after leaving the moon-facing ancient city, she had felt that there was something wrong about the entire thing. Guchanga definitely had something to gain from her brother Yi Chen, or he would have never kept him alive. As for what he wanted to gain through him? Yilioli couldn't figure it out at that time, but now, she guessed that he was after something that existed in this ancient heavenly secret realm. A mere inheritance left behind by a quasi-supreme wasn't enough to move someone with Guchanga's background and identity, to the point that he would descend to the lower realm. So he could only be here for something else hidden in the ancient secret heavenly realm. That's not right. According to Brother Yi Chen, only he has the map, so how did Guchanga find this place so quickly? And why does his group appear as if they arrived here without facing any trouble? Did they not encounter beasts and traps along the way? This realization shocked the puzzled Yilioli, and her heart sank. He must have followed behind us, or left something on Brother Yi Chen to track him. That was his plan all along. Yilioli was indeed the little princess of the ancient immortal Yi clan. Her keen mind was quick to think, and she immediately figured out the nuances of the matter. Her heart turned cold as she put the pieces together. Guchanga was terrifying. How could he plan so far ahead? She had thought for a long time, and only now did she figure out the reason behind him not killing off her brother Yi Chen right away. Looks like we got here right on time. Guchanga walked into the corridor, and swept his gaze upon the underground ancient city with a playful smile on his face. A calm expression showed on his face. His trip to this place had gone smoothly, and they only ran into a few troublesome beasts. The great transcendent realm people from the ancient Lin family, on the other hand, felt even more reverence for Guchanga, and he was already a god in their hearts. After all, he easily found a safe route for their passage in a place as terrifying as this ancient heavenly secret realm. Of course, if Guchanga heard their thoughts, he would ask them to thank Yi Chen for going in first. After all, he was merely following in the path cleared by Yi Chen. Guchanga, why are you here? Yilioli glared at Guchanga, and asked in a loud voice. At the same time, she stopped fighting the beast in front of her and stepped back. Naturally, she already knew the answer to her question. She was merely trying to delay Guchanga to buy time for Yi Chen. Why am I here? I am here because you helped clear the path for me. Speaking of which, I must thank you all. Guchanga responded with a smile. Thank us? What don't I understand what you are talking about? Just what are you trying to do? Yilioli asked aloud once more. By now, she was already sure of her guess. Her brother Yi Chen was playing in Guchanga's hands, and Guchanga had always known his whereabouts. Guchanga fixed his gaze upon Yilioli's face and said with a faint smile, "It's all right even if you don't understand. By the way, don't even think about delaying me here. Your mind is like an open book in front of me." Boom! As soon as Guchanga finished his words, his great transcendent realm followers took action and started to blast away any beast that walked near Guchanga. Immediately, the path in front of Guchanga was cleared and nothing could block his steps. If they compared numbers, then Guchanga had brought a lot more people than Yilioli, and there was even a figure as mighty as Old Ming among his ranks. Even if his cultivation base was suppressed, ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to him. Guchanga, Yilioli's face paled. Although Aunt Shui was protecting her, she couldn't go as deep into the underground city as Guchanga. After all, there were hordes of beasts flooding around them. Tide after tide, the beasts around Guchanga, on the other hand, didn't appear normal. She felt as if their auras weakened the closer they got to Guchanga. Something seemed to be sucking away their life force, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Guchanga casually clapped, and all the beasts around him turned into ASH. Yilioli's heart palpitated with deep anxiety as she watched everything transpire in front of her. She couldn't help but worry about Yi Chen. How could Yi Chen survive when facing an enemy like Guchanga? Old Ming, guard this place and make sure no one leaves here. Guchanga muttered his command, and then went in the direction Yi Chen had previously gone to. As soon as Old Ming heard his command, he responded with a solemn vow, "My lord, please rest assured.
This old slave will make sure no one disturbs you today.
Boom! Old Ming revealed his majestic and terrifying aura.
At the same time, a crimson weapon covered with splendid runes appeared in his hands, radiating an oppressive aura. I must enter the palace as soon as possible and gain control over the secret realm's core and formations to solve that beast tide.
Liuli, wait for me, I will be there to help you right away.
Yi Chen gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. He had left alone at his fastest speed, leaving behind brilliant rays of light as he heading towards the depths of the underground city. Right now, the key he had obtained previously glowed with a hazy light.
It was the key that could open the gate of the ancient heavenly secret realm's inheritance palace. I am here. My inheritance is here.
Yi Chen finally stopped after rushing at his top speed for half an hour.
His body was drowned in sweat, and he gasped for air as soon as he appeared outside a dilapidated bronze gate. Excitement filled his heart as he saw the gate and realized that his efforts had finally paid off. He stopped in his tracks and didn't move forward anymore.
In front of him stood a palace shrouded in gray fog. The surrounding air gave off a feeling of gloom and chills. The aura was too strange. At the same time, he saw snow-white bones scattered on the ground, and that only increased the eeriness of this place. He also saw various ancient patterns engraved on aged, colorful stones. There were also fragments of rusted mystical weapons scattered around that looked like someone had dug them out from some grayish-red mud. Some of the fragments radiated a delicate light showing their former majesty from times immemorial, while others had marks of dried blood on them without a shred of divinity left over. A lot of people must have died here back then, so the palace might not be as safe you think it is.
Make sure you are thoroughly prepared before opening it.
Yan Ji, who had kept quiet throughout the journey, finally spoke up and advised Yi Chen. She had noticed the strangeness of their surroundings, and couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was precisely for this reason that she gave Yi Chen a reminder. I already prepared a lot of pills to deal with the terrifying devil Qi here, or the devil Qi would have already corroded my mind. Master, you don't need to say anything, I came prepared. Yi Chen didn't give much thought to her words, and took out the key to open the gate of the inheritance palace. Now that things had come to this point, a word or two from Yan Ji wouldn't be able to stop him. What's more, Yi Liuli and the others were in a critical situation in fighting against that tide of beasts, so he didn't have the time to give too much thought to all these matters. Yan Ji couldn't help but sigh when she heard his words, and decided not to speak anymore. Finished speaking, Yi Chen looked at the key of the inheritance palace. The key was an ancient, compass-like thing that appeared to be on the verge of collapse. He had casually bought it from a roadside stall for a few spirit stones at some time. Yi Chen had never imagined that this broken toy would turn out to the key to the ancient heavenly secret realm's inheritance. Right then, the compass-like key in his hand glowed, and a dazzling light erupted from it. Yi Chen felt something urge him forward, and he felt his head spin as stars passed before his eyes. Brilliant runes intertwined together in various ancient patterns floated around like clouds. One after another, multicolored rays of divine light blasted out from the compass and landed on the bronze gate in front of him, spreading into 8 directions. Soon, a huge noise rumbled around, and the bronze gate of the palace opened. At the same time, an ancient, mighty aura burst forth from the depths of the palace, and Yi Chen felt as if he was standing before the maw of an ancient devil. Streams of spiritual qi from all over the ancient heavenly secret realm rushed into the palace, and disappeared without a trace, just like a stone sinking into the sea. The hymns of the great Tao sounded from inside the palace, giving a fascinating makeover to the gloomy surroundings. It was as if a supreme existence was preaching the Tao and chanting heavenly scriptures inside the palace, desiring to help mortals ascend to heaven. At the same time, whimpers sounded from the void, accompanied by hoarse cries. Hate! 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 I hate this! I hate this! Slaughter them! Kill them! Kill! 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 An extremely monstrous devil Qi flooded out from the palace. Yi Chen's face paled, and he almost lost his balance when he saw the scene in the palace. His head buzzed, and blood vessels all over his body popped out and squirmed around. It was as if he had come face to face with an ancient god, and the desire to kneel on the ground clawed at his heart. A black halberd with an incomparably terrifying devil Qi pierced through the body of a magnificent figure sitting on the throne inside the palace. Where's the inheritance? Yi Chen reacted fast, and his eyes searched through the hall. It wasn't easy for him to walk around, and he could feel his skin crack open with his every movement. He wondered if this was the might left behind by the master of the ancient heavenly secret realm.
his heart palpitated. It was too terrifying. So much so that he felt that it could easily reach into the sky and destroy the stars with a single swat. The inheritance is inside the corpse. The voice of a smiling young man fell into Yi Chan's ears out of nowhere. He froze on his spot, dumbfounded and horrified. This voice? How was it possible? Yi Chan's eyes widened and his limbs froze. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the coldness chilled his heart and body. What was going on? Where did Gu Changa's voice come from so suddenly? How come he hadn't felt his presence in the slightest? Yi Chan's vague unease finally materialized, and he realized that the matter wasn't as simple as he imagined. Gu Changa, why are you here? Yi Chen turned around and asked while staring at Gu Changa. He tried his best to calm himself, for he knew that he couldn't be impulsive at such an important juncture of his life. You really are stupid. I have been standing behind you since the beginning. It's just that I decided not to disturb your focus since you were so busy opening that gate for me. Gu Changa said with a faint smirk, like a cat who had played the mouse. As for why I am here? Why don't you ask yourself? By the way, thank you for clearing the path for me, he said playfully, and then his eyes full of satisfaction moved away from Yi Chen and landed on the terrifying, pitch-black halberd in the hall. It was the 8 desolate demon halberd, the ultimate reason behind his descent to the lower realm. Just the aura of the halberd satisfied Gu Changa, and he felt as if it could pierce through the heavens. Yi Chen, on the other hand, showed an extremely ugly expression. His first thoughts were that Gu Changa had followed behind him from the beginning, and only showed himself now that he had opened the gate of the inheritance palace. It's just that he couldn't figure out how Gu Changa could achieve something like that. How could something like that be explained? Someone must have leaked my whereabouts. Who around me knows my whereabouts like the back of their hand? The most likely culprit is, Master? Yi Chen suddenly thought of this, and his expression worsened. His fists clenched tighter, and his body shook. Gu Changa, on the other hand, said with the same smile on his face, Senior Yin Ji, we haven't seen each other for a long time, so why don't you show yourself? Master, was it really you? Yi Chen exploded in rage as soon as he heard his words, and, in his anger, took off the ring on his finger. Chapter 62, Master and Disciple No More. Yen Ji jumped ship. Yi Chen's head buzzed as he met Gu Changa's playful eyes that looked down on him just like one looked down on an ant. Gu Changa's words almost made him black out, and he couldn't help but almost spit blood. Although he already suspected his master and thought that she held ulterior motives behind staying with him, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. But now, that glimmer of hope was ruthlessly extinguished by Gu Changa. This compounded Yi Chen's rage, and he almost threw away the ring in his hand. Why would Gu Changa use such a friendly tone when talking to his master if his master wasn't in cahoots with him? Obviously, they had gotten tired of the play and no longer wanted to hide anything from him. After all, how else could they explain how Gu Changa found his way to his location and arrived as quickly as him? Yi Chen's rage soared higher and higher, and he questioned Yen Ji. Did you stop speaking recently out of guilt? I treated you as my master, yet you colluded with my enemy behind my back and plotted to harm me? He ground his teeth and roared out in pain. Gu Changa couldn't help but praise his wit. Sure enough, just a few words of provocation from him were enough to send Yi Chen down a spiral of explosive rage. It was great to have a brain, but unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't have one, especially when his eyes were reddened by flames of hatred and jealousy. Yen Ji, who had prepared to not take any sides after seeing Gu Changa from inside the ring, was stunned by his words. What did Yi Chen mean by those words? Although she knew Yi Chen had started to doubt her after the recent events, she didn't think he was this far gone. She had never left the ring, so how could she inform Gu Changa of his whereabouts? Instead of reflecting on his own actions and self, and seeing if there was something wrong with him, he pushed all his doubts and suspicions on her. Alas, Yen Ji's cold personality didn't mean that she lacked other emotions, or couldn't get angry. Right now, she was thoroughly enraged, with a chilling aura spreading around her. The void trembled for a moment, and she emerged from the ring. Her red dress accentuated her beauty, and made her look like a gorgeous, flaming fairy, but the aura she radiated brought along a bone-chilling cold. You disappoint me. I never thought I amounted to so little in your heart. From today on, the relationship between you and me is no more. Yen Ji stared at Yi Chen through her blood-red eyes full of frost and disappointment, and uttered those words with complete indifference. She felt that her years of kindness had all gone to waste. Even a beast would be more loyal to their master if raised for such a long time. Sometimes, people could really be worse than beasts. The rage in Yi Chen's heart flared after listening to Yen Ji, and he glared at her with wrathful eyes. The relationship between us already ended on the day you joined hands with Gu Chang'e to deal with me. Do you think I can't tell you are only showing your true colors now? Although he spoke with a sneer, Yi Chen's heart couldn't stop throbbing in pain. Why? Just why was this happening? Su Chang'e betrayed him, and now, even his master betrayed him. Could it be that even Yi Liuli would do the same to him? The master and disciple, who had accompanied each other for years, finally reached the point where the rift between them expanded to form an unfeasible chasm. Senior Yanji, you are still as graceful as before, and your complexion looks even better. Gu Chang'e praised with a smile. He seemed to have no idea that the master and disciple in front of him were breaking apart. He had deliberately driven a wedge between the two back then. Although his method wasn't all that clever, it was fatal to the two of them at that time. Yi Chen feared death, while Yanji's remnant soul wasn't in a good condition. Of course, Gu Chang'e's method had an even greater impact on someone as envious, jealous, and suspicious as Yi Chen. Ji Chang'e was a very possessive man. How could any mere favored son of heaven or anyone else stop him if he wanted to take a woman or something else from them? Ding. Yi Chen and his master have finally ended their relationship, and his fortune value has fallen below the lower ceiling. 1. Yi Chen lost 200 points of fortune value. Host received 1000 destiny points. 1. When someone's fortune reaches below the lower ceiling, they are close to losing all of their fortune value. It's danger level for the favored runs. Right then, the sound of the system's prompt sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind, but he ignored it. After all, everything happened according to his plan. Since he said back then that he wanted Yi Chen's master for himself, then he would obviously fulfill his words even if he needed to use some tricks. Yan Ji turned her gaze towards Gu Chang'e, and replied in a faint voice, "Young Lord Gu, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the immortal spirit gathering pill I received from you, or I wouldn't know how long it would take me to reach this level by just depending on Yi Chen. There's a chance that my remnant soul would dissipate before I could reconstruct my body." Although Gu Chang'e's words were somewhat provocative, they didn't disgust her. Why Yi Chen's performance was all in front of her, so no matter what Gu Chang'e said now, his words would obviously sound more pleasant to her ears. Why Yi Chen's face paled further as he listened to Yan Ji's words, and he turned green in rage. His teeth creaked, and he almost exploded on the spot. Yan Ji stayed indifferent, and didn't even bother looking at Yi Chen anymore. This disciple had shattered her heart, since Yi Chen held no respect or trust in her, and the master and disciple relationship between them was already over. There was no way she would bother about him ever again. Although Yi Chen's words were spoken in an extremely emotional state, they reflected the deepest truth of his heart. "It seems Yi Chen misunderstood you quite deeply." Gu Chang'e showed an expression of surprise. There was no way he would miss this chance to rub salt on the wound. Yan Ji deeply looked at him, and said with a shake of her head, "It's not a misunderstanding. Well, it doesn't matter anymore." Gu Chang'e's face showed an expression of regret and self-blame as he heard her words, and he said, "It seems that my words just now made Yi Chen think that you were the one who leaked his whereabouts to me?" Since he needed to pretend to be a gentleman, there was no way he wouldn't. What's more, he knew how to put on a flawless act. There was no way Gu Chang'e would let anyone find out the truth right now, or all of his hard work would go to waste. After all, he still wanted to make Yi Chen watch his master submit to him in front of his eyes. Gu Chang'e's words stunned Yan Ji, and the whites in her eyes showed a little red. Compared to Yi Chen's inability to comprehend the truth, Gu Chang'e's remarks deepened the grievance in her heart further. "Gu Chang'e, you fucking bastard. Don't pretend to be a gentleman now. Do you think I don't know you and my master have been plotting against me since the start? Didn't you only reveal your true faces now because you were waiting for me to open the door of this palace?" Yi Chen's hatred for Gu Chang'e already towered above the heavens. His expression was as cold as a glacier, and his killing intent appeared to be liquefying around him. At the same time, he pushed the broken compass in his hands to work faster. As the key of this inheritance palace, it had the ability to control the formations and traps inside the secret realm with the formations and his own strength. Dealing with a mere Gu Chang'e, who was suppressed to the great transcendent realm, wouldn't be a problem. There was a high chance he would come out on the top. Ho! He's not completely stupid. Gu Chang'e glanced at Yi Chen, but couldn't be bothered by his actions. With his expression unchanged, he muttered to himself with a tone full of pity, "You have such a beautiful master, yet you keep breaking her heart instead of cherishing her existence. Back then, when I tried to win her over, she refused to join me because of you. It's truly rare to find a woman as wonderful and caring as her. She didn't give up on you when you were at your lowest in life, so what could she obtain by plotting against you now? Now that you have found a mighty inheritance, and realized that she isn't all that useful to you, you decided to throw her away? As for your whereabouts? Why don't you use that brain of yours and think a bit deeply? Why do you think I let you prance around for so long? Yi Chen, Yi Chen. Tell me, do you not deserve to die after all of this? Gu Chang'e said with a playful smirk. Swatting Yi Chen to death with a single slap wasn't as interesting as playing with him slowly and steadily. Breaking hearts before killing was far more fun than simply killing someone that he had mixed the truth with the lie so much that Yi Chen would never be able to tell them apart. Young Lord Gu, please don't say any more. Yan Ji's eyes reddened further. She never expected Gu Chang'e to understand her so well. His words dissipated the chill and sadness in her heart to an extent, and she felt her heart move. Had she followed young Lord Gu back when he asked her in the dungeon, wouldn't she not have to suffer such heartbreak today? Maybe it wasn't too late for her yet? If young Lord Gu was okay with it, couldn't she follow him, now? Gu Chang'e, shut your damn trap. I never had any intention like that. You are uttering bullshit that has no basis. Yi Chen's face paled and he couldn't help but roar out to hide his emotions. Gu Chang'e's words were simple, but he had no way to refute him. His words were like a knife stabbing through his heart, especially his last sentence about him finding an inheritance and not needing his master anymore. Did he really think so little of his master just because she was a remnant spirit? Yi Chen's head buzzed. That sentence seemed to tear off the fake mask covering his heart. Didn't he want to keep his master by his side simply because he desired to possess her? Young Lord Gu, if you are alright with Yan Ji, then Yan Ji would like to follow you in the future. Right then, Yan Ji opened her mouth once more, and the words that rolled off her tongue made Yi Chen's head almost explode. His face turned green. Yi Chen almost cursed out, smack. Gu Chang'e slapped out before Yi Chen could finish his filthy words. Brilliant runes condensed and turned into a golden, spinning disc that caused Yi Chen to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was still the same as before. He couldn't put up a shred of resistance in front of Gu Chang'e. You speak too much. Gu Chang'e glanced at him with his aloof and indifferent expression, as if he was looking down on an ant from high above. This Gu naturally welcomes you if you are willing to follow this Gu, Senior Yan Ji. Gu Chang'e turned his face towards Yan Ji, and spoke with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. At the same time, another system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Yan Ji has changed over to your side. You received 400 points of fortune value and 2,000 destiny points. He actually received 400 points of fortune value. This haul wasn't small. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He felt wonderful right now. But if someone as foolish as Yi Chen didn't exist, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort to get someone like Yan Ji on his side. But now, all he needed to do was to add fuel to the fire, and take advantage of the rift that already existed between Yan Ji and Yi Chen. If young Lord Gu was alright with it, then please call me Yan Ji from now on. Senior and whatever doesn't sound all that appropriate. Yan Ji's heart was further moved when Gu Chang'e readily accepted her. She was worried that Gu Chang'e might not accept her right now. Considering that people of her kind had a lifespan far longer than humans, she wasn't all that older than him if they converted her age to human age. She felt weird to be called senior by him. Alright, I will call you Yan Ji from now on. This is what you said. Gu Chang'e smiled and gave her the feeling of talking to a graceful young lord. At the same time, he took out a piece of crystal clear, radiant jade that he had prepared long ago. Brilliant runes and exhilarating divinity could be felt from the jade. Since he was doing something, then he would obviously make sure to go above and beyond in its execution. Deity-grade spirit nourishing jade? Yan Ji immediately recognized the jade in his hands, and exclaimed in shock and amazement, Young Lord Gu's heart is incredibly vast and generous. How can I let you stay in a broken ring? Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Since he was a rich, handsome, and magnanimous man from the upper realm, then he would naturally act like one. Too, the preciousness of the deity-grade spirit nourishing jade could be seen just from its name. As for its value, it could easily be exchanged for a few celestial-grade artifacts. Thank you, young lord. Yan Ji's figure turned into a phantom as she left the ring, and a wisp of red smoke soon entered the deity-grade spirit nourishing jade. Her face couldn't help but turn red as she arrived inside. She had never enjoyed such treatment during her time with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who was lying on the ground like a beaten dog, felt enraged and frustrated as he watched Gu Changa change his face faster than a man turned a page. He almost went crazy as he listened to the exchange between the two who treated him like thin air. Gu Changa, Yi Chen's eyes turned completely red. No matter what, he would use the key of the secret realm and fight Gu Changa to death. Chapter 63, title at the end, Hum. Innumerable brilliant runes flickered at the gate of the Inheritance Palace. Various vein-like rays converged together from all directions and released an oppressive aura. I will kill you! Yi Chen roared. His eyes had turned red, and he resembled a ferocious beast who couldn't wait to devour the world. The key of the secret realm was his trump card. It could control all the formations and mechanisms inside the Inheritance Palace. He couldn't bear to watch Gu Changa have an intimate conversation with Yan Ji, who was his master just a while ago. Gu Changa behaved like he was above the world, and everything he took out was a treasure Yi Chen, had never even heard about. He, on the other hand, was like a poor bloke in front of Gu Changji. Yi Chen felt as if he were a beggar watching a prince show off and steal his woman right in front of him. How could Yi Chen bear such humiliation? Worse still, Yan Ji was a peerless beauty whose glamour no one could doubt, and she had personally taught him for many years. Instead of a master, he treated her as his woman. After all, he was a hot-blooded youth, so it was obvious that he held certain unspeakable emotions towards Yan Ji, his gorgeous master. Even if Yan Ji had betrayed him and ended the master and disciple relationship between them, he still wouldn't allow her to throw herself into Gu Changa's arms so quickly, and right in front of his eyes. Die for me! The red in his eyes deepened, and his heart burned with flames of jealousy. Right now, he could no longer give a damn about the inheritance or whatever tide of ferocious beasts. He only cared about killing Gu Changa. He wanted to obliterate this enemy who took everything from him. Boom! A terrifying aura surged in the palace, as if a savage beast had awakened, and violent rays of light burst out from the ground. These rays of light gathered in the sky and condensed into a ferocious might ready to obliterate Gu Changa. This was Yi Chen's mightiest blow, and even existences of the Sate realm wouldn't be able to survive after taking a hit. One had to know that no one in this ancient heavenly secret realm could exert might beyond the great transcendent realm, and Gu Changa was no exception to this rule. This was Yi Chen's greatest reliance. The key in Yi Chen's hand can control the formations and mechanisms in this palace. The power behind them is extremely ferocious, so young lord should act with care. Yan Ji reminded Gu Changa to be careful after seeing the scene before her, afraid that he might suffer due to his lack of information. Right now, the way she looked at Yi Chen was completely different. She had already figured everything out. Yi Chen never regarded her as his master from the beginning to the end. He had always treated her as his personal possession. Now that the relationship between them was over, she would naturally regard Gu Changa's enemy as her own enemy, and Yi Chen was one of those now. That was the nature of her race. Once they set their hearts on someone or something, they wouldn't budge. Vilfic, in case this wasn't clear just from the chapter's content, Yan Ji isn't a human but from a different race. At least, that's what I got from the Raz. Before, she was Yi Chen's master, so she would always help him and make him increase his cultivation with all her heart. But now, she was on Gu Changa's side, so she would naturally consider whatever was the best for Gu Changa. These toys here can't stop me. Yi Chen can't make any waves before me. Gu Changa replied with a smile without paying any attention to Yi Chen's actions. As his words fell, a jet-black Dharma incarnate, one, appeared behind him. Although its cultivation base was limited to the peak stage of the great transcendent realm, its aura was nothing short of a mighty ancient god's, one, something like an illusory spiritual puppet that can fight for you. As Gu Changa threw a fist, the jet-black Dharma incarnate behind him also threw a fist. Immediately, a terrifying might erupted, and the void around them rumbled. Puff! The condensed blow of light made of runes and patterns slammed towards Gu Changa, but his Dharma incarnate's punch obliterated it. All the patterns and runes vanished into thin smoke without a trace. His fearsome punch shocked Yan Ji. She realized that she had sorely underestimated Gu Changa's strength. How could he, the young lord of the ancient immortal Gu family, be similar to ordinary people with ordinary means? How is this possible? A powerful backlash hit Yi Chen, and he spewed a mouthful of blood with a loud scream. At the same time, he flew back like a broken kite, covered in blood. He couldn't believe the outcome. The power he summoned using the Inheritance Palace's key, formations, and all mechanisms was smashed to smithereens with a single punch from a mere Dharma incarnate. What's more, he wasn't even going all out.
and the might he used was still under the limitations set by the secret realm, yet it obliterated his trump card with a single punch. Gotcha. Crack. What gave Yi Chen a deeper shock was the fact that the dilapidated compass in his hand showed many cracks, and then shattered. That was to say, he would have already turned into meat paste if the key of the inheritance palace hadn't blocked most of Gu Changa's might. Chills went down Yi Chen's back as this realization hit him. Gu Changa's true strength was far beyond his imagination. Even though he was suppressed to the great transcendent realm, Yi Chen estimated that he could still easily slaughter Saint Realm cultivators with a few swats. Yi Chen's heart froze in shock, and he couldn't help but shiver and stand rooted to his spot. You have played around enough, and now is the time for you to go off to the next world, little leak, Gu Changa casually dictated his fate. Gu Changa slapped out again, and the Dharma incarnate behind him followed with a slap of its own that expanded and obscured everything in front of him. Yi Chen. The void rumbled, and his expression showed clear indifference as if he was a god who could crush anything and everything. Impossible. How can I possibly die here? Despair clouded Yi Chen's eyes, and shivers went down his spine as he watched the palm get bigger and bigger. Right now, he couldn't even move as the oppressive might heading towards him had already suppressed him. He had always believed himself to be a mighty youth, but before Gu Changa's palm, he found himself to be as small as an ant that had no ability to resist. He was going to die today. All of his trump cards and tricks had failed in the face of absolute strength. Stop! Gu Changa! Right at this moment, a cold cry arrived from the outside. Somehow, Yi Liuli broke away from the tide of beasts and rushed over to this place just in time to see Gu Changa slapping out to squash Yi Chen to death. Shua! An extremely splendid sword light containing wisps of sharp sword intent slashed out, to sever everything in its path. She wanted to save Yi Chen at all costs. Yi Liuli was in the Saint Realm. Although she was suppressed at the Great Transcendent Realm and the Secret Realm, her combat power of the Great Transcendent Realm was stronger than ordinary cultivators. She was sure she could stop Gu Changa. Puff. However, she was shocked to see that her sword was like a ball of mud sinking into the sea when it slashed at the pitch-black hand of Gu Changa's Dharma incarnate. How is this possible? My realm is no different from Gu Changa's, so why can't I even cut off his Dharma incarnate's hand? Disbelief filled Yi Liuli's eyes. Her snow-white long sword wasn't made of some run-of-the-mill materials either. It was crafted with divine gold, and her swordsmanship technique was the ancient immortal Yi clan's extremely mighty sword art that was commended even in the upper realm. She could easily obliterate Saint Realm cultivators with a single slash of her sword, but Gu Changa didn't even budge at her attack. You arrived right at time. Gu Changa watched her with a playful expression. Then, he changed his slapping motion to a grabbing one, and his Dharma incarnate's hand directly grabbed Yi Chen and raised him in the AI art. It was as if he was holding onto a bug. Liuli, Yi Chen's face paled inside the suffocating hold, and I couldn't help but call out to Yi Liuli while struggling desperately for freedom. Unfortunately, he couldn't get away. This was the might of Gu Changa's myriad changes demonic physique. Let alone the current Yi Chen, even if he was allowed to break through to another great realm, he still wouldn't be able to break free from Gu Changa's hold. Yi Chen knew well that only Yi Liuli could save him now. Cough. Puff. Unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, Gu Changa tightened his hold around him. Yi Chen couldn't help but spew even more blood and struggle harder for freedom. Yan Ji watched everything with a calm expression, without a shred of sympathy for Yi Chen. That he had brought this upon himself. She had advised him to give up on his revenge and hatred, but he never listened to her. He was reaping the fruit of his own stubbornness and ego. What is it? Do you want to save him? Gu Changa gazed at Yi Liuli with a light smile. He wasn't surprised to see her arrive here so fast even when there were so many demons attacking her. After all, she was the little princess of the ancient immortal Yi clan, so she must have a lot of techniques and treasures on her that could easily solve a bunch of weak beasts like those in a flash. Of course, the most important thing is that Gu Changa was sure she would arrive here in the nick of time somehow. With Yi Chen in his grasp, he could make good use of her and squeeze out the final fortune value on this fat leak. Gu Changa, stop this instant, and let brother Yi Chen go. Just say what you want in return, Yi Liuli uttered with a frosty tone. Gu Changa's expression showed her that he had a plan for her, but it was impossible for her to watch her brother Yi Chen die right before her eyes. From what she knew of Gu Changa's character, he would most likely threaten her with Yi Chen's life and ask for something. Alas! Gu Changa was too strong for her, so she couldn't deal with him using normal means. At first, she had some hope for her brother Yi Chen, and thought that she should also put her trust in him since he was so confident, She had never thought she would watch her brother Yi Chen almost get slapped to death by Gu Chang'e the moment she arrived. Yi Liuli had no idea on how to resolve this issue.
Can I ask for anything?
An expression of intrigue appeared on Gu Chang'e's face, and he asked back. Yi Liuli glared daggers at him and replied, I am willing to do anything as long as you spare brother Yi Chen.
Of course, your request mustn't be too excessive. Wait. Right now, you are the one begging me, and not the other way around, so who are you to decide the conditions?
Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows and interrupted her speech, still with an expression of indifference on his face.
If you don't even understand this much, then don't even think about saving Yi Chen.
As his words fell, a smile appeared on his handsome visage, accentuating his charm. At the same time, the hand of his Dharma incarnate clenched even tighter. Yi Chen spewed another mouthful of blood, but his face showed an unyielding expression of hatred and rage. Gu Chang'e's handsome, gentlemanly appearance fell into Yi Liuli's eyes, but to her, he was no different from a fierce devil, so her expression turned even colder.
Liuli, don't listen to him. I won't let you beg him even if I have to die. Yi Chen decided to show some backbone at this time, and glared at Gu Chang'e with an unyielding expression. It was as if he was telling Gu Chang'e that he would tear off a piece of his flesh even if he died today.
Did I allow you to speak?
Gu Chang'e glanced at him with an indifferent expression. Puff.
Yi Chen spewed blood as he was crushed again. He felt suffocated.
Just say what you want to let brother Yi Chen go.
I will do it as long as it's within my ability. Yi Liuli glared daggers at Gu Chang'e, and spoke with a stubborn tone.
It's very simple.
You merely need to open your sea of consciousness and let me imprint a slave seal inside. Gu Chang'e's expression remained unchanged, and he uttered his remark as if it was something minor, but, as soon as Yi Chen heard his words, his expression fell. Once a slave seal was imprinted in someone's sea of consciousness, they would end up as a slave for the rest of their life, and would never be able to go against the one who imprinted the seal. The price was simply too high. Would Yi Liuli even agree? He was at a loss for words, and a hint of struggle appeared in his expression. Liuli, don't accept his condition. I would rather die. Yi Chen couldn't help but scream loudly. Obviously, he didn't want to die. He wanted revenge, so he couldn't die here no matter what, and to survive, he knew that he couldn't show his fear of death and greed for life, or Yi Liuli might hesitate in saving him. Yi Chen didn't really want to trick Yi Liuli like this, but he knew he wouldn't survive otherwise. Gu Chang'e would most definitely kill him. He was in great pain, and didn't know why he ended up in such dire straits today. All of this was Gu Chang'e's fault.
Imprint a slave seal? Gu Chang'e, you are truly audacious. But, alright, I am willing to let you do it if it can save brother Yi Chen's life.
Yi Liuli was relieved when she heard Gu Chang'e's words. On the surface, she showed an extremely enraged and unwilling expression, and even quietened down for a moment before taking in a deep breath and agreeing to his proposition. She believed that her act could deceive Gu Chang'e. After all, her ancient immortal Yi clan was a primordial heritage that was well versed in countering seals and arts of even primordial gods. Slave seals were their specialty, and only the ancient immortal Yi clan's direct descendants knew about this secret. Even if Gu Chang'e had calculated everything, he mustn't have thought this one through. She had a way to get rid of the slave seal.
Chapter 64, Take an Oath, Massive Hall. Yi Liuli's idea wasn't all that sophisticated. She couldn't allow Gu Chang'e to kill Yi Chen, nor could she agree to any excessive conditions from Gu Chang'e. Just when she was thinking on how to solve this issue, Gu Chang'e asked her to open her sea of consciousness and let him imprint a slave seal inside. She was enraged the moment she heard his words, but then she remembered that a mere slave seal was nothing before her ancient immortal Yi clan. To make sure Gu Chang'e couldn't guess anything from her expressions, she put on a show of unwillingness and struggle in front of him. After all, to hide something from someone as cunning as Gu Chang'e, one had to think deeply and put in effort. Yi Chen's heart moved when he heard Yi Liuli's words, and he felt guilty. Just now, because of his fear of death, he had deliberately pretended to be an unyielding man to deceive her. After he planted the slave seal in her sea of consciousness, won't Yi Liuli end up as Gu Chang'e's possession? Yi Chen felt extreme discomfort and pain in his heart when he thought about this. He didn't want to see something like that happen, but he had no choice. After all, who would want to see their affectionate, childhood sweetheart come cousin become a slave of their enemy? Unless, of course, if they had something wrong with their brain. I am surprised to see you agree so readily. To think the little princess of the ancient immortal Yi clan would surrender her sea of consciousness and willingly become a slave for someone as pathetic as this Yi Chen. If I were your father, I might have slapped you to death already. Gu Chang'e mocked with a casual smile, and didn't show any signs of wanting to let go of Yi Chen. You don't need to worry about those matters. I promise to open my sea of consciousness for your slave seal, but you must also take a heavenly oath that you won't try to hunt or kill brother Yi Chen. If you violate this oath, the devil will devour your heart and your cultivation will be destroyed. Yi Liuli glared at Gu Chang'e and made it clear to him that she will only open her sea of consciousness after he took the heavenly oath. There was no way she would back down even an inch on this requirement. Who knew what other tricks this Gu Chang'e might have up his sleeves? After all, the sea of consciousness was the source of a cultivator's existence. One could rebuild a shattered Dantian, but a messed up sea of consciousness could easily spell their doom. What's more, the sea of consciousness was also the place where all of a cultivator's secrets, thoughts and memories, were hidden. Opening one sea of consciousness and letting someone inside was the same as giving them complete knowledge of your deepest secrets. Yi Liuli had no choice but to resort to this. It was impossible for her to watch Yi Chen die at Gu Chang'e's hands right in front of her. You want me to take a heavenly oath? All right. Gu Chang'e's expression showed no change, and he readily repeated Yi Liuli's words of oath. If I violate this oath, may my heart be devoured by the devil, and all of my cultivation be obliterated. Everything was going far too well. Yi Liuli couldn't help but frown as she couldn't figure out what was going through Gu Chang'e's mind. She felt disturbed, and wondered if she was simply thinking too much. Could someone as sinister and cunning as Gu Chang'e really fall for her tricks so easily? I have already taken the heavenly oath, so shouldn't you be opening your sea of consciousness right about now? Gu Chang'e asked with a faint tone, and his expression appeared to be sincere without any hidden meaning. Yi Liuli couldn't find anything wrong with his words and actions. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and opened her sea of consciousness for him. Immediately, a pitch-black light flashed past Gu Chang'e's pupils, and turned into a demonic, Great Tao treasured bottle. Like a brilliant rune, the Great Tao treasured bottle moved through the void and plunged into the depths of Yi Liuli's sea of consciousness. It was so quick that she didn't even have a chance to respond. What happened? Yi Liuli frowned due to a strange feeling, but she couldn't tell where that feeling came from. Had he already imprinted the slave seal? How come she didn't see Gu Chang'e do anything? What kind of sorcery was this? She couldn't feel the slightest shackle or seal inside her sea of consciousness, and questioned if he had even imprinted his slave seal in there. Also, why did she feel as if she desired to surrender herself to Gu Chang'e? The sudden feeling left Yi Liuli in a fluster, and she couldn't help but wonder if she had fallen in love or something. It's naturally the promised slave seal. Right then, a strange smile appeared on Gu Chang'e's face as he spoke. Yi Liuli frowned in response. Why don't I feel anything then? Gu Chang'e stared at her with a smile, and asked, Tell me how you would like to feel? Yi Liuli's heart sank and her face showed an ugly expression. She didn't speak anymore. Matters had devolved far beyond her control. Could it be that she could no longer hate Gu Chang'e? Although creating that Great Tao treasured bottle wasn't easy for Gu Chang'e, he didn't think using it on Yi Liuli was a waste. It was the secret art used to control people recorded in the forbidden inheritance of the immortal devouring demon art, but it's just that after it fell into Gu Chang'e's hands, it ended up even more terrifying than before. He directly condensed the secret art's power into a rune that resembled a Great Tao treasured bottle. Although the process to create it was troublesome, the Great Tao treasured bottle that came out was far better than the original, and it couldn't even be discovered when used. He could directly plant it inside the other party's sea of consciousness without them feeling anything, as long as they willing opened their sea of consciousness before him. As for a slave seal? Those were merely low-level trash. Gu Chang'e's Great Tao treasured bottle was hundreds of times better than a slave seal, so much so that they couldn't even be compared. As for why he used it? There was no way Gu Chang'e couldn't guess Yi Liuli's sneaky plot. After all, the ancient immortal Yi clan was a behemoth in the upper realm. Getting rid of a measly slave seal wouldn't be all that hard for them. He naturally called it a slave seal to fool Yi Liuli. She thought she was smart, but in Gu Chang'e's eyes, she was a naive thing that overestimated its wit. Now that the mind-controlling demonic bottle is inside her sea of consciousness, it won't be long before she forgets about today's incident. Unless a peerless powerhouse looks through her sea of consciousness, or something else goes wrong, there will be no way someone would find it.
Over time, she will become nothing more than a submissive slave of mine. Satisfaction filled Gu Changa's heart as he thought about this. When he did some calculations, he realized that he had earned a lot today.
Gu Changa, you should release Brother Yi Chen now, right?
Yi Liuli said with a glare targeted at Gu Changa. The fact that she couldn't feel the existence of the slave seal brought deep unease to her heart.
What did you call me?
Gu Changa glared back at her. Yi Liuli felt her head buzz, and thought that her mind was about to explode. She was left in a trance, and felt as if an ancient god was looking down on her. With a deep fear clawing at her heart, she uttered involuntarily, "Master." Yi Liuli was stunned as soon as the word rolled off her tongue, and wondered why she had suddenly uttered that when she didn't even intend to. She was left stupefied.
Gu Changa, what did you do to Liuli?
Yi Chen's anxiety deepened, and his face paled further, as he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing.
Did his beloved cousin really call Gu Changa her master?
What was going on? His head buzzed, and he couldn't accept this reality. You are about to die, but your bullshit won't stop.
Gu Changa gave Yi Chen a dismissive glance.
The system had already informed him in his mind that Yi Chen's fortune value had been cleared.
He could now kill him and obtain a heavenly reward. Creak. Puff. Gu Changa didn't wait anymore, and the palm of his Dharma incarnate tightened its hold around Yi Chen.
Liuli, save me! Yi Chen's eyes widened in panic, despair, and disbelief as Gu Changa crushed him to death.
He didn't even know when he died, and couldn't understand how Gu Changa could do it. Was Gu Changa not afraid of receiving the heavenly oath's backlash by killing him? Was he not afraid of having his heart devoured by a devil?
Was he not afraid of having all his cultivation destroyed? Of course, Gu Changa didn't give a damn about some bullshit oath.
What nonsense was that? Wasn't it just sending him nourishment? As for losing his cultivation?
He couldn't give one damn about that. He could always use destiny points to get it back. After all, how could he let such a fat favored son of heaven fly away from his plate right in front of his eyes? How could he let go of the heavenly rewards he would gain from devouring him? Won't all of his hard work over such a long time go to waste? Gu Changa would never accept such a loss.
Gu Changa, you! Yi Liuli was stunned by the scene in front of her, and couldn't regain her senses for a while. She had trusted his oath, yet he went back on his words immediately afterwards. She didn't even know how to curse Gu Changa's shamelessness. I must avenge Brother Yi Chen. Yi Liuli's consciousness blanked as this thought crossed her mind, and she realized that she couldn't muster any killing intent towards Gu Changji. It had to be the work of that slave seal he planted in her sea of consciousness just now.
Yi Liuli's heart chilled, and she felt deep fear.
She couldn't control her own actions and thoughts, even though she knew there was something wrong with her. As for Yin Ji, she had nothing to say even though she watched everything transpire. Gu Changa now appeared even more heroic in her eyes.
After all, breaking a mere heavenly oath was nothing big if one's aspirations were grand enough. Besides, Yi Chen was already intent on killing Gu Changa. She couldn't bring herself to persuade Gu Changa to let Yi Chen off after knowing all that. Naturally, Gu Changa didn't give a hoot about Yi Liuli's opinion of him. Since his demonic bottle was already inside her sea of consciousness, her thoughts about him no longer mattered. Right then, a system prompt rang in his mind. Ding. You have killed the favored son of heaven, Yi Chen, and triggered extra heavenly rewards by clearing all of his fortune value in the process. Reward calculations are in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a heavenly Dao reward chest, 200 points of fortune value, and 1000 destiny points.
Use Systems Reward Calculations Multiplication Card. Gu Changa commanded after taking out the item from the system's warehouse.
This happened to be a good time to use the Systems Reward Calculations Multiplication Card. Ding.
Systems Reward Calculations Multiplication Card used successfully.
Congratulations, host. Your reward has been increased by 5 times.
Ding.
The current rewards have automatically been multiplied. Ding. After the final calculation, your reward has been increased to 1000 points of fortune value and 5000 destiny points. Open the heavenly Dao reward chest.
Gu Changa said in his mind. He wanted to know what kind of stuff will come out this time.
The last time, he received the villain's halo, and that helped him solve the issue of fortune backlash due to a disparity in his and the favored children's strength. What will he receive this time? he looked forward to the rewards. With a flash of golden light, a golden chest appeared in front of his eyes and then exploded with a bang. Ding! Congratulations, host, for having great fortune. You have received 1/3 fragment of a World Seed X1 Void Essence X1. Gu Changa slightly raised his eyebrows. He had received another 1/3 fragment of a World Seed and collected all three, so he should be able to refine it and nourish a world inside his body. As for the Void Essence, he wondered about its utility. Gu Changa immediately checked its introduction, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The Void Essence comes from the Void Physique that contains the power to control the Void however it pleases. Sure enough, it's good stuff. At least, it's much better than that whatever. God King's Heart, from last time. Gu Changa couldn't help but praise the reward, and directly chose to absorb it. A feeling of warmth surged through his body, and the boundless power of the void filled his bones and limbs. This process didn't last long, and Gu Changa soon opened his eyes. Immediately, he felt that he and the void around him had a certain resonance between them. The power of the void, it can allow one to attack, defend, and escape. After that, Gu Changa called out for his attribute panel. His fortune value and destiny points had skyrocketed after this massive haul. Host, Gu Changa Halo, destined heavenly villain identity, true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline, devil heart, Dao bone cultivation, conferred lord, late stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao codex, 7th layer, 75%, innate god spirit temple, talent, myriad changes demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art, destiny points, 9,000 fortune value, 1880, dark, system shop. Open warehouse domain traversing talisman X1 1/3 fragment of a World Seed X3 fortune plundering card X3. Chapter 65, Heart of Righteousness. Gu Changa feeling offended. The brand new attributes panel brought great satisfaction to Gu Changa's heart. The leak he raised for so long brought him a fat harvest just like he desired. He now had almost 10,000 destiny points, and close to 2,000 points of fortune value. In addition to these, he also got other haul. He could now do a lot more, and put many of his plans into action. Of course, the most important matter right now was for him to fulfill his purpose behind descending to the lower realm. Yi Chen had already cleared the path for him, and the 8 desolate demon halberd was his to take now. As for the inheritance of ancient heavenly secret realm, it didn't matter to Gu Changa all that much. Only a minor character like Yi Chen would care about a quasi-supreme's inheritance. As a young lord from a prominent family in the upper realm, he didn't lack inheritances of mighty beings. What's more, he also had the system to jack him up. According to the description of the heavenly rewards, the void essence should be related to Yi Chen. 1. Did that Yi Chen have some latent physique or some other mystical talent? Well, it doesn't matter now even if he did. 1. The heavenly reward chest gives a random thing plus something related to the favored child of heaven killed by Gu Changa. Gu Changa thought about it and then dismissed the matter. After that, he felt his current control over the void. Not only could this new ability help him fight against others, but it could also help him escape and hide when he might be in dire straits. After all, the power to control the void was the power to control space itself. Not many forces had studied it even in the upper realm. All the mystical abilities related to space were extremely mysterious and mighty. Gu Changa could use this ability as one of his minor trump cards. I should keep the world seeds fragments for now, and refine them later when I have time. I should have more means to successfully refine and nourish a world inside my body at that time, Gu Changa decided in his mind, and then swept his gaze across the palace's hall. A light of satisfaction appeared in his eyes when his gaze landed on the 8 desolate demon halberd. It was the reason behind his descent to the lower realm. After all, of the ferocious devil chi coming out from the halberd stirred his devil heart, and he felt a deep connection between his origin and the halberd. Gu Changa couldn't suppress his desire to possess this supreme, evil weapon. Once he obtained the weapon, he would have another trump card to rely on when he returned to the upper realm. He wouldn't need to spend so much effort on schemes and underhanded means. Gu Changa, what did you do to me? Yi Lioli's roar sounded from the side, and interrupted Gu Changa's thoughts on how he could obtain the halberd as soon as possible. She was struggling with an extremely complicated expression on her face. Confusion, rage, and coldness masked her face, but if there was one thing missing, then that would be hatred. She knew that she should have hatred for him, but for some reason, whenever she thought about hating Gu Changa, a deep fear would grip her heart as if she was facing a heavenly tribulation. This feeling put her through extreme pain and struggle. This was definitely because of Gu Changa's sorcery.
She regretted her actions and wondered why she was dumb enough to think she could outwit Gu Changa and play him.
In the end, Gu Changa played her, and she was merely dancing in the palm of his hand.
What did you call me? Gu Changa glanced at her with a playful smirk. To be honest, he wasn't all that interested in Yi Liuli.
The only reason he bothered with her was her identity.
As the little princess of the ancient immortal Yi family, she was the one most favored by their patriarch. As long as he used her well, he could get a lot of benefits from the ancient immortal Yi family with his identity as the young master of the ancient immortal Gu family. Why else would he bother keeping Yi Liuli? Yi Liuli's head buzzed again at Gu Changa's words full of indifference.
The previous days took over her again, and she felt as if she was standing before an ancient god. As Gu Changa's indifferent eyes kept staring at her very soul trembled, and she couldn't help but submit herself before him. Master, Yi Liuli felt great humiliation as the word left her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes. He was the enemy who had murdered her brother Yi Chen, yet here she was, calling him master. She couldn't bear this shame, but she had no way to stop herself. Why Yi Liuli wanted the earth to explode and swallow her whole. She had only suffered humiliation and setbacks ever since she met Gu Changa. Nothing good had come out from her encounter with him. Young Lord's thoughts and means are completely beyond Yi Chen's. Yi Chen would have never made a comeback, or have had his revenge, against young Lord Gu in this life. Yan Ji couldn't help but think this in her heart after watching everything that transpired. Then, her figure turned into a wisp of light and she returned inside the deity-grade spirit nourishing jade. The divine-grade spirit nourishing jade was incomparably more precious and beneficial to her, compared to some ordinary ring. Not only did it kept her remnant spirit warm, but it also nourished it and strengthened her primordial spirit. Even for god kings, it was a treasure that they would keep close to their person at all times. It's just that Gu Changa put multiple layers of shackles and restrictions on the spirit nourishing jade. Yan Ji couldn't spy on the outside world through the jade, unless he allowed it. After all, he hated the fact that all these grandpas had the ability to watch everything that went on the outside world. They would watch the protagonists at all times, and the protagonists would have no privacy or secrets. Gu Changa made sure to make the restrictions as watertight as possible, and took into consideration every aspect. Yan Ji knew this, but she wasn't bothered by the restrictions. After all, she wasn't someone who liked to spy on someone else's secrets. What's more, someone with Gu Changa's identity would most certainly have many secrets. It was reasonable for Gu Changa to do this much, and she also didn't want Gu Changa to have any suspicion towards her. What's more, the deity-grade spirit nourishing jade wasn't a prison. As long as she willed, she could leave it at any time and show up in the outside world. This further moved Yan Ji's heart as Gu Changa had put a lot of thought and care into giving her a comfortable and leisurely environment with complete freedom. This was treatment that she would never receive from Yi Chen. She immediately sat inside the jade and started to strengthen her spirit. In the ring, she could only float around in a dazed, with nothing to do. But now, she could use the powers of the jade to nourish and cultivate her remnant spirit. The two treatments were as different as heaven and earth, and only when one experienced both for themselves would they understand their disparity. To be able to so easily pierce the body of a quasi-supreme and bring chaos to all the worlds, this 8 desolate demon halberd must be a supreme grade artifact, or higher. It seems I will need to use some tricks to possess it. I wonder if I can refine it by simply using destiny points. After all, destiny points can increase cultivation base and comprehension, so this shouldn't be impossible either. Gu Changa was already thinking up of plans to conquer the halberd when he walked further into the palace. Boom! A terrifying pressure that could shake one's very soul descended upon him, giving him a feeling of an ancient god looking down on him, but Gu Changa completely ignored it. The innate god's temple in his sea of consciousness reverberated, and the gaze of the shadowy figure inside it cut through the void to stare at whatever stood before him. An even stronger pressure descended upon him, and Gu Changa wondered if it was the aura left behind by the creator of the ancient heavenly secret realm before his death, or the might of the 8 desolate demon halberd. Either way, he felt as if the aura could obliterate the heavens. Gu Changa's devil heart surged at this moment, and a pitch-black, demonic shadow appeared behind him as his devilish nature unleashed itself. Ghostly knells and chants sounded from all the corners of the world, as if the devils everywhere were welcoming their lord. The origin of his aura resonated with the devil chi in the surroundings, and the pressure of the 8 desolate demon halberd, pressing down on him, disappeared to a great extent. This relaxed Gu Changa, and he appeared at the core of the palace within a few steps. Right at this moment, however, sudden change occurred. The body that was pierced by the 8 desolate demon halberd and nailed to the palace's throne suddenly trembled and released terrifying fluctuations in the surroundings. A ray of brilliant light shone around the body, and a silhouette appeared above it, as if the corpse was about to resurrect. It turns out that the inheritance was left behind like this. It's good that I killed Yi Chen first, or I would be in some trouble. Gu Changa frowned and stopped in his tracks. Anyone could tell that there was something wrong with this place. Normally, there were only two possibilities for a millenniums-old corpse's resurrection. One is that the corpse isn't a corpse, or there's a remnant spirit left behind to pass on the inheritance. No matter which one the case was for this quasi-supreme, it spelled danger for Gu Changa that he hadn't come here to accept the inheritance. Instead, he was here to refine and bring away the 8 desolate demon halberd. In other words, he was here to destroy the seal set by the Secret Realm's owner. Since the Secret Realm's owner still had a remnant spirit left, how could he allow him to do as he pleased? It didn't take long for Gu Changa to figure all of this out. According to the normal plot progression, the favored son of heaven would obviously reach this point easily, and get the approval of the ancient heavenly Secret Realm's master. He would then receive the inheritance, become a champion of justice, and tighten the seal of the 8 desolate demon halberd. But now, not only did he pick the fruit of the favored son's hard work, but he also killed off the favored son of heaven. Gu Changa had no interest in the fortuitous encounter left for the favored son of heaven, especially when there was danger associated with it. Come to me and learn my Tao. Right then, the silhouette above the corpse turned real, and brought along a majestic pressure with it. Wearing a purple gold crown and golden divine robes, he looked like an ancient emperor. His gaze fell upon Gu Changa and he commanded. Asa quasi-supreme, he was naturally the absolute master of the secret realm with complete control over everything. All kinds of thoughts flashed past Gu Changa's mind as he watched the remnant spirit in front of him. If things got dangerous, he could still escape from the secret realm, but then he would lose the 8 desolate demon halberd. It doesn't matter since I have the domain traversing talisman. If things turn for the worse, then I can use it and get away. Gu Changa's expression turned calm, and he quickly thought of a solution in his heart. At the same time, his devil heart's power subsided and disappeared. Yes, Senior. With a calm expression, he walked towards the corpse. The master of the secret realm should have been a decent man when alive, so Gu Changa wasn't worried about him using any tricks, or attacking him out of nowhere. You have a demonic heart and a devilish nature, how can I pass on my Tao of light to you? Just when Gu Changa stood still, a gleam flashed past the remnant spirit's eyes, and he stared deeply at Gu Changa. After that, his terrifying voice full of rage almost shattered the palace, and Gu Changa felt his blood rumble. Fortunately, he was already prepared and protecting his vitals, or the sudden tremors would have shocked him into a stupor. After all, the remnant spirit belonged to a quasi-supreme, so it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with it immediately. At the same time, this verified Gu Changa's speculation. This remnant spirit had its own consciousness and wasn't just an inanimate recording left behind by the secret realm's master. Fortunately, he had already restrained his devil heart, or the remnant spirit might have already attacked him. Instead of conversing with him like this. That time, it would have definitely tried to slap him to death. After all, the 8 desolate demon halberd, and the one who killed this quasi-supreme, were related to him and his inheritance's origin. That bastard Yi Chen's heart wasn't all that clean either. Not only did he covet his master's body, but he was also a jealous and hypocritical piece of crap. He even feared death to the point of pretending to be unyielding and mighty, so he's deserving just because he is the favored son of heaven? Isn't this rigged too much? Gu Changa was left speechless, and felt immense dissatisfaction towards the judgment ability of the secret realm's master. Sure enough, he only held malice towards him. Alas! He was a villain, and just his existence was enough to offend these people. Senior, although this junior has a devilish nature, my heart is bright, and full of justice for the world. I intend to help the common people, and bring light to the life of those drowned in darkness. If the senior's inheritance is given to this junior, then this junior guarantees to punish evil, promote justice, and never stray from the correct path. But, since it was a remnant spirit, it shouldn't be all that hard for him to deal with it. After he dealt with this remnant spirit, he will naturally be able to conquer the 8 desolate demon halberd. Gu Changa's face showed an expression of righteous, and he couldn't help but utter eloquent words full of justice. Chapter 66, Dazed Quasi-Supreme. Young devil, nature is devilish, but heart is bright and full of justice? He will help the common people, and bring light to the life of those drowned in darkness. Yi Liuli couldn't help but feel ashamed at Gu Changa's shameless claims, when she heard his spiel from the outside. Listening to Gu Changa make all these claims was nothing short of listening to a wolf claiming to be a vegetarian. It was too embarrassing. Gu Changa's expression, however, truly made him look like a champion of justice. Those who weren't familiar with his true face would really think he was a great man. His act was flawless. The sun and the moon can testify that this young one's heart is truly filled with kindness, and the world can bear witness. Inside the hall, Gu Changa said to the remnant spirit with a face full of righteousness, he wanted to see if he could fool this ancient remnant spirit somehow. He could still consider other options if his act didn't work, since he wasn't lacking in plans. Speaking of which, it seemed that the remnant spirit's mind wasn't all that sharp, as it fell into deep thought after listening to Gu Changa's words. This gave rise to other thoughts and ideas in Gu Changa's mind. After all, the one in front of him was a Quasi-Supreme's remnant spirit, so it must have some Quasi-Supreme essence that he could devour. If he could swallow his essence with his immortal devouring demonic art, he might just break through to another realm. Although he could always raise his cultivation by adding destiny points, he wouldn't be dumb enough to miss such a good opportunity delivered to his door just because of that. After all, the cultivation method for his immortal devouring demonic art was completely different from the heavily immortal Tao Codex. One relied on devouring the origin of beings and everything else, while the other relied on him comprehending or adding destiny points for an upgrade. Gu Changa's body had always held two different powers, and both of them had completely different cultivation methods. It was all thanks to his devil heart that he could tolerate their existence. Ordinary cultivators would immediately get ravaged by the chaotic repelling forces when trying to cultivate more than one method, go crazy, and die off not too long after. Gu Changa's apparent cultivation base naturally came from the heavenly immortal Tao Codex, while the cultivation base from his immortal devouring demonic art was always hidden and never revealed before anyone else in the world. He had always wanted to raise his cultivation of the immortal devouring demonic art, but that had been impossible since it could only be raised through devouring existences. It was always better to have more powerful mystical abilities and treasures, as that could help him exert greater strength and come out on top at a critical moment. The immortal devouring demonic art wasn't a cultivation method, after all, but something that directly raised his cultivation. Vilfic cultivation methods are manuals that tell you how to absorb spiritual chi, move it around your body, and then raise your cultivation through meditation. IDDA is an art that doesn't have any specific manual, and instead directly absorbs other people's cultivation to raise your own. Although Gu Changa was thinking of this sinister plot in his heart, his expression said otherwise. Shameless Junior. How dare you lie to me and covet my inheritance? Did you think you could cover your true thoughts and schemes before my eyes? The remnant spirit's mighty voice fell, and the void in the surroundings trembled together with surging spiritual chi. Wearing a purple gold crown and divine golden robes, the remnant spirit of the Quasi-Supreme resembled an ancient, mighty emperor. At the same time, a dazzling brilliance shone in his eyes. He glared at Gu Changa and shouted at him in extreme rage. Gu Changa's words couldn't fool him, and his evil plot was revealed in front of him. He might just be a remnant spirit of the ancient heavenly secret realm's master, but it didn't mean that he didn't have some of the original's divinity. He could naturally see through Gu Changa's true thoughts. Not only did the brat in front of him have a devilish heart, but he also plotted to trick him. This enraged him beyond measure. Junior, you deserve death for your audacity. How dare you think about deceiving me? Every sentence that comes out of your mouth is a lie, and your heart has no sincerity. You better shut your damn trap. He passed his judgment with a cold tone, and directly attacked Gu Changa. The corpse that had shown change after his appearance released an oppressive might, and glowed like a bright sun that illuminated everything to expel all darkness in the world. Disappointment flashed through Gu Changa's eyes as he heard his words. He was naturally too lazy to keep using nonsense with this remnant spirit, and his expression turned even frostier than the spirit's as he said, "Do you really think I give a damn about your inheritance? If not for the halberd, do you think I would waste so much saliva on you? Do you really think you, a mere ghost of a dead man, can murder me?" A domain-traversing talisman had already appeared in his hands before he finished his words. Once the situation turned for the worse, he will immediately escape. Junior, you are courting death. Gu Changa's words enraged the remnant spirit even further, and his aura surged even more violently. Gu Changa, however, showed a smirk. Boom. The five-colored mystic vest on his body released a hazy brilliance. This defensive artifact he randomly got from the system's novice gift pack could easily block a full-powered blow from a false god. The five-colored mystic vest burst with a sacred brilliance, and Gu Changa discovered that the remnant spirit in front of him couldn't bring out too much power. The five-colored mystic vest completely blocked his attack. It's just that the five-colored mystic vest might not work anymore after it tanked the other party's attacks today. The ray of remnant spirit had the strength of a false god, so it could naturally sweep everything inside this ancient heavenly secret realm since it wasn't suppressed. What a pity, though, it merely held the might of a false god. This discovery immediately increased Gu Changa's confidence. The 8 Desolate Demon Halberd is a good weapon that's only gathering dust in here. It's a weapon meant for slaughter, yet you sealed it here away from the world. I can't help but feel some heartache over its fate. Gu Changa casually spoke with his gaze glued to the 8 Desolate Demon Halberd. Its surging devil chi released a deep desire for slaughter, as if it couldn't wait to shatter the heavens and bring chaos to the world. It brought more and more satisfaction to him, the longer he looked at it. Right then, Gu Changa stepped forward, and his bones creaked due to the pressure released by the remnant spirit. Ye Lily, who was outside the hall, couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw his actions. Instead of backing down, Gu Changa went ahead and even provoked the Quasi-Supreme. Without showing a change in his expression, he was audacious beyond measure, and was simply courting death. One had to know that Quasi-Supremes were ancient, grand ancestor-level figures even in ancient immortal families, who could protect the family for millions of years, and spent all of their time hidden in seclusion. They were beings even someone like her couldn't see on normal days. The 8 Desolate Demon Halberd is a devilish artifact that can wipe out all the worlds if it comes into existence. Are you trying to help the devil slaughter all living beings? The remnant spirit couldn't help but show a change in his expression. He never thought that he wouldn't be able to suppress Amir Jr. Back when he was alive and at his peak, he was a quasi-supreme worshipped by the myriad races, who could easily destroy stars with a flick of his finger, and held boundless might and authority over the world. Alas! He had been reduced to the point where even a brat still wet behind the ears could bully him. Help the devil slaughter? Unfortunately, this junior is the very devil you are talking about, senior. Gu Changa no longer concealed his devilish aura, and felt the 8 Desolate Demon Halberd, which had been silent until now, tremble in excitement. His conjecture was right on the mark. After all, the 8 Desolate Demon Halberd had a deep connection to his devil heart. You devil, be damned! The remnant spirit's rage flared, and he released a terrifying sun towards Gu Changa that moved to burn him into ash. Just the aura of the sun seemed to have the ability to burn even existences of the false god realm. It was apparent that the remnant spirit's fury had reached its limits, and it even willingly immolated its remaining existence for this attack. Unfortunately, the 5-colored mystic vest released an even more resplendent brilliance in response. Gu Changa's steps didn't stop, and he only felt a little heavier. Other than that, he felt no discomfort. With a calm expression, he said, I can't accept senior's words. Who are you to decide who is good and who is evil? I am darkness and you are light, just because you say so? Since you are a kind and upright man, then tell me why you left behind multiple traces of this inheritance, but only one map? Why did you set up so many patterns and structures around this palace to attract cultivators, only to let them die here? Is this the Tao of light you are talking about? Gu Changa sneered, and his statement stunned the remnant spirit, and he felt that something was indeed not right. If he thought about it, then Gu Changa's words weren't false. But soon, his complexion showed a drastic change, and he said majestically, what absurd nonsense! Since ancient times, cultivators have competed for opportunities, and it's only natural for them to end up in life and death struggles. Opportunities and dangers go hand in hand, and I left behind my inheritance for the most suitable one. The remnant spirit glared at Gu Changa with extremely cold eyes. He almost fell for this brat's tricks and doubted his own approach. Since ancient times, opportunities and dangers have gone hand in hand, and that was the ultimate truth of the world. So you want to say that it's only right if I take this inheritance, right? For you, I might be a devil, but for me, this inheritance is my opportunity. What's more, the one most suitable that you are talking about has already been killed by me. It's exactly as senior dictated, opportunities and dangers go hand in hand, Gu Changa said with a faint smile. His words dazed the remnant spirit again, and he immediately used his ability to control the void. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the depths of the palace in a blink. He was waiting for this chance. The chance to break the seal. 8 Desolate Demon Halberd. Gu Changa stood before the throne and reached out to touch the monstrous halberd. Instead of receiving a fierce backlash,
he felt a familiar gentleness from it. Immediately, many terrifying patterns appeared on the 8 desolate demon halberd. They were the runes and formations that sealed the halberd, and were awakened by Guchanga. This seal will break today. Naturally, Guchanga wouldn't miss such a great chance. He immediately released his mystical abilities, and his spiritual chi surged into the seals to destroy all the runes and patterns. Before descending to the lower realm, he had already studied how to trash such seals and formations. Many pitch-black runes condensed and intertwined in his hands, forming a soul-sucking object. A pitch-black, great Tao treasured bottle floated up and down in front of him, releasing wisps of mystical brilliance that rushed towards the seal on the 8 desolate demon halberd. Crack. Creak. Shatter. The runes and patterns sealing the halberd shattered one by one, releasing its suppressed devilish aura that was as vast as an ocean. The 8 desolate demon halberd was, as its name suggested, able to destroy everything and leave desolation in 8 directions all by itself. As Guchanga held it in his hands, he felt its joy gaining a new lease on life, its affection, and many other emotions. Since the two had a similar origin, he would be saved from a lot of trouble. Obviously, his current strength wasn't enough to completely refine the 8 desolate demon halberd. It wasn't a supreme grade or above artifact for no reason, just a fraction of its power was already terrifying enough, so once it returned to its peak, it would truly be able to destroy the world with a single swing. Not good. The remnant spirit finally came out of its daze and noticed Guchanga's actions. He wondered how this brat could be so fast. His expression showed a drastic change, and he rushed towards Guchanga. He hadn't forgotten how he had died. Guchanga's words might be reasonable, but they couldn't affect his decision. The return of the 8 desolate demon halberd would surely spell doom for the world, and the world will fall into chaos as it swept through everything. He had to keep it sealed here. That was far more important than finding a successor for his inheritance. You are late. Guchanga glanced at him, and then pulled the 8 desolate demon halberd from the corpse with a bang. At the same time, he swung the halberd, and a pitch-black light surged through its body and condensed at its top. An incredibly indescribable and turbulent might as vast as the ocean spread around from it. Sure enough, the halberd wasn't hailed as the mightiest weapon since ancient times for nothing. It had the strengths of the other major weapons, while also being even more fierce and domineering than the others. It was an unparalleled weapon. Puff. The remnant spirit couldn't believe what it saw. At the same time, a terrifying devil chi drowned him from head to toe as the halberd slashed towards him. He had already consumed a lot of its power by attacking Guchanga before, so it was obviously impossible for him to block this attack. The ancient heavenly secret realm could no longer suppress the power of the 8 desolate demon halberd. At the same time, a glistening, great Tao treasured bottle appeared above Guchanga's head, and he directly devoured the remnant spirit. With that, the palace finally recovered its tranquility in all directions. Chapter 67. Such a beauty, Xiaohei. Now that the ancient heavenly secret realm's quasi-supreme was gone, Guchanga could finally take a good look at the 8 desolate demon halberd in his hands. The blade of the halberd was pitch black and brilliant, blood-red veins pulsed on its entire body. It emanated wisps of cold light, and looked extremely terrifying under the thick devil chi that gathered around it. It wasn't light in weight either. Guchanga estimated its weight to be a few tens of thousands of pounds, and the texture of its cold grip made it seem to be forged by dark immortal gold. The longer Guchanga watched it, the higher his satisfaction rose. His physique was relatively good, even among his peers in the upper realm, but even he could feel the weight of the halberd. Of course, he could pick it up because his devil heart had a deep connection to the 8 desolate demon halberd. Let alone holding it in their hands, ordinary cultivators would be immediately obliterated if they so much as tried to touch it. The weight he felt now was specially set by the 8 desolate demon halberd so he could get used to it well. Its real weight was far beyond one's imagination. It could easily smash through the void just with the virtue of its density. It seems that you regard me as one of your own kind, and will be following me from now on. Guchanga spoke with satisfaction, and recalled the great Tao treasured bottle above his head. The remnant spirit of a quasi-supreme could easily improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds after he completely digested it. Right now, it had turned into pure energy, and brought a feeling of euphoria to him as it rushed through his limbs. Of course, it was increasing his hidden might that he wouldn't bring out unless he had no other choice. As a young sovereign from the upper realm, Guchanga naturally didn't lack trump cards, and this was one of his many hidden weapons. The 8 desolate demon halberd, on the other hand, trembled in excitement at Guchanga's words. It was as if it could understand his speech. At the same time,
Gu Changa felt feelings of joy, affection, and excitement from the 8 desolate demon halberd. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't resemble a murderous, demonic weapon that could slaughter all living beings and bring chaos to heaven. Instead, it appeared to resemble the friendly neighborhood kid who lived next door. Its strange emotions stunned Gu Changa for a moment, but he got over his surprise soon after. He had heard rumors that the 8 desolate demon halberd wasn't a forged weapon, but an innate existence that was born with its master, who also held a devil heart. Of course, those rumors were too ancient, and their authenticity couldn't be verified. Anyways, he was happy to feel emotions from the 8 desolate demon halberd. Everything in the world had its own spirit, and weapons were no exception to this rule. It was normal for weapons to gather spiritual wisdom and attain godhood after surviving for eons with heavenly Tao marks. After all, there were many ancient heritages with hidden ancestral artifacts that had been passed down from time immemorial. These artifacts would awaken at critical moments and show their godly might. The ferocious 8 desolate demon halberd had been sealed here for innumerable years, and that had led to it developing its own wisdom. This naturally surprised Gu Changa, and he couldn't help but feel even more tempted. "It seems that you can understand my words?" Gu Changa said to the 8 desolate demon halberd and waited for its reaction. It quivered in response. It's just that the 8 desolate demon halberd could only convey emotions to him, and not speech. "So you really do understand my words? Do you understand that I will be your master from now on?" Gu Changa asked again. Of course, he would need to refine it first. Unless he refined it, he wouldn't be able to bring out the true might of the halberd. Although he could control it right now, he couldn't bring out the might it held at its peak. The 8 desolate demon halberd trembled with joy. As if to show how happy it was to have Gu Changa as its master, it released strands of devil chi in the surroundings. It seemed to be its way of expressing its euphoria. "You are such a good weapon, yet you had to be sealed here for such a long time. As your master, I can't help but feel my heart ache for you. Just follow me in the future, and I will directly kill whoever tries to harm you. If someone makes you unhappy, just tell me about them." Gu Changa also teased it with joy, and realized that it hadn't been too long since the halberd gave birth to its consciousness. For now, it could only express simple emotions of joy, anger, and sadness. Tcras had heard his words, the halberd's excitement soared, and the tip of its blade trembled. The void around it turned turbulent just from that simple movement. "How about I give you a name? I will call you Xiao Hei from now on since you are so gorgeous." 1. Xiao Hei translates to little black, but little black doesn't sound all that nice for a gorgeous beauty. 2. Read, WTF, Daddy. I trusted you. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh in his heart. To him, Xiao Hei was far more alluring than a beauty. As Gu Changa left the palace, Yi Liuli followed after him with an extremely complicated expression. The two quietly headed towards the edge of the underground ancient city, where they had left the others. On the way, a system prompt sounded in Gu Changa's mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, for subduing the 8 desolate demon halberd. You have unlocked the system's weapon storage." The sudden prompt surprised Gu Changa, and he wondered if this weapon storage was like a spatial storage artifact. He called out for his attributes panel. Host, Gu Changa Halo, destined heavenly villain weapons, 8 desolate demon halberd identity, true disciple of the heavenly immortal Dao Palace bloodline, devil heart, Dao bone cultivation, conferred lord, late stage, mystical abilities, heavenly immortal Dao codex, 7th layer, 75%, innate god spirit temple, talent, myriad changes. Demonic physique, talent, immortal devouring demon art, destiny points, 9,000 fortune value, 1880, dark, system shop, open warehouse, domain traversing talisman X1 1/3 fragment of a world seed X3 fortune plundering card X3. He soon found the 8 desolate demon halberd listed under the row that showed his halo. With the nature of the system, he was sure that only truly peerless artifacts and weapons could have the honor of showing up on his attribute panel. To put it in simple terms, the system wouldn't bother about recording ordinary stuff. Even if Gu Changa mastered some cultivation method or refined a weapon, it looked down on them and treated them as unworthy of its attention. Since the 8 desolate demon halberd's origins weren't simple, the system specially unlocked the weapon storage for its ordinary stuff that Gu Changa already owned, such as blades, swords, cauldrons, etc., wouldn't show up on his attribute panel. All of those things would still need to be stored in his storage rings, or somewhere else. Right then, Gu Changa gave out a command in his mind, and felt the 8 desolate demon halberd disappear from his storage ring in response. At the same time, he saw a boundless, dusky space in his mind. The 8 desolate demon halberd appeared inside the space out of thin air. The unfamiliar environment immediately startled it, and it released its terrifying devil chi that surged in all directions. It was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Unfortunately, it soon felt Gu Changa's aura and calmed down. This space isn't in the void that exists around us, and only I can connect to it. This is good. After all, it won't be easy for me to hide the 8 desolate demon halberd otherwise. If some big shot sensed its existence on me, I am pretty sure they will forcefully snatch it away from me without giving a damn about my background and identity. Gu Changa had no doubt about this. Once the 8 desolate demon halberd's existence was revealed to the world, many greedy old monsters will come out for it. For them, it wasn't a weapon of mass slaughter, but a mighty artifact that could raise their strength to newer heights. This weapon storage from the system was a truly unfathomable treasure. No matter how mighty in existence, they wouldn't be able to sense the 8 desolate demon halberd's aura. Not only could it completely hide the 8 desolate demon halberd's aura, but it could also work as another trump card for Gu Changa. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Changa realized that he had a lot of trump cards, but then he recalled that the calamity he would face would be even greater. His biggest worry was the immortal devouring demon art. As for the favored daughter of heaven, 3, and the other Luz, Muse, and thus his original antagonist in the upper realm? He had already thought of methods to deal with them. He will carefully take care of them after he returns to the upper realm. 3. It was mentioned in the earlier chapters that Gu Changa's Dao Bone was stolen from a favored daughter of heaven, just in case someone missed or forgot about this. My lord, please forgive this old slave. This old slave couldn't do a good job. Lady Yilioli's people held me back and I couldn't stop her from breaking through our encirclement. As soon as old Ming saw Gu Changa return, he knelt on the ground with an expression full of guilt and begged for mercy. Why now? They had already almost dealt with the entire beast tide. However, what shocked old Ming was the fact that Yilioli, who couldn't wait to stab his young lord, was now quietly following behind him. Just what was going on? It's all right. It doesn't matter even if she broke through and rushed over to my side. It's not like she could do anything to stop me. Gu Changa didn't care too much about this matter and said, "Let's go back. I have settled my matter in the lower realm, so it's about time we ascend back to the upper realm." "As you command, my lord." Old Ming's face showed a solemn expression as he heard Gu Changa's words. From his young lord's tone, it was clear that he had obtained whatever he came down to obtain, and everything had gone smoothly for him. Old Ming couldn't help but feel joyful at this realization. Yilioli, on the other hand, showed an unpleasant expression as she unhappily talked to the followers she had brought along. Her pure as jade face showed listlessness, as if someone had bullied and ravaged her. Aunt Shui and the others couldn't help but feel puzzled as they saw her appearance. "Miss, what happened to that brat named Jichen?" Aunt Shui asked. "He's dead, Gu Changa murdered him." Yilioli responded with a sullen tone. "What?" Aunt Shui's expression changed, and then she immediately felt happy. She had thought that her young lady would attack young Lord Gu for that Yichen, but it seemed that they hadn't reached that point. As for Yichen? Who gave a damn about his death? He deserved it. As for why her lady looked so listless, his death must be the cause. Although Aunt Shui felt distressed over her lady's condition, she believed that time would wash away her pain and return her to normal. As they left the underground ancient city, Yilioli and her group didn't continue staying with Gu Changa. Gu Changa also couldn't care less about them. Now that his great Dao treasured bottle was inside her sea of consciousness, it didn't matter where Yilioli fled. "My lord, if this old slave isn't overreaching, then may I ask if you will be bringing that girl, Xiaohan, along with you when ascending back to the upper realm?" Old Ming asked respectfully, on their way out of the ancient heavenly secret realm. If Gu Changa wanted to bring her along, then he could look after her in the upper realm. Of course, it was possible that Lin Xiaohan would be the one looking after her ancestor instead. And no matter what world one lived in, it was always easier for beautiful women to succeed, compared to old men. Still, Lin Xiaohan was his descendant, so there was no need for him to envy her. If she could commit herself to his lord, then his lord will definitely not forget him in the future. "I like that girl, Xiaohan, a lot, so I will naturally bring her along." He had already made plans for Lin Xiaohan's terrifying talent for alchemy, and would bring her to the upper realm to develop her for his own use. It just so happened that one of the major alchemy heritages in the upper realm hadn't yet found a particularly outstanding talent, even after searching for many years. They had no shortage of resources, but were in a dire need of talented disciples. They especially needed someone like Lin Xiaohan, whose talent in alchemy could only be described as monstrous. He estimated that they would be willing to do anything to get her. Talents with natural pill intent and a knack for alchemy were mostly born in certain races that were closely related to the ecosystem of spiritual herbs, so there weren't many of them among the humans, although the upper realm was vast beyond measure with endless territory, and even connected the minor, middle, and major lower realms. The humans weren't the dominant race in the lower realms. It was said that there were thousands of races, but in the upper realm, that number jumped into the millions among the humans. Alchemists had a far nobler status than the other cultivators. The resources of the humans they alone controlled couldn't even be estimated. Yu Chang'e merely had to send Lin Xiuhan over to them. At that time, there will naturally be someone willing to put in a lot of resources and energy to cultivate her, and their alchemy heritage would also owe him a favor. Lin Xiuhan already belonged to him either way, so why wouldn't he get such a great advantage? Chapter 68, Colonies in the Upper Realm. Beloved fiancé, the sudden tide of beasts inside the ancient heavenly secret realm scared the cultivators of the middle state, the whole azure lower realm, even, and everyone thought that a terrifying catastrophe was at their doorstep. Monstrous devil chi surged out from the secret realm, acting as a sign for the birth of some peerless devil of mass slaughter. After all, the records inside the secret realm said that it was a place where a demonic weapon was sealed by an honored supreme. They wondered if the seal was about to break? Wouldn't the demonic weapon regain its freedom, sweep through the world, and push all living beings into hell? Countless cultivators trembled at this realization, and deep panic gripped their hearts. But after waiting for a while, they realized that nothing worse happened. On the contrary, the devil chi from the ancient heavenly secret realm seemed to weaken by every passing moment. It was as if the demonic weapon that was about to be released was sealed again by someone. This caused a massive sensation everywhere. Some people had doubted the authenticity of the records left behind in the ancient heavenly secret realm, but it indeed contained signs of mass death. There were ancient ruins, fallen cities, and grotesque skeletons and corpses everywhere. They couldn't find fault with the claims laid in the ancient records. In the end, many came to a single conclusion: the young lord from the upper realm had actually descended upon their lower realm to seal that demonic weapon. Many cultivators had seen the young lord from the upper realm enter the ancient secret heavenly realm, and he had left around half a month or so later. It was exactly when he left that the devil chi began to diminish. It couldn't be a coincidence, they thought. After all, the timelines were too consistent. The cultivators felt deep gratitude towards Gu Chang'e as they came to this realization, and even built an honorary statue of the young lord from the upper realm in the middle, to pay homage to him forever after. Of course, Gu Chang'e didn't know about this matter. Had he known, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing out loud. Their ability to self-supplement facts was truly beyond ordinary. It was incredible. Why did they think he sealed the weapon, and didn't just take it away with him? Right now, he was with Old Ming and the others, and was preparing to head back to the upper realm. A brilliant ray of light flashed in the surroundings, and a tunnel in space opened up in front of them. At the same time, a magnificent, ancient palace-like structure showed itself. Is this how we will go to the upper realm? Su Qingde and Lin Xiuhan were shocked by the scene in front of them, for it was the first time they saw something like this. It was completely different from their imagination. They had thought that they would tear open a rift in the void, experience a calamity, and ascend like the other cultivators who had ascended in the past. They had never thought that a spatial tunnel would open directly in front of them, as if it existed specifically for Gu Chang'e. This is the Gu family's shrine of reception that's responsible for bringing the young master back to the upper realm. It can easily travel through the myriad realms, and tear through the void to go anywhere in the universe. Old Ming explained to the two. At the same time, his way of referring to Gu Chang'e also changed from my lord to young master. It showed a completely different status. It can travel through the myriad worlds, tear through the void, and go anywhere in the universe. Su Qingde was shocked. Gu Chang'e had never explained this to her before, and only said that she would understand when the time came for their ascent. She understood it somewhat now. For false gods, just tearing the barrier between the lower realm and the upper realm was already a mighty feat, while traveling through the void was completely impossible. This method, on the other hand, was phenomenal. The young master's family must be amazing. Lin Xiuhan was also shocked by such mighty means, and could only stand and watch the sky above her. She could only describe her current emotions and experience as amazing. Old Ming agreed with her words. The ancient immortal Gu family, the heavenly immortal Dao Palace, the supreme immortal dynasty, and ancient immortal Yi family, these were the behemoths that stood at the peak of the upper realm. There were others that could compare to them, but none that surpassed them. With that kind of power,
they were obviously heritages with eons of history behind them. The centuries they had gone through wouldn't be less than the grains of sand inside an ocean. They were so ancient that none of them could tell each other's true beginnings or background. What's more, he had heard that a few millenniums ago, the ancient immortal Gu family had gotten involved in a war that resulted in death over millions of miles. One couldn't even estimate the number of lower realms that perished during that era. Countless creatures from various lower realms simply turned to dust just from the aftermath of the clash. That's just how terrifying these behemoths of the upper realm could be. Vilfic, although it is said that there are 3,000 minor, middle, major, lower realms in the previous chapters, it doesn't mean that there are exactly 3,000 of each of those. 3,000 is an expression used to mean innumerable. For example, there are 3,000 Daos, but, in reality, there are far more. It's just a number used to mean innumerable. This old man was lucky back then, and met an elder from the young master's family who saved me. Otherwise, I don't know which corner of the upper realm I would be mining at right now. Old Ming's sudden words shook Su Qingga and Lin Qiuhan to the point of breathlessness. He was mining in a corner of the upper realm. The mighty ancestor of the ancient Lin family, a legendary figure in the lower realm, received such degrading treatment in the upper realm? No wonder all the creatures of the lower realm were nothing more than ants to the residents of the upper realm. Jiyu Chang'e was already giving them extremely preferential treatment. Afterwards, Old Ming further explained to the two girls, young master is the heir of the ancient immortal Gu family, so what does this little shrine amount to? You must know that the young master's identity is at the pinnacle of the upper realm. Not only is he the heir of the ancient immortal Gu family, but he's also a true disciple of the heavily immortal Dao Palace, and might even become its heir, too. With these two top-tier identities, there's no one more honorable than the young master. It's your great fortune to be recognized by the young master. Countless noble ladies with great backgrounds in the upper realm have desired the young master's affection, but they were ignored. Make sure you have some self-knowledge, and don't do anything that would embarrass the young lord. Naturally, he had to be the one to explain all of this to them, as his young master would surely not toot his own horn and explain such minor details to them. It was only right for someone like him to be the one to reveal his identity. Su Qingga and Lin Qiuhan were shocked by the revelation, and couldn't help but continuously nod as if they were chicks pecking on rice. Back in the lower realm, they had already felt that Gu Chang'e had a terrifying identity, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a supreme being. But now, they couldn't describe what they felt when they realized just how monstrous his identity and background were. Su Qingga, especially, felt the impact from the realization. She had recently started to recover more and more fragments of memories through her second soul, and all of them contained vague knowledge about the upper realm. She seemed to have some relationship to the upper realm, and had been looking for an opportunity to tell Gu Chang'e about this matter. Let's go, it will take a while for us to reach the family. Right then, Gu Chang'e finally opened his mouth and said to the two women. At the same time, he took the lead in stepping into the shrine of reception. Soon, everyone entered the shrine entered the spatial tunnel, closing it after it disappeared inside. If one could see it from the outside, they would find it traveling through the darkness of space at extreme speed. It tore through the turbulent void around it, and moved towards the core of the upper realm. Jiyu Chang'e watched the turbulent void outside the shrine, and sorted the memories regarding the upper realm in his mind. The upper realm was an extremely vast place. In his opinion, it was more like a collection of many major and minor realms and planets. The core of the upper realm was an extremely prosperous place where many ancient heritages and races coexisted. Every heritage and race reigned over boundless territory with countless realms and planets. By now, they had already arrived in the territory of the upper realm. It was just that they were currently at its extreme borders, and terrifying world laws tried to press down on them. Many worlds approached and repelled each other to create an extremely turbulent and disastrous region that could easily obliterate cultivators who hadn't reached a certain level. This was the reason ascending from the lower realm wasn't all that easy. Only extremely powerful beings or artifacts such as the Gu family's Shrine of Reception could shuttle through this region where barriers of many worlds collided. They passed by innumerable worlds as they neared the core of the upper realm. Every passing realm was far higher in level than the Azure lower realm, and was closer to the core of the upper realm. Obviously, they were occupied by the powerful Dao lineages. The wider a heritage's territory, the more realms they controlled. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, they were like colonies. The behemoths in the core of the upper realm, such as the ancient immortal Gu family, the ancient immortal Yi family, etc., stood at the top of the food chain, and innumerable ancient forces were subordinated to them. Each of those forces had their own colonies of many realms and planets. A force's reach was decided by their background, and this was why the people of the upper realm considered the people of the lower realm to be nothing more than a bunch of ants when compared to the locals. Background and identity decide the difference between people, especially in the upper realm. Of course, the ancient worlds in the core of the upper realm were in a league of their own. This kind of setting is completely in line with the ascension trope from the novels. Unfortunately, I am already at the peak of the world. 1. Normally, protagonists go from their little world to a bigger lower realm and then an even bigger lower realm, from minor to middle to major, and then they reach the upper realm. They reach the top step by step, and gain an identity with which they can look down on everything and anything. Gu Changa is already at that peak and doesn't need to take those steps in between cause he's a villain. Gu Changa felt satisfied when he thought about his starting point. Be it talent, background, cultivation base, or something else, he was already at the top in all aspects. He felt that it was awesome. What's more, his trip to the lower realm had brought him a great harvest, so he planned to digest it all as soon as he returned to his family. At the same time, in the supreme immortal city of the supreme immortal dynasty. As the oldest immortal dynasty of the upper realm, the supreme immortal dynasty had stood unshaken since time immemorial. It governed endless territory, and there were even rumors that the supreme immortal dynasty was the upper realm's first dynasty. Inside a splendid, majestic hall, a beautiful woman wearing a golden, imperial robe stood with her arms crossed before her chest. Her loose, imperial robes fluttered and did nothing to hide her unparalleled bearing, picturesque features, and jaw-dropping beauty. Her hair covered half of her fairy-like visage, but she still looked breathtaking, although she didn't say a word, and her face showed an indifferent expression. One could feel a terrifying might from her that could easily make the world tremble. She appeared to be standing above a sea of stars. It was as if she was holding the sun and the moon in her hands, and stepping over the universe beneath her. Everything about her radiated mighty. She was the fourth princess of the supreme immortal dynasty. Yu Mingkong, imperial brother, you should give up the position of crown prince now. The woman in the imperial robe said with a flat tone. At the same time, she gazed at the man, who was slumped on the ground before her with a bleak face, without a hint of emotion in her eyes. Many ministers with different expressions stood around the man. At this time, all of them had their foreheads covered in cold sweat, and didn't dare to make any noise. In just half a year, their Princess Mingkong used many thunderous means to dethrone her brother, the now former crown prince. Every step she took was made with perfection, and they couldn't help but tremble at her methods. She was so outstanding that many mighty immortals of the dynasty couldn't help but praise her. She made everyone understand that just because she was a woman, it didn't mean she was worse than any man. She was unparalleled, and held just as much ability to be their overlord. In the royal family, where the weak were disdained and destined to be eliminated, there were many who admired her. After all, the fourth princess' talent was beyond anyone else, and she had already surpassed her siblings when it came to cultivation. She will be a peerless empress in the future. This was the thought that went through the minds of many ministers. Someone, bring my imperial brother away, Yu Mingkong indifferently commanded after taking a final look at the slumped man in front of her. I will be the crown princess from now on. Only I shall reign as the empress of the supreme immortal dynasty. Retreat. Yu Mingkong's eyelids drooped, and an expression of deep contemplation appeared on her face after she finished her words, giving the people around her even more pressure. The ministers in her presence trembled and felt their hearts palpitate as they quietly retreated. No one could guess what was going through her mind. Although she was a woman, her might was enough to give them shivers. Half a year more, you should have returned from the lower realm, right? My beloved fiancé, Yu Mingkong muttered to herself. Although her words were spoken with great affection, her eyes showed a deep flash of frost. Chapter 69. Fourth princess of the supreme immortal dynasty, ruined with a single look. Changa, you are cruel. I never thought that you would be the one to kill me. You were the one I loved the most, but now, you are also the one I hate the most. Yu Mingkong looked at her empty surroundings and involuntarily closed her eyes. Some tears could be seen at the corner of her eyes, but soon, the tears disappeared and she opened her indifferent and cold eyes once again. Her voice was calm as she spoke, and the turbulence in her heart also subsided. She had already gotten used to the heart-wrenching pain that had assaulted her for the past half year. Yu Mingkong didn't understand why she ended up 3,000 years in the past. By now, half a year had already passed since she returned in time, but the scene of the day she married Gu Changa was still fresh in her mind. The world trembled at their union. Chants of the great Tao descended upon them from the heavens, golden lotuses bloomed everywhere,
and clear springs gushed out from the earth. Dressed in a red wedding dress, and wearing a phoenix crown and imperial robes, she stood bashfully beside the world's most handsome and unparalleled man. On their wedding night, they had crossed their arms and drank wine to show the world that they were now one. She had thought that all of her weight and sacrifice had been worth it, and that she would finally receive his love. She had helped him establish the world's strongest immortal dynasty, fallen out with her father for him, and even helped him clear his name from suspicions that claimed he was the inheritor of devil arts. Alas! After waiting 3,000 years for her bridal night with him, what she received was a look of ridicule and indifference from him. After that, a boundless darkness spread around her, and a heart-wrenching pain gripped her. She finally realized that the person she loved more than anything in the world never felt anything for her. Everything he did was for himself. In the end, he murdered her in cold blood. He had merely deceived her to free himself from suspicions about him being an inheritor of devil arts. After he had squeezed all use out of her, he threw her away like a used tissue. She, on the other hand, had trusted him from the bottom of her heart, and not once did she entertain thoughts that he might just be an inheritor of devil arts. Yu Mingkong wanted to call her past self retarded, and couldn't understand how she could let herself be deceived by Gu Changa's lies. People like him didn't have a heart. One couldn't even estimate the number of people someone like him had tricked without them knowing they were dancing on the palm of his hand. Should I call you Gu Changa? Or should I call you Gu Wuxin, heartless? You are truly a heartless monster who has no love for others. I worked hard for you for 3,000 years, yet you didn't give me a shred of affection in return. Since the heavens have given me another chance, I will not let history repeat itself. Yu Mingkong's expression turned as cold as a glacier. She had already matured, and was no longer the naive and foolish girl from her past life, who was obsessed with that almost perfect man who had her heart wrapped around his finger. As the fourth princess of the supreme immortal dynasty, she was the one who disappointed her father the most in the past. But now, in just half a year, she had stomped all of her competitors in the royal family, and even dethroned her eldest brother from his position of the crown prince. Her menacing means easily crushed every record set in the supreme immortal dynasty since its existence. Even her father, who always looked at her with disappointment, couldn't help but shower her with praises. All of this was thanks to her regressing to the past. She knew much due to the fact that she had lived for 3,000 years, so she could take flawless steps and dominate over everyone with ease. In the end, I was nothing more than a tool in your eyes. To you, I was nothing but a toy that you used to get yourself a clean reputation. Gu Changa, since you never cared about me, then don't blame me for taking everything from you in this life. I will make you experience all of my pain. Alas! You are a heartless devil, so how can you understand my pain and everything that I experienced? It's such a pity, or I could have made you fall in love with me, and then killed you just like you killed me. It seems that I have no choice but to destroy your life so much that you will have no choice but to stay by my side. After all, instead of death, a life like that will be the worst punishment for someone like you. Yu Mingkong's imperial robes fluttered, and she stood with her hands behind her back. Her gorgeous visage showed a deep calm as she lost herself in contemplation. At the same time, she turned her face towards the east. That was where the ancient immortal Gu family resided. She knew that Gu Changa had already returned from the lower realm, and he had also gotten what he descended for. She also knew that soon, her father would bring her along to the ancient immortal Gu family to discuss the matter of her and Gu Changa's marriage. The marriage between the supreme immortal dynasty and the ancient immortal Gu family was a matter of great importance, and it attracted the attention of countless behemoths and big shots. After all, it involved the majestic fourth princess of the supreme immortal dynasty, and the only son of the ancient immortal Gu family's patriarch. The most important thing was that her father desired to take advantage of the ancient immortal Gu family's might to annex other immortal dynasties. Unfortunately, everyone in the upper realm knew about the ancient immortal Gu family's means, and it wasn't a hidden fact that no one had ever been able to take advantage of them. Even though the Supreme Immortal Dynasty was rumored to be the first immortal dynasty of the upper realm, it wouldn't be an exception to that fact. In her last life, she had never made sense of such intricate matters. Although she was talented from birth, and was also the fourth princess of the Supreme Immortal Dynasty, she didn't have the wits and means of the royal family like her siblings, and this fact brought great disappointment to her father. She was nothing more than mediocre among her peers of the royal family. As for why the ancient immortal Gu family agreed to her engagement with Gu Changa? Yu Mingkong didn't understand this in her last life, but now she did. It was because her father promised to give the ancient immortal Gu family innumerable benefits in return. She was merely a tool that would be married off to the ancient immortal Gu family's young master. She was a little girl when she first met Gu Chang'e. At that time, he was cultivating atop a piece of spiritual bluestone. A brilliant glow filled his surroundings, Dao runes turned into flowers and bloomed, and divine brilliance dazzled everyone who laid their gaze upon him. His heavenly appearance astonished her, and then she was informed that he would be her future husband. Just that one look was enough for her to give away her heart, and she sent herself to ruin for him in her previous life. Fortunately, it's still not too late to correct my mistakes. Soon, we will meet again, Gu Chang'e. Yu Mingkong returned from her trip down memory lane and slowly closed her eyes. She now held Gu Chang'e's greatest secret in her hand. Once it's exposed that he was the inheritor of the immortal devouring demonic art, the entire world would rush to hunt him to death. That was no exaggeration, alas. She knew that she couldn't expose this fact without solid evidence, or nobody would believe her words. The Gu Chang'e of this time took every step with caution, and rarely used the immortal devouring demonic art. Even then, he would make sure to erase every trace of his devilish acts. Worse still, there was a part of her heart that didn't desire to expose him like that. She didn't want to see such a day where the entire world would be against him. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but sigh. Even though she had regressed, her heart was still not ruthless and determined enough. No. How could I still love him? It's just that I don't want to defeat him by despicably exposing his identity as the inheritor of devil arts. I want to take him down fair and square. I want to take everything away from him in an upright manner. Soon, Yu Mingkong shook her head and muttered to herself. We pay our respects to the young master. Welcome back, young master. The ancient shrine of reception traveled from the edge of the upper realm, and then traveled through many massive teleportation formations. After a long journey, they finally appeared at the gate of the ancient immortal Gu family's territory. All the disciples who stood outside the Gu family's gate showed extreme respect for Gu Chang'e, and it was as if they were specially standing there to welcome him. Gu Chang'e responded to them with a nodi in front him. Myriad immortal mountains and islands floated in the air, releasing divine lights that rushed towards the sky. Spiritual mist floated everywhere, and the entire territory of the ancient immortal Gu family was shrouded by a terrifying formation that shone with bright flares that resembled the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Right now, it was merely releasing a fraction of its true might. If it activated in all its glory, even mighty god kings wouldn't be able to pass through it. Is this the foundation of the ancient immortal Gu family? Su Qingge and Lin Xiaohan felt their heads buzz. Although the journey all the way here had already shocked and numbed them to all sorts of scenes, the magnificent view in front of them still disturbed their hearts, and they couldn't calm down. With this level of territory and magnificence, they could no longer be called a mere family estate. They were a major world, Vilfic, ancient immortal Gu land. Let's go, Gu Chang'e said. At the same time, he wondered how he should go about showing the rest of the world to them. Especially Lin Xiaohan, who he was going to send to an alchemy heritage. Although no one should have the guts to bully them with their relationship to him, there were always some who went against the norm. After all, the two came from the lower realm, so the people of the upper realm would obviously pick on them. Old Ming, you should arrange their residences, Gu Chang'e instructed the old man standing beside him. The family had strict rules, and divided the family's estate into inner and outer regions. Right now, they were in the outer region. As for the inner region, only the direct descendants of the ancient immortal Gu family could enter and live there. Su Qingge and Lin Xiaohan couldn't go to the inner region until they were given some identity in the family. After that, Gu Chang'e turned into a stream of brilliant light and headed straight towards the inner region. Since he had returned to the Gu family, his top priority was to meet his father. After all, not everything he did was planned by him. His father was also deeply involved. Young master has gone to the inner region, so we should deal with your matter first. This old slave will first teach you the rules of the Gu family. Make sure you don't do something that would embarrass the young master when you are beside him in the future. Speaking of which, don't be hillbillies and show surprise at everything and anything, even if you come across people from the ancient immortal Gu family. Once Gu Chang'e left, Old Ming brought them along and advised them while traveling through the various floating mountains and islands. Su Qingge was much better than Lin Xiaohan when it came to getting used to their new surroundings, while Lin Xiaohan kept nodding her head like a little chick pecking on rice. I understand, ancestor. As soon as Old Ming heard her words, his expression changed and showed deep fright. In a hurry, he corrected her, don't call me ancestor or anything like that in the future, be it in the ancient immortal Gu family or outside. It's enough if you just keep this fact in your heart. After all, Lin Xiuhan seemed to be highly valued by his young master, and there was a chance that their relationship might develop further in the future.
What did his relationship with Lin Xiuhan as her ancestor amount to?
The Gu family was extremely strict with their hierarchy, and if this fact came out, he might just end up at the gallows. Although Lin Xiuhan didn't understand these nuances, she would naturally follow her ancestor's command. At the same time, she felt overwhelmed, and her eyes reached a point where they might burst with how wide she opened them, as she watched the magnificence of the ancient immortal Gu family's divine structures. In her heart, she couldn't help but sigh, young Master Gu's family is scary. She had never imagined she would see such magnificent islands and immortal mountains in her life, so much so that she couldn't suppress her shock no matter how hard she tried. Immortal mist floated everywhere, and rumbling waterfalls flowed down from the sky. Various ominous beasts roamed the mountains and islands, and their terrifying aura surged towards the sky like a wave. The spiritual qi in the surroundings was so dense that she thought it would liquefy at any moment. Her reaction didn't surprise old Ming. Back when he first saw this scene thousands of years ago, he was just as astounded. It was the first time he saw the tip of the iceberg known as the ancient immortal Gu family. Comparing the ancient families and heritages of the lower realm to them was like comparing villages made of mud to immortal islands that floated high above the heavens. A lot of thoughts passed through old Ming's heart, and he couldn't help but say, this is merely the outer region, which is nothing compared to the inner region.
As for the Godchild Island where the young master resides, it's a true immortal land that has come straight out of a fairy tale. I am not even qualified to go near it.
Of course, speaking of which, old Ming suddenly felt envious of the two. At the same time, Gu Changde arrived in the inner region after using the family's exclusive teleportation arrays that connected the outer and inner regions, and the rest of their territory. He stood in front of a magnificent and majestic hall.
Suddenly, the door in front of him opened, and a warm voice seemingly belonging to a middle-aged man sounded from inside. Changde, you are back?
Chapter 70, The Villain's Father. Seeing things clearly, the majestic hall in front of him towered into the sky like an ancient behemoth, and uncountable runes surged around it. The aura of heaven and earth surrounded it in worship, and gave it the appearance of a sacred shrine. Inside the hall, a middle-aged man, with an appearance somewhat similar to Gu Changde's, sat cross-legged in cultivation. Chaotic spiritual qi revolved around him, and the sounds of heavenly chants and great Tao rhythms faintly sounded from his surroundings. His aura surged towards the heavens, and pressed down on the world around him. He was like an ancient god who could split the sky with a single movement, and no one could estimate his true might. As soon as he saw Gu Changde enter the hall, he showed a gentle expression which he only ever showed in front of Gu Changde. Before others, he always showed an expression of aloofness, as if he was a lofty deity looking down on all living beings.
Even when he passed down his order, he only used his spiritual sense.
Rarely did he open his mouth to speak. He was Gu Changde's father, the current patriarch of the ancient immortal Gu family. At the same time, he was also one of the most terrifying people in the upper realm, and stood at its very peak. A random order from him could shake the entirety of the upper realm, and dictate the life and death of innumerable souls. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the patriarch of the ancient immortal Gu family was an immortal giant who looked down on the world from high above.
Father, this son has returned. Gu Changde arrived before his father, and stood with a submissive expression. Did everything go well?
Your trip to the lower realm this time dissatisfied a lot of the elders, and they were continuously asking about your whereabouts, and wouldn't stop passing certain remarks. Gu Lindian said with a gentle smile, without a shred of fallacy in his expression. The fact that Gu Changde had a devil heart wasn't known by many in the ancient immortal Gu family. Only his parents, and some of the ancestors and very close people in their lineage, knew about this matter. A single family can have multiple lineages. One ancestor has 10 sons, and those sons have their own descendants, so that would make the family have 10 lineages. The matter of him having a devil heart was a sensitive topic. Since its first appearance in the upper realm, Gu Changde was the 9th known person to possess a devil heart, and the only one who was still living well. The first 8 holders of the devil heart, no matter their backgrounds or might, were known to have turned into evil demons who brought disaster to the world around them. The people related to them never had good ends either. The appearance of a devil heart was akin to an ominous sign. In the upper realm, holders of the devil heart were not just treated as the enemies of the world, but they were also avoided by the rest of the world like a plague. Gu Changde's birth with a devil heart had stunned Gu Lindian for a while. Fortunately, he was quick to respond and immediately suppressed the information in the family. Right now, Only a few of his very close confidants knew about this matter. Leaving everything else aside, just the fact that Gu Changa possessed a devil heart would be enough to invalidate his succession to the ancient immortal Gu family's position of patriarch. His talent meant nothing before that fact, and the hostility he would receive in the family would be no different from what he would receive from the outside world. The rest of the Gu family's members would never allow him to be their successor. Fortunately, during his early years, Gu Changa found a girl in the family who possessed the Dao bones. For Gu Changa's future, Gu Lintian decisively decided to dig out her Dao bones to give them to Gu Changa, so as to cover up his devil heart. They had successfully used this cover-up for more than 10 years without anyone finding out the truth of the matter, that Gu Changa had a devil heart. The family elders and others who knew about the incident, of them digging out the girl's Dao bones, had already been exiled from the Gu family, and even their cultivation bases had been suppressed and sealed. Their once prosperous lineage had gradually withered over time, and the matter was buried under the dust of time. It's just that when he later tried to find the little girl, he realized that she seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Back then, they hadn't finished her off, and allowed an elder from her lineage to take her away. When they inquired about her whereabouts, they realized that she disappeared soon after she left with that elder. Even after he investigated her whereabouts multiple times over the years, he came across nothing. After all, it was a shameful act. Although many of the family's ancestors had turned a blind eye to the matter, and the girl's lineage had also slowly declined in the ancient immortal Gu family, who could tell there weren't one or two ancient monsters from that lineage hidden in the depths of the family's ancestral lands. After all the ancient monsters of the ancient immortal Gu family were buried in the ancestral lands. Unless they dug them out, they wouldn't know whether the other party was dead or just in seclusion. I succeeded. Gu Changa responded with a smile, and recalled just how much love and care his parents showered him with. As was the norm with the various clichés and tropes, the parents of the favored children of heaven either didn't care about their kids, or thought that their kids weren't good enough, and ignored them. The parents of the villain, on the other hand, always doted on their villainous kid and showered them with all the love that was possible in the world. The so-called kill the young and the old shall come, too, wasn't all bogus talk. How else would the villain's entire family accompany them to their grave, too? In normal novels, once the protagonist kills the young villain, the villain's parents come to avenge him. Once the parents are killed, the grandparents follow. So on and so forth. At one point, the protagonist gets tired and slaughters the entire family of the villain, and not even their mutts and sows escape the calamity. Take that out so I can have a look. For now, you won't be able to control the weapon of the former Devil Heart Master. Gu Lintian said. Understood. Gu Changa responded, and then made a mental command. Immediately, the 8 desolate demon halberd disappeared from the system's weapon storage. The void trembled, and a terrifying, murderous aura that seemed to desire the destruction of the heavens and the earth spread in the surroundings. Out of thin air, the 8 desolate demon halberd appeared in front of Gu Changa. However, right at that moment, its originally terrifying might subsided and turned into a small, flickering flame as if someone had suppressed it. Gu Changa could see it flicker like a candlelight that would go out as soon as it met a gust of wind. The 8 desolate demon halberd conveyed its terror to him as it trembled in his hands. Father, you scared it. Gu Changa said helplessly. At the same time, he released his spiritual sense to calm the scared little halberd. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to erase the halberd's fear for an existence as mighty as Gu Lintian. When its consciousness was born, the halberd had thought that it was the mightiest in the world, but after it came across Gu Lintian, it realized that it was like a small boat standing before a surging ocean. It seems that you chanced upon another fortuitous opportunity down there. I didn't feel anything when you took it out of thin air. That's good. Your mother and I can rest assured, and I won't need to listen to her continuous nagging all day long. It's also good that this thing doesn't have any evil intentions towards you, or there would be no need to keep its consciousness. A soulless artifact is much better and can bring about a lot of peace of mind. Gu Lintian nodded with a smile, and then withdrew his spiritual sense after probing it enough. Although the 8 desolate demon halberd had an extraordinary origin and was the weapon of the previous master of the Devil Heart, it was nothing in front of an existence like him. Even if it recovered to its prime, a single thought from him would be enough to suppress it, but since it was now Gu Changa's weapon, he couldn't be bothered about it. Gu Changa had a lot of other secrets as well, but he never asked him about them. He was alright with Gu Changa keeping secrets even from him. Still, if something threatened his child's well-being, then he would definitely protect him at all costs, and wouldn't allow anything or anyone to harm him. Yu Chang'e responded with a nod. He wasn't a heartless man, and understood well how much the people around him cared about him. Although he was a villain, it didn't mean he would be an unfeeling ingrate, it just meant that he was destined to be against the favored children of heaven. Your cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds after this trip to the lower realm, so I don't think any geniuses from other forces will be able to contend against you. Gu Lintian couldn't help but praise after he probed his son's current cultivation. Back when he was around Gu Chang'e's age, he had only just reached the conferred Lord Realm, but Gu Chang'e was already at the peak of the conferred Lord Realm. No, he was half a step into the conferred King Realm. There were many young supremes in the upper realm, but he doubted there were any at the same level as Gu Chang'e. Father, you flatter me. Gu Chang'e responded with a smile, but didn't refute his father's words. After all, he had spent 5,000 destiny points to raise his cultivation to the peak of the conferred Lord Realm. With his might, he could easily flatten even existences of the false god realm with a single slap. Of course, Gu Chang'e also knew that he had a lot more cards up his sleeve about which his father knew nothing about. Immortal devouring demonic art was one of those. It wasn't that he didn't trust his father, but that it was something that was better kept hidden. The less people who knew about it, the safer he would be. The 8 Desolate Demon Halberd is the weapon of the previous holder of the Devil Heart. Although it isn't enough to reveal the fact that you also have a Devil Heart, try not to use it unless absolutely necessary, before you have taken charge of the ancient immortal Gu family, Gu Lintian advised Gu Chang'e. He wasn't worried about someone taking away the weapon from Gu Chang'e. After all, someone who dared to rob their Gu family's stuff wasn't yet born in this world, but worried that the matter of him having a Devil Heart might come out because of it, and that would lead to Gu Chang'e receiving a lot of backlash from inside and outside the family. Although Gu Chang'e was the ancient immortal Gu family's young master, his position as the next patriarch wasn't yet set in stone. The weapon was good, but the identity of the ancient immortal Gu family's future patriarch was even more important. Once that was settled, those old fogies wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if the fact that Gu Chang'e was a holder of the Devil Heart came out, they wouldn't be able to do anything but accept him as their patriarch. In fact, Gu Lintian had already developed a step-by-step plan for Gu Chang'e's future, and he was now only waiting for him to slowly take reign of the family. Contrary to my thoughts, it seems that you have finally started to see things clearly. Suddenly, Gu Lintian noticed the spirit-nourishing jade on Gu Chang'e's person, and instantly felt Yan Ji's breath from it. Although his face still showed his usual indifference, he felt relief in his heart. Father, you are misunderstanding. Gu Chang'e was first stunned, but then he laughed out loud, and explained Yan Ji's origins to Gu Lintian. Of course, he didn't say anything about provoking discord between Yi Chen and Yan Ji. If he hadn't found the entire thing interesting and needed to squeeze Yi Chen's fortune dry, he wouldn't have bothered about her. After all, stealing the favored son of heaven's master right in front of his eyes was a matter of great exhilaration. Now that he had returned to the upper realm, he wasn't in a hurry to decide what to do with Yan Ji. However, there was the fact that she was also from the upper realm, so he reckoned that she might know about a lot of hidden opportunities. She is from a race that is born from the innate flames of heaven and earth. I had thought her kind had already perished, but since you like her, there's no harm in letting her stay by your side. Gu Lintian said. He recognized Yan Ji's origins in a single glance. Her race born from the innate flames of heaven and earth was once the strongest race among the many godly races, and their children were born with mighty cultivation right from the get-go. Unfortunately, all of them had long disappeared from the world. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to be in her 20s, while Gu Chang'e was also young, so he had no objection in her staying by his side. She should have been in the great sacred realm at her peak, so her talent isn't to be looked down upon, Gu Lintian said. No wonder her fortune value was so high. She turned out to be at the great sacred realm. Gu Chang'e finally understood her situation to some extent. When Yan Ji was at her prime, she was a behemoth of the great sacred realm. She was someone who could easily go anywhere in the upper realm, crush stars in the palm of her hands, and travel through the universe with ease. In the ancient immortal Gu family, god kings could be said to be many, while sacred realm cultivators could be regarded as true masters in the various lineages. As for great sacred realm cultivators, they could easily become elder-level figures in the family. Having said that, he felt that he earned massive profits on this trip down to the lower realm. Go to the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace as soon as you are free. The number of people criticizing you for your half-year-long disappearance isn't small over there. Moreover, you also need to settle the matter of becoming their heir. as Gu Lindian mentioned this matter, his eyes turned deep, and terrifying scenes flashed past his pupils. It was as if the universe was about to collapse as all the stars shattered and fell one by one. At this moment, he resembled a supreme being who could dominate the entire universe. Please rest assured, Father. This child is bound to come out on top in the fight for the heavenly immortal Dao Palace's position of heir. Gu Changde assured him his father was an ambitious man, and so was he. Sooner or later, the heavenly immortal Dao Palace will belong to their father-son pair.